Chapter 697 New. As Li Huang opened up the hole, everyone ran forward and saw that they were in a very open space. They were overjoyed upon realizing they had escaped. Contrary to their expectations, the Earth Dragon wasn't underground. They escaped from its stomach and were now on the surface. The skies were dark, as though the natural disaster was still ongoing. Li Huang dared not look up at Godure. He wasn't sure where he was, but he was sure he was no longer at Cloud Swamp. A piercing scream rang out, followed by the sight of the evil entities dragging those two close to the hole back into the darkness. Quick, we need to run away now. The Earth Dragon is still influencing us because the worms in our stomachs aren't gone yet. Li Huang quickly dragged Bai Ling Miao and the others away from the hole. As they walked away, they saw that the evil entities had left them alone, and everyone sighed in relief. Suddenly, Li Huang stopped and looked at a shimmering illusion in the darkness. The illusion wore a blue Taoist robe and a Taoist crown, with leprosy evident on his balding head. He flashed a toothy grin, exposing his yellow teeth. Ho ho ho, my dear disciple, you did a great job. Scram. Li Huang ignored Dan Yangzi and swung his spine sword at him. The rift flew quickly, destroying Dan Yangzi without leaving a trace. Senior Li, what's wrong? Bai Ling Miao looked at him with worry. Huh? Did you not see Dan Yangzi just now? Where? There wasn't anyone there. What happened to you? I thought you said your illness had been cured. Bai Ling Miao held his hand with worry. She can't see it? Is it just me? Did my illness? He suddenly looked at the illusion of the old monk and urgently asked, Monk, did you see that just now? Did you see that balding Taoist? Someone from the crowd suddenly interrupted him as the monk was going to answer. Li Huang, what's wrong with you? Zhong Boqiao approached and looked at all of Li Huang's 3 heads. Move faster. The Earth Dragon is too powerful. The worms in our bodies are still alive. Father, there's more and more worms in my stomach, Li Sui said, her voice tinged with worry and sadness. Li Huang continued moving forward as he looked at the spot where Dan Yangzi had disappeared. He didn't have the luxury to dwell on it right now. Everyone moved faster to distance themselves from the Earth Dragon in hopes that the worms would die off. After 15 minutes, Li Huang saw another unexpected person. It was Shai Zi, dressed in the Emperor's dragon robes. Ho ho ho, Hongzhong. Long time no see. Don't you think it's time to wake up after getting imprisoned in my illusion for so long? What the fuck is wrong with me? This time, he ignored the illusion and continued moving forward. But this time, he was not the only one who saw an illusion. Father? Mother? Tears streamed down from Bai Ling Miao's red veil as she stood there silently. She stared into the darkness as if she saw her parents. Her face was a mixture of sadness and longing. Li Huang followed her gaze, but saw nothing. Miao Miao, what did you see? As Li Huang asked, he realized that the others were staring into the darkness, too. I didn't kill them. Scram. Go find someone else. Master, your disciple has been unfilial to you. Chun Xiang, why are you here? Xianpin, where are you? Come out. Li Huang realized that he was not going crazy. The space around them was actually making them see things. Wait, don't panic. It's an illusion. Everything is fake. Li Huang warned them. When they heard Li Huang shouting, most of them tried to break free from the illusions, but they all failed. Some even attacked the illusions, which was also fruitless. We need to get out of the range of the Earth Dragon's corpse. No matter how many illusions there were, they posed no threat. The actual danger lay in the worms in their stomachs. The others quickly followed Li Huang, seeing him as their undisputed leader and savior. Everyone ignored the illusions and walked forward, but just a few minutes later, they all encountered something unexpected. Another wall of stomach lining appeared in front of them. They were still trapped inside of the Earth Dragon. Impossible. Li Huang gouged out one of his 6 eyes and threw it into the air along with 2 glowing rocks. Only then did he see what was happening. They had not escaped the Earth Dragon's corpse. They had walked into another one of its stomachs. Ha ha ha. You must be stupefied, right? Shaizi appeared again to taunt Li Huang. Is this the ability of the Earth Dragon's stomach? What exactly is an Earth Dragon? Li Huang tried to figure out another way to escape. Father, it hurts. There are way too many worms. I can't hold on any longer. The pale green worms started to burrow out of Li Huang as they shaved off his flesh. Just then, a tsunami of evil entities surged towards them. All of them despaired, knowing it was a death sentence. I don't want to die like this. I refuse. An old man holding a soul-calling banner, 1, fell backward and exploded into a clump of green worms. Li Huang tried to rally everyone to break through the stomach lining again. However, he failed to do so as the worms, evil entities, and illusions made it impossible for everyone to cooperate. As they were infested with even more worms, they saw more illusions and evil entities. Li Huang refused to give up. He used all of his techniques to save Bai Lingmiao and Li Sui. He couldn't let them die here. As the situation became more chaotic, more and more people died. Despite this, Bai Lingmiao stood still, listening to the cursing of her family's illusion. You bitch. He's the one who killed your father. Why haven't you taken revenge for me? Are you still human? I really didn't think you were someone like this. How could you be like this? Why did you become so heartless? Sister, are you a bitch? Bai Lingmiao cried. She saw Li Huang struggling and noticed that he was on the verge of collapsing. More than half of his body had turned into worms. Senior Li, you can use the Tsongchang Ascension to escape. Bai Lingmiao pointed at the profound records being held by Lu Xiaocai. I want to, but I can't. Li Huang howled in anger. He knew that the Tsongchang Ascension could rescue all of them. But where could he find the most intense mental pain right now? Bai Lingmiao pursed her lips and shook her head, then smiled softly. Don't worry, Senior Li. Let me help you. Bai Lingmiao turned around. She gave a flesh book, too, to one of her followers before she leaped into the crowd of evil entities. 1. A flag that attracts spirits. 2. A message written on one's own skin. Chapter 698, Ascension. When the illusion of the Bai family appeared, the second deity immediately sensed how unstable her other self's emotions had become. They are fake. They are illusions. We are still in the stomach of the earth dragon. This place can conjure up hallucinations. The second deity knew what Bai Lingmiao was thinking and tried to persuade her. Do not doubt the heavenly Mater. Have you forgotten that she guided everyone to the void home? Your family is waiting for you there. These are merely illusions. But Bai Lingmiao's sorrowful voice came from beside the second deity. I know they are fake, but... The second deity then sensed the intense sadness flooding over from her other half. I can't believe you're still so useless despite becoming the saintess of the White Lotus sect. The second deity looked through her red veil at the chaos around them. She pressed her red fingernails on her belly and felt the wriggling worms inside. The second deity then looked at Li Huang. She understood how dire the situation was when even Li Huang didn't have a plan to deal with it. There was no time to think things through. If they didn't come up with a plan now, everyone would die right there and then. The second deity had one last hope. She quickly made a lotus seal with both hands and positioned it in front of her stomach. Her mouth was filled with rows of sharp teeth as she chanted quickly. In the beginning, when there was nothing but chaos, a divine light burst forth. From the formless void came the heavens. The void gave birth to the one, and the one gave birth to two. The two formed yin and yang, forming the four symbols, and from there the 5 elements and 8 trigrams were created. As she chanted, the conjoined lotus engraved on their foreheads flashed. The second deity was trying to invite the heavenly Mater to possess their body, but there was a thin barrier interfering and preventing the heavenly Mater from manifesting. As time passed, the second deity felt her link to the heavenly Mater weakening. Bai Lingmiao felt the same. Her voice trembled as she said, I have a plan. The second deity huffed indignantly and said, Then why didn't you say so? Because we might need to die. Then what's the point? Might as well not say it. But then at least Senior Li and Sui Sui can live. I don't want them to die. Fine. Pain. Unbearable pain. It hurt so much that the second deity even winced at her own thoughts. She felt the evil entities gnawing off her hair and fingernails. They gouged out her eyeballs and bit into her body. Did she regret it? The second deity didn't think so. She didn't regret her actions, regardless of their cost. Meow meow. She heard Li Huang faintly, his voice coming from outside the wave of evil entities. What are you shouting for? Hurry up and use the Tsongchang Ascension to escape. You deserve to die if you waste my life, and don't use the Tsongchang Ascension. The second deity opened her mouth and bit into one of the evil entities. Her sharp teeth ripped apart the evil entity's head. But her other half, Bai Lingmiao, had already lost both of her eyes as she cried tears of blood. She felt her body dissipating slowly, and for some reason, the pain in her heart made her feel better. Li Huang had run into a group of evil entities. He ignored their attacks as he tried to find Bai Lingmiao. After searching around, he only found her 2 eyeballs and tattered clothes. He howled as intense pain came from the deepest recesses of his heart. Memories of Bai Ling Miao accompanying him when they escaped the Zephyr Temple surfaced in his mind. He vividly recalled everything they had endured together. Li Huang felt as if his heart had been put through a blender. Bai Ling Miao was dead. Bai Ling Miao, the girl he had sworn to bring back and marry, was dead. Even at the very end, she still thought that Li Huang's life was more important than her own. Li Huang placed the profound records onto the ground as his arms trembled. His emotions collapsed as he chattered his teeth uncontrollably. He stabbed 2 stakes into his abdomen and tore his body open. A giant clump of worms fell forward from the sudden opening in his body. Li Huang raised the stakes covered in his flesh and stabbed into the profound records, which were glowing in red light. Swoosh! Black flames sprayed forth everywhere. Several tentacles wielding different torture tools stabbed into Li Huang's body again and again. Blood, flesh, and worms flew into the air. When the most intense mental and physical pain merged in Li Huang's body, he felt a familiar gaze coming from below him. Li Huang's organs rearranged and converged onto themselves. Suddenly, his skin burst open like fish scales as his flaps of skin vibrated intensely like the wings of an insect. Facing the unexpected change in his body, Li Huang once again felt Ba-Hui's gaze coming from the depths of the ground and noticed a bewitching scent. Under Ba-Hui's influence, Li Huang's physical and mental pain changed into something else. The pain he had inflicted on himself started to affect everything around him. Worms, evil entities, and even the other survivors fell onto the ground as they shouted in despair. The stomach lining of the earth dragon came to life. It cracked, with contorted faces crying out in pain appearing on the walls. The entire ground shook, and a low groan could be heard. The earth dragon was also affected by the intense pain. Aya! Li Huang stood up and stabbed both hands into the ground, right where he felt the gaze of Ba-Hui coming from. Pop! One of Li Huang's heads blew apart, followed by the second one shortly after. When the third head in the middle was on the verge of popping, the ground suddenly split open, making everyone fall through it. They fell very quickly and soon heard the wind howling around them. Li Huang looked down and saw the night sky. He didn't know what happened. Somehow, they had been inverted in the earth dragon's stomach. Li Huang and the others didn't slow down as they fell towards the dark sky. Just then, he smelled Ba-Hui's voice and also a strange voice. It was the bizarre call of a crane. Chapter 699, Above the Heavens. No, it's not the cry of a crane. Li Huang used his melded senses to feel the sound of the crane. He realized what the crane's cry really was. It wasn't a voice. It was one of God Yuer's hands, or rather, something that resembled a tree branch from God Yuer. God Yuer was formless and shapeless. When someone heard these cries, it meant that God Yuer had touched them. The sound of the crying crane resonated once again, and Li Huang felt that God Yuer had taken over his vocal cords and hijacked his voice. Despite the intense pain, Li Huang gripped his neck with his bloody hands to prevent himself from making any noise. They fell further and further into the dark sky. Li Huang felt that if he kept falling, he would eventually reach the Bayou capital again. However, he was not planning to run away. As the cries of the crane grew louder, Li Huang snarled and stuffed his hands into his throat. Li Huang tore out his vocal cords and threw them into the heavens below him with all his might. He saw his vocal cords spreading apart like butterflies as they released the crane's call. As if on cue, everything around his vocal cord grew a mouth, and gradually, the crane's voice grew louder. The crane's cry reached a crescendo as a female voice filled with sympathy interjected. The voice was filled with sadness and boundless kindness. I cried as my son left the village. His whereabouts are now unknown to us. I cry as I don't know where he is, for there are no letters from him. I cry when I cannot see him. When will he come back and see us again? I cried when I realized it would be difficult for him to come back, for how would his sins be tolerated? I cried when I approached the end of my life, as I knew he wouldn't be able to see his mother again. The crane's voice grew quieter as the screaming voices of the people and evil entities around Li Huang were audible again. As the darkness transformed into a lotus, Li Huang used his melded 5 senses to look into it. He pulled open the curtains and revealed the darkness outside. His neighborhood was dark due to a power outage. Huang, look, the electricity is coming back. The next instant, the heavens and earth inverted as Li Huang and everyone else fell downwards. They once again saw the night sky painted with stars. Li Huang knew that the natural disaster had ended. The wind blew past them as they fell from the skies. A tentacle sprouted out of Li Huang's throat and grabbed his vocal cords in the air before quickly retracting back into his throat. Bam! Li Huang fell into an inn. He lay on the ground and stared into the skies as blood and corpses rained down around him, painting the inn red in the process. Li Huang's vibrating flesh scales had turned back to normal wounds. He felt his body was on the verge of collapsing. He used the last of his strength to stand up and then shouted to his reflection in his pool of blood. Jizai, get the fuck over here. I don't care what you are doing right now. What's wrong? What's happening? His reflection moved. Sorry, I was busy saving someone, I think. Li Huang clenched his fist and punched his reflection as he cried out. Miao Miao is dead. Bai Ling Miao is dead. Why did I become your twisted one? Why do you think I entrusted my fate to someone like you? That's because I wanted to protect Miao Miao and the others. But where were you? Is this how you repay me? Why? Why are the other Simings so strong while you are so useless? You have 3.5 heavenly Daos, but you can't even protect a single girl. I had to borrow Ba-Hui's strength through the Tsangchang Ascension to escape the Earth Dragon's stomach. You are useless. You have to rely on yourself. Only then can we win together. Stop giving me such bullshit. With the support of the tentacles, Li Huang staggered back upwards and pointed at his reflection. Miao Miao is dead. Revive her. Find a way to give her back her life. Or I will let someone else become your twisted one instead. His reflection in the pool of blood thought about it. She's not dead, though. She's not dead. A glimmer of hope lit up in Li Huang's heart. He looked around and checked the corpses around him. Wait, let me think about it. Oh, right. Extend both of your arms. Extend my arms. Li Huang extended his arms, and a body promptly fell from the sky, breaking them. He looked down and saw that it was none other than Bai Ling Miao, or rather, half of her. Her body had been bitten to pieces, and her usual clean look was nowhere to be seen. She was covered in blood and gore, with pieces of flesh hanging from her body. There is supposed to be another half of her upper body, but she's already so tattered. Wait, what if? Just then, the second half of her upper body fell from the sky. This time, he was prepared. He quickly caught the second half using his numerous tentacles. Li Huang used his teeth to remove the red veil, revealing the bestial face underneath it. With barely any life left in her gaze, Bai Ling Miao looked at Li Huang. She opened her mouth, revealing her sharp fangs. Her forked tongue drooped out when she saw Li Huang's shocked face. I wanted you to use the Tsangchang Ascension to escape, but that didn't mean I had to die. I haven't lived a full life yet. Li Huang was crying tears of joy as he hugged her. He quickly checked the other Bai Ling Miao and saw she was still alive despite being badly injured. Miao Miao, stay still. You need to endure this. Li Huang brought out the fiery scripture and placed Bai Ling Miao's body together. He started chanting while the second deity used the drum to call for the white immortal family. Chapter 700 Savior. Even though we lost a lot of men this time, we technically won. The Dharma sect tried to ambush us, but lost 2 dragon veins instead. Xian Pin was talking to Li Huang in a rather simple room. The Liang Kingdom's Surveillance Bureau chief, Xian Pin, was satisfied and praised Li Huang. Entering the Earth Dragon's stomach and emerging unscathed is a miraculous feat. I knew you were very strong when I first saw you. If you help us continuously like this, the Dharma sect will be destroyed easily. Li Huang ignored Xian Pin as he shaved off his flesh to feed Li Sui. She had suffered grave injuries this time. But you have to be careful next time. Now that you've foiled the plans of the Dharma sect, they won't let you off so easily. Li Huang twined Li Sui's tentacles around his fingers before stuffing the tentacles back into his stomach. Where were you and the others when we were trapped in the Earth Dragon's stomach? Why didn't you come and rescue us? We managed to escape the Earth Dragon, but didn't have time to come rescue you. We were entrapped by the Dharma sect when we made our escape. Li Huang said nothing. He didn't want to know whether Xian Pin was lying or not. He resolved not to rely on anyone. Xian Pin continued. I've heard that the saintess of the White Lotus sect was injured. Li Huang frowned when Xian Pin said that. Miao Miao was still alive, but her condition was bad. Since most of her flesh had been bitten off, they had to use some flesh from the Immortal family to replace hers, even after the White Immortal family's efforts to heal her. She now looked more like a beast than a human. Even so, she was very weak right now and required a lot of rest. You say he's saving some? Who is he saving? Li Huang suddenly said something random. HM, what are you talking about? Xian Pin was confused. I'm asking who he's saving. Help. Save me. You need to get me out of here. What's the point of asking me so many questions and recording our conversation? Tian Fu, if you want to get out, you must follow my orders, Li Huang said firmly as he stood outside the room. Li Huang was using his phone to record his conversation with Tian Fu, but he was interrupted when a nurse came by and shooed him away. Li Huang checked his phone while walking out of the hospital. He stared at the recordings and decided that it was time to visit Tian Fu's family. Li Huang knew that the organization was waiting to ambush him. They were biding for time, and he was confident they would not let him go when the opportunity arose. Li Huang refused to be passive in this situation. He couldn't sit still without doing anything. He needed to rescue Tian Fu from the hospital now. However, Li Huang knew it would be a monumental task when he saw a police officer disguised as his driver. Due to his identity, it wouldn't be easy to rescue Tian Fu on his own, so he needed a helper. Nana, I need your help, Li Huang whispered to Yang Na, who was beside him. Do you want to rescue the crazy guy from the hospital? After spending so much time with him, Yang Na naturally knew what Li Huang was thinking. Huang, I can help you, but can I ask you a question first? Why do you want to get him out of the hospital? Yang Na spoke softly as she looked at Li Huang. He hesitated. He was confident that Yang Na would faint from shock if he told her about Tian Fu and the aliens. He has insider information about the people assaulting me. I need to rescue him because I refuse to get ambushed by them. Yang Na wanted to say something, but she held back. I know he's a patient, but he also knows about the organization. Yang Na, you have to trust me. I'm telling you the truth. Li Huang held her hands and stared at her beautiful face. She hesitated. She looked at the car at the entrance of the hospital and clutched Li Huang's hands. Then what should I do? Li Huang sighed and said, It's simple. You don't need to take risks. Just go to a certain place and find a certain someone. Once you meet her, just call me and let me talk to her. Li Huang had learned from Tian Fu that his daughter was paying the monthly hospital fee. If he wanted to get Tian Fu out, he needed to stop the money. All right. Yang Na nodded. Then let's split up here. You head back first, and I'll go find the person you've mentioned. Yang Na walked towards the bus stop. She waved her hands when she was on the bus, and Li Huang quickly messaged her. Turn on your GPS and voice recorder. Do not turn them off. Even though finding someone in the city wasn't dangerous, Li Huang decided to play it safe. Yang Na replied to him shortly. Okay, are you worried for my safety? Li Huang checked his phone occasionally to check her location through the GPS. Yang Na also messaged him from time to update him on her whereabouts. Huang, I'm on the train now. *:O, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, O, asterisk. There's no place to sit, so I have to stand. You owe me an ice cream when we get back. Huh, I just got off the train. I'm taking another bus now. By the time Li Huang reached his home, Yang Na finally video called him. Li Huang accepted the call and saw Yang Na's confused face. Huang, are you sure this is the place? I feel like I came to the wrong place. Show me the place using your camera. Yang Na raised her phone, and Li Huang saw where she was. She was in the middle of a poorly maintained street. The buildings were close to each other, and the balconies were full of wet clothes that the residents had hung. The walls were yellow, and the houses were uneven. It appeared that the place was a village in the middle of a city. Li Huang had stayed in Qing Hospital before, so he knew that the fees were quite high. Tian Fu's daughter shouldn't be able to afford the costs if she lives there. Chapter 701 Freedom. Yang Na, go to the address Tian Fu gave us and see if you can find anything. Okay, but the houses here are built in a very disorganized way, Yang Na said. The camera shook as she moved. After searching for a while, Yang Na quickly found the address Tian Fu had given them in a small alley. At the end of the alley, there was a 2-story cement house. The cement was roughly applied, and there was colorful graffiti drawn by children. The door on the second floor was locked, which was the address indicated. Smack! The sound of a bowl breaking came from inside the house, followed by the crisp sound of a slap. Yang Na stepped back in fright, but then cautiously moved forward. Money, money, money. All you care about is money. How much do I earn in a month? A man's rough shouting came from inside. A woman could be heard sobbing. You promised when you married me. You said you'd take care of Dad's medical expenses. And you still dare mention your father. No wonder he loves money so much. How much has he swallowed over the years? Why isn't he dead yet? How long is he going to keep tormenting our family? The sound of bowls breaking and furniture falling echoed from inside, mixed with a girl's suppressed cries. Li Huang heard their argument and realized they had found the right place. He quickly thought it over and had an idea. Excuse me, is Chen Peeling here? Who is it? A scruffy man with a beard wearing a yellow scooter helmet came out, looking displeased. His face showed a trace of impatience when he saw the face of a young student on the phone screen. If it weren't for the fact that the person holding the phone was a beautiful woman, he would have started cursing immediately. What do you want? Hello. Mr. Chen has asked me to tell you he doesn't want to stay at Qing Hospital anymore. He wants to leave. Nana, I sent you a video. Play it for them. Soon, Chen Fu's thin face appeared on the screen as he complained miserably. After his daughter and son-in-law watched the video, their argument became even more heated. As the argument grew louder, their neighbors started peeking out to watch. The couple felt embarrassed, and they shut the door to resume their argument inside. Yang Na did not leave. She quietly waited as instructed by Liu Wan. After lunch, when he saw the man leave on his scooter, Liu Wan quickly told her to follow him. Did you know that there's a hospital better than Qing Hospital? It's cheaper and treats patients well, so it would burden you less. But there's one downside. There are fewer surveillance cameras. Liu Wan quickly engaged in conversation, but the man remained indifferent. Huang, it's useless, Yang Na said. From her expression, it was unclear if she was disappointed or relieved. No, it's useful. If it weren't, he wouldn't have listened to my nonsense just now. But he didn't agree to anything in the end. Liu Wang smiled slightly and said, It's our first meeting, and he doesn't know us well. How could he share his true thoughts with us? Look at him just now. Does he really want Chen Fu to keep wasting money at Qing Hospital? He continued, he doesn't want to be the bad guy or be seen as an unfilial son. He needs us to give him a push. How do we give him a push? Yang Na asked. Liu Wang opened his mouth to speak, but then shook his head. Never mind. You should come back. We'll revisit Qing Hospital tomorrow. 3 days later, Chen Fu had to undergo gastric lavage after he swallowed a foreign object. His daughter and son-in-law also conveniently found out about it. The issue was quickly resolved, and Chen Fu was transferred to the hospital Liu Wang had mentioned. Liu Wang chose this place, and not just because it was cheaper. He was familiar with it since he had stayed there before, plus it was close to his neighborhood. After the transfer, Chen Fu's condition seemed to improve. He no longer had to stay in a locked ward. Time passed, and the surveillance around Liu Wang eased up. One night, Liu Wang climbed over the neighborhood wall with his prepared supplies. He rode the scooter Yang Na had arranged and went to the psychiatric hospital where Chen Fu was staying. Liu Wang skillfully climbed the wall, avoided the cameras, and quietly sneaked Chen Fu out of the hospital. Chen Fu changed from the striped hospital gowns into the clothes Liu Wang had prepared. Chen Fu was finally free. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked around and breathed in the fresh air of freedom. Suddenly, he rushed to a garbage heap, picked up some leftover food, and ate ravenously. Stop eating that. Liu Wang pulled him away forcibly and led him into a secluded alley. After nervously checking that no one was around, Liu Wang asked urgently, I've set you free, so it's time for you to help me. How can we deal with those people? Don't worry. You were alone before, which was inconvenient. Now we're on the same side, so I can help you fight them. Stop with the nonsense. I asked how to deal with them. Don't tell me that you have no way. If you say that, I'll throw you back in the psychiatric hospital right now. No, there is a way. Chen Fu quickly waved his hands, seemingly frightened. They are watching you, but not me or my friends. I'll go find our friends now. You saved me, so my friends are your friends. You can be the bait once we have enough people, and we'll catch them all. Don't worry, they're not as powerful as you think. Liu Wang was somewhat skeptical, but decided to meet Chen Fu's friends out of curiosity. He wondered if Chen Fu's friends could also see those people. All right, here's my old phone and an unregistered SIM card, Liu Wang said, handing him the phone. Contact me through this phone from now on. Liu Wang was about to let him go when Chen Fu grabbed him tightly with a terrified expression on his face. No, they're targeting me now. They're trying to turn me into one of them. Help me, please. What? Liu Wang was baffled. He saw Chen Fu suddenly change and look at him in surprise. Liu Wang, where's this? What's going on? Why am I not in the hospital? Damn it. Liu Wang almost spat out blood in frustration at this sudden change. He had forgotten that Chen Fu had a split personality. No, I need to go back. I need to go back to the psychiatric hospital. I need to receive treatment. Chen Fu struggled to leave, but was tackled by Liu Wang. A sharp knife was pressed against his throat. Don't move. Chen Fu was clearly terrified by Liu Wang's actions. Liu Wang, calm down. You need to calm down. Did you not take your medication today? Be good. Take your medicine first. Chen Fu continued. We may be psychiatric patients, but we can't give up on ourselves. If we persist with treatment, we'll get better. Shut up. Get up. With a fierce expression, Li Huang dragged Chen Fu deeper into the alley by the neck. Chen Fu was visibly scared of Li Huang, and his face had turned ashen. Chapter 702, Believe You. Chen Fu felt his hands and feet tied securely to the chair, and his face turned pale with fear. His eyes widened, and his lips lost all color. If I had been kidnapped by an ordinary person, there would at least be a reason, money, or something else. But this guy's just a lunatic. He had heard Li Huang's story and knew this guy had taken several lives. Now that Chen Fu had been tied up by him, he didn't even dare to imagine what he wanted. Chen Fu glanced around fearfully to look for some hope. This place seemed to be an abandoned house, possibly an unfinished building. Regardless, it seemed impossible to seek help from others. He could only find a way out through this lunatic. Li. Chen Fu had barely uttered a word when he felt Li Huang's 5 fingers clamped tightly around his neck. Quiet. Li Huang continued with his work when he saw Chen Fu sensibly fall silent. After making sure Chen Fu was completely tied up, with no chance of escaping his restraints, Li Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and looked at the man in front of him again. Chen Fu pleaded, Li Huang, calm down. You need to calm down. Don't do something you'll regret for the rest of your life. Shut up. Li Huang grabbed a piece of cloth and stuffed it into Chen Fu's mouth, finally bringing some silence to the room. Li Huang felt a headache coming on. Of all times, he had to switch to his second personality now. Fortunately, he had brought some equipment just in case. Otherwise, it would have been tricky to handle. Li Huang stared at Chen Fu and was at a loss about what to do next. Having an ally with a mental illness was already troublesome enough, but this one even had episodes from time to time. It was genuinely tormenting. After some thought, Li Huang reached out and pulled the cloth from Chen Fu's mouth. Let me ask you, how often does your personality switch? Are there any triggers for the switch? Chen Fu was stunned by the question and suddenly understood what was going on. Did he ask you to save him? Did he instruct you to do all this? Then, Chen Fu leaned forward excitedly. Li Huang, he's a lunatic. How can you believe the nonsense of a madman? Everything he said is a lie that he made up. Chen Fu pressed on. You still have a long life to live, so don't let that lunatic deceive you. If this continues, your condition will only get worse. Think about your worried family, your classmates, and your teachers. Swish. Li Huang pressed his knife against Chen Fu's neck. The blade cut into his skin, and a drop of blood slowly oozed out. He stared fiercely at the bearded man. I don't need your lectures. I'm not sick. I've recovered. Also, don't avoid my questions. Answer me. How often does your personality switch? What triggers the switch? Chen Fu felt the sting on his neck and dared not provoke Li Huang further. He quickly replied, I don't know. After a personality switch, I just lose large chunks of memory and find myself in different places for no reason. If there was a pattern, I wouldn't have been in the psychiatric hospital for so long. No pattern, no triggers. Li Huang looked at him skeptically, finding it hard to believe. After all, they were enemies. Chen Fu could be lying to him. Should I torture him? The thought made Li Huang shake his head violently. He wondered why he would have such thoughts. There's no good solution for now. Forget it. I better find a safe place to tie him up and wait for his personality to change back. Li Huang grabbed the cloth to gag him again. He needed to hurry back to his neighborhood. If his mom found out he had sneaked out, there would be big trouble. Just as the cloth was about to cover Chen Fu's mouth, Chen Fu suddenly became frantic and shouted to someone behind Li Huang. Miss, don't come over. Run. This guy is a lunatic. Call the police quickly. Li Huang felt a chill down his spine. Damn, someone saw me tying up Chen Fu. He turned with his knife raised, only to freeze in place as he locked eyes with the newcomer. I know what you're thinking. I've been watching all your moves recently. I'm not that naive. Yang Na used her phone as a flashlight and slowly entered the room. A complex expression crossed her face when she saw Chen Fu bound to the chair. After opening and closing his mouth several times, Li Huang finally sighed deeply. Yang Na, you have to believe me. I'm not crazy. Call the police. Quickly. This guy is a lunatic. He's killed people. More than one. Chen Fu continued to shout frantically. Angered by his outburst, Li Huang punched Chen Fu in the face, silencing him. Yang Na set down her phone and walked over to Li Huang. She gently leaned her head against his chest. Her voice was soft and a little aggrieved. Huang, I believe you. But can you tell me what's going on? No matter what it is, I don't want you to hide it from me. Also, Why are you carrying a knife? Don't do such things. Yang Na gently placed her hands around Li Huang's hand as he tightly held onto the knife. Li Huang sensed her warm touch. He struggled internally for a while before explaining everything to Yang Na. He has multiple personalities. The other personality is my ally, but this one isn't. That's why he's struggling and trying to escape, so I had to tie him up. As for the knife, I need it for self-defense. I don't know when those people will come after me. I can't be careless. After he finished his explanation, he felt a bit anxious. He was unsure how Yang Na would react. Then, Yang Na moved. She took the piece of cloth from Li Huang's hand. To Tian Fu's shock, she stuffed it back into his mouth. She saw Li Huang's astonished expression, and she smiled. She wrapped her arms around him and pecked him on the lips. She smiled even more as she looked into his eyes. I told you. I believe you, Li Huang. No matter what you say, I believe you. Chapter 703, Two Sides. Li Huang's heart trembled when he heard Yang Na's words. He looked into her pure eyes, at a loss for how to express his emotions. Finally, he cupped her face and kissed her passionately. Yang Na felt awkward since they were in front of Chen Fu. Let's go home. Annie wakes up early. She'll notice if we don't return soon. She saw Li Huang glance at Chen Fu again and said, You don't need to worry during the day. I'll keep an eye on him, and we can stay in touch by phone. All right, Li Huang nodded. Things would be much easier with Yang Na's help, and he wouldn't have to worry about Chen Fu escaping. Li Huang got home and lay down in his bed. When he thought about what had just happened, he found himself restless and unable to sleep. He had desperately longed for Yang Na to believe him, but a persistent thought kept surfacing in his mind. It was understandable if Yang Na didn't want to trust him. He would find such a ridiculous explanation hard to believe if he were in her position. But Li Huang hesitated. He was caught in a dilemma. The bedroom door gently opened while he pondered this. As he was about to get out of bed to see who it was, he felt a warm, soft body slip into his arms. Meow meow, what's wrong? Li Huang recognized the familiar scent of her hair. He stroked the hairpin and felt smooth scales under her white fur slide across his body. When her actions became increasingly inappropriate, he quickly restrained her hands. No, Meow Meow, you're still injured. Bai Ling Miao's body went limp, and her bloody tears soaked through the silk covering her eyes. Li Huang, do you dislike me now? Do you think I'm ugly? Li Huang sensed the sadness in her tone, and he gently embraced her, then kissed the scales beneath her fur. No, when I left Zephyr Temple in a manic state, you never disliked me. How could I ever dislike you? Besides, Li Huang fell silent as Bai Ling Miao kissed him again. Her forked tongue flicked out between her sharp teeth, wrapping around his tongue like a nimble rope. Li Huang was about to struggle when he felt another body lean lightly against his back. It was also Bai Ling Miao. The oil lamp was knocked to the floor, and the room was plunged into darkness. Li Huang could still see clearly. Besides, Meow Meow, you are simply beautiful now. As the dark night slowly faded into the soft light of dawn, a slender, pale arm emerged from under the quilt to lift a corner of the starry curtain. Sunlight flooded in, causing both of them to squint against it. I'll get up first to watch that crazy uncle. You sleep a bit more, Yang Na said as she covered her chest and reached for the white sweater on the floor. Li Huang's exposed back rested against the headboard as he silently watched the fantastic scene before him. His gaze made Yang Na blush. Get some sleep. You didn't sleep at all last night. Fearing he might have improper thoughts, Yang Na quickly clarified. I mean, you ran out to save that lunatic from the psychiatric hospital. Why? Li Huang asked. Because we are childhood sweethearts, and I truly believe what you say. I'm not just trying to keep you calm and call the police secretly. Li Huang took Yang Na's hand. He was ashamed for doubting her. Why had he suspected her? Yang Na kissed him lightly and turned to leave. It was obvious she was a little uncomfortable as she clutched her stomach and moved slowly. Li Huang was left alone in the room. He sighed deeply and felt a rare sense of contentment. Unlike before, he was no longer alone in facing anything. Yang Na would always be by his side, and this companionship felt terrific. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Yang Na had just left, so it couldn't be her. Son, I heard Nana has been accompanying you to the hospital lately. I'm not saying anything, but it's good for young people to play together. You both should go together. I promise not to interfere. After that, there was silence. When Li Huang thought his mother had left, she continued softly. You two should be careful. Don't cause any accidents. Li Huang buried his head under the covers. He did not want to discuss this topic with his mother. Time passed slowly. During the day, Li Huang had to be cautious of Madame Qi and others watching him, so he stayed in the neighborhood. He only dared to venture out at night to check on Qian Fu. After about 10 days, Qian Fu's personality finally switched back. Not bad. Tying me up was a good idea, Jizai. Thank you, Qian Fu said. He continued, without your help, the Laotians would have used their advanced technology to control my body from afar and trap me again. After 10 days of waiting, Li Huang's patience was wearing thin. Weren't you supposed to find allies to deal with them together? Now that you're clear-headed, can we go find them? Yes, yes. Qian Fu nodded and massaged the marks on his wrists. Don't worry. We can't just sit and wait for them to attack us. We need to take the initiative. I'll go find our allies now. Li Huang stopped him as he was about to leave. Wait. Tell me who your friends are and where they are now. Qian Fu hesitated. I know the place, but I don't know how to explain it. How can you not know? There's a location app here. Point out the exact location, Li Huang said as he handed his phone to Qian Fu. After some clumsy gesturing, a location appeared on Li Huang's screen, 6th People's Hospital. Are you sure your allies are here? Li Huang's brows furrowed. From what he knew, the 6th People's Hospital was also a public psychiatric hospital. Your friends aren't also mentally ill, are they? Li Huang wasn't surprised by this possibility. Yes, my friends live there. No need to worry since it's their territory. After thinking it over, Li Huang said, All right, go wait at the entrance of the 6th People's Hospital. We'll go together during the day. Huang, you can't go. You're being watched by many people. Li Huang shook his head confidently. It's fine. I can't freely go to other places, but I can definitely go to a psychiatric hospital. Chapter 704, Chen Hongyu. Li Huang looked up at the massive main building of the hospital before him. Large red words denoted its name, 6th People's Hospital. This was the address Qian Fu had mentioned, where his supposed friend who could help resided. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, the agreed-upon time for their meeting. Li Huang glanced around and saw Qian Fu looking around and standing nervously in the sunlight. He had clearly arrived early, carrying a few things in a black bag. Li Huang led Yang Na over without speaking. He only stopped briefly in front of Qian Fu before heading straight into the hospital. Qian Fu understood Li Huang's intent and quickly followed. Once they were in the hospital lobby, Li Huang said, Go visit your helper. Qian Fu nodded calmly. Don't worry, I know this place better than you. Lend me your identification card. I didn't bring mine. After following the visitation procedure, Li Huang learned the name of Qian Fu's so-called helper. It was Chen Hongyu. Sounds like a girl's name. Huang, do you think it's his girlfriend? Yang Na asked curiously. If there's any relationship, it could only be a wife. At his age, it wouldn't be a girlfriend. Li Huang felt a bit worried. It was not because the helper might be mentally ill, but because he was uncertain if Chen Hongyu would provide any real assistance. Considering how erratic Qian Fu was, it was already optimistic to trust half of what he said. While they were talking, the door opened. A tall, overweight woman walked out. This woman was very large and looked to be in her 40s or 50s. She had dull eyes and looked listless. Her forehead and cheeks were covered in red pimples, and her sleeves and collar were dirty. Her scalp was visible through her thin hair. Her overall appearance was undeniably shabby. Hongyu, it's been years, hasn't it? Qian Fu rushed over excitedly. Look what I brought you. He proudly opened the black plastic bag and revealed its contents. Half a yellowed apple, a roasted eggplant wrapped in foil, and 2 half-empty soda bottles. Did you dig these out of the trash? Chen Hongyu asked disdainfully. Do you think I'm meant to eat garbage? Don't be ungrateful. When we were homeless, finding these would have been a feast. Li Huang glanced at the surveillance cameras, then quickly grabbed Qian Fu's bag and threw it into a nearby trash can. He leaned close to Qian Fu's ear and said sternly, Do you want to get caught? Behave normally. Qian Fu saw Li Huang's serious look and stopped trying to retrieve the garbage. Li Huang pushed Qian Fu aside and sat in the visitation area. He looked at the woman before him. Hello, I'm Li Huang. Your parents asked me to check on you. How have you been lately? How's your condition? She smiled sarcastically, her eyes drooping. Just say what you need to. There's no need for an act. They can't hear us. Li Huang relaxed, decided to be straightforward, and quickly recounted everything that had happened to him. This old woman seemed much more reliable than Qian Fu. However, after he finished, the woman mocked him and chuckled. She said, Qian Fu is a lunatic, and yet you believe him? Hongyu. Qian Fu looked up, his face filled with desire. Stop kidding. You must have sensed it too, right? They're coming. And they're not just after Li Huang. Once he's gone, they'll come for us. The Laotians are greedy. Hongyu ignored Qian Fu and turned back to Li Huang. She said lazily, he's crazy. Those people you encountered aren't aliens. They're just ordinary people with some schemes. It's a highly organized group hiding in the shadows. Oh, Li Huang felt a glimmer of hope. He finally met someone who seemed sane and informed. Tell me more. How much do you know about them? Hongyu hesitated, but Qian Fu interjected and said, it's fine. You can tell him. He's on our side. He got me out. Hongyu finally said, they aren't just targeting you. They're also going after others. I was once captured by them, but managed to escape. Why? Why are they doing this? Who exactly are they? They're doing this because they want to steal my special powers. Those who possess valuable things should act responsibly. They are an underground group trying to seize supernatural abilities. Li Huang was at a loss for words. He turned to look at Qian Fu, feeling foolish for ever trusting him. Li Huang looked at Hongyu with a complex expression on his face. Schizophrenia? What? You don't believe me? Don't you have any supernatural abilities? Don't tell me you don't know. If you hadn't shown any abilities, why would they target you? Supernatural abilities? I don't. Li Huang suddenly remembered something and shook his head vigorously. No, that's not it. Absolutely not. At this moment, Qian Fu chimed in again. Hongyu, you see, I'm out now. You should come out too. Let's take care of those troubles together. No way, it's too exhausting. I'm fine here. You can fight outside while I stay here. They can't do anything to me while I'm in here. Hongyu said before turning to leave. Qian Fu panicked. He quickly grabbed Bai Ling Miao's bag and rummaged through it. I'll give you money. Look, it's all red bills. Help us, and this money is yours. Also, how can you be sure they can't get in? Are you really safe? Hongyu saw the cash in Qian Fu's hand and stopped. As she turned around, her chubby face showed a hint of greed. She extended her dirty, black-nailed fingers toward Li Huang and the others. 50,000. If you want me to help, give me 50,000 each, then I'll deal with them. Chapter 705, Take Action. Deal. Qian Fu immediately agreed to Hongyu's demand. Where are you going to get 50,000? Li Huang looked at him. Qian Fu quickly leaned in and whispered, Shou, just pretend I have it. Right now, we just need to figure out how to get through this mess. We'll worry about everything else later. Better to owe money than lose our lives. Li Huang fell silent and watched Qian Fu hand the money to Hongyu. Yang Na looked conflicted, not by the money, but by the weight of their recent conversation. She said, Huang, are you sure what this woman says is true? About supernatural abilities, is it really? Li Huang hesitated, glancing between Qian Fu and Hongyu. I don't know, but since we're here, let's give it a try. Don't just listen to what they say, watch what they do. Despite saying this, Li Huang wouldn't have chosen this option if he had another way. Yang Na still looked conflicted, but she finally nodded without saying anything. How do we get you out? Li Huang asked Hongyu. No need. She doesn't need us to rescue her. She's very capable, and she can get out by herself, Qian Fu said confidently. I'm different from Qian Fu. I wasn't brought here against my will. I paid to get in. For me, leaving is as simple as saying a word. I have a lot of stuff, so come on and help me pack, Hongyu said, and turned to leave the visitation room. Come on, Li Huang, let's help with the luggage. See, we already have a helper, Qian Fu said as they headed toward the inpatient area. Li Huang thought for a moment and then said to Yang Na, let's go. Let's get her out first. Yang Na nodded and followed Li Huang toward the inpatient area. Since they were helping a voluntarily admitted patient pack her belongings, the three easily got inside the 6th People's Hospital. This place was no different from the other psychiatric hospitals, with some people behaving oddly and speaking nonsense. Li Huang was used to it. As they walked, various absurd remarks reached Li Huang's ears. I don't eat eggplant. Not because I'm picky, but because the eggplants given to me all look shifty-eyed. If you give me a different bowl of eggplants, I'll definitely eat it. I'll tell you a secret. The world we live in might just be a holographic projection left by another higher world in space. The things around us seem real, but are actually images. We can move because that higher world is moving, and we think because the entities in that higher world are thinking. This is a physics model I proposed in 1997, but it has never been academically recognized. I'm telling you, what I'm saying is true. The whole world is fake. What higher world? Let me check your pulse. Oh my, you're very ill. Did you take the medicine I prescribed earlier? Li Huang sensed Yang Na's tension and softly reassured her, don't worry. The patients who can move freely are not violent. They're mild cases that pose no danger. They soon reached Chen Hongyu's room. Li Huang saw the pile of luggage under her bed. There were plastic tubs and basins among other things, which Li Huang couldn't identify. Everything, from the luggage to the snakeskin bags, was dirty. Yang Na valued cleanliness, so she frowned when she saw this. Just take that bag of snacks. I'll get the rest later, Li Huang said. He grabbed a snakeskin bag full of clothes and headed out. Carrying all this stuff was tiring. Fortunately, Li Huang and Qian Fu were not weak. After 2 trips, they finally finished moving everything. Li Huang carried a suitcase and led Chen Hongyu, who had changed into new clothes, outside. You encountered them? Fought with them? Chen Hongyu suddenly asked. Li Huang nodded. Yes, I even killed one of them and bit off some fingers. Unfortunately, the police couldn't find the culprits even after the incident was reported. How naive. You actually thought reporting to the police would help? They have people on their side, and one of them is very powerful. They'll wipe out all the evidence cleanly and leave nothing behind. Li Huang looked at her and her 3 chins seriously. Is what you're saying really true? What? You've been targeted, and you still don't believe it? Li Huang replied. Believe it or not, I just want to solve this problem. I want to live a normal life. I don't care about anything else. Don't hope for that. You can't avoid some things even if you don't want to deal with them. If you want to solve this problem, you have to face it. With that, Chen Hongyu lifted her luggage and quickened her pace. Suddenly, a figure dashed behind Li Huang. He grabbed a clothes hanger and wrapped it tightly around his neck. The plastic-covered wires squeezed his windpipe, which made it hard for Li Huang to breathe. His head started to fill with blood uncontrollably. He grabbed the hanger and struggled to look behind. He soon saw a familiar face inverted above him. It was Wanglai, his former doctor. Wanglai's foot stepped heavily onto Li Huang's back, preventing him from escaping. His expression was ferocious as he glared at Li Huang. How long are you going to deceive yourself? Remember, that world is not fake. Everything that happened there is real. Wake up. Cough, cough. The suffocation intensified. Li Huang's eyes rolled back, and he soon saw strange circles and various changing snowflake patterns. Thump. Chen Hongyu punched Wanglai on the head and knocked him out. He fell to the ground, motionless. Li Huang quickly removed the hanger, coughing violently while he clutched his neck. Are you okay? Chen Hongyu patted Li Huang's back. She looked at the unconscious Wanglai with a serious expression. I never thought their people could infiltrate here. What did you do to make them watch you so closely? Once he could breathe again, Li Huang felt lingering fear as he replayed what just happened in his mind. Wanglai's strength was astonishing. Without Chen Hongyu's help, Wanglai's ambush might have succeeded. He looked at Chen Hongyu gratefully. Thank you. Regardless of whether she was mentally ill, she had proven her goodwill towards him. Even if she was indeed mentally ill, at least she was the good kind. Chapter 706, New Helper. Following this major incident, the nurses quickly arrived and hurriedly took the unconscious Wanglai away. Several managers immediately came forward to apologize. The fact that a patient attempted to murder someone and nearly succeeded was a serious matter. If this were to get out, it would severely damage the reputation of the psychiatric hospital. The staff became increasingly nervous upon learning Li Huang's identity. Although he had almost been killed, Li Huang did not demand compensation. He only had one request, to meet with Wanglai. This guy was crucial. The individuals trying to harm Li Huang had been lying low for a long time, and now they had finally sent someone to strike again. Since they had encountered him, it wouldn't make sense not to extract any useful information from Wanglai. The people at the 6th People's Hospital naturally agreed to this small request. It was a trivial matter compared with the potential negative impact of this incident becoming public. Shortly after, Li Huang met Wanglai again. This time, Wanglai was in a straitjacket with a muzzle to prevent him from biting. It's fine, you can leave. I want to talk to him alone, Li Huang said to the hospital staff nearby. The staff were caught in a dilemma, considering that this man had just attempted murder. However, they quickly thought of a compromise. Wanglai was placed in a restraint room, allowing Li Huang to talk to him through the iron bars. There would be no chance of another incident under such circumstances. Li Huang looked at Wanglai again after everyone left. Wanglai now seemed even more deranged. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, reflecting the madness within him. He drooled from the corners of his mouth, which twitched slightly. Are you one of them? Li Huang asked. Wanglai stared back at Li Huang, but said nothing. What do they want? I want to talk to them, Li Huang said. This was a probe. Li Huang first needed to know their identity, regardless of their intentions. He found it rather hard to believe they were the Laotians that Qian Fu mentioned, or the group plundering supernatural abilities Chen Hongyu spoke of. He wanted to meet them personally and see them with his own eyes. Of course, Li Huang was recording their conversation. If he could gather crucial evidence, the best outcome would be reporting it to the police and eradicating them with the help of others. Wanglai merely stared at him without saying anything. It's useless. He's just a pawn. You won't get anything out of him, Qian Fu said from the side. He didn't seem like his usual crazy self. Laotians are masters at bewitching people. Some of us have been bewitched by them, turned into their puppets, and manipulated at will. You're mistaken if you think you can get any clues from him. Despite this, Li Huang refused to give up. Wanglai, do you remember me? You used to be my doctor. What happened to you after we parted? If you tell me, maybe I can help you. I didn't quite hear what you said. Can you repeat it? You tried to kill me, but I don't hate you. I just want to know why. Li Huang asked several questions and even shared some of his past in an attempt to get Wanglai to respond. And yet, no matter what Li Huang said, Wanglai remained silent. He was just like a puppet, as Qian Fu described. Their roles had reversed compared to a few years ago. It was very ironic. After he asked many questions and elicited no reaction, Li Huang finally decided to leave. As Li Huang was leaving, Wanglai finally spoke. Li Huang, you are running away. Li Huang stopped and slowly turned back to Wanglai. What did you say? I said you were running away. You know it, and you always knew it. You can link to that world. Your potential is limitless. Li Huang's pupils dilated slightly. Is that their goal? They think I can take things from hallucinations, so they want to abduct me? He quickly remembered something and said, so the experiences on the ship weren't just my hallucinations? There really are people like that. Chen Hongyu interjected. See? I told you. They are after our supernatural abilities. You must have one too, or they wouldn't come for you. Sister Chen, let me ask more questions first. Li Huang turned back to Wanglai. Answer me. Is everything I just said true? Wanglai did not respond directly, but instead said, you answer my question first. When did you stop believing in these possibilities? Are those your true thoughts? Or is it because someone made you think that way? He raised his voice. Li Huang, don't trust Donglai. He's actually harming you. Think about it. What has Donglai done? If he truly cared about you, why wasn't he by your side when you were in trouble? That world exists. Donglai is harming you. He has sealed your abilities. You need to remember to become whole. You are not sick. You have extraordinary talents. You don't need treatment or medication. Not good. Qian Fu quickly covered Li Huang's ears. Don't listen to him. The Laotians are bewitching you. Don't stop. Don't look. Don't think. Qian Fu forcefully dragged Li Huang out. Actually, Li Huang was about to leave on his own. There was no valuable information they could gain from Wanglai. All right, stop covering my ears. My mind isn't so fragile that I'll be shaken by a few words, Li Huang said in the hospital lobby as he shook off Qian Fu's hands. He glanced at Chen Hongyu beside him and asked, what are you planning to do now? Why are you asking me? Aren't you the ones who invited me to come out of retirement? Chen Hongyu said and picked her nose. We need others besides her, right? Li Huang asked Qian Fu. In any case, Chen Hongyu had just saved his life. Making more friends like her was worth it. She might be mentally ill, but she was still helpful. Chang Fu replied. Yes, we need to find Qing Wanglai next. Qing Wanglai. Li Huang frowned. Sounds like a man's name. Is he also mentally ill? No, he's not mentally ill. He's a scholar. A scholar? A student. Li Huang almost thought he had misheard. There was actually a normal person among Qian Fu's helpers. No, Qing Wanglai is a graduate student, Chen Hongyu added. Chapter 707, Qing Wanglai. Finally, someone who wasn't mentally ill would join them. Li Huang was eager to meet a normal person who could help him learn more about the people targeting him. However, Qing Wanglai was a graduate student, and Li Huang was strictly prohibited from approaching schools due to his ankle monitor. He had to delegate the task to Yang Na, who would go with Chen Hongyu and Qian Fu. Li Huang did consider Yang Na's safety, but he wasn't too worried since it was broad daylight with many people around, and the destination was a well-known university. Huang, I'm on the subway. Have you had dinner? It's so crowded during the evening rush. Thankfully, Madam Chen is strong. Why don't you reply to my messages? This bad habit of yours needs to change. How can I know what you're thinking if you don't say anything? Li Huang felt nervous when he saw Yang Na send over another text. He quickly typed back. Nana, they're here. They're watching me again. After sending the message, he anxiously peered out the window and spotted several shadowy figures under the trees at dusk. Although he could not see them clearly, Li Huang felt confident they were looking in his direction. A notification chimed, and he glanced at his screen to see Yang Na's reply. Could it be Madame Qi? Impossible. Madame Qi is off work at this time. I've been behaving well lately, so the neighborhood office isn't monitoring me closely. What should we do? Should we call the police? It's fine. They seem to be hesitant now. Besides, I'm not a pushover. Li Huang opened a drawer and revealed a gleaming knife. In fact, Li Huang found the appearance of these people somewhat reassuring. It meant Yang Na and the others were temporarily safe. Huang, come out for dinner. Coming. Li Huang drew the starry curtains and blocked the view from outside, making him feel more at ease. Meals had always been just him and his mother. His father was a taxi driver, and the evening rush was the most lucrative time for him. Today's meal featured braised chicken with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried snail meat with leeks, accompanied by seaweed and shrimp soup. The aroma alone was mouth-watering. Sun Shaoqin was a good cook, but Li Huang wasn't enjoying it much. He kept checking his phone and glancing toward the balcony. Son, where's Nana? Sun Shaoqin noticed someone was missing. She had something come up? Li Huang made up an excuse. Sun Shaoqin struggled to understand young people's matters, so she only offered her perspective. Son, you need to be responsible to Nana. I'm not rushing you, but good girls like her are hard to find nowadays. Take brotherly next door, for example. His son Li Changnan, who you used to play with, went on a blind date with a girl born in 1993. I've met her, and she's not as good as Nana. Do you know how much they spend on the betrothal gifts alone? Li Huang would usually respond to such remarks. However, he received a video call, then quickly shoveled the remaining food into his mouth and rushed to his room. Mom, I have something to do. We'll talk later. Back in his room, Li Huang took a deep breath, composed himself, and tapped the green button. Yang Na's face appeared on the screen. Huang, look, we've arrived. The screen shifted to show the main road of the university. As it was evening, it was bustling with people. Li Huang brought his phone closer to the screen and said softly, Tian Fu, find that person. We're already here now. What's the hurry? Tian Fu's voice sounded as the screen began to shake. They were on the move. With the changing sounds in the video, Li Huang knew they had entered a building, got into an elevator, and were going to ask someone for directions. When the screen steadied, they were in a lively cafeteria. A thin man with rectangular rimless glasses appeared before Li Huang. He seemed to be in his 20s, with short hair and an open-collared white shirt. He was eating quietly, contrasting with others who were chatting or on their phones. He seemed very quiet and ate unhurriedly from his bowl using chopsticks. If Li Huang guessed correctly, this was Qing Wanglai. Wow, Huang. Look, he's so handsome. Yang Na exclaimed. Li Huang frowned, and his impression of Qing Wanglai instantly dropped. At that moment, Qing Wanglai looked their way, put down his bowl, stood up, and walked towards them. Long time no see. How have you been? Little Qing. I got locked up again. I tried to send you a message for help, but I couldn't get through. You wouldn't believe how they tortured me there. Chen Fu started to complain, leaving no room for Chen Hongyu to speak. Shut up. Chen Hongyu snapped and covered Chen Fu's mouth. She directly addressed Qing Wanglai. Give me your meal card. I'm hungry. Qing Wanglai curiously glanced at Yang Na before handing over a meal card from his left pocket with 2 fingers. Our cafeteria's spicy frog pot and sweet and sour pork are quite good. You should try them. Chen Hongyu soon returned with 2 large trays of food, and the 4 of them sat down together. Both Chen Hongyu and Chen Fu were clearly more focused on eating than talking, devouring their meals with gusto. When Li Huang saw that they were not talking, he said, Hello, Qing Wanglai. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Huang. Qing Wanglai put down his bowl, took Yang Na's phone, and scrutinized Li Huang through the screen. His reaction puzzled Li Huang, so he introduced himself again. Qing Wanglai replied, There's no need to repeat yourself. I know you're Li Huang. Have you eaten? Chapter 708, Projection. Li Huang was speechless when this guy asked if he had eaten at a time like this. Mr. Qing, I've finished my meal. Can we discuss the matter at hand now? Please wait a moment. I haven't finished eating yet. Qing Wanglai picked up his bowl. Li Huang frowned at this response. What is this guy's deal? Can't you talk while eating? The ancients said not to talk while eating or sleeping. Besides, talking while eating leads to improper chewing, which can cause indigestion and an increased risk of biting your tongue or choking. Qing Wanglai said and handed the phone back to Yang Na. Since Qing Wanglai had refused, Li Huang had no choice but to wait. He was the one who needed Qing Wanglai's help. Li Huang saw his girlfriend Yang Na looking hesitant and said, "Don't just stand there. Eat while they're eating. Don't let yourself go hungry." "All right then, Huang, I'll hang up the video call for now. We'll talk after eating," Yang Na said and ended the call. Li Huang sighed at the static screen. Why were all the people Chen Fu found so weird? Even though Qing Wanglai wasn't mentally ill, he didn't seem very reliable either. Li Huang stood up and walked to the window, lifting a corner of the starry curtain to peek outside. The sky was already dark, but he could still feel those eyes on him. They were still there. Whoosh! The starry curtain was pulled open again, and Li Huang was exposed to their gaze. "If you have the guts, come in. I'll make sure you won't leave here in one piece." Li Huang gripped his knife tightly, his teeth clenched, and his eyes filled with hostility. However, it was clear that due to Wang Wei's previous actions, these people didn't plan to act immediately again. They were just watching for now, and they didn't do anything even when the video call alert sounded again. Li Huang quickly closed the curtain and answered the phone. On the screen, a new environment appeared. It seemed like a small, single-person dorm room. Unlike typical male dorms, this one was remarkably clean and tidy. Most items were white, and the walls were bare except for a single calligraphy painting. It gave off an immaculate impression. Qing Wanglai took a sip from a cup of green tea and said, "Hello, Li Huang. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Qing Wanglai. I've been informed about your situation." He continued, "Here's what I think. First of all, you're under severe restrictions and can't accomplish anything while being surveilled like this. We need to find a way to temporarily restore some of your freedom." "Wait, hold on," Li Huang interrupted. "What? You don't want to regain your freedom? Would you prefer being confined to your neighborhood?" "No, before we proceed with anything, I need to confirm something first. What's your opinion about those who are trying to kidnap me? Do you think they are Laotians, or an underground group spying on people with supernatural abilities?" Qing Wanglai chuckled and said, "Why would you think I would believe that? Do I look like a lunatic? Then what do you think? What's the truth behind this? Who are they?" Li Huang could feel his palms sweating. He was finally getting a rational person's explanation. Qing Wanglai slowly drank some tea and said, "Physicist Julian Madicina proposed a hypothesis that our universe might be a holographic image. Everything you see and perceive is a projection. I agree with this hypothesis." "Huh?" Li Huang was momentarily stunned. What did this guy mean? Had he heard this somewhere before? "What do you think is real? What do you think is fake?" Qing Wanglai asked. "Is it possible that our world is a vast phantom or a reflection of some existence? Like our shadows. We are their shadows." Li Huang wordlessly stared at the screen. This guy might also be mentally ill, just undiagnosed. "I don't agree with your view," Yang Na said. She seemed like a different person, far from the gentle girl when she was with Li Huang. She came off as being quite assertive. Her gaze sharpened as she clutched her cup tightly. "Science is about bold hypotheses and careful verification. All hypotheses are merely hypotheses until they are proven right. Do you have any critical evidence to support your words?" Qing Wanglai smiled smugly. "Of course I do." "Then prove it." "I don't believe you can," Yang Na replied skeptically. "If you had decisive evidence, you could win a Nobel Prize. Why would you be here?" "I can't show you. My shadow can't express what our world is like. They don't even have thoughts. They move because we move. How could I explain?" "Nonsense. How are you different from pseudoscientists spouting nonsense online? I can't believe you are a graduate student." Yang Na stood up angrily. Her initially favorable impression of Qing Wanglai had vanished completely. "Imagine our shadows compared to us. They're so simple. If we as living beings are shadows of some existence, can you imagine what they might be like?" Qing Wanglai saw Yang Na's confusion and continued. "What if their projection isn't just a single person, but rather our entire world? If our entire world is merely their projection, what kind of existence would that be?" Yang Na opened her mouth and then closed it, unable to refute. "You can't conceive it because you don't even have the organs to imagine it." Qing Wanglai's expression became dreamy. "But I've seen it once. Even though I quickly forgot, I still remember how insignificant I felt at that moment. Our thoughts are just the reflection of their breathing. We exist only because they exist. Even our..." Qing Wanglai trailed off and then clutched his head in pain. He turned to open a drawer, took out some capsules, and swallowed them with his now-cooled tea. The room fell silent as no one spoke. After a while, Chen Fu said, "What a load of nonsense. You're making this up. I think it's just Laotians. Chapter 709, Help. The conversation continued. Surprisingly, despite their differing viewpoints, they didn't get into an argument. Wanglai turned back to Li Huang. This is our first meeting, but since Tian Wu said he would help you, I assume we are allies. He has a talent in this area. Li Huang scratched his head. He was even more confused by the conversation. I'm curious, how did you end up discussing things with him? Your worldview is completely different from theirs. Because we are not real. Although we have flesh and blood, we are projections and are truly false. Absolute reality and absolute truth do exist, but the truth in question exceeds our understanding and perception. If everything is fake, why care about what others think? I don't believe things are as they say, but everyone's ideas are unique. There's no need to impose my thoughts on others. I respect their views, Wanglai said and raised his teacup toward Tian Wu and Hongyu. Li Huang looked at Wanglai's profile through the screen. He was pondering Wanglai's words and was highly skeptical of them. Even though it was just for a moment, he noticed that Wanglai had taken some kind of psychiatric medication. This guy might seem knowledgeable, but mental illness had nothing to do with intelligence. In fact, from his years of observation, Li Huang had noticed that intelligent people were more likely to suffer from mental illness than ordinary people. The less intelligent someone was, the less likely they were to have mental issues. This is our first meeting, and I understand your concerns. Don't worry, I am indeed trying to help you. Moreover, you're the one in trouble, not us, isn't that right? Regardless of who those people are projecting. Li Huang was temporarily convinced. It was true. Since Wanglai was offering his help, it would be imprudent to display open suspicion, regardless of his intentions. He decided to remain cautious internally without revealing it outwardly. I apologize. This situation is too strange, so I have to ask more questions. What method do you have to get me out of this predicament? Wanglai replied. In today's world, you need connections to get things done. I know many people who can help. Your situation isn't too serious. He continued, you just need to wait at home. We will find someone to help you, and you'll have an answer soon. Once you're out, we can discuss our next steps. Find someone. Is he looking for another mental patient? Li Huang thought and frowned silently. He wanted to ask for more details, but Wanglai seemed unwilling to reveal too much. That's all for today. I have some things to do later. Right. Add me on WeChat so we can keep in touch, Wanglai said and stood up. After exchanging contact information with Wanglai, Li Huang felt that they had at least made some progress. Their efforts hadn't been in vain. Wanglai escorted them to the university gate before he turned back. As Li Huang was about to end the video call, he saw Tian Wu rush to a trash can, stick his arm in, and lick his lips as he rummaged through it. This attracted strange looks from a few passers-by. Tian Wu, what are you doing? Act normal. Tian Wu held a half-full cup of milk tea as he turned around and retorted, how am I crazy? This stuff is still edible. Why waste it? I'm just picking it up to eat. What's crazy about that? Many people in the world still can't get enough to eat. I think those who waste food are the real lunatics. Li Huang was at a loss for words. This guy's way of thinking was really different from that of normal people. After Hongyu forcibly dragged Tian Wu away, Li Huang ended the video call. Li Huang sat alone in his bedroom, reflecting on everything he had just heard and wondering if he had missed anything. Ding! His phone buzzed. Li Huang swiped to unlock it and saw a message from Yang Na. Huang, didn't Annie Chen say she has special abilities? I was curious and asked her what they were. Guess what she said? Omega. What did she say? He quickly received a video from Yang Na. Hongyu stood lazily by the roadside, her expression solemn as she looked into the camera. Huang, watch closely. Li Huang was puzzled. Watch what? The camera zoomed in on Hongyu's forehead. However, Li Huang saw nothing apart from some pimples on her face. Hongyu's expression became serious. She made a low sound as if she was channeling inner energy. As Li Huang wondered what she was up to, Hongyu let out a low shout, and two pimples on her forehead burst open. Yellow pus mixed with tiny bits of flesh oozed out onto her greasy face, making Li Huang feel nauseous. The video ended abruptly, and Yang Na quickly sent another message. What a disgusting superpower. Li Huang threw his phone onto the bed and sighed. What kind of people had he gotten involved with? We need to take the initiative. Those worthless people from the Dharma sect think they can ambush and kill us whenever they want. Do they think we're easy targets? A burly man in a black coat roared angrily inside a military tent. No one inside the tent argued with him. This was the Great Khan, the tribal leader and dragon vein of Qing. As the Emperor of Great Liang was absent, he was now the most esteemed person present. Khan, you are right. We must counterattack. I have a skill that could be useful, but may I borrow your country's tiger tally first? 1, Xianpin said. The Great Khan clutched his sleeve warily. Are you joking? The tiger tally that commands the Qing army can't be given to an outsider. Do you know how short on troops we are right now? Go ask your stingy Emperor of Great Liang if you have the guts. He continued. He sure has a good plan. We're fighting for our lives here while he reaps all the benefits. Khan, the Emperor has already dispatched troops. An old eunuch reported and bowed respectfully. What good is that now? The Great Liang is so far from Hongyu. It will be too late by the time they arrive. The chief of Qing sensed the tense atmosphere and stood up to mediate. Xianpin, just state your plan clearly. If it makes sense, our Khan will naturally send troops to assist you. 1. The Tiger Tally is a special token that military commanders carry as a sign of authority. Chapter 710, Danger. It was night in Hongyu. While the others discussed important military matters, Liu Wan and Bai Lingmiao stood silently in the corner as though they were transparent. Bai Lingmiao was wearing her red veil. They listened to the disputes between the various forces, the compromises made during the crisis, and their subsequent plans. The acquisition of the dragon vein from Hongyu and Siqi had evidently boosted the spirits of everyone there, including the chief and the royal family. The atmosphere in the military tent had noticeably improved. By the time they finalized the procedures, it was already late at night. Xianpin waved his hand gently, causing the entire tent and some of the people inside to dissipate like smoke. Now that we have the dragon vein of Hongyu, the soldiers of Hongyu will surely defect once their emperor surrenders. The forces of the Dharma sect will likely retreat to Siqi, but we can't pursue them there. Oh, Liu Wang responded simply. Liu Wang, this isn't like you. Xianpin sensed that Liu Wang was behaving unusually. Liu Wang ignored him and asked, You've been plotting a lot within the mortal realm, but you are more familiar with the origins of the Dharma sect than I am. Don't you have any plans regarding that? Xianpin understood what Liu Wang was implying. We are, after all, mere mortals. We have no knowledge of what the Simings in the Bayou capital are doing, let alone any means to interfere. That's not right. Isn't the job of the Surveillance Bureau to monitor the heavens? Don't say you have no means. Didn't you once try to use the palace to set up an array and seize the sacred mountain ghost's eye to prevent a natural disaster? This time, the trouble is even greater, and you're telling me you have no plans? Liu Wang tilted his head slightly and looked at the darkness within Xianpin's red robes. You must be doing something, but you don't intend to tell me. Xianpin showed no reaction, but Liu Wang felt that he was right. There are some matters you cannot help with. Telling you would only make you overthink, which is not beneficial. Each person has their role. I am the chief and have my duties, just as you have yours. Liu Wang curled his lips into a self-mocking smile, then turned and left with Bai Lingmiao. After a few steps, Xianpin appeared before him again. What are your plans next? And what about the saintess of the White Lotus sect? Why should I tell you when you won't tell me anything? Besides, our previous cooperation hasn't improved our results. Since that's the case, we should act separately. Liu Wang walked right through Xianpin's body and headed toward his quarters. Are you holding a grudge? I truly was entangled during the incident with the Earth Dragon. It wasn't that I didn't want to save you. Liu Wang didn't stop. He didn't want to be anyone's pawn, even if their goals aligned for the moment. After spending so much time together, Liu Wang understood that Xianpin was crafty. Despite his seemingly kind demeanor, he was always using the people around him. How is the expansion of the White Lotus sect in Hongyu going? Liu Wang asked Bai Lingmiao. Liu Wang never expected that the only force he could truly control would be the White Lotus sect, whose village he had once slaughtered. Life was indeed unpredictable. The expansion has been rapid, especially after we retrieved the dragon vein. Liu Wang wasn't surprised. The Dharma sect had many followers, but a lot of them were fair-weathered followers who quickly switched to the stronger side. Bai Lingmiao continued, the White Lotus followers from the Great Liang and Qing are gradually coming to establish the White Lotus Society. Liu Wang asked, how many can we recruit to fight? What's their strength like? Since the Dharma sect could recruit people, the White Lotus sect should also be able to. Senior Li, it's not feasible yet. It's too soon. We can rally people, but these commoners would only be sent to their deaths. We need time to select those who are genuinely devout believers of the heavenly mater and perceptive enough to incorporate into the White Lotus sect. However, if you need people to fight the Dharma sect, I can summon the 72 protectors. 72 people aren't enough, Li Huang said. He had witnessed the strength of the White Lotus followers. They had improved, but they were still not very effective. Bai Lingmiao hesitated before she said, Senior Li, as the saintess of the White Lotus, I can sense that the heavenly mater has grown much stronger. Stronger again? Has she seized another Siming's heavenly Tao? Li Huang looked up at the sky. He was really curious about what was happening in the Bayou capital. Let them come then. Ideally, bring all the skilled fighters of the White Lotus sect. If the Dharma sect wins, nobody benefits. All right, Senior Li, what are your plans next? What else can I do? We finally have an advantage, so we need to expand it. I'll follow if they make a move. I'll handle it if they encounter tough resistance. Though he no longer trusted Xin Pin, they weren't enemies yet. As Li Huang was about to say something else, he suddenly clutched his arm in pain. Blood quickly soaked through his red Taoist robe. Senior Li, what's happening to you? Don't move, Bai Lingmiao shouted. Her long, sharp nails tapped rapidly on a drum, and she began to chant familiar incantations from the divine summons. Chaos split into black and yellow, opening heaven and establishing yin and yang. The earth is yin and the sky is yang. The moon is yin and the sun is yang. The north is yin and the south is yang. Yin is black and yang is yellow. As Bai Lingmiao chanted and drummed, various faces of beasts bulged from the red veil on her head. These faces pushed up the veil and leaped away from Bai Lingmiao's face. Each of them tore off the red veil as they leaped away, yet it seemed there was an endless supply of veils. The immortal families all wore the red veils. They stepped away from Bai Lingmiao and cautiously approached the now agonizing Li Huang. Then, they circled Li Huang warily amidst the drumming and chanting. They were clearly frightened. As the drum beats intensified and the chanting grew harsher, one of the immortals was finally compelled to approach Li Huang. Its nose, covered by the red veil, lightly touched his red Taoist robe. The next moment, it let out a sharp and beastly scream while the veil was instantly torn to shreds. This destruction spread as if it was contagious, ripping apart the veils of all the surrounding creatures. Soon, the area was littered with nothing but small bits of red cloth. It's okay. Li Huang finally straightened up, but then the skin on his face opened and closed lightly like fish scales. Each time a scale opened, it brought him excruciating pain. It almost caused him to faint despite his endurance through many battles. Li Huang took a deep breath and said, It's fine. It's just, this occasionally happens ever since the last Ascension. I'll get used to it. Chapter 711 Devotees. Li Huang was panting, his chest exposed to the air. He looked at his body splitting apart and healing itself uncontrollably. His sweat flowed into his wounds, making the pain even worse. Li Huang had felt more intense pain than this, but it had only lasted a moment. This time, it was long-lasting pain that only got worse as time passed. Bai Lingmiao tried to help by calling for the immortal families, but it was useless. Li Huang knew it wouldn't work since the pain came from Ba-Hui, and the immortal families were too weak to go against Ba-Hui. The more times he used the Tsangchang Ascension, the more sensitive his senses became, and the stronger his regeneration grew. Ba-Hui clearly couldn't wait for Li Huang to mutilate himself anymore, deciding to inflict pain directly on Li Huang instead. He was close to becoming Ba-Hui's Twisted One since he used the Tsangchang Ascension several times. Based on the current situation, if he really became Ba-Hui's Twisted One, the pain in his body would never stop, ever. Ba-Hui, you want to try and make me your Twisted One? You want to compete with Jizai? Li Huang asked about the pain in his body. The pain didn't have a life of its own, so nobody answered. Li Huang continued his questions, but his consciousness was fading from being tormented by the pain. Thankfully, the pain stopped after 10 minutes as his wounds began to heal rapidly. Let me rest first. Li Huang lay down and fell asleep after getting tormented by the pain. He was too tired. Bai Lingmiao inspected him and felt sorry for him. She took a basin of warm water and dipped a towel in it, then wrung out the excess water and carefully wiped Li Huang's body. Li Huang's wounds soon scabbed over. The scabs fell off as she wiped his body, and Li Sui extended her tentacles to pick up the scabs carefully. Bai Lingmiao soon heard crunching noises behind her. After washing Li Huang's feet, Bai Lingmiao carefully covered him with a blanket and walked out. Sui, your father is very tired. You can sleep with him tonight. Take care of him and make sure no one disturbs him. All right. Li Sui opened her mouth, and her tentacles slithered out. She then quickly slid under Li Huowang's blanket. Li Sui didn't forget to fold up her human skin, placing it on the top of the bed. Bai Lingmiao made sure everything was fine before she left the room. Li Huowang is in trouble now. If he doesn't get rid of Ba-Hui's influence, the pain will accompany him for life. Bai Lingmiao heard the second deity's voice in her mind, but remained silent as she walked. She soon entered a fairly narrow alley. The doors inside the alley were all carved with a lotus motif, while various banners depicting the White Lotus hung on the eaves. This was the territory of the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect was fair to everyone. There were no rich or poor people here, only earnest ones. Bai Lingmiao looked through the cracks of a door and saw a group of devotees kneeling on the ground as they prayed. Everyone stood and greeted Bai Lingmiao as she passed them. She soon reached a hall lit with candles. In the middle of the hall was a glowing conjoined lotus that illuminated the space as brightly as daylight. Bai Lingmiao kneeled on a cushion and prayed silently. O merciful and kind Heavenly Mater, your devotee prays for Senior Li to escape his torture soon. The white glow from the conjoined lotus shifted slightly, as if something had happened. But in reality, nothing happened. She prayed silently for a long time before she opened her eyes and said softly, your devotee will abandon everything to serve you for eternity. I pray that you will accept me. I will recite the scriptures 1,000,000 times as a sign of devotion, but you must remember what you promised me. If you go back on your word, I will make you pay for it. After saying this, she prayed once more to the conjoined lotus. The white glow suddenly expanded. An array of light shot towards her forehead. A merciful feeling enveloped her and purged all of her other emotions. Bai Lingmiao saw an abstract version of Li Huowang in the white light. There was a pool of red to his left, while another Li Huowang was on his right. The second Li Huowang appeared to be connected to the first Li Huowang's palm. However, the second Li Huowang was bizarre. He didn't have a back. Both his front and back were identical. The bizarre Li Huowang and the pool of blood were both pulling on Li Huowang. They pulled so hard that Li Huowang's body was split in half. Bai Lingmiao woke up from her dream. She understood what the Heavenly Mater was trying to tell her. It was a prophecy of sorts. Li Huowang couldn't use the Tsangchang Ascension anymore. If he did, he would be torn in half. I thank the Heavenly Mater for the guidance. Bai Lingmiao thanked earnestly as she prayed and kowtowed before heading back to where Li Huowang was. She had just exited the hall when she saw the haggard-looking Liu Xiaotsai. He lowered his head. Mistress. She saw the 2 missing fingers on his left hand and warned him not to use the profound records anymore. After Liu Xiaotsai saw her leave, he entered one of the houses in the alley. He lit up 3 incense sticks earnestly before bowing and kneeling in front of the white lotus motif on the wall. This devotee, Liu Xiaotsai, has made his decision. I will not marry or sire children in this life. I will not eat any meat, nor will I touch any money. I wish to devote my body to face the threats faced by the Heavenly Mater. He had just said that when a woman appeared from the corner of the room. It was Lian Jibei. She removed Liu Xiaotsai's shirt and revealed his scarred back, then started tattooing his back in front of the white lotus motif. The needles stabbing into his back made his face pale, but he stayed still and bit his lips, enduring the pain. Chapter 712 Division. Liu Xiaotsai endured the pain. He knew the white donkeys that protected by Lingmiao were now dead, and he also knew the Heavenly Mater required 6 white donkeys to revive herself. Once the tattoo on his back was completed, he would become the Heavenly Mater's mount. He would no longer be a regular person who everyone could bully. This was a chance that he needed to seize, even if he needed to endure excruciating pain. He refused to give up on any opportunity to become stronger. Soon after, the tattoo of the white donkey was completed. Liu Xiaotsai felt something in his body. It was a strange sensation that he had only experienced once before when he was possessed, but this time it was more long-lasting. You are now 1 step closer to the Heavenly Mater than the other devotees. Be proud of yourself and don't break your bows, Lian Jibei said. Sensing the changes in his body, Liu Xiaotsai nodded and was itching for a fight with the Dharma sect to test his new powers. Just then, a commotion occurred outside of the room. Liu Xiaotsai walked out and squinted his eyes. The sun was already rising. The other devotees were busy clearing up their belongings to load them into the carriages. There were fewer divisions in a day now, so the sun rose much earlier than before. Everyone, time to move. We need to continue spreading the kindness of the Heavenly Mater to everyone in Hongyu. We won't be eating breakfast, so just have some rations to hold off your hunger first. Liu Xiaotsai realized they were departing earlier than expected and immediately started moving. He ran out to sort his belongings. He was always the first one rushing to fight if it meant he could kill members of the Dharma sect. Liu Xiaocai was surprised when he saw that the White Lotus sect was following his master, Li Huang, rather than the palace guards or surveillance bureau. He was confused about why they weren't working with the surveillance bureau, but he decided to keep his mouth shut when he saw Li Huang's frowning face. As Liu Xiaocai was thinking they would have to march for a long time, Li Huang sensed something. "I smell the scent of blood. Everyone, go south." The carriages started moving with Li Huang leading them. No one protested. They realized the stench of blood was growing stronger. The smell of blood and rot hung in the air like a dense mist. It was clear that a massacre involving a lot of people had happened. They climbed past a small hill and found the source of the stench. It was an entire wall made from the decapitated heads of people, a wall of death and rot. The city wall was built using numerous skulls and heads. The air was filled with the stench of rot and blood. Everyone froze in silence at the sight of this monstrous construction. It was too much for them to take in. Tens of thousands of people had died just to make a wall. Li Huang was the first person to start moving. As he got closer, he noticed more and more details from the wall. He realized that every head belonged to a male, and most of them wore helmets. These heads are from Hoshu's soldiers. The closer he got, the stronger the stench became. He frowned as the smell assaulted his nostrils. The Dharma sect's intention was clear. After their surrender, the Dharma sect most likely had no use for Hoshu's military, so they killed all of the soldiers and turned them into this wall. Li Huang looked at the pale faces. All of them looked calm at the time of their death. They were most likely killed in a gentle way rather than a brutal one. Did the Dharma sect kill them to remove any potential threat? Or to warn us? Maybe both. All Li Huang could say for sure was that Hoshu had been crippled. Their military forces had collapsed, and their civilians had joined the Dharma sect. There was no one else in Hoshu. Li Huang found himself entertaining a strange thought. With so many people dead, Qing Qiu's signing of death would most likely have indigestion. Just then, the weather changed. A great tremor occurred, and the entire wall started to collapse. The innumerable heads began to fall on Li Huang. At first, Li Huang thought something was hiding in the wall, but he soon realized the tremor came from deep below. The earth dragon was moving again. "Xianpin, I know you are observing me. What's going on?" Li Huang shouted at his surroundings. As he expected, Xianpin's illusion floated out from the ground. "Another division is gone. The Dharma sect has destroyed another dragon vein." Li Huang frowned at the news. "I thought we got all of them back. How did they destroy another one?" "I told you that we had 16 dragon veins that were given to 16 kingdoms for safekeeping. The Dharma sect must have destroyed the dragon vein in another kingdom." Just as Xianpin finished speaking, several rotten heads started chanting in unison. Death came from the west. "And she." Li Huang unsheathed his sword and was ready to put the heads to rest again. Xianpin blocked Li Huang. "Wait, calm down. This is the elder of the Antrabra temple. He's with us." Xianpin continued. "What he meant is that the dragon vein that was destroyed came from the west. To the east of Nanping is Si Qi, while Shi lies to the west. There's also a dragon vein there. The Dharma sect must have realized that we were too hard to destroy, so they attacked the west first." The tremor intensified, and the weather shifted again. Everyone saw the sun moving across the sky rapidly. Xianpin was shocked. "Another division is gone. Sorry, I have urgent business to attend to. Grand Elder, please come visit us if you have the time." Xianpin's illusion disappeared afterward. There was no reason for Li Huang to find out which dragon vein was destroyed this time. No matter where it was, the reality was undeniable. In just a single day, the Dharma sect destroyed 2 dragon veins. "We don't have any time to lose. Let's go to Siqi now." Li Huang and Li Sui both took out a talisman, slapping them onto the horses' backs. The horses ran with explosive speed as the carriage crushed the human heads. Right after they departed, 2 people appeared from underneath the mound of heads. Was that Li Huang? Yes, that was Li Huang. Chapter 7:13 Courtesy. "Kill them." Li Huang pasted yellow talismans on his knee as he charged into the group of people. The bloodbath made his robes even redder than usual. Even though Li Huang was surrounded by enemies, he still held the upper hand. With his keen sense of hearing, Li Huang noticed the ground shaking slightly. He looked back and saw a war chariot pulled by 4 horses charging towards him. Li Huang turned his wrist and a rift shot out, cutting the chariot in half. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from Li Huang's shadow. Using a dagger crafted from black stone, the figure attempted to stab Li Huowang's waist. Li Huowang had seen this trick one too many times and had prepared countermeasures to prevent it. He asked Li Sui to grow an eyeball behind his head. Li Huowang twisted himself to dodge the attack before using his sword to cut the witch down. Suddenly, Li Huowang was thrust into complete darkness. Something affected the Dharma sect surrounding him. An invisible call unified them, and they all jumped towards Li Huowang. They covered the sky and blotted out the sun above Li Huowang as they raised their weapons high to stab him. The witch that was cut in half by Li Huowang refused to die and restrained Li Huowang's arms using her legs. Two hooks burst from beneath the ground and stabbed into Li Huowang's feet to prevent him from running. They realized Li Huowang was not someone they could fight with their strength, so they laid out traps with their own lives just to kill Li Huowang. The weapons stabbed Li Huowang without mercy. Li Huowang clenched his fist and howled angrily, his skin and flesh opening up like fish scales. Numerous tentacles holding torture tools burst forth from his body and started decimating the people around him. Li Huowang twisted his body so hard that he snapped his own spine. His tentacles started spinning, too. With the torture tools and his 3 swords, Li Huowang turned into a deadly spinning top as he spun and mowed down everyone. The sun shone brightly above him by the time the sound of tearing flesh and agonized cries had vanished. He stomped on one of the corpses with his right foot, barely catching his breath before noticing Lu Xiaocai was in danger. Li Huowang ran forward to rescue him. Minor skirmishes like these were easy for him to handle. The battle ended in 10 minutes. Afterward, Li Huowang washed his swords and hands in a nearby creek. He remembered being here before, back when they escaped from Zephyr Temple. At the time, he had set up a fireplace and stove to cook their meals. Li Huowang sighed when he thought about what he had become. Suddenly, something flew past his head and landed in the water. Several tentacles danced happily in the water. Sui Sui, stop playing now. It's time to go, Li Huowang said, walking towards the shore. Li Sui's, or rather, Princess Anping's alluring skin, walked up the shore with her wet clothes stuck to her body. She also had a carp in her mouth. On the road, Li Huowang frowned as he stared at the corpses strewn everywhere. Many of the corpses were dressed in the uniform of officials. Siqi differed from Hoshu. Hoshu was still fighting against the Dharma sect, but Siqi had completely fallen. In Hoshu, they only had to worry about getting stuck in the crossfire between the Dharma sect and the army. But in Siqi, Li Huowang felt that he was wading through thick mud. There were only enemies here. They experienced too many minor skirmishes after entering Siqi. I'm struggling even though there are not that many Dharma sect members here. I imagine things are tougher on your side, Li Huowang said to Xianpin. Correct. How's the front line? Is it all right? Xianpin shook his head and remained silent. Li Huowang was unsure whether Xianpin didn't want to tell him or didn't know. What are you scheming? I doubt you think of me as a friend. Why can't you tell me anything? Li Huowang, successful people ignore the minor details. Don't be too anxious. Li Huowang glared at Xianpin and saw the illusion start to waver. Bullshit. I don't want to be successful. I just want to live peacefully. As long as Li Huowang willed it and focused his thoughts, he could make Xianpin's illusion actually disappear. Wait, I have a gift for you. All 6 of Xianpin's arms gestured at his own stomach before producing a mirror and giving it to Li Huowang. The monk's illusion was confused, picking it up to inspect it under the sun. Wait, don't touch it. Li Huowang pushed the monk away and checked the mirror in the air and its contents. He wasn't sure what it was at first. There were lines, flags, banners, and several blinking red dots. But Li Huowang soon realized what it was. It was a map of Siqi. This is a map of Siqi? Are the red dots the battles occurring right now? Li Huowang asked, pointing at the red dots in the mirror. That's not all. This artifact I refined has other uses. Try reaching your arm into it. Li Huowang hesitantly touched the mirror with one finger. When he touched one of the red dots, he felt as if he had been transported into the war zone. Screaming and crying could be heard everywhere, with a murderous area permeating the surroundings. The deep sound of a horn came from afar, making Li Huowang's skin tingle. Then, the ground began to tremble, and the vibrations grew stronger and stronger. The cavalry from Qing charged towards the Dharma sect, who was carrying a massive statue. Li Huowang felt his blood boiling. He took a deep breath and retracted his finger before realizing he was back in his original location. He looked at Xianpin and placed his finger on one of the flags. This time, he saw several generals from Qing discussing in a war tent. Hearing their discussions, Li Huang realized they were giving out orders and strategizing. Li Huang understood how powerful the artifact was. How is it? Xian Pin asked. With this, you can understand the situation on the battlefield and locate our forces. Xian Pin's arm extended from his red robes and patted Li Huang lightly. We are allies, so how about you forgive me for the incident with the Earth Dragon? Chapter 714, Breakthrough. Li Huang now understood why Xian Pin had given him this gift, but he didn't by Xian Pin's explanation. Allies? Then why did you wait until now to give it to me? You think this is a lifespan pill that we can find everywhere? This is an artifact that I had to refine using numerous other rare treasures. Bullshit. This is just an illusion. What kind of treasure would you have to use? Li Huang walked towards the carriage while the mirror floated by his side. Everything has a form in this profound world, including illusions. In fact, one could even refine them. Honestly, you are not as good at using illusions as I am, Xian Pin said. In the end, Li Huang never said anything about letting the incident regarding the Earth Dragon go, but Xian Pin didn't need him to say it out loud. Xian Pin knew his goal had been achieved based on Li Huang's tone. He refused to say it out loud, but Li Huang had to admit that the mirror Xian Pin gave him was very useful. With the artifact, he could see the battlefield easily and even save some strength. At the very least, he could follow the path the soldiers had walked past. Even though the path was covered in corpses, wild dogs, and vultures, they no longer had to worry about any ambushes since the soldiers had killed everything in their path. The White Lotus sect members following Li Huang's side in relief. Thanks to the artifact, they were able to walk through a path without enemies and reach the front line faster than expected. Sensing that they were close to the front lines, their dinner for the night was more extravagant than usual. It was soon nighttime, but Li Huang was woken up by Ling Miao. There's fish. Li Huang stared at the wild vegetable fish soup in his bowl. The milky white soup looked delicious. There's a lot more rivers in Qi. Sui was the one who hunted the fish. She's really skillful underwater and chose the larger ones. Li Huang nodded and ate his meal quickly. He also occasionally glanced at the battlefield covered in corpses. Ling Miao saw the scab that resembled fish scales on Li Huang's face and frowned. Senior Li, what do you intend to do once we are at the front lines? Oh, we are not going to the front lines. That's a place for the soldiers, not us, Li Huang said as he chewed on the fish. Huh? But aren't we heading? We won't achieve anything by going to the front lines to kill the Dharma sect with the soldiers. They already have enough people doing that. To help in large-scale battles like that, we can kill the leaders instead. No matter how small each army of the Dharma sect was, it was bound to have a leader. Li Huang intended to kill the leaders to destroy the Dharma sect from the inside. The surveillance bureau's informants and spies should have infiltrated their ranks by now. I should be able to get some information soon. Li Huang didn't know where the Dharma sect's base was. He needed to get the information quickly to kill the Dharma sect's leaders and destroy their army. But won't the Dharma sect have a lot of strong individuals in their base? That's true. That's why I need to hasten my cultivation of the truth to increase our chances of winning. Li Huang emptied his bowl, wiped his mouth, and entered the dark forest. Ling Miao did not follow him. By now, she was used to his schedule, resting during the day and cultivating at night. Li Huang sat on a smooth boulder in the forest and started his cultivation. He focused and shut off his senses. Everything around Li Huang disappeared as he carefully used his inner sight to envelop his primordial breath and push it closer to his heart chakra. It was a slow process that made him feel as if he was pushing a boulder up a mountain. Li Huang soon lost himself in his cultivation and forgot everything. He directed all of his attention and thoughts towards pushing the primordial breath. It was a profound feeling. He felt that he was close to completion, yet just a single step away. He didn't know how much time had passed by the time he opened his eyes again. He sensed no changes in his body and sighed. This was something only he knew how to do. He couldn't look for someone else to teach him. Dad, it's daytime. Li Huang heard Li Sui's voice, then hopped off the boulder and approached Li Sui. Dad, look at what I've caught. There's so much delicious food here. Li Sui held several vultures and showed them off to Li Huang. The flesh of these birds is foul. Throw them away, Li Huang said and discreetly looked at Ling Miao. Sui, we will leave secretly. Don't tell your mom or second mom. Why? Mom and second mom are very strong. Li Sui was confused. Because the battle later will be very intense. I don't want to get them involved. Li Huang didn't know how many experts were in the Dharma sect or how many Simings were working together. He only knew that the Dharma sect was very dangerous. Bai Ling Miao survived last time, but she had to pay a terrible price, causing her to look like an amalgamation of beast and human. He knew that it would be dangerous later, so he didn't want her to risk her life anymore. Even though Bai Ling Miao would hate him for this, it would be better than losing her life. Li Sui nodded. All right, we need to be quiet now. Your mom might not be able to see with her eyes, but her ears are very sharp. Li Huang held on to Li Sui's hand and walked away. He had just entered the forest when he heard someone above him. Dad? Who were you talking to? Li Huang paused and looked up. He suddenly realized that the sky was not the same anymore. It was a reflection of the surface he was walking on. Li Sui was jumping on top of a tree in an attempt to reach Li Huang. Li Huang looked at the inverted Li Sui and then looked at the Li Sui whose hand he was holding. He looked around and saw that everything had been reflected. The Li Sui beside Li Huang held his hands tighter as she looked at Li Huang with confusion and fear. Dad. Then, her body disappeared. Li Huang looked at the Li Sui above him and then at his now empty right hand, realization dawning on him. Everything around him started to become fake, and Li Huang started falling upwards. He quickly landed on the ground. When he landed, he looked up and saw the reflection of the land above him gradually disappearing. He checked his body and realized that his cultivation had progressed. His primordial breath was now sitting in his heart chakra. Chapter 7:15, City Wall. A woman's corpse cut in half was laid over a well with putrid water. Her body was twitching and her eyeball was dangling out of her eye socket. The twitching stopped abruptly. The rats that were nibbling on her corpse sensed something and stopped, then burrowed out of her body and scattered. Li Huang soon walked past the corpse as they continued forward. He frowned and looked around the destroyed village. Everything lay in ruins, devoid of any survivors. The ground had been razed, and death permeated the entire village. Li Huang remembered this place. He had stayed here for the night when he first escaped Zephyr Temple. It had once been a lively place, but now there wasn't a single person alive. Everyone had been butchered. The place was already close to the front lines. To the people of Qi, the army and the Dharma sect were one and the same. By assessing the freshness of the corpses, Li Huang determined that the village had been destroyed recently. Sui, rest a bit for now. We'll be arriving soon, Li Huang suggested, settling down on the bench and munching on his rations. With sadness in her eyes, Li Sui looked at the lifeless bodies. Dad, so many people died. She now understood the meaning of death, right? As the saying goes, it's better to be a dog in times of peace than a human in times of chaos. Li Huang felt nothing in his heart when he looked at the old monk's illusion, trying to appease the souls of the dead. The monk had tried this with every corpse along the way, so Li Huang had grown used to it. Li Huang was actually focused on himself right now. He couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. What's going on? How did I conjure up another Sui? While he was happy his cultivation had advanced, he was now feeling uneasy. The more he cultivated the truth, the stronger it became. Initially, he experienced intense headaches and nosebleeds whenever he attempted to materialize something. But now that he was at the heart chakra, or the fourth stage, he could easily materialize anything. Still, are there really no side effects to Dolao's cultivation method? Li Huang was worried. He suddenly remembered something. Wait, I've asked Jizai before. He didn't answer, so I've continued my cultivation, but what if? Jizai was his own Siming, but he was constantly stuck in a state of bewilderment. Does Jizai mean no harm despite not helping? Li Huang couldn't use the techniques of the Ao Jing sect for now. Without his ability to utilize the power of truth, he would only have his swords and physical abilities at his disposal. Li Huang had his own plans. No, I cannot trust Jizai completely. I should still use profound records. I cannot let him think that I have full trust in him. His lack of knowledge about the Simings made him refuse to believe their words wholeheartedly, even if the Siming in question was his future self. Li Huang needed to ensure that Jizai was wary of him to prevent himself from being reduced to a mere pawn. Li Huang lifted the water-filled gourd to his lips and took a sip, washing down his dry rations. As he did, he saw the red glow of sunlight towards his left. There were smoke signals there. I recall where that place is. Li Huang touched the mirror that Xian Pin had given him. Through the mirror, he saw what was happening. The unified soldiers were besieging a city occupied by the Dharma sect. It was an important city, and both sides were unwilling to back down. Disregarding it would have dire consequences for either side. Losing the city meant losing essential supply lines. Li Huang removed his finger and took Li Sui with him. They sprinted towards the city. After passing through the forest, Li Huang reached the gruesome front line. He saw boiling oil pouring down from the top of the city wall. Some of the stronger soldiers endured the boiling oil and reached the top even as their skin was burned off. Many of the soldiers managed to make their way into the city, where countless battles were waged inside and out. Li Huang circled to the other side instead. Realizing that the security on the eastern side was slightly weaker, he quickly projected his body downwards and turned invisible before moving. When he reached the city wall, he placed his palm on it rather than climbing it. He closed his eyes and pushed forward, letting his body sink into the wall. When he reached the other side, he placed his palm on the wall again and felt its solid surface. His cultivation had finally paid off. Time to go. A tentacle sprouted out of Li Huang and hooked itself onto the roof. Li Sui pulled Li Huang onto the top of the roof. Li Huang steadied himself before realizing the city god temple had been replaced with a massive stone statue depicting some unknown deity. The black statue was making a Vajra seal with its left hand and holding onto a vase with its right hand. Even though the statue's face depicted it as merciful, Li Huang felt that the statue was perversely twisted. No matter what it was, he was certain that the statue was not God Yuer. God Yuer dwelled in the darkness and couldn't be portrayed with just clay and stones. Did God Yuer gain a new body to trick even more people? It seemed plausible to Li Huang. He doubted anyone would join if they saw the true form of God Yuer. Li Huang ran on the roof, quickly pinpointing the area where the leaders of the Dharma sect in the area were most likely hiding in. Only the county's magistrate's office could have stone lions placed in front of the door. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the roof tile that Li Huang was standing on and stabbed into his feet. An ambush? I've been spotted. Li Huang tried to escape, but the spear was faster. The roof collapsed from the attack, and Li Huang fell down into a dark house. Before long, he saw the person who attacked him. It was a man standing on stilts while holding onto two spears. The man chuckled at Li Huang and said, "You think you can launch a surprise attack at our base camp with your lousy footing? My spears are coated in." Li Huang stabbed his purple tassel sword into the man's throat without waiting for the man to finish his sentence. "Who cares what you've coated your spears in? I just need to kill you." Li Huang understood his powers well. He wouldn't be in danger if he didn't hear what the spears were coated in. He twisted his sword and cut off the man's head, then jumped out of the house before the man's lifeless body even hit the ground. Chapter 716, Door Gods. The Dharma sect had expected the possibility of someone targeting their leaders instead. Li Huang had just exited the house when three more figures pounced towards him. Bam! They crashed into Peng Longting's sturdy armor. Peng Longting lowered her body. Li Huang used his imagination and grew another head for her. Her halberd also reappeared in her hands. At last, Peng Longting felt free. Revealing a bloodthirsty smile, she charged towards the Dharma sect's witches and finally broke her silence. Kill them all. As soon as she had her weapon back, she transformed into a merciless killing machine. None of the people from the Dharma sect could approach her. "Give me a horse." A warhorse appeared, and Peng Longting quickly mounted it. She crashed into the door of the county magistrate's office with a deafening boom, crushing the hinges, part of the wall, and even the people standing behind it. Peng Longting continued her charge. As if trying to vent her frustration, she charged without dodging. She relied on her massive, sturdy frame to crush everything beneath her horse. The old buildings collapsed without any resistance. As Peng Longting was attracting the attention of the Dharma sect, Li Huang circled around from the courtyard. To avoid detection, Li Huang kept his body hidden, swimming underground through the earth instead. The guards attempted to stab him by plunging their swords into the ground, but were unsuccessful. Li Huang had to admit that the more he used his primordial breath, the better he got at controlling it. He easily disposed of the hidden guards and entered one of the houses. Li Huang found the people he needed. Several officials wearing black cloths on their shoulders and white cloths wrapped around their heads were huddled around a big sand table. They were constantly directing the troops on how to attack. Are they the leaders? Li Huang didn't attack directly. Instead, he pressed his fingers to his temples and focused. The ground suddenly turned into liquid, causing everything in the house to sink and bury them alive. The room became deadly silent. Wait, that's it. Li Huang never thought it would be over so soon. How could the leaders get killed so easily? Li Huang thought that there was a trap nearby. He heard the commotion outside caused by Peng Longting, but nothing happened. He realized that he was no longer the Li Huang he once was. He submerged himself into the ground and was about to swim away when he felt someone stomping the ground above him and chuckling. You already killed them. Are you planning to leave without telling us? The ground split apart as Li Huang thrust all 3 swords above, but he frowned when he realized none of his swords were covered in blood. He resurfaced and looked around, only to hear a voice say, "No need to look around. We are here." Li Huang looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it came from the door gods one in the wall. They were just like the ones he saw pasted on doors during the Chinese New Year. They were tall and sturdy, with sideburns, bushy beards, and horns protruding from their heads. Clad in armor, each had a sword on their hip and gripped a cherrywood sword in their hands. The only thing different about the door gods here was the black cloth on their shoulders. Even the door gods in Siqi belonged to God Yuer. You can call me Shen Shu. 2. I had been wanting to recruit you. One of the door gods stared at Li Huang. Recruit me? The Dharma sect wants to recruit me. Li Huang thought he had misheard. That's right. Even though you foiled a lot of our plans, our Imperial Preceptor still thinks that you are someone who could understand the bigger picture. Li Huang almost laughed. You've killed so many people and committed so many crimes, yet you're thinking of recruiting me? Did any of your family members die during the war? If you join us, the Imperial Preceptor can revive them. Li Huang stabbed the door without thinking twice. You think I would believe you? Even the Simings can't do that. So what makes you think you can do it? The Simings of this realm cannot do so, but the Simings from the other realms can. We are humbly requesting you to surrender to us. Li Huang frowned and removed his sword. What did you say? He wasn't trying to stab them anymore. He wanted to see if he could fish out more information from the door gods. The Simings control the heavenly Daos. They are gods in a sense, but there are only 50 heavenly Daos. They cannot do everything, and reviving the dead is one of those things. So God Yuer can do what the Simings can't? Isn't he also controlling a heavenly Dao? Li Huang scoffed and tried to trick Shen Shu into telling him more. God Yuer can do so because he controls a special heavenly Dao. The heavenly Daos of Denua cannot achieve that, but heavenly Daos beyond this realm can. Beyond this realm? Li Huang was confused. If Denua was this world, what was the realm beyond this? Looks like you really don't know anything. Even Xian Pin didn't tell you about it. It seems that he's wary of you, the door god remarked. You think you know a lot because you've learned about the Baiyu capital and the Simings, but there's still much to learn. The heavenly Daos of Denua have clearly separated life and death. One cannot go beyond the other. But this is not the case in the other realms where they can return to life. In their world, life and the afterlife are not as clearly separated. Denua is where you live and all you know, just like a frog beneath a well. You do not know how special the heavenly Daos of the other realms are. Li Huang stared at the door gods. Given how much they had explained, it appeared that they really wanted to recruit him. Think carefully. I am telling the truth. Do you not want to revive Zhuge Yuan and Bai Lingmiao's family? Li Huang was perturbed for the first time throughout their conversation. They know about them too. Didn't you say that you want to save the world? Once God Yuer descends, everyone who died will be brought back to life. Isn't this the salvation you seek? Bullshit. Li Huang shouted. Do you think I'm blind? The Qi kingdom has been occupied by God Yuer. Look at what happened over there. Li Huang could still remember the strange liquid flowing out from the Qi kingdom. The Qi kingdom had long since submerged in the strange liquid that turned humans into monsters. Foolish. Have you been to the Qi kingdom today? You've only listened to rumors. God Yuer revived everyone in the Qi kingdom and eliminated famine. Now, people can enjoy a peaceful era where everyone looks out for each other. Everyone is now equal to each other. 1. Divine guardians of doors from Chinese folklore who ward off evil influences. 2. A deity that suppresses and hunts down evil entities. One of the door gods, with the other being called Yulu. Chapter 717, Ambush. The Qi kingdom is saved? Everyone is equal? Li Huang never thought he would hear something like that from the Dharma sect. He swung his spine, sword towards the door. A rift flew out and red liquid spilled out from it, tainting and mutating everything it touched. Li Huang pointed at the liquid and snarled. Is this what you meant by saving the people? The Qi kingdom is still covered in that crappy stuff. How dare you claim that the people of the Qi kingdom have been revived and are living in peace? Li Huang, it seems that I overestimated how much you know about the world. I thought you would easily understand it as a twisted one, but I was mistaken. It looks like Xian Pin hid a lot of things from you. Before Li Huang could even answer, a lump of flesh plopped out from the closing rift. It was white, sticky, and looked like a deformed body. Due to the rift closing, only half of the organism's body managed to reach the Liang kingdom. Even so, it tried to crawl on the ground as it expanded and contracted without any signs of dying. Several short pink tentacles sprouted from the organism's forehead, and it let out a baby's cry. Its body lacked a fixed shape and continuously changed. Shou looked at the organism and said, "Both kindness and evil are illusions. Our bodies are like bubbles, yet our hearts are like the wind. Everything is an illusion." "What the fuck are you talking about? Explain clearly," Li Huang said as he stared at the weird organism. He felt unsettled because the organism still had the vague shape of a human. All kind acts are illusions, just as all evil acts are. Our bodies are like bubbles that gather together, having form but no essence. Our hearts are like the wind, shapeless and traceless but capable of being felt. In a sense, everything we feel is an illusion. Shou pointed at the organism that was trying to escape into the courtyard. But now, things are different. God Yuer allows us to break free from such illusions and become real. We are no longer like bubbles or the wind. As long as you submit to God Yuer, we will no longer be false. Think about this, Li Huang. This is what an immortal looks like. Aren't you a Taoist too? If you worship God Yuer, you too can become an immortal. Immortal? Li Huang stared at the organism before realizing what it was and why the people of the Qi kingdom no longer died. The people in the Qi kingdom had indeed revived, but it was a fate worse than death. Shou refused to give up on persuading Li Huang. How about it? No. No. Shou stared at Li Huang in disbelief. Do you not want to revive the people close to you? Do you not want to become an immortal? Of course I want to, Li Huang said, tightening his grip on his swords, but I don't like begging people for it. Since you've said that God Yuer has the heavenly Tao to revive people, I do not need to negotiate with him. I can just kill him and take it for myself. Isn't that better? To the Dharma sect, this was nothing short of heresy. You dare besmirch the name of God Yuer? Bam! The doors slammed shut. The red armor of both door gods gradually turned green. Li Huang wasn't surprised that there was an ambush. He shot another rift towards the door gods and dashed towards it. The door gods had to open the door to let the rift fly out. By the time they closed the doors again, Li Huang was nowhere to be seen. The two door gods looked at each other before nodding. They clapped their palms together and chanted, "The Dharma itself is without Dharma, but it is still the Dharma." When facing the lack of Dharma, how can the Dharma not be the Dharma? Their consciousness expanded and covered the entire place. Nothing escaped their senses. Be careful. He knows how to burrow into the ground. Without warning, Li Huang burst out from the ground and cut one of the door gods in half, splitting the wooden door into two. He was about to attack the second door god when Li Sui shouted in his ears, "Dad, he's on your body." "What?" Li Huang looked down and saw the door god in his red robes. The door god swung his sword and cut Li Huang's arm in half, but countless black tentacles sprouted and grafted it back to Li Huang. Scram! Li Sui gave Li Huang his ribs, and he stabbed them into his torso. The pain from his chest was transmitted to the door god. The door god suffered intense pain and tried to escape. It slid onto the ground, but Li Huang didn't let it go. Li Huang stomped the door god with his right foot and swung his sword downwards. Suddenly, everything around Li Huang turned dark. He looked up and saw that the other door god was trying to crush his body with the door itself. Just as the door god had almost crushed Li Huang, Peng Longting crashed into it with the warhorse and destroyed the door into pieces. She then laughed ecstatically as she battered the left wall with her bloody body. Li Huang looked at the door god on the ground and grabbed it with both arms. He pulled the door god's body in two opposing directions and stretched its body long. In the end, the door god cried in pain as Li Huang tore it in half. At the same time, the walls and roof collapsed. By the time the dust settled, Li Huang had walked out from the rubble. He looked at the army breaching the city wall and mumbled, "Is that it? It looks like the Dharma sect is fighting a losing battle." He didn't know if it was because his abilities were growing rapidly, but he felt that it had been too easy. A strange female voice chuckled from behind Li Huang. "Is that so? Well, I don't think so." He slowly turned around and saw a woman wearing a large porcelain doll's head. She was sitting on a roof and holding two dolls of door god in her hands. One was torn in half, while the other was torn into several pieces, just like the door gods that had just perished. Chapter 718, Bring It On. She threw the dolls away. "Are you Li Huang? Let me ask you again. Will you really not join us?" Li Huang didn't bother answering her. Several tentacles slammed the ground and propelled him forward as he raised his sword. Li Huang was about to cut down the woman when the animal ornaments on the roof ridge came to life and tried to bite Li Huang. Li Sui's tentacles burst forth from his abdomen and bound all of the ornaments. Li Huang didn't even need to use his energy to take care of the things below him. His sword was now less than 3 inches away from the lady's head. Pa! The doll's head suddenly flew upwards as if it had grown wings, revealing the middle-aged woman beneath it. The woman stared at Li Huang blankly when he was about to kill her. They locked gazes, and Li Huang suddenly felt a chill in his spine. He didn't know who she was, but he was certain she was dangerous. Li Huang then realized what was happening. She's a muddled one. It was a trap. Close your eyes. Li Huang shouted, and the woman complied. Li Huang stared at the woman and used his cultivation. Her eyelids rapidly merged with her face, giving her no chance to open eyes once more. Ha! The doll's head rolling on the ground laughed. Li Huang, do you think that it's over? We've prepared so many traps for you today. You will die here. Bam! A horse hoof slammed downwards and crushed the doll's head. Bring it on then. Show me everything. Peng Longting swung her halberd and hollered. While Peng Longting taunted them, Li Huang realized he was in danger and didn't dare risk it. He immediately ran towards the place where the city wall had fallen. There was no reason not to run now that they had declared they had a trap for him. Li Huang jumped from roof to roof as he escaped. But then he saw something unexpected. A llama in black clothes was sitting on one of the roofs with his back facing towards Li Huang. The llama also had a black cloth on his shoulder. A llama? Just as Li Huang realized this, the llama took out a prayer wheel and started spinning it, chanting in a strange language. As the wheel spun faster, Li Huang felt it was pulling him towards it. He lost control of his eyes as they gradually looked towards the spinning wheel. It's the llama from the Antraber temple. What's the Siming of Death doing? Is it working for both sides? Li Huang swung his spine sword and sent a rift towards the llama. The tile split apart as the rift shot forward. A strong wind suddenly surged downwards as numerous white shadows flew down. Every time they brushed past Li Huang's body, they left laceration wounds so deep that they revealed Li Huang's bones. When one of the white shadows swooped down again, Li Huang whipped his bronze coin sword around, cutting the white shadows in the process. But Li Huang was caught off guard when the bronze coin sword easily cut through the white shadows. They were surprisingly fragile. As he whipped the bronze coin sword ferociously, numerous white shadows were cut into pieces of paper. Li Huang finally realized who was ambushing him upon seeing 2 scholars blocking him from the front and back. The scholars had 3 arms instead of 2, but it was clear they were not the only ones. Li Huang quickly glanced around and saw people from different sects that had joined the Dharma sect. He was completely surrounded. Someone stepped forward, and Li Huang immediately recognized who it was. The familiar face with a white towel on his forehead belonged to Taishan Shi, a devotee of the Dharma sect in the Qi kingdom. Li Huang tried to delay them as he looked around for an opportunity. I was curious as to why there were no news about you. It seems that you had escaped to this place. He was completely surrounded and had no choice but to break through the encirclement with brute force. Do you really think you can stop me with so few people? Li Huang said slowly. Stop lying. The only reason you managed to escape the Earth Dragon's stomach was the Tsangchang Ascension. You are alone today, and you will die. Taishan Shi raised his chin, and everyone launched themselves toward Li Huang. Bam! Peng Longting fell from the sky with her war horse and crushed 2 people beneath her. She then charged forward into the crowd. Fire! Li Huang sacrificed his skin and was quickly engulfed by flames. But the pain was not enough. Ba-Hui needed more. Li Huang's flesh burst open like fish scales, and the fire slithered inside. Sensing that something was wrong, Li Huang immediately spat Li Sui out. His blood was being burned by the fire as it boiled. Li Huang had never felt pain this severe before. He burned, both inside and out. And thanks to the price he paid, the fire on his body intensified many times over. Ba-Hui, you fucking bitch. Li Huang cursed at the sky before he charged toward Taishan Shi with his burning body. Li Huang was both the fuel and the flames. Everything around him burned up regardless of whether they were flammable or not. The very air distorted from the intense heat. Charge! Peng Longting charged into the fire. Her armor, halberd, and even her war horse were covered in the very same flames from Li Huang's body. This was the most excited she had ever been since becoming Li Huang's illusion. Bring it on. Peng Longting stabbed her halberd backward and hooked Li Huang's body. She swung it forcefully and launched the burning Li Huang like a catapult towards the crowd. Chapter 719 Array. Li Huang crashed into the group after being thrown by Peng Longting. The fire on Li Huang's body radiated outward, turning him into a human torch. The flames burned everything, including inflammable objects. At the same time, the burning Peng Longting reached the crowd too as she swung her halberd at the Dharma sect. Her armor was already a dull red from the flames. She was like a god of massacre as she cut down everyone in her path. The Dharma sect landed numerous attacks on Peng Longting, including several fatal ones, but she refused to fall down. Li Huang had removed the one weakness that those from the military had, their mortality. Die? Everyone must die. Peng Longting felt alive again. She felt as if she had returned to the days when she led crusades and raids across the sandy plains. She loved this feeling, and she loved killing people. She relished the feeling of stomping humans beneath her horse. The Dharma sect was clearly at a disadvantage with Peng Longting and Li Huang attacking them. Many of them burned up without being able to do anything. Even so, the Dharma sect had plans to fight against the unyielding Li Huang. To the east of Qianjing Yao's Jade Pool is the Qing Tong, commanded by the Sacred One. Fire is thrown from 10,000 miles away as it shakes the palace, but the Rain Riders bring the overwhelming mist swiftly. Molong and Tai are the strongest in the three mountains, while thunder breaks through the source of springs. A single shout changed the darkness into light across the four seas, and wherever the rainstorm reaches, the rivers overflow. 3 cherrywood swords with purple talismans pointed at the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and rain showered down on Li Huang. Even though the rain couldn't extinguish the fire given by Ba-Hui, it still suppressed it. As it rained heavily, a witch jumped out of Li Huang's shadow to stab his calves. A tentacle shot out and restrained the witch's hand. "Don't you dare touch my father." The witch saw several more black tentacles shooting towards her. The tentacles became smooth as they were exposed in the rain. Li Sui slid her tentacles past the witch's veil and into her orifices. After Li Sui got used to the new body, she turned around and started stabbing the black dagger at the other Dharma sect members. Many Dharma sect members fell under Li Huang and Peng Longting's assault, but Taishan Shi showed no hints of panic. Instead, he was counting something using his fingers. As he quickly calculated, the Dharma sect surrounding Li Huang moved rhythmically. Taishan Shi is still their leader. I didn't think he would be able to adapt so well after several months. I need to kill him instead, or there will be no end to this. Li Huang then gave Peng Longting a knowing look. The experienced Peng Longting knew what he wanted. She spun her halberd before hurling it at Taishan Shi. The heavy weapon flew towards Taishan Shi, but an old man beside him tried to block it. The old man waved his sleeve, and several dark shadows shot out towards the halberd. Just as the shadows almost crashed into the halberd, Li Huang focused his gaze on the halberd. It turned back into an illusion and phased through the shadows. The halberd never stopped as it continued to fly towards Taishan Shi. But now that it had changed back into an illusion, only Li Huang could see it. Before the halberd crashed into Taishan Shi, Li Huang focused, and the halberd materialized back into reality. Even Taishan Shi couldn't dodge when the halberd was so close to him. The halberd landed squarely on his body, but Taishan Shi was unharmed. As the halberd struck his body, the sound of metal clashing into stone reverberated throughout the area. Taishan Shi then grabbed the halberd and snapped it in half, much to the shock of Li Huang and Peng Longting. Taishan Shi threw the halberd onto the ground before he looked at Li Huang. Formation. The Dharma sect around Li Huang removed their clothes and revealed their tattoos. The tattoos were written in a strange language resembling circles. Amidst the heavy rain, the witches started rapidly shaking and twisting their bodies. The tattoos on their bodies linked with one another as they formed a large-scale living array. Li Huang was in the middle of the array. This time, the array was even more complex than the one the Dharma sect had laid in the swamp. A strange voice escaped from the witch's mouth. It resembled the chanting of a scripture, but some of their words were almost impossible to be spoken with a human's vocal cord. Yen na li luo mi duo ma shu. The heavenly door opens. Yen ma li duo do luo sha shu. May the doors of the damned remain open. Yen tua su li luo ma ji sha shu. May we surpass life and death. As they chanted in unison, Li Huang heard the faintest trace of a crane's cry. Li Huang didn't know what they were trying to do, but he knew that if he didn't stop them now, he would die. He shot out several rifts using the spine sword towards the witches. To his surprise, none of them made any attempts to dodge it. After they perished, the tattoos on their body detached and floated in the air as the array continued to activate. The faint voice of a crane's cry could be heard, and Li Huang felt something staring at him from above. The familiar feeling made Li Huang realize what was going on. Are they trying to summon God Yuer just to deal with me? Li Huang still remembered how strong Yinyang Do Lao was, even though it had just been part of it. Even Zhuge Yuan hadn't been able to fight against Do Lao. If God Yuer descended, Li Huang was certain he would die. He was Ji Zai's twisted one, but he would still die. Even Peng Longting and Sui Sui knew this. They quickly killed the people in the array, but the crane's cry continued to grow stronger. Li Huang swung his sword at the tattoos floating in the middle of the air. Even though he managed to cut them, the tattoos glued back together in the next instant. Li Huang, today is the day you die. Taishan Shi glared at him. You should be proud. Not everyone gets to meet Sir Arrogant Stone. You want me to die? Dream on. Li Huang threw his sword upwards. He then stomped on Peng Longting's hands as she flung him upwards. High up in the air, Li Huang looked down. His eyes were already white from being burned, but he still saw what the array looked like. The twisting array formed the massive character Dan. 1. The crane's cry became louder by the second. Li Huang snarled and imagined himself grabbing the entire array. He grabbed the top and bottom parts with his hands. 1 Dan is the old name for Yunnan province. I can't find any other meaning for it. Chapter 720, Taishan Shi. Veins popped in Li Huang's charred forehead. His blood literally boiled from the intense heat, but was cooled down by the rain. Come on, didn't I turn an entire land into reality? I need to show them the strength of my cultivation. Tear it apart. Li Huang forcefully tore apart the array on the ground along with the land itself. Veins burst open in his head as he fell weakly from the air. He stared at the being retreating into the clouds and laughed. Ha ha, this is so fun. Ba-Hui, did you see that? Look at what others have given me compared to what you've given me. You are a disgrace. Li Huang was just inches away from the ground when he swiftly twisted his body and landed on the soft earth. Everyone had stopped moving as they stared at Li Huang with shock. They saw Li Huang forcefully tearing apart the entire array. The Dharma sect members wavered, including even the most zealous devotees of God Yuer. All of them hesitated when it came to defeating Li Huang. They began asking themselves whether they could actually defeat Li Huang. Even Taishan Shi was not in a good mood. He had never expected something like this to happen. He knew Li Huang was the twisted one of Ji Zai, but he never expected him to be that strong. Taishan Shi knew he needed to call the Imperial Preceptor if he wanted to kill Li Huang, as the latter had improved dramatically in a short time. He had to eliminate Li Huang quickly, or Li Huang might actually destroy the Dharma sect's plan. Even though Li Huang used up almost all of his strength to tear the array apart, he refused to fall despite being surrounded by the Dharma sect. At this point, his head was still buzzing from overexertion. Still, that did not stop Li Huang from attacking them. Li Huang raised his hand and made a crushing gesture towards one of the Dharma sect's witches. The witch's head exploded just like that. I didn't really understand what you told me just now, but I do think that you all are right in certain aspects. The human body can really be like bubbles. For example, your bodies are just like bubbles in my hands. Li Huang raised his arm and crushed another Dharma sect member's head. He then pointed his arm at Taishan Shi. Taishan Shi looked at Li Huang and then at the soldiers swarming into the city. Without any hesitation, he made a seal with his hands and immediately tunneled into the ground. Taishan Shi had failed. He had underestimated how strong Li Huang was. Thankfully, he didn't reveal the spy they planted in the surveillance bureau, or else they would have suffered some major losses. Taishan Shi's voice came from below. Go, kill him. He's on his last legs. Upon hearing this, the remaining Dharma sect members charged at Li Huang with madness in their eyes, all while the rain continued to pour down. They weren't a match for Li Huang before, and they naturally couldn't win now either. Li Huang realized that Taishan Shi and the others were trying to escape. I can't let him get away. He's definitely in the upper ranks of the Dharma sect. It was difficult to track Taishan Shi since he had been tunneling underground. Li Huang hadn't learned any tracking methods, so he didn't know where Taishan Shi was. Li Huang also knew his divination was too weak to be effective on Taishan Shi. He would just embarrass himself if he tried. The other Dharma sect members were throwing themselves at Li Huang, disregarding their lives as they tried to secure time for Taishan Shi to escape. The Dharma sect had many members. Even if they didn't move, Li Huang would still need quite some time to kill them all. Thankfully, the soldiers from outside managed to breach the wall and enter the city. Li Huang ignored the soldiers and crouched as he tried to find the traces of Taishan Shi tunneling underground. He refused to give up on Taishan Shi just like that. Li Huang fully intended to pay back the personal grudge he had towards Taishan Shi. He refused to give up until there were no traces left. There's still some traces here. Li Sui, let's go. Li Huang jumped onto Peng Longting's horse and ran out of the eastern city gates. He was hoping that he could catch up to Taishan Shi. Time passed, and the traces on the ground gradually turned faint. Li Huang was getting anxious. He finally stopped in front of a swamp. Li Huang looked at the mangrove forest by the river. The running water had already washed away most of the traces. Li Huang sighed and plunged into the river to extinguish the flames on his body. His body sizzled in the water as the flames slowly died out. His body was already charred black by then. Instead of the usual charred skin he had before, Li Huang now had charred, fleshy scales since the fire seared him from the inside out. It was a relief that his regenerative ability had increased a lot. The flesh scales gradually healed and merged back into his body. The intense pain slowly changed into itchiness as his body healed. Li Huang gritted his teeth, finding the sensation far from comfortable. The itchiness was so overwhelming that Li Huang would have preferred pain instead. Standing in the river, he endured the itch and pondered his situation. It's clear that the Dharma sect is paying attention to me now. Their trap wasn't a coincidence. I have to be careful or they will ambush me again. Li Huang had used his strongest abilities in front of them today. It would be difficult if he was ambushed again. It would have been good if I managed to capture Taishan Shi. I could have gotten a lot of information out of him. Li Huang was still thinking when he noticed a presence. He looked at the mangrove forest and unsheathed his sword. Who's there? A figure slowly appeared from the shadows of the trees. Li Huang was shocked to see that it was Taishan Shi, the very person he was chasing. Taishan Shi was injured. Both of his arms were twisted off, his right leg was broken, and his scalp was nowhere to be seen. Blood was flowing down his body. Someone pushed Taishan Shi from behind, causing him to stumble across the river towards Li Huang. Li Huang saw who it was. It was Bai Ling Miao. Her upper body was split in half, and red veils covered both of her heads. Senior Li, look. I'm useful, so please don't abandon me next time, okay? Li Huang ignored Taishan Shi as he walked towards Bai Ling Miao with gratitude. He suddenly remembered something and stopped in front of Bai Ling Miao. He had a bad feeling. Wait, don't move. Senior Li, Bai Ling Miao was confused. I need to ask a question first. Are you the real Bai Ling Miao or a fake one I've conjured? Chapter 721 Method. Truth, cultivation significantly enhanced Li Huang's strength, but the side effects were equally severe. Is it real or fake? Li Huang breathed heavily and looked doubtfully at Bai Ling Miao. Senior Li, what's happening to you? Bai Ling Miao began, but Li Huang quickly interrupted. Don't come closer. Let me ask you. Back at Zephyr Temple. No, that's not the right question. If she's truly part of my truth cultivation, then she would definitely know. Li Huang paced anxiously in the river. Despite his advanced cultivation, he couldn't distinguish reality from illusion. Everything could be real if he willed it. Taishan Shi chuckled mockingly at this sight. As expected of Ji's eyes twisted one. Smack. Li Huang's palm landed on Taishan Shi's cheek, causing it to swell instantly. Shut up. Your turn to cry will come soon. After some thought, Li Huang said, Meow meow, don't worry. We'll do this. We'll go back now, the same way we came. This was a stupid method, but also an effective one. If there wasn't another Bai Ling Miao on the way back, this one was real. If there was, then she was the fake one. Bai Ling Miao neither agreed nor disagreed. Instead, she questioned him directly. Senior Li, can you tell me what's happening? Are you having another episode? Li Huang's erratic behavior worried her greatly. I'm not. Li Huang didn't want to explain too much to this Bai Ling Miao. Fine, maybe. He also didn't want to invest too much emotion. What if she turned out to be fake? What would he do in that case? Would he make her disappear, or would he live with two Bai Ling Miaos? Li Huang turned around and took out his tools to interrogate Taishan Shi. Suddenly, he noticed something strange about Bai Ling Miao's reflection in the water. Initially, he thought it was a mistake. Upon closer inspection, the reflection remained still. The water's surface had turned into a mirror. Li Huang turned around slowly. He was shocked to see Bai Ling Miao's body swaying like a shadow submerged in water. So you really are fake? Li Huang said, and Bai Ling Miao's body began to flicker and gradually fade into nothingness. Senior Li Huang, what are you doing? Help me. Bai Ling Miao was panicking. She began to drum and chant the White Lotus sect's incantations. As her body was about to vanish, the lotus mark on her forehead glowed softly and blocked Li Huang's sight. The light obscured his vision, and at that moment, he felt something familiar, the presence of the heavenly Mater. The feeling came and went quickly. However, Li Huang realized something critical from it. He rushed forward and fearfully embraced Bai Ling Miao. Despite facing numerous trials in the past, he had never been afraid. But just now, he felt utterly afraid. If not for the heavenly Mater's brief reminder, he might have erased Bai Ling Miao entirely. With his current abilities, he could restore her. However, would she truly be the same Bai Ling Miao? Bai Ling Miao tried to push him away, but his embrace was incredibly tight. Li Huang, what's going on? Explain yourself. Are you having another episode? Just tell me if you are. A group of White Lotus followers ignored the Saintess's orders and rushed forward. How dare you be disrespectful to the Saintess? After calming down, Li Huang released Bai Ling Miao and lifted her red veil. He gently stroked her hair, scales, spikes, and numerous eyes. Through this experience, Li Huang understood the gravity of his situation. He knew he couldn't ignore the side effects of his truth cultivation any longer. If left unchecked, the people he created would affect his sanity, and he could also unknowingly erase people around him. It was a serious threat. Bai Ling Miao had the Heavenly Mater's protection, but what about the others? What if it had been Sui Sui? His heart tightened when he recalled a false Sui Sui that appeared briefly during his training in the forest. What happened? What have you been through while I was gone? Explain, Bai Ling Miao demanded. Li Huang had discerned the truth for now, and he began to explain everything to her. An hour later, they were by a campfire. Li Huang donned the red Taoist robe she handed him. That's the story. I'm not sick. I've achieved advanced truth cultivation. I knew there would be a price, but I didn't expect it to be this steep. This issue would likely worsen as his cultivation progressed. It was dangerous now, and he dared not imagine what the future would hold. Bai Ling Miao nodded as she finally understood his previous strange behavior. Senior Li, do you have a plan to solve this problem? Li Huang sighed. I wish I knew, but the solution can't come from just idle thinking. He decided to ask Jizai first. Bai Ling Miao frowned and tried to think of a solution alongside him. The surroundings fell silent. Li Sui also wanted to help her father, but she didn't fully grasp what he said about the truth and lies. Li Huang returned from the river after calling for Jizai to no avail. Bai Ling Miao asked, Senior Li, do you remember that person? The one who sold breakfast. Sold breakfast? Who? The chubby one who made fried dough sticks wrapped in glutinous rice. Shizi. Li Huang immediately remembered. Shizi had targeted him to achieve his own goals. When you left the city, he shouted something to you. You will go mad by cultivating truth, but not lies. I will go mad by cultivating truth, but now lies. The two of them said simultaneously. Right, Senior Li? He was referring to this. Given your current state, it seems like you've gone mad, right? Li Huang's face darkened. The logic made sense, but the source was questionable. Shizi was the leader of the sitting Oblivion Dao. Was there another hidden motive behind his words? Even in death, could the sitting Oblivion Dao deceive them? Chapter 722, Remove. A drop of brown sauce slowly slid down the plump chicken drumstick, landing on the heap of steaming white rice. Tian Wu didn't care about that. He held a drumstick in each hand and took a big bite of the braised chicken. He savored the delicious taste as the rich flavor filled his mouth, leaving him very satisfied. This wasn't enough for him. While eating, he kept eyeing the plate, worried that Hongyu might snatch it away. Li Huang sat across from them and watched in exasperation as they ate. He regretted inviting them to his home. Come, eat more. There's plenty left. Sun Xiaoqin smiled and brought another plate of drumsticks from the kitchen. Her hair was freshly curled. Mom, we already have enough. Sun Xiaoqin didn't respond. Yang Na reached under the table and pinched Li Huang hard. Why are you pinching me? Li Huang asked. Yang Na looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Tian Wu loudly burped, interrupting them. You're already full. Don't overeat. It's not just about money. Don't upset your stomach. Tian Wu took 2 more drumsticks from the plate, shoved them into the rice, and then glared at Li Huang. You don't understand. It's a hunger burp, he said, then picked up his chopsticks and devoured the food. Hongyu was not to be outdone. She grabbed a braised drumstick and tore it apart with her teeth. When she pulled it out, Only a clean bone remained. This seemed almost like a special ability compared to her disgusting pus-filled boils. Sun Shaoqin leaned close to Li Huawang and whispered, "How can you talk like that? They're guests who came to help you. Besides, a big bag of frozen drumsticks from the supermarket isn't that expensive. It's even cheaper than some vegetables." Li Huawang sighed and stopped talking as he watched them continue to wolf down the food. "Do you want some?" "No, thanks. Watching them eat has filled me up." Li Huawang watched as their bellies swelled after 3 plates. He was amazed at the sight, which he had only seen in cartoons as a child. After lunch, the two reclined in their chairs and rubbed their bellies contentedly. Li Huawang glanced at the kitchen, then leaned forward and asked quietly, "Have you two not eaten lately? How are you so hungry? You can't carry yesterday's meal over to today. We have to eat every day? What a funny guy," Tian Wu said just as a knock came from the door. "Coming," Yang Na said as she put on her slippers and walked over. "Qing Wanglai, come in. Those two behind you are." Li Huawang turned to see Qing Wanglai, dressed in white and blue, entering with 2 other people. The two didn't speak to Li Huawang. They simply lifted his foot and removed the device around his ankle. After they left, Li Huawang turned to Qing Wanglai. "What's this about?" "The neighborhood office surveillance is gone, but they'll still check in periodically. Also, you can't leave the province or the city. You're free to move around now, but there's still one device on your leg. It's best to avoid crowded places to avoid provoking them." Li Huawang was stunned. He rushed to the window to look outside, where he saw Madame Qi and some others gesturing towards him before leaving the neighborhood. Li Huawang was astonished. "Are they really gone? How did you do it?" Though they hadn't known each other long, Qing Wanglai seemed far more reliable than the other 2 mentally unstable individuals. "Simple. I got a lawyer to check. The extended surveillance and house arrest were infringing on your personal freedom. You should have regained your freedom last month since you passed the doctor's check, but you know how it is. Higher-ups say one thing, and those below exaggerate to avoid trouble. I also pulled some strings." "I see." Qing Wanglai chuckled and said, "I don't think you fully understand." Li Huawang frowned. This guy had a strange way of speaking. "Anyway, thanks for your help. Now that I'm free, let's go somewhere to talk." Li Huawang headed eagerly for the door. Qing Wanglai stopped Li Huawang. "Don't be in such a rush. If you start wandering around right after the restrictions are lifted, it'll raise suspicions." Qing Wanglai saw Sun Shaoqin bring fruit to the table and patted Li Huawang's shoulder. "I'll pick you up at 9 tonight. I found a safe place where you can meet some new friends." New friends? Li Huawang felt curious. Were there more allies out there? Soon, Qing Wanglai left with Tian Wu and Chen Hongyu, who took some fruit with them. Sun Shaoqin looked happier than Li Huawang at the news of his regained freedom. "Are you actually free now? Can you go out now?" Sun Shaoqin was overjoyed. "Yes." Li Huawang nodded. He was deep in thought about what to do next. "Stay here. I'll go buy groceries and call your dad to skip his night shift. We'll celebrate tonight." Only Yang Na and Li Huawang remained after she left. "Huawang, do you believe Qing Wanglai? I'm still suspicious of him. I don't fully trust him, but if I want to shake these people off, I need their help. Their surveillance is tightening," Li Huawang said, turning and looking at the building outside. "They're watching now." Yang Na pulled the curtain and peeked out. "Where? Which one?" "They're not in the neighborhood. They're using binoculars from a distance." Li Huawang stared at the distant high-rise buildings. "Really?" Yang Na squinted, then studied Li Huawang's face. "Can you really feel their gazes?" "Yes, it's a distinct feeling. Their hostile gazes are getting stronger." Li Huawang continued. "I guess it won't be long before they make a move. I need to act first." Time flew by, and evening quickly arrived. Despite the celebratory dinner for his freedom, Li Huawang had little appetite. He was preoccupied with thoughts of the new friends Qing Wanglai had mentioned and how to collaborate against their common enemy. By nightfall, Li Huawang said goodbye to Sun Shaoqin and prepared to leave with Yang Na. His mother didn't ask much, and his father even slipped him some money. Li Huawang judged that they might have misunderstood the situation. As he stepped out of the neighborhood without surveillance for the first time, a 4-seater white sports car pulled up before him. "Get in," Qing Wanglai said with one hand on the steering wheel. Chapter 723, Car. "Is this car very expensive?" Li Huawang asked. He ran his hand along the red leather interior and glanced at Qing Wanglai in the driver's seat. The car sped along, where the engine's hum rose and fell as they drove. Li Huawang didn't know much about cars, but the sound of the engine and the sleek design made it clear that it was beyond his own family's means. At that moment, Yang Na gasped in surprise. She had checked the price on her phone. She whispered the price to Li Huang, making him slowly withdraw his hand from the leather. Judging from Qing Wanglai's poor appearance in the cafeteria, Li Huang never would have thought that Qing Wanglai could afford such an expensive car. So what if it's expensive or cheap? It's just a projection anyway. I'm more curious about what exactly this car is a projection of, Qing Wanglai said, adopting his usual philosophical viewpoint. Li Huang changed the topic. Where are we going? What's the exact location? Orange Isle, Qing Wanglai replied. He tapped a few times on the screen in front of him, causing soft piano music to fill the car. Orange Isle? Why are we going there? Yang Na was more familiar with the local spots than Li Huang, who had been hospitalized for a long time. She continued, I heard the houses with river views were abandoned because of unpaid debts. There's no one there at night. That's the point. No people, no gossip. Also, turn off your phones to avoid being tracked. I'm not sure what our electronic devices are projections of. Li Huang pulled out his phone and sent a quick message to Sun Xiaoqin to let her know he was safe. After sending the message, he turned off his phone. As the shutdown jingle played, he looked at Qing Wanglai's profile, illuminated intermittently by neon lights. Can you tell us now who we're meeting tonight? If they're on our side, do they also believe in your projection hypothesis of the world? Qing Wanglai shook his head. No, it's not the same. Let me start from the beginning. Our world is a projection of some existence. It's not just me who knows this. Others know this, including you. Li Huang became more attentive. This was good news. The more allies he had, the better his chances against their enemies. I've searched for such people, but they're rare, and most have mental issues. Due to superstition or lack of education, they don't understand the true nature of the world. They're often stubborn and create their own worldviews to explain unexplainable events. I've found them, tried to unify them, and conducted various tests and experiments. Experiments. Yes. Once I gather enough solid evidence, I plan to publish it and prove the universal projection hypothesis. If you already have evidence, you must publish it. This could make you famous. Could I take a look? Yang Na said excitedly. Qing Wanglai glanced at Yang Na through the rearview mirror. It's not that simple. Do you know about the observer effect? I observed this phenomenon in my 31st experiment and 52nd control experiment. It's like Pandora's box if we don't fully understand it. If this gets out, what will be the result of the observer effect from 7 billion people? No one knows. If something goes wrong, we might not even exist as projections anymore. Li Huang interrupted their conversation. Ahem. Qing Wanglai, you're off topic. I asked who we're meeting tonight. Qing Wanglai thought momentarily and replied, they're friends on our side. If you can sense them, then you're with us. Since they pose a threat to you and Xian Fu, I thought we could work together to solve this problem. How many friends are we talking about? I've found 13 people for now. 5 refused or couldn't communicate, so there are 8, including you. What do you know about the people who tried to kidnap me? Not much more than you. I asked around, and some of them also felt something was wrong, but it hasn't affected them much yet. Is there anything else I need to clarify? No. Li Huang began to calculate in his head. In addition to himself, Xian Fu, Chen Hongyu, and Qing Wanglai, 4 others would be coming tonight. He didn't know how much help these strangers could provide. It was hard to say how things would unfold without knowing the motives of those who wanted to kidnap him. He could only take things one step at a time. The car fell silent as each of them got lost in their own thoughts. The lights gradually dimmed as Qing Wanglai's car entered Orange Isle. The area was desolate, with half-completed infrastructure. The intersections had no working traffic lights, and the only car on the road was Qing Wanglai's. The rows of unfinished townhouses in the distance looked like tombstones. This place seemed abandoned and overgrown with weeds compared to the bustling landscape they had left. Yang Na looked worried and hugged herself as goosebumps rose on her arms. Li Huang pulled her close and said to Qing Wanglai, turn up the air conditioner. It's a bit cold. All right. Li Huang suddenly sensed something and looked sharply at the dark intersection to the left. Enemy attack. A truck with no lights and covered license plates barreled toward them from that direction. Li Huang instinctively shielded Yang Na with his body. The screeching sound of brakes filled the air as the car started to roll violently. Amid the chaos, Li Huang felt pain everywhere, but he couldn't afford to lose focus. The intense danger heightened his awareness. As his surroundings stabilized slightly, Li Huang tried to open the door, but he found it was stuck. He was pinned by the seat, so he gritted his teeth and slammed his head against the window. Bang, 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 bang. Several blows later, blood trickled down the cracked glass. Through the blood-stained window, Li Huang saw two men brandishing long weapons get out of the truck. Chapter 724, Sister Wu. Li Huang was trapped inside the overturned sports car, struggling to move. He watched in panic as the figures approached. He knew he had to escape immediately, or else he'd be at their mercy. He pounded on the glass several times, striking it multiple times until his bloodied head finally broke through. His enraged eyes locked onto the two men armed with various tools. The sight of Li Huang's grotesque appearance frightened them, prompting them to quickly retreat. "Oh my God, it's a sports car. Run. We'll never be able to pay for this. I told you not to take this road. Look at the mess we're in just to save a bit on toll fees. Stop talking and get in the truck. There's no surveillance here. They won't find us." As they scrambled away, Li Huang managed to crawl out of the car. He gritted his teeth and charged at the truck that had just hit him. He wouldn't let them get away scot-free after what they did. By the time the truck started, he had already brandished a knife and dashed to the front. He climbed up the ladder, grabbed onto the mirror, and then slashed at the window, leaving a mark. "Get out." When they saw his bloody face rise up from the window, the two men screamed and floored the accelerator. The sudden acceleration caused Li Huang to lose his grip on the mirror and tumble towards the wheels. He quickly rolled away to narrowly avoid being crushed. He used all his strength and stabbed at the tire, but the blade snapped under the pressure. His hand was also injured, but he had carved a long gash in the tire. Li Huang panted heavily and got up. Previously, it was just kidnapping and surveillance, with Wanglai using ropes at most. But now, they're even using trucks to ram us. Li Huang's expression grew grimmer as he watched the truck's tail lights fade into the distance. If not for his sharp senses, they would have been dead. Their actions were getting more outrageous. They had to fight back soon. "It's okay. I recorded everything. They committed a hit and run, and they're fully responsible for the crash," Qing Wanglai said and stopped the video he was recording on his phone. "How did you get out?" Li Huang asked. Qing Wanglai held up a safety hammer. "Turning off our phones didn't work. They still have other methods to track us, which is how they ambushed us. Let's not dwell on that now. Your head injury is more urgent," Qing Wanglai said. He removed his shirt and used it to apply pressure to Li Huang's wound. The white fabric quickly turned red with blood. "It's just a scratch. Let's get going and regroup. I'm worried about the others." "Are you kidding? Stay put. I'll get help." Qing Wanglai swiftly dialed a number. "Are you okay, Nana?" Li Huang asked Yang Na. She was teary-eyed, watching him with deep concern. Qing Wanglai's friend arrived faster than expected. A shabby RV pulled up. A cheerful woman with a blue headscarf, dreadlocks, and eyebrow piercings leaned out the window. "Junior, what happened?" "A car accident. I told you before. This car is fast but not as sturdy as my third-hand RV," she said. "Sister Wu, stop joking around. Can't you see there are injured people?" Qing Wanglai and Yang Na helped the bleeding Li Huang into the RV. The inside was messy but cozy. Sister Wu quickly pulled out a first aid kit, and she expertly cleaned and stitched Li Huang's wounds. She stabilized his broken hand with a splint and even gave him a couple of injections. "Young people heal fast. Looks like you won't need a blood transfusion. Think of it as a donation in advance." She patted his shoulder, her hand adorned with colorful nails. "Thanks, Sister Wu," Li Huang said. He stood up to leave the RV. "Where are you going?" Qing Wanglai asked. "Now that I'm patched up, we should regroup with the others," Li Huang replied. "She's one of the 8 people we're meeting. We'll take her RV." Qing Wanglai pointed at Sister Wu, who was drinking water. "So you're Li Huang? I'm Wu Qi. Nice to meet you," she said. She shook his hand and then headed for the driver's seat. "She's one of them?" Li Huang looked at her broad shoulders in surprise. This woman, who seemed to be in her 20s, didn't look crazy at all. "Thank you, Sister Wu, for helping Huang stop his bleeding quickly. You're amazing," Yang Na said, expressing her gratitude. "It was nothing. I've dealt with far worse in the emergency room and brought people back from the brink of death countless times," Wu Qi replied. Yang Na glanced at Li Huang, then continued, "You used to work in a hospital?" Wu Qi became excited. "Yeah. They said that heaven would strike those who persuade others to do medicine with lightning. It was absolutely right. I learned that the hard way. We're always busy, have low pay, and there's no time off. Why did I even choose this career? Sometimes several people die in front of me in a single day." Li Huang looked around the RV. He noticed travel photos held by magnets on the fridge, including one of Wu Qi at Les Han Giant Buddha. There was also a long string of prayer beads hanging on the wall. The conversation continued while Li Huang studied this arrangement. The negativity was overwhelming. One day, I realized I was so stressed that I almost missed my period. I asked myself, what's the point of life? We only live for a few decades. Are we really going to work ourselves to death just for some money? I finally understood. I decided to live for myself and be happy. Houses, cars, money, they are all meaningless. From then on, I knew what it meant to be free. I'm much happier now, without those constraints. You should try it too. That's what it means to really live. Chapter 725, Unfinished Building. Wu Qi's RV headed deeper into Orange Isle. Li Huang bent over and looked out the window at the dark, unfinished buildings surrounding them. Puddles and randomly placed construction materials on the road slowed the RV, and its headlights cast a white glow on the road ahead. Li Huang thought he saw a figure flash past one of the unfinished buildings, but he didn't sense anyone watching him. After about 5 minutes, the rolling tires gradually came to a stop. Look at the place you found. It's a nightmare to drive through. My car's paint is all scratched up, Wu Qi complained as she opened the driver's door. Sister Wu, how many times has this RV changed hands? Does it even have any paint left to scratch? Wanglai joked, sidestepping Wu Qi's kick when he got out. Li Huang also got out of the RV with the support of Yang Na. He looked up at the unfinished building in front of them and asked Wanglai, which floor? Before he could respond, a flashlight flashed towards them from the 6th floor. Li Huang walked towards the unfinished building and started walking up the stairs, which were missing their railings. When he reached the 6th floor, he saw complete darkness with no sign of any light. What's going on? There was just light here. Did I get the wrong floor? He moved towards the window to count the floors. Suddenly, a pale man's face appeared before him, and he shouted, "Wake up! It's all fake." Li Huang saw a young man with dyed yellow hair. He used a flashlight to illuminate his own face in a mock ghost impression. Li Huang had never seen any ghost wearing a tongue stud before. Is it just you? Shouldn't Chen Fu and Chen Hongyu be here too? He asked. I told you this wouldn't scare him. Li Huang, what happened to your head? Chen Hongyu's voice came from the darkness. Chen Hongyu and Chen Fu emerged. Under the flashlight, they were sharing a bag of spicy strips, and their mouths were smeared with red oil. The young man laughed nervously and set the flashlight on the ground as a makeshift light source. As Wanglai and Wu Qi arrived, the abandoned building began to feel more lively. What happened to your head? Chen Fu asked Li Huang. It's a long story. Something happened on the way here. I'll explain later, Li Huang said while he looked at the young man who had tried to scare him. The man wore heavy black eye makeup and strange leather clothing. His exceptionally pale face suggested a lack of sunlight. Perhaps because of Sun Xiaoqing's teachings, Li Huang felt an inexplicable aversion to his appearance. Wanglai cleared his throat and introduced the young man. This is Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, this is Li Huang, the one I told you about. You can call me Stephen, Zhao Lei said, extending his hand with a black ring on it. Li Huang shook his hand. Hello, Zhao Lei. I'm Li Huang. Zhao Lei rocked back and forth. Hee, I said my English name, but you still followed the standard process. What's with him? He's so odd. Li Huang frowned. He had almost thought there wouldn't be any more eccentrics in this group. He had assumed that others would step out of the darkness. To his surprise, he realized that no one else was coming. Weren't there supposed to be 8 people? Why are there only 6? Li Huang asked Wanglai. Maybe something came up and they couldn't make it, Wanglai replied. Do you have their numbers? Call them and check. Li Huang felt somewhat uneasy. They had an accident, and it was too coincidental for 2 people not to show up. If their luck hadn't been good earlier, wouldn't 4 people be missing from this meeting now? Wanglai said seriously, they don't use phones. They're afraid of being monitored. He clapped to get everyone's attention. Have any of you contacted Brother Bone or Aunt Yin recently? Or met them? Wanglai knew something was wrong when he saw their confused reactions. I brought you all here to announce something. We might have a problem with the projection side. Brother Bone and Aunt Yin are late and possibly in trouble. Do you guys see Li Huang's injury? Our previous encounter is proof of this. We can't handle this alone. We need to work together to stay safe and deal with any threats, no matter what their projections are. Everyone stood silently and absorbed his words instead of questioning them. It was unclear if they already suspected something or simply didn't care. Li Huang coughed and broke the silence. What's your plan in this situation? Wanglai replied. From the truck incident, it seems that you are very sensitive to their presence. No, it's not sensitivity. I can feel them watching me. When they watch me, I can feel it, Li Huang said firmly. Can you sense them now? Li Huang closed his eyes and breathed deeply. After 5 minutes, he shook his head. No, this place is safe. They can't find us here. Before Wanglai could respond, Tian Wu stood up. Listen to me. Everyone, listen to me. He continued excitedly. The two are not just missing, but they're dead. If not, they're in prison like I was. It's all a conspiracy by the Laotians. We must thwart their plans. He grabbed Li Huang's arm. I have a plan. The Laotians are interested in his genes. We can use him as bait to capture their UFO. The others turned to Tian Wu as they listened to his outlandish claims. Chapter 726, Act. What? You actually acknowledged Tian Wu's plan? Don't you know that he's crazy? Li Huang stared wide-eyed at Wanglai. I don't mean for you to become bait, but rather the trap that catches the rat. Isn't that the same thing? Of course it's not the same thing. We won't cast you aside as bait. Since you can sense them, you will be our eyes. We would never cast away our eyes, would we? Li Huang knew Wanglai was right. Their enemy was no longer just after him. They were targeting everyone around him. Li Huang was certain that they wouldn't betray him with the external threats they were facing. But Li Huang also knew he couldn't become their pawn. Everyone here had previously met and worked together before, except for Li Huang himself. After consoling Li Huang, Wanglai continued his explanation. Since we are all projections, we first need to confirm what they've become after they projected themselves here. As projections, they must also conform to the rules of this world. As long as we can identify them, we can use the rules of this world to help us. More importantly, it might allow us to communicate and negotiate with them to solve this crisis. If you think about it, we could solve many things through communication. Fine, Li Huang nodded. I don't care if he's speaking gibberish right now. I want to bring the fight to them since they used a truck to ram me. It would be best if he could get definitive proof to show that someone had the intention to harm them, or other people would think Li Huang and the others were crazy. Only then would anyone believe him if he reported it to the police. It's useless. Everything is fake. Everything is fake. Zhao Lei's voice resounded in the room. There's no projection. There's no danger. You guys are terrible at making up stories. Li Huang frowned at the weird man, Zhao Lei. What's his deal? Why does he keep saying that everything is fake? As if sensing Li Huang's confusion, Wu Qi said, ignore him. He's very nihilistic. You can just ignore him. Li Huang ignored Zhao Lei and asked Wanglai. Then how about we move at night? They are becoming more and more daring. If we continue to drag things on, they might attack us when we least expect it. Li Huang was anxious. They had already tried ramming him with a lorry, and they might do something more drastic in the future. I don't have any objections. What about the others? Wanglai said. After asking everyone, Wanglai looked at his watch. It will be dawn in a few more hours. We have to act now if we want to do anything. After coming to a consensus, they went down the stairs. Everyone entered Wu Qi's RV except for Zhao Lei, who rode his own motorcycle. Wu Qi, please stop in front of the university gates. I need to go to my hostel to grab something. You're rich, aren't you? I'm driving now, so shouldn't you show some appreciation towards me? Maybe by paying for the fuel if I pass by a gas station. I never thought someone was still driving their RV around using stolen gas. Fine. I will pay for your refueling later. Thank you very much. Wu Qi stepped on the pedal and drove as fast as she could. Wu Qi's RV was cumbersome, but she somehow managed to drive faster than Wanglai's sports car, reaching the university gates in record time. Everything is fake. The hostel's gates should have been closed at this hour. What else can you take? All of you are lying to me. Zhao Lei stopped beside the RV and looked at Wanglai entering the university. Li Huang was nervous. He clenched his fists and pondered what might happen next. I might run into them later. I need a weapon. Li Huang looked around and found a drawer underneath the induction cooker. He opened it and grabbed a cleaver. He felt much calmer afterward. I don't believe that the police would dismiss me if I cut off their heads. 20 minutes later, Wanglai returned to the RV. They drove for a short moment before they stopped. Wait, they are here. Li Huang tensed up and glared at the silent city. I can feel them looking at me. No need to go back to my neighborhood. We will settle this outside. Li Huang decided not to invite trouble back to his house. It wasn't a good idea to involve his parents in this. How many? Wanglai asked. 3. No, 4. Soon, Li Huang walked down the RV with his head still covered in bandages. Yang Na carefully assisted him down. Yang Na lowered her head, nervous. Only she knew that the person next to her was actually Wu Qi. The real Li Huang was driving the RV to circle around and catch the people. Is he your boyfriend? Wu Qi whispered. You're suffering a lot right now just to be with him. With your background, you are technically marrying someone of a lower status. As Wu Qi had just said this, they heard someone shouting to the alley on their left. Wu Qi told Yang Na to wait as she ran towards the alley. Wu Qi rounded the corner and saw Li Huang raising a cleaver up high as he chased after 3 people. Stop! Don't move. Li Huang was panicking. He had finally found them and had no intention of letting them escape. A motorcycle revved up, and Zhao Lei blocked the 3 people with his motorbike. The 3 people scattered, 2 to the right and 1 to the left. Zhao Lei chased after the single person on the left, while Li Huang ducked into the alley on the right to chase after the 2 people. Li Huang refused to give up, even though his left arm was in a splint. However, his injuries slowed him down as the 2 people ran further and further away. Li Huang thought they had failed, but then the 2 people in front of him froze. Li Huang panted and approached them carefully with his cleaver when he saw Qing Wanglai pointing a gun at the 2 people. Li Huang saw the faces of the 2 people and realized who they were. One of them used to work in Qing Hospital. They had been monitoring Li Huang since the beginning. Chapter 727, Captive. Li Huang held his cleaver tightly and glared at the tall man with glasses. Even though Li Huang had only seen him once, he still recognized the man. The man was in the same group as Li Huang at Qing Hospital. He recalled the man's name, Yuan Heping. It's you. You were one of them. Li Huang's breathing quickened as he gripped his cleaver. Yuan Heping swallowed his saliva nervously when he saw Li Huang's cleaver and Qing Wanglai's gun. Wait, don't be rash. Murder is a crime, and we didn't do anything. Qing Wanglai walked towards Li Huang and pushed the cleaver down. We've surrounded them. There's no need to use your cleaver for now. Chen Fu and Chen Hongyu then appeared with a rope. They tied the 2 people's hands together. Li Huang finally put down his knife when the 2 were tied up. He only focused on the gun after they had been subdued. Where did you get a gun? Those are harder to come by than knives. Li Huang started to doubt Qing Wanglai and his background. Qing Wanglai laughed and pointed the gun at Wu Qi's head before pulling the trigger. Everyone froze up due to his unexpected actions. A small fire lit up from the muzzle of the gun. Wu Qi took out a cigarette and lit it up. It's fake. Of course this is a fake gun. This is a world with laws and regulations, so how could I get a real gun? I bought it online during a sale. Qing Wanglai released the trigger and placed the gun-shaped lighter into his pocket. Someone screamed from the other alley. The familiar voice made Li Huang's heart jump. Oh no, it's Yang Na. Li Huang ran down the alley and quickly counted the gazes he had sensed just now. There were 4, but we only found 3. One of them must have been hiding to ambush us. Li Huang thought the situation was dire, but he was stunned when he reached Yang Na. Yang Na was indeed screaming, but she was using a taser to shock an old man as she did. The old man's mouth was already foaming, but Yang Na continued to press her taser into the old man. Nana, wait, that's enough. Let go of the trigger. If you keep going, he'll die from electrocution. Yang Na only let go after Li Huang reassured her repeatedly. She released the taser and hugged him as she cried. Huang, I'm scared. Li Huang calmed her down and looked at the taser on the ground. Nana, where did you get it? Li Huang was both shocked and surprised. Yang Na sobbed and said, I bought it online with my friends. We were worried about our safety when we walked at night, so I also bought some other personal safety devices. Li Huang opened her bag and saw she had indeed prepared many other tools. There were pepper sprays, spare tasers, a recording device in the shape of a pen, and a phone with a big red button on the back. Li Huang took out the phone, and Yang Na explained as she sobbed. My grandmother bought this phone before. If you press the red button, it will automatically call the police. You can press the button even from outside the bag. Have you been carrying all this stuff ever since I met Qing Wanglai? Li Huang was touched. He knew Yang Na might not believe him, but she was still willing to risk her life to accompany him. Everyone else finally caught up to Li Huang. They quickly exchanged words, but soon noticed that Yang Na's shout had drawn in some of the residents. Quick, we need to move now. We won't be able to explain ourselves if they capture a video of us and upload it online. Zhao Lei grabbed the unconscious old man and placed him on the back of his motorcycle. Li Huang nodded as he sensed more and more people staring at them. He quickly pulled the startled Yang Na into the RV. The RV snaked around the roads as they tried to shake off any pursuers. It wasn't until they reached the main road that they sighed in relief. Qing Wanglai was driving the RV while Wu Qi was looking after the old man who had been electrocuted by Yang Na. She was worried that the old man would die. Don't worry, he's still doing fine. The electrocution won't kill him. Wu Qi looked at Wang Gang lying on the bed as she reported. Li Huang finally had the time to look at the 3 people they had captured. One of them was Yuan Heping, while the old man Yang Na had electrocuted was also familiar. Li Huang had also met this man at Kongning Hospital. His name was Wang Gang. It was clear that they had been the ones who placed the needles in his food. Li Huang pointed the cleaver at them. Who wants to talk first? There's no need for that. Let's find another place to interrogate them. My RV is already a third-hand car. I don't want you to destroy it. The RV wasn't large to begin with, and it felt cramped after so many people entered it. Qian Fu had to sit on the induction stove, while Hongyu was forced to sit in the toilet. Let's go to my place. There's no one there. Zhao Lei's voice came from outside. Is it remote and safe? Li Huang asked. No matter who the 3 people were, Li Huang was technically kidnapping them. It would be hard to explain to other people if they saw what they were doing. Don't worry, he lives somewhere very remote. Chen Hongyu stretched out from the toilet as she opened the fridge. The RV bounced along the road until they stopped near the city's outskirts. It was already starting to get bright outside when they entered an old home. Li Huang finally understood what they meant by Zhao Lei staying somewhere remote. Zhao Lei was actually staying in an underground basement on the outskirts of the city. Li Huang pushed Yuan Heping underground before he caught the scent of mold. The basement was huge but covered in many objects. There were bottles and cans of various sizes, as well as organs preserved in formalin. Li Huang saw a kneecap and a single eye in the jars. He wasn't sure if they were real. A strange moldy smell came from the takeout boxes and trash near his feet. There was a shelf on the wall lined up with various toy models. Some of them were incomplete, with only their heads. Zhao Lei's fashion was weird, and his place was weird too. Is this place soundproof? Li Huang walked to the table and tapped the bottles on the table. There were wooden boat models inside the bottles. It seems that Zhao Lei sells these for money. It's so real. He even carved out the sailors inside the boat. Yes, it's soundproof. Good. Li Huang approached Yuan Heping and pinned him to the wall before bringing the cleaver down on Yuan Heping's right hand. MMGH. Yuan Heping tried to scream, but Li Huang covered his mouth. Stop. Your arm is still intact. You can scream later. Yuan Heping almost fainted from shock when he saw Li Huang's cleaver planted on the ground right beside his hands. Just as he managed to catch his breath, he saw Li Huang swinging the cleaver sideways onto 4 of his fingers. Chapter 728, Model. Yuan Heping tried to pull his hand back, but Li Huang stomped on his wrist. He couldn't move his hands at all. Wait. Stop. The sharp knife cut open his skin. Li Huang looked at Yuan Heping. Talk. Who are you people? What's your objective? I don't know, Yuan Heping innocently said. We escaped together from the hospital and wanted to find something nice to eat when there was no one around at night. Bullshit. Do you really think I would believe that? Why did you run from us then? You chased after us with a cleaver like a madman. Who wouldn't run away? Qian Fu suddenly glared at Yuan Heping. Stop lying. We already saw through your tricks. You are Laotians. You came to conquer Earth. We already know who you are. Yuan Heping was stunned. He looked at Qian Fu and then at Li Huang before quickly nodding. Yes, that's right. We are the Laotians. We came here to conquer Earth. Li Huang's face twitched. He pushed the cleaver down until Yuan Heping's fingertips were bleeding. Are you going to talk or not? What do you want me to say? Yuan Heping was already on the brink of tears. Why did you follow me? Why did you put needles in my food? Don't tell me you weren't the one who did it. Fine. You are right. I placed the needles and followed you. Why? What's your goal? Why are you following and monitoring me? Because Yuan Heping tried to come up with a reason. As Yuan Heping stayed silent and unsure of how to respond, Qing Wanglai helped him to his feet. Don't arbitrarily decide that he's the culprit. It's possible that he was being used. Yuan Heping hid behind Qing Wanglai and trembled. Come, drink some water. Don't be nervous. Li Huang wanted to rebuke Qing Wanglai before he realized they were playing good cop, bad cop. His role was over. Qing Wanglai might be able to coax out the truth. To increase their chances of success, Li Huang copied a drama he had seen before, raising his cleaver and licking the blood on it. Li Huang's act worked. Yuan Heping shivered and tried to distance himself from Qing Wanglai. I'm just putting up an act to scare him, Li Huang whispered to Yang Na. Yang Na worriedly looked at Qing Wanglai as he was talking to Yuan Heping. Maybe he really doesn't know anything? Impossible. It might have been a coincidence the first time, but it cannot be a coincidence the second time. The world is vast, and yet he still managed to find me? He's just stubborn. He must have some kind of connection with the organization. Let's see what kind of method Qing Wanglai has. I will have to use force if Qing Wanglai can't get any information from Yuan Heping. Li Huang then started looking for tools around Zhao Lei's messy house. Maybe it was because Zhao Lei's job involved creating models, but there were several knives in the place. Li Huang thought that despite the limited variety, these knives would suffice. As Li Huang was grinding some of the knives using the edge of the sink, Qing Wanglai finished his interrogation. Qing Wanglai took out a large wad of cash and gave it to Yuan Heping, significantly reducing the latter's fear. He's just a pawn that follows orders blindly. He doesn't even know the people that were projected here. Li Huang was tired of the excuses. Then did he give us a name? Who's the one giving out orders? Qing Wanglai didn't answer, but instead looked at Wang Gang lying motionlessly on the ground. Wang Gang was the main culprit here. Li Huang grabbed the knives and approached Wang Gang before he saw the latter smiling at him bitterly. In contrast with Yuan Heping, Wang Gang had no intention of lying. I never thought I would lose to a little lady. I thought she would be easy to deal with, but I never imagined she would be super tough. Li Huang became excited when he heard this. Is he finally telling the truth? The conversation visibly intrigued the others, who promptly circled them. I know what you want to ask, but can you let me go afterward? Fine. Talk. Wang Gang shook his head. Not you. I'm talking to him. Wang Gang pointed at Qing Wanglai. Qing Wanglai nodded. I accept your request. If you tell us the truth, I will send you out of this country. Wang Gang nodded and finally said, You are right. We are here to monitor Li Huang. This is our job. Who sent you? Li Huang's heart was thumping. My higher-ups. I never saw their faces before, and they always gave us the orders through paper memos. What's their goal? Why are they targeting me? I don't know. They just said something along the lines of you being hard to deal with. Li Huang clenched his teeth when he heard that. I knew it. Bam. Just then, the sound of cloth smacking onto the table could be heard. Li Huang turned around and saw Zhao Lei frantically looking for something. What's going on with you? Wu Qi was confused. My things. They are gone. It was here just now. Everything is visibly fake, so why did you take it? Li Huang ignored him and continued to interrogate Wang Gang. What else do you know? Wang Gang looked at Zhao Lei before he stammered. I also know. One of you has been bought off by them. What? Who is it? Li Huang was looking at Wang Gang when he saw the reflection in Wang Gang's eyes. Li Huang swiftly turned around. Zhao Lei was swinging one of the large glass bottles towards his head. Why are you stealing my things? They're mine. Before the glass bottle hit Li Huang's head, the wooden boat model in the bottle swayed vigorously with the water. One of the wooden figurines in the glass bottle had a sword that pierced the glass bottle. Crack! The glass bottle shattered as the water splashed onto Li Huang's face. Li Huang let go of his cleaver and grabbed the wooden boat instead. You dare attack me? Li Huang gripped the wooden boat model and smashed it into Zhao Lei's face. The entire wooden boat model cracked into pieces. The wooden figurines with swords were also stabbed into Zhao Lei's eyes. Chapter 729 Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei shouted and held his injured eyes as he squatted down. In the chaotic basement, Li Huang glared at Zhao Lei mercilessly, holding a cleaver as he blocked the entrance. Just as Li Huang had asked Wang Gang who was the traitor, Zhao Lei attacked him from behind. He didn't need the answer from Wang Gang anymore. He knew Zhao Lei was the traitor. Zhao Lei also knew that they were supposed to meet up at Orange Isle last time. That was how Li Huang was almost hit by the truck when they were halfway to Orange Isle. Zhao Lei had informed them. The other two people that promised to come didn't show up either. Maybe they had met some dangers along their way. Li Huang hated traitors more than enemies. Zhao Lei, I never thought it would be you. What did they give you? Do you really think you can live happily after becoming their dog? Didn't they take your special powers too? Chen Hongyu approached him with a pained expression on her face. She blocked Zhao Lei's escape path using her massive frame. The others surrounded Zhao Lei too. Zhao Lei looked at them with dilated eyes. You can't blame me. Why are you guys only blaming me? All of you let me down first. I had to protect myself. Let you down. Li Huang laughed. I've just met you today. Tell me, how did I let you down? Fake. Everything's fake. Zhao Lei saw the blood in his palms and continued to press on his injured eyes. What's fake? Stop trying to push the responsibility away here. I can see through you and know whether you are actually crazy or not. Li Huang shouted and pointed his cleaver at Zhao Lei. You don't understand. We've met before. You took my stuff first. Don't blame me for it. Let's talk it out. No need to fight against each other. We've known each other for so long. Wu Qi tried to stop them from quarreling. Stop trying to fool me. Zhao Lei shouted. If it wasn't because of the common threat coming from outside, you all would have never worked together. I still remember what each and every one of you did to me last time. Do you really think that we are a loving family? What's wrong? Cack out your tongue? If you don't want to admit it, I will say it out loud. Tian Wu, do you have the guts to say who caused you to become crazy? Wu Qi, why do you not return home, but instead choose to stay outside and wander around? And you, Qing Wanglai, stop trying to be a good person. You always disparage others while praising your own virtue and intelligence. You think everyone else is stupid enough not to see through you. Zhao Lei's outburst made everyone shut up. Liu Wan looked at their expressions and had a vague realization. Zhao Lei's words might have been real. Even though everyone looked amicable on the outside, they might have had a grudge against each other in the past. All of you ignored me every time I was in danger, and now you blame me for selling you out? Humph. If any of you had been approached and enticed with rewards too, you would have done the same. Liu Wang had heard enough. He stepped up. I don't know what you were talking about, but you should understand that their goal is us. Do you really think they'll let you live after surrendering to them? Zhao Lei's hands were trembling when he lowered them. He glared at Liu Wang with his blinded eyes. I can only take a gamble. I can't trust them, but I can't trust you either. At the very least, they have a better chance at succeeding. Liu Wang lowered his cleaver and picked up a roll of yellow tape from the table. He bound Zhao Lei's arms and feet tightly. I don't have time to listen to your ramblings. Let's just talk about who we are facing. Since they bought you off, that means that you also know who they are. Tell me their names and identities. Zhao Lei chuckled and said, Fake. Everything's fake. Do you really not know who they are? Shut up and listen. Liu Wang grabbed Zhao Lei's collar and pulled him up. You better tell us what we want to know. I don't want to resort to force, but I will if I have to pry the information out of you. Zhao Lei chuckled. You want to know who they are? There's no need to interrogate me. You will know soon enough. As everyone was still trying to figure out what he meant, they heard someone knock on the door. Zhao Lei chuckled again. Do you really think I'm useless? I faked it. Why do you think I brought everyone to this remote basement? Bam! The door was kicked open as 3 metal orbs were thrown into the basement. The orbs were releasing white fumes. As the fumes filled up the room, everyone in the room began coughing and struggling to see. Nana! Liu Wang quickly moved towards Yangna. He felt her soft body and pulled her down as they moved towards the corner of the basement. Liu Wang coughed and said, Quick, give me your taser. Squat down near the corner of the wall and don't raise your head. Liu Wang remained composed, holding the cleaver and taser. He freed one hand to pinch his nose. When the smoke thinned out a little, Liu Wang gritted his teeth and charged towards the people descending into the basement. Zap! Liu Wang tossed one of the people entering the basement. He saw the person falling down and twitching on the ground before he charged at the other people. He wasn't sure how many enemies there were. He focused on the one in front of him, bringing down one after another. The fumes were dissipating. Liu Wang's taser ran out of battery as he placed it on the neck of the next intruder. By then, he had already knocked many of them unconscious. Crack! The intruder aimed the crossbow at Liu Wang's thigh. Liu Wang had no intention of dodging. He wanted to trade his injuries for the life of the intruder as he swung his cleaver towards the man's neck. Wang, be careful, Yang Na shouted. He turned around and saw another man aiming a crossbow at the back of his head just 2 meters away. The man had almost pressed the trigger, but then there was the sound of a gunshot. The man cried as his wrists were hit by the bullet. The crossbow in his hands also broke apart. Liu Wang tried to find the source of the gunshot. He saw Qing Wanglai pinching his nose as he shot at the intruders with his gun. Bam! 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 Chapter 730 Rest. Qing Wanglai unleashed a continuous barrage of gunshots, the sound echoing without pause. The bullets hit some of the men and scared the rest, making them retreat. After several rounds, Qing Wanglai ejected the magazine and reloaded the gun with a new one. Chen Hongyu and Chen Fu pushed one of the shelves towards the men to buy him time. Behind Chen Hongyu was Liu Wang. He punched forward like a leopard, raising his cleaver and stabbing an intruder's neck. Yang Na was also fighting. She shouted incessantly as she sprayed pepper spray towards the intruders. The chaotic battle didn't last long. By the time Qing Wanglai shot his gun again, the situation was under their control. The other intruders retreated since the struggle put up by Liu Wang and the others was too strong. They never thought Liu Wang and the others would fight back so hard. They came in ill-prepared. By the time the white smoke completely dissipated, the chaotic room was back to its usual calmness. Liu Wang panted as he touched the blood on his neck. He checked the corpses and saw 4 of them belonged to the intruder, while the 5th one was Wang Gang. The 2 other people they had caught escaped during the chaos. Li Huang ignored them. He was still figuring out what had happened to them. He knew they would fight one day, but he never thought it would be so soon. He approached Yang Na and checked if she was injured. Thankfully, she was unharmed, although she was crying. He quickly calmed her down before he approached Qing Wanglai, who was inspecting the corpses. You actually had a real gun? Li Huang was surprised. He never expected Qing Wanglai to hide his true strength so deeply. Even Li Huang was fooled by Qing Wanglai. Do I? Qing Wanglai asked. Do you take me for a blind man? Li Huang thought Qing Wanglai was joking when Qing Wanglai asked Wu Qi. Wu Qi, do I have a real gun? No, of course not. How could you have a real gun? It's illegal. Li Huang realized what they meant and nodded. Fine, you don't have a real gun. So, who are they? Qing Wanglai checked the corpses and said, they don't look like amateurs to me. What? This means that their real body is very complicated. We need to prepare for the worst. No, no more. Yang Na stood up as she cried. We need to report this to the police. Don't you see how many people have died? 5. 5 people died. She looked around and found her bag. She wanted to call the police using her phone. She reached for her bag, but Wu Qi snatched it away. Wu Qi. Yang Na looked at Wu Qi in disbelief as the latter shook her head. We can't call the police. Why not? Wu Qi shook her head. She didn't want to explain and instead gestured towards Qing Wanglai. Because now is not the time. Do you remember what I've said? This is the observer effect. Qing Wanglai strapped his gun behind his back. When everyone realizes it, the outcome will change too. We cannot determine what the others will think of us if we reveal this to the public. Are you crazy? Don't you see the dead people on the ground? Yang Na took a step back in disbelief. Qing Wanglai stared at Yang Na seriously and pondered. I agree about reporting to the police. Li Huang raised his arm in agreement. He stepped on a corpse's head as he said, they didn't believe me when I showed them the 2 fingers last time. I refuse to believe that they would dismiss me now. They will have to believe that someone is trying to kidnap me. I don't think they would regard me as someone crazy after we killed 5 people. Wu Qi looked at the black security anklet on Li Huang's foot. Do you really want to do that? Don't forget you killed 3 of them. Even if you convince them that they came for you, they will still lock you up for good in the mental hospital. You won't be jailed since it's not a crime for a mentally ill person to kill someone, but that doesn't mean you'll be free from any repercussions. Yang Na lowered her head and sobbed. She stopped talking about reporting to the police. Hee. Fake. Everything is fake. Reporting to the police won't work. Zhao Lei wriggled on the ground with his limbs tied up. Everyone, listen to me, Qing Wanglai said. I'm not trying to scare everyone, but this is a serious matter. If you don't believe me, I will show you the data from my experiments after we deal with the issue. Li Huang knew that things wouldn't be as simple as they seemed. I doubt it will be that simple. How are you going to deal with 5 corpses if you don't report to the police? The sports car and the gun had already made Li Huang suspicious of Qing Wanglai. If Qing Wanglai could really deal with 5 corpses discreetly, Li Huang would have to reconsider their cooperation. What kind of background does he have? I don't have any background, and I don't need to deal with the corpses. They will come and clean it up themselves. I'm sure they don't want the public to learn what they were up to. For now, we need to ask how many people they've sent after us and what kind of plans they have for us. Everyone is dead. Who are you going to ask? Who said everyone is dead? Qing Wanglai pointed at Zhao Lei. Qing Wanglai picked up Zhao Lei and patted the dust off Zhao Lei's shirt. You should know that I'm very trustworthy. We are all friends here. If you tell us what you know, I will forgive you. Qing Wanglai chose a different method to deal with Zhao Lei since the latter wouldn't succumb to force or coaxing. Li Huang frowned. He wanted to say something, but decided to remain silent. Zhao Lei stared at the corpses on the ground and remained silent. After a while, he made his request. Give me back my stuff, or I won't cooperate. Li Huang was angered and approached Zhao Lei. What did I steal? Wake up. Zhao Lei glared at him. Stop trying to weasel your way out of this. Are you just faking it? Go take some medicine if you are crazy. Stop trying to act crazy here. Chapter 731 them. Enough. Now is not the time to fight. Qing Wanglai stopped the 2 of them. He gave Li Huang a knowing look before turning to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, what did Li Huang take from you? We can give it back as long as we have it. 2 magnets in my eyes. Li Huang was furious. Zhao Lei was the one at fault for attacking him in the first place. And now, Zhao Lei wanted Li Huang to give him back an eye. It was clear that Zhao Lei didn't want to cooperate. Zhao Lei suddenly straightened his neck and glared at Li Huang. You think you don't have to return them to me after you forgot about them? Think carefully. Think carefully about what is real and what is not. Don't you think everything around you is too random? Don't you think it's too fake? Li Huolong frowned as his frustration grew. He then gripped Zhao Lei's neck with his hands. You want to kill me? Fine. You are a murderer to begin with. What else wouldn't you do? All of you are the same. No need to pretend to be kind. How dare you all call me a traitor? Li Huolong moved his hands to Zhao Lei's shirt collar and held him up. What the fuck do you mean? Just tell me the truth and stop talking in circles. I've already said it clearly. It's just that you don't understand me. You call me sick? The one who's sick is you. I'm not sick. I've been cured. Li Huolong took out a sharp pike and stabbed Zhao Lei's abdomen. Everyone else failed to react to Li Huolong's sudden actions. Zhao Lei did not relent even though his abdomen hurt. He continued to shout at Li Huolong. Fake. Everything is fake. Can't you differentiate it? Everything is fake. Even your illness being cured is fake. Li Huolong glared at Zhao Lei's single remaining good eye, and a strange memory surfaced in his mind. Something about a boat. Why? Why did I go onto the boat last time? Li Huolong tried to recall, but couldn't remember anything. Zhao Lei saw the bewilderment in Li Huolong's eyes and immediately smiled. You remembered? You remembered, right? Think carefully. You were the one who attacked first. Give everything back, or I won't help you. I attacked first. Li Huolong chuckled as he paced in front of Zhao Lei rapidly. He suddenly stopped and pointed at Zhao Lei's head. Stop bullshitting us. I was the one who attacked first. It was you. You were. Li Huolong suddenly forgot what he was trying to say and paced in front of Zhao Lei again. His breathing quickened as he tried to remember. Everything around him shimmered. He suddenly stopped and pointed at Zhao Lei again. You were the one. The words lingered in his throat, but he couldn't say anything. Li Huolong was very frustrated by how close he was to remembering everything. He snarled and stabbed the pike into his abdomen instead. Aawa. Huolong, Yang Na and the others rushed forward to stop Li Huolong. Wait. Don't interfere. Let him remember what happened. Zhao Lei stood at the side as he looked at Li Huolong. Just rest for now. Don't let your old illness relapse. I will handle this. Qing Wanglai patted Li Huolong's shoulder before he walked toward Zhao Lei. Li Huolong breathed rapidly in Yang Na's embrace. His eyes darted around, taking in his surroundings. He was searching for something. He sensed something had changed in the air, and yet there were no visible changes around him. Yang Na took out several pills from Li Huolong's pocket. Hongyu gave her a cup of water so that Li Huolong could take his medicine. After taking the pills, Li Huolong's visibly calmed down a lot. Only then did the rest give them space. Before returning it to Li Huolong, Wu Qi examined the ingredients listed on the medicine's label. Wait. Li Huolong shook his head and stood up. Let me talk to Zhao Lei. That's enough. Rest for now. No need to overexert yourself. Wu Qi supported him and slowly sat him down. You're mentally unwell, so don't overdo it. Let Qing Wanglai do it instead. I'm not mentally unwell. Sure you are not, Chen Hongyu chirped. Just then, someone shouted from the entrance. Hey, now is not the time to be chatting. Someone is coming. The gunshot just now was too loud. Qian Fu ran down the stairs and alerted everyone. Qing Wanglai didn't waste any time. He grabbed Zhao Lei and walked towards the entrance. The others followed him and locked the door. They all entered Wu Qi's RV before leaving the place. Wu Qi whispered something to Qing Wanglai before the latter explained. The scuffle just now was too loud. To prevent the police from suspecting us, we will send you back first. I will message you once we have more information. Li Huolong nodded as he looked at Zhao Lei. Qing Wanglai patted Li Huolong's shoulder. Don't worry. Since they are trying to do something secretly, they won't dare do anything to you in broad daylight. Li Huolong lost interest in melee weapons after seeing the gun. He looked at Qing Wanglai. Give me a gun. Here. Qing Wanglai gave him one. Li Huolong took it and threw it to the side. I don't want the lighter one. Qing Wanglai chuckled and kept the lighter. You've never used the gun before. It's easy to injure yourself if you are untrained. I will teach you when we have time. Instead of dropping them off directly at the residential area, Wu Qi let them off just one street away. Li Huolong and Yang Na walked back while holding hands. Yang Na was worried. Huolong, are you alright? Don't worry. I'm fine. Li Huolong increased his pace. Even though we are allies, we cannot trust them completely. We have to leave some room for doubt. Why? Zhao Lei was right. Qing Wanglai is a smart man. I fear he has his own agenda. Also, I don't know anything about their previous conflicts. All I know is that even patients in mental hospitals can have their own agendas. 1. This is referring to the gun-shaped lighter that Qing Wanglai showed to Li Huawang in Chapter 727. Basically, he just gave him a fake gun. Chapter 732, Illusion. Si Chi, Xiantai Mountain, Luminous Temple, Grand Courage Hall. Li Huawang looked at the black-skinned monk cut in half as his sword cut into the monk's flesh. The black water flowing out of the monk splashed towards his face. Sensing the oddness of the water, Li Huawang used the 4 tentacles on his back to pull himself backward, narrowly avoiding the black water. Oh! Li Huawang exhaled as he felt the murderous aura in the hall. He had already lost an arm, but still held on to his 3 swords with his tentacles. A vast expanse of corpses lay behind him, all of them monks. Li Huawang snarled at the golden Buddha statue to the back. The golden Buddha had a black cloth on its shoulders. The Buddha's face was neither sad nor happy, but the most terrifying aspect was the human flesh and blood offerings in front of it. It was one thing for the entire temple to defect to the Dharma sect, but it was another matter for them to make a statue of God Yor. The warrior monks here had even learned military techniques. It was a dangerous place that Li Huawang had to eliminate immediately. He took a deep breath and ran towards the Buddha statue. He jumped in the air when he had almost reached the altar. Using his cultivation, he jumped continuously in the air as if there were invisible stairs. He reached the top of the Buddha's head and swung down his purple tassel sword. Just then, the golden coating of the Buddha statue burst open, revealing black cracks in its body. Li Huawang saw living beings through the cracks. The Buddha statue glared at Li Huawang, grabbed him with both hands, and bit him with its black mouth. Its black teeth sunk into Li Huawang's body, but for some reason, it couldn't crush his bones. Li Huawang stepped on the lower jaw of the Buddha statue while using his upper body to force its mouth open. This way, he wouldn't get swallowed. You want to eat me? Let me give you a taste then. Li Huawang opened his mouth and vomited Li Sui out. The tentacles quickly shrunk into his body as Li Sui fell into the Buddha's gullet. Li Sui, eat that bastard. Li Huawang forced the Buddha to keep its mouth open by wedging the purple tassel sword inside. He leaped outside with his spine sword, only to find the Buddha's hands waiting for him. Just then, a halberd spun in the air and chopped off all of the Buddha's fingers. Are you trying to kill a Buddha? Good. I've always hated that bald bastard. Peng caught her halberd midair while riding her horse, then charged towards the Buddha's statue. Even though the Buddha's statue was humongous, it continued to retreat against Li Huawang's and Peng Longting's attacks. The situation was under control for now, but Li Huawang was worried about Sui Sui. She had been inside the Buddha for a long time and still hadn't emerged. I should have jumped down with her. I need to deal with this as soon as possible. Li Huawang was about to end it when he saw half of a dog's face forcing itself out from the Buddha's belly. Li Huawang heard a soft voice coming out from the belly button. Dad, help. They ate my head. Li Huawang panicked when he heard that. He rushed forward without any care as he endured the attacks from the Buddha statue. He used his sword to cut open the Buddha's stomach. Li Huawang saw the mangled limbs and broken tentacles pouring out of the Buddha's statue. He felt his heart go cold. Suddenly, a skinned dog's skull appeared out of the hole with some of the Buddha's intestines. Dad, whose limbs are those? Li Sui was fine. The voice from before wasn't hers. Immediately after, the tentacles and limbs disappeared. It was just Li Huawang's cultivation of the truth. The tentacles and the voice from before were not the original Li Sui. What? As Li Huawang was stunned, the Buddha's palm slammed down. The sound of bones cracking could be heard as he was crushed into the ground. 10 minutes later, Li Huawang grunted as he dragged the massive Buddha's head out of the temple. His body was covered in blood. He looked down from the top of the hall and saw the warrior monks still desperately fighting against the soldiers. Li Huawang kicked the Buddha's head down the steps. The warrior monks lost their will to fight when they saw their Buddha's head rolling down. The soldiers made short work of them and ended the fight. Li Huawang panted and sat on a cushion. He continued to monitor the other fights through the mirror that Xian Pin had given him. The soldiers saw what he was doing and thought he was weird, but Li Huawang had long disregarded how others perceived him. He only needed to know he wasn't crazy. That was all that mattered. Li Sui was dirty and tired. She leaned on Li Huawang's back and nudged her skull towards him. Dad, you are so strong. You killed so many bad people. Li Huawang sighed and kept the mirror. He knew how strong he was now. In fact, he was even stronger than the half-immortal Dan Yangzi. As his cultivation improved, it became easier for him to unwittingly change his surroundings according to his thoughts. It didn't have to be a thought that he was focusing on. It could be a random, intrusive thought, but his cultivation would still turn it into reality. He remembered Li Sui's shout for help and the version of her that he had accidentally turned into reality. Just thinking about it for a moment had been enough for it to become real. It wasn't a good sign and was impacting his daily life. Thankfully, the enemies he faced today hadn't been too strong, or he would have actually died. Nothing was real when nothing was fake in front of him. It wasn't the first time this had happened. This was the fourth since the time he accidentally materialized by Ling Miao from his thoughts. Instead of fighting against the Dharma sect, he was now fighting against himself. Chapter 733 Real. Li Huang wanted to deal with these complications as soon as he could. Thankfully, despite how difficult the situation seemed, there were still ways to remedy it. He remembered what Shai Zi had told him last time. Cultivating truth without cultivating lies would cause him to become a demon. It was a reasonable suggestion too. As long as he cultivated lies, they would balance out his cultivation of truth. But the problem was that he didn't believe in the words of Shai Zi. Who would believe the sitting Oblivion Dao? Shai Zi once said he never lied to anyone to trick them, but he also once mocked Li Huang for believing the words of the sitting Oblivion Dao. It was contradictory. Li Huang judged the situation before deciding to give it a try. It wasn't that bad to cultivate lies. Rather than being tricked by the sitting Oblivion Dao, Li Huang had to turn himself into a sitting Oblivion Dao member to trick others. The heavenly Dao of lies was also in Jizai's hands. Li Huang was certain that it was safer than it was in Dolao's hands. Since Jizai held both the heavenly Dao of lies and the heavenly Dao of truth, it was natural for him to be able to use both powers. The situation here has stabilized for now. I have to leave this place for a moment. He murmured alone while Xian Pin's illusion floated out from a wooden fish. We are now at an important juncture of the war. People are constantly dying on the front line. Without you, I'm afraid most of the soldiers will have to sacrifice themselves in a battle of attrition. Stop trying to threaten me like that. If you really thought their lives were that precious, you would have given me some secret artifacts to fight back. Li Huang had always aimed to destroy the Dharma sect and save the world, but he knew he needed to address his problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be too worried to fight. Li Huang wasted no time, patting Li Sui's head before standing up and walking out of the hall. This is a tricky matter. What do you intend to do? Xian Pin asked, somehow knowing Li Huang's problems. Do you have a solution? Maybe for a regular person, but it won't work on you. You are both a strayed one and a twisted one. I knew you wouldn't have the solution. If you had it, you wouldn't have kept it a secret until now. Li Huang walked down the bloodstained stairs and reached the bottom of the mountain. He saw that the stable had been crushed by the Buddha's head, killing both of his horses. He had no choice but to take off the reins. Seniorly, Li Huang didn't even turn around when he heard the familiar voice. Stop. Don't come close to me. Let's talk after I deal with my problem. He could no longer differentiate the real by Ling Miao from the one he materialized, so he chose to ignore all of them. He heard the sound of footsteps stopping at a distance before he sighed. How's Taishan Shi? Is he still refusing to speak? He had hoped to extract information from Taishan Shi after Bai Ling Miao caught him, but even after using all of his techniques, Taishan Shi still refused to leak any information. Taishan Shi's body was as tough as stone, and his mouth was even tougher. Li Huang had no choice but to send Taishan Shi to the barracks in hopes that the surveillance bureau had a method to interrogate him. Bai Ling Miao replied, No. We tried all sorts of methods, but he refused to say anything. Do you think he actually doesn't know anything? Impossible. He must have key information about the Dharma sect. Did the chiefs come and visit him? No. We tried to contact them, but all of them were busy dealing with the Dharma sect, so they couldn't make time. Bullshit. I don't even see them in the mirror. Xian Pin, what are you up to now? Can't you even spare some time to interrogate him? I've sent some men, but it'll take some time for them to get there since they can't fly. Hurry up. Taishan Shi is a key figure in the Dharma sect, so he must have some vital information, especially since he came from the Qi kingdom. Li Huang sat on a horse he materialized and prepared to leave. Senior Li, I won't follow you, but at least tell me where you are heading. Li Huang pondered and answered by Ling Miao's question. Qingqiu. Qingqiu? What? I know how to cultivate truth, but only the sitting Oblivion Dao knows how to cultivate lies. Unfortunately, everyone in the sitting Oblivion Dao has been killed. I can only find them in the phone capital of Qingqiu's underground. Xian Pin exclaimed in surprise before Bai Ling Miao even said anything. What a genius idea. To cultivate both truth and lies to balance each other out. Li Huang stared at Xian Pin's illusion. Shai Zi is correct. This method would work. Xian Pin was certain of it. Really? How can you be so sure? Li Huang was suspicious of how supportive Xian Pin was. Does he have ulterior motives? Don't worry, this is definitely going to work. Yin counters yang, and truth counters lies. Cultivating lies will balance out your cultivation of truth. After hearing Xian Pin reassuring him, Li Huang said nothing else. He urged the horse to run towards Qing Qiu as fast as possible. Li Sui drew 2 talismans and pasted them onto the horse's back. Bai Lingmiao thought about their conversation. She was both surprised and curious when she asked Xian Pin, Master Xian Pin, are you telling the truth? Will it really work? Xian Pin's voice came from the black hole beneath the red robes. It doesn't matter if I think it will work or not. The most important thing is for him to believe that it will. Bai Lingmiao now understood what Xian Pin was trying to do. It was the right choice. Even if it was Shai Zi's trap, as long as Li Huang thought it would work, it would work. Bai Lingmiao bowed to Xian Pin, knowing that he was trying to help Li Huang. Thank you, Master Xian Pin. Senior Li is rash, but he's kind. He will understand your kindness. I don't need him to understand. I just don't want to die. Xian Pin then looked at Bai Lingmiao and stared at her red veil. I'm sure that your body made from the evil entity is uncomfortable. If you want, I can refer you to the Abbot of the Righteous Monastery. He can make another body for you. Really? Bai Lingmiao was excited. She didn't really care for her appearance since Li Huang didn't mind, but she was still excited at the prospect of getting her original look back. Of course, we are allies now, so I can do this much. It's also just a small favor. The more important thing is for us to help each other. Chapter 734 Mahakala. A soft wind blew past the shriveled grass plains. The skies were dark and the clouds were like lead, hanging low in the sky. Li Huang was feeling down too. After rushing for several days, he finally reached Qing Qiu. However, it was no longer the same one he knew. The emerald green grass plains were gone, replaced by yellowish dried grass that was barely clinging to life. It was even worse than he had expected. He was worried for Sun Baolu, but he had no time to address Qing Qiu's situation because his own issues had yet to be resolved. Li Huang urged his horse with the talisman towards the city. He recalled someone telling him the city's name once, but he had forgotten about it. The only thing he remembered was the solidified poop of the livestock there. Qing Qiu's tribal leader had gone to battle, but someone was still managing its disgusting city. Li Huang had just entered the city when several guards with tall red hats blocked him. The guard's mouth didn't move, but a low voice came from their abdomen. Where are you from? Where are you going? Li Huang revealed his identity plate and pointed at the temple. To the Antrabra temple. I have business with the masters there. The guards checked his identity plate while the other Qing Qiu residents groveled on the ground. Soon after, 2 rows of llamas wearing black overalls approached Li Huang as they clapped their hands together. The llamas were also people from Qing Qiu. Their skin was tanned and their bodies were skinny. All of them were old, with faces covered in wrinkles or age spots. Li Huang had seen them once. It seems that the Antrabra temple knows that I'm coming. They said nothing. They simply bowed to Li Huang and walked towards the temple. Li Huang jumped down from his horse and followed them on foot. The guards dared not stop him. A black tentacle slid out from his red robes and took back the identity plate from the guards. Li Huang followed the llamas from behind and walked past the groveling people. He walked up the stairs and entered the temple. The Antrabra temple was grand and solemn on the outside, but empty on the inside. There weren't many Buddha statues here. Instead, the space was decorated by art drawn on leather and several pagodas that resembled pikes. The leather art was strange, as there was a lot of it. Each depicted a different scene connected to the immortal heaven. But Li Huang had not forgotten what he was here for. He asked the Lama before him, I'm here to seek help from the masters of this place. There is something that only you can do. The Lamas said nothing, as if they had expected it. They continued to guide Li Huang into the temple. He walked past a lively hall where discussions were taking place until he reached the innermost room of the temple. The Lamas talked, and a reply came from inside the room, but Li Huang didn't understand them since they were talking in the language of Qing Qiu. Suddenly, the voice inside the room said, Taoist. Li, I've heard of you. The door slowly opened and revealed a completely dark room. The faint voice came from inside. Li Huang had just entered when he saw several dried corpses with feathered crowns hanging on the rafters. They were hanging by their necks. Even though their faces were like skeletons grafted with a piece of skin, their elaborate overalls and the various intricate bone ornaments revealed that they were in the upper ranks of the Yantrabara temple. The room wasn't as smelly as Li Huang had expected. It was filled with various scents instead. Li Huang looked up and paid no attention to whether the llamas were dead or alive. Instead, he proceeded to explain the purpose of his visit. I will keep it short since you've heard of me. I have a problem that requires a certain guiding drug ingredient located in the Feng capital. One of my disciples said you were familiar with that area, so I was hoping you would guide me there. The Feng capital was the land governed by the Siming of Death, Kuei Lei. Li Huang had no intention of risking his life. He almost died after facing the Lion Dance Palace last time. Since the Yantrabara temple worshipped death and was also fighting against the Dharma sect, Li Huang figured that there was no reason for them not to help him. Right after he explained, he saw a dried corpse to his left sway slightly. Li Huang asked, "What do you mean you can't?" "It's not that we can't. Taoistly, do you not know that the Feng capital is not a living person's Kali?" Li Huang didn't understand what the Lama was talking about. "Of course I know. If I needed to find someone who was alive, I wouldn't have looked for you. It's easy to enter the Feng capital, but it's difficult to leave." "No, my friend entered it once. You can just use those spinning wheels to fetch me out later." Li Huang remembered how Yang Shaohai entered and exited the place safely. He refused to believe that he would fail, even though Yang Shaohai had escaped with the help of Hongyu. Taoistly, the times have changed. We are saying this for your own sake. Go back. Li Huang frowned. Did something happen there? Another Lama replied. The Mahakala, one, has moved. It should have been dead and motionless under Qing Qiu. What? Li Huang had a bad feeling. The Mahakala they spoke of probably refers to Kuei Lei, the Siming of Death. We have conducted regular sacrifices to appease the Mahakala and allow it to rest in peace. But I fear time is up since the Mahakala has moved. It's no longer in the original location. And what does that have to do with the Feng capital? Li Huang refused to leave empty-handed after coming here from so far away. Taoistly, you do not understand. Every time Mahakala moves, an entire village must die. With every step it takes, an entire town must die. Every time it moves, an entire city must die. 1. Another name for Kuei Lei. Chapter 735, Enter. Li Huang finally had a good understanding of what would happen if the Siming of Death moved. That is why the grass in Qingqiu is all dead. After that, the livestock will die. And once they're gone, humans will be next. If things continue to die like this, Qingqiu will become the land of the dead. Death should have been the final stop, but now that Mahakala has started moving, more and more people will die early deaths. Li Huang was confused. The reason so many people were dying was supposed to be the aftermath of God Yuer's invasion and the war initiated by the Dharma sect. Why are they saying that the deaths are due to Mahakala? Li Huang didn't believe them completely. Master, I'm very saddened by the death of the grass, but how does it relate to the Feng capital? I just need to go there and find someone. I can't help you with the grass. You need to find Xianpin for help. No matter what they said, Li Huang hadn't forgotten why he was there. His issue was more pressing. Suddenly, one of the ropes snapped, and a corpse fell down in front of Li Huang. The corpse had a snarling expression on his wrinkled face. He was angry. The Mahakala is moving. Where do you think it is? It's at the Feng capital now. Mahakala has regained his senses. You don't even need to touch it. You only need to take a single look, and it's over. You would wish you were dead. Li Huang frowned and recalled everything he had seen about the Simings in the Ba-Hui capital. Li Huang had forgotten most of it, but some of the fragmented memories in his mind still made him tremble. He had felt insignificant every time he had met a Siming, except for Jizai. The Simings, like Doulao or Ba-Hui, never had to descend into the mortal realm to make him shudder in fear. They had either appeared as projections or looked at him from afar. The Siming of Death. Can I really take what I need from it? But if I don't, I will eventually kill someone with my powers. There were no other methods that he could think of now. The Dharma sect was constantly getting closer, and Li Huang had no time to figure out another way. Li Huang thought carefully before looking at the dried corpse before him. Since you know a lot about Mahakala, that means you know how to avoid it, right? The dried corpse's eyes moved slightly. Li Huang continued. Xianpin has told you before. You should know about me and the situation outside regarding the Dharma sect. How long can the Yantrabara temple last when the Dharma sect invades? I don't want to fight Mahakala. All I need is the guiding drug ingredient in the Feng capital. We have a common enemy. Helping me is equivalent to helping yourself. The room of dried corpses said nothing, as if they were pondering. Just then, the temple started shaking. Li Huang looked outside and said in a panic, "What are you hesitating for? Another division is gone. Do you really want to wait for all 11 divisions to be completely destroyed before you take action?" The llamas nodded when they sensed the quaking. "Fine, we shall let you try once. But you need to know that the Feng capital is exceedingly dangerous even with our help. Do not let your guard down." "Fine, we're already short on time, so let's start now." Li Huang released the primordial breath in his body and removed the fake scenario he had made just now. The division did not actually disappear. It was a fake created by Li Huang to convince the llamas to help him. If the cultivation of truth had no side effects, it would have been an extremely strong ability. Li Huang was soon brought into a prayer room with many candles. When the dried corpses gestured for him to sit, he thought the place was the entrance to the Feng capital. Li Huang sat in the middle while the llamas sat around him. Once you enter the Feng capital, you will only have 3 divisions of time, regardless of whether you find the guiding drug ingredient or not. You must come back once you hear the sound of the prayer wheels. Do not delay your departure. All right. Li Huang placed both hands on his knees and closed his eyes. The llamas slowly chanted. Li Huang noticed that their mantras were extremely complicated. Paluo pa bingda ni, na li yi. The llamas took out a transparent knife from their robes and sliced the air above Li Huang's head. Li Huang opened his eyes and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" However, the llamas didn't move. Li Huang extended his arms, but his hands phased through their bodies. Chapter 736, Soul. Li Huang saw his arm pass effortlessly through the llama's hand. He instantly understood and looked up, then felt his whole body plummet. He landed directly on the ceiling below. Li Huang looked up at the llamas and his own body surrounded by them. The Feng capital was clearly not a place the physical body could reach. He could still hear the llamas chanting, but the sound was faint and distant, as though muffled by a veil. The sensation was peculiar. It was as if he was weightless and floating on air. Is this the soul leaving the body? So there really are souls in this world? Why aren't there any ghosts, then? Li Huang recalled the llama's words and didn't tarry. He clenched his fists and walked towards the door. When he exited the inverted Antrabra temple, the outside world had transformed into a vast and desolate desert. He was not surprised since Yang Shaohai had warned him. After contemplating momentarily, he headed in the direction Yang Shaohai had mentioned, where he had bumped into Hongyu. Li Huang only had 3 divisions and had to find the sitting Oblivion Dao's Hongyu quickly. If he didn't find him here, he'd have to search in circles around the Antrabra temple. Li Huang walked through the bleak landscape and constantly looked around his surroundings. Yang Shaohai said there's no more of that bizarre seawater from God Yuer here. What does that mean? Does that mean the Siming responsible for death managed to fend off God Yuer? God Yuer likely hadn't taken over the Siming of death. A change in the heavenly Tao should have caused a natural disaster. This might be a good thing for them. Any setback for God Yuer was good news. Li Huang was puzzled after walking for some time. He hadn't found Hongyu or any of the souls of the dead, which Yang Shaohai had claimed were everywhere. There were no souls, no strange, giant ghosts, and no bottomless pits. None of the things described by Yang Shaohai were here. As he started to doubt if he was on the correct path, he suddenly sensed something emerging from the distant black fog. What is that? Li Huang leaned forward and looked at the shadow forming in the mist. As the shadow became larger, it eventually exceeded his field of vision. He realized what it was. It was Mahakala, the Siming of death. I must not look. Li Huang lowered his head. He focused on the uneven ground and then moved aside. The next moment, a terrifyingly low growl echoed, paralyzing him with fear. He couldn't even lift his feet. All he could do was close his eyes, cover his ears, and curl up into a ball. He chanted to himself, "You can't see me. You can't see me." Another low growl sounded, and the immense pressure made Li Huang feel as if he was on the brink of death. It felt like a mountain was crushing him. After an unknown amount of time, the feeling finally dissipated. Li Huang gasped for breath and got up, then saw that his body had partially melted like a candle. This had happened just from passing by, without even touching him. He stared at the distant black fog. So this is Mahakala? This is Kuei-Lei. Ba-Hui governed pain, and Dolao governed truth and falsehood. Compared to them, meeting Kuei-Lei, who governed death, was an entirely different experience. It was like facing eternal silence itself. He understood why this place was so empty after this recent experience. Li Huang was more concerned about whether Hongyu's memory was still alive than about whether Shai Zi had lied to him. If this happened a few more times, Li Huang wouldn't make it even with the Lama's protection, let alone Zhong from the sitting Oblivion Dao. Could he really have been reincarnated? Does reincarnation exist in this world? Li Huang began to consider the worst possibilities. As he thought about this, he looked up and saw something dart into the black fog from the southeast corner of the ceiling. Wait! Li Huang sprinted towards the ceiling. When his feet made contact with the uneven ceiling, he chased after the commotion. It was the first moving thing he had seen in this desolate world of death. He needed to catch it and find out what was going on. He ran as fast as he could and soon caught a glimpse of its back. It was a child glowing with white light. Wait! Don't run! The figure only ran faster after he shouted. As he followed the child's steps, his surroundings changed. Gigantic pillars began to appear, dividing the sky and earth. The child vanished behind one of these pillars. Li Huang sighed in frustration when a mocking voice came from above. Why are you chasing it? He looked up to see another Li Huang hanging upside down from the ceiling. It was Zhong from the sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Huang could tell with one look since his own face would never have such an expression. Great, you're not dead, Li Huang exclaimed, relieved at his luck in finding him so quickly. What? You wanted me dead? That makes sense. To you, I'm just a memory created by Doulao. The upside-down Li Huang wiped his face, which turned into a Zhong mahjong tile. He continued, let me guess, you came all the way to the phone capital to find me because you're in trouble? What kind of trouble brings the famous Li Huang to seek help from a mere memory? You know I'm just a memory, right? The flesh and blood Zhong jumped down and laughed maniacally. Do you know what that means? It means I reset every hour and start over, which repeats endlessly. Do you understand how that feels? Do you? As he shouted, Zhong began to disintegrate and eventually turn into a pool of writhing blood. Chapter 737, Zhong. Li Huang stood by a giant slanted column and listened to Zhong explain his thoughts. Once Zhong finished, Li Huang paused expressionlessly. You're pretending, aren't you? Why do that at this point? Zhong was stunned momentarily. He wiped his face, which reverted to its mahjong tile appearance. His previous agitation was completely gone. Impressive, Li Huang. You saw through it. You're not that dumb, after all. Everything Zhong had said was an act, meant to toy with him just like before. Despite all he had been through, Li Huang hadn't forgotten that this guy was from the sitting Oblivion Dao. Even though he was also Li Huang, he was still from the sitting Oblivion Dao, and anything he said could be a lie. I figured it out by putting myself in your shoes. If I were you, I wouldn't break down over something so trivial. Besides, if you reset every hour, why fear breaking down? Zhong chuckled. True enough. So, tell me, what's happening outside? I'm dying of boredom here. Li Huang's brows furrowed. This Zhong, though still Li Huang, was a different entity created by Doulao. Since his experiences had been stripped away and made incomplete, his personality had become more extreme. Seeing that Li Huang did not respond, Zhong carried on with a proud expression on his face. Aren't you surprised I still exist? Even though Doulao's heavenly Daos of truth and lies were seized? Do you want to know how I achieved that? I was supposed to disappear, but I refused to accept that. Do you know why? Zhong leaned closer. Li Huang stepped back. I don't care how you exist, and I don't want to know. Time is short, so I'll be brief. I'm here because of a troublesome matter, and I need... Wait. Can you let me finish first? Do you think I'm some irrelevant NPC you can skip over? Is this how you ask others for help? Li Huang remained silent, and Zhong nodded with satisfaction. Good. Now, let me show you my story. He turned and led Li Huang to the other side of the column. There was a dense array of carved words on the colossal column. Li Huang approached and recognized his own handwriting. Clearly, Zhong had written here to record events beyond the hour. Li Huang read the carvings carefully. When he finished, he turned to Zhong. You survived by relying on Zhao Lei's heavenly Tao of death? Zhong smugly answered, yes. The heavenly Daos of truth and lies are gone, but a part of the heavenly Tao of death remains in me. I used this fragment to survive. Though I'm stuck in an hour-long loop, it's better than nothing. And as long as I exist, there's hope, Zhong said. Now, I've waited long enough for my chance, haven't I? What do you need from me? And what do you offer? I can take you out, Li Huang said and observed Zhong closely. However, this massive enticement didn't elicit any reaction, as though Zhong was simply hearing about someone else's business. Take me out? Is this for you or for me? For both of us. A win-win. As long as he obtained Hongzhong's memories, he could fully grasp sitting Oblivion Dao's technique to cultivate lies. Why should I leave? I'm fine here. I don't see it as a win-win, Hongzhong said indifferently. Both of them were Li Huowang, so Hongzhong had considered the very same things. Without a physical body, I'd just be a memory even if I leave. What's the difference from being here? So you're just going to keep waiting like that? Forever? Hongzhong looked at Li Huowang with a mocking gaze. No problem. I can wait. In any case, I only have an hour of memories, so I won't go mad from waiting. He continued. I can wait, but can you? Your situation seems more urgent. You need to offer more. Stop joking around. There's a huge problem outside. Think of Bai Lingmiao and Li Sui. Do you want to endanger them? Hongzhong's smile faded. What's happening outside? Li Huowang quickly recounted the recent events, noticing that Hongzhong had finally become serious. Now, I'm cultivating truth, but not lies. It's like having a ticking time bomb around me, and I could harm those around me anytime. I need to solve this quickly. Hongzhong fell silent in contemplation. What's there to hesitate about? Why are you hesitating? Why are you in such a rush? I'm not hesitating about leaving. Cultivating truth, but not lies, leads to madness. That's what Shizi said. We need to think this through. Hongzhong was evidently suspicious. I've thought it over. Even in the worst case, cultivating lies is better than my current state. Li Huowang had indeed hated and despised the deceitful members of the sitting Oblivion Dao before. But compared to the Dharma sect, which seemed bent on destroying the world, the sitting Oblivion Dao's deceit was less detestable. Hongzhong shook his head. You don't understand the sitting Oblivion Dao or Shizi. I'm Hongzhong, so I know them well. If this was planned by Shizi, it won't be just a minor scheme. Don't drop your guard just because he's dead. A sitting Oblivion Dao member isn't truly dead if any of their schemes remain. Li Huowang frowned. So you suspect? I suspect this is a bait. Do you know what that is? In the liar scripture, it's the start of a big scam. The bait isn't usually a scam and might even benefit the target. It's like the initial sweet treat for a new player at a gambling table. Chapter 738, Siming. Hongzhong looked at Li Huowang. I think combining the cultivation of truth and lies might actually cure your madness. However, that might be Shizi's bait to lure you in. The scary part is that Shizi probably foresaw this situation long ago, setting traps and waiting for you to merge the cultivation of truth and lies, then triggering the traps. Li Huowang couldn't help but seriously consider it. Why would he set traps if he's already dead? Does he want to deceive me to revive him? Li Huowang asked. Currently, the heavenly Daos of truth and lies were in Ji Zai's hands. There was no way he would borrow divine powers from his future self. No matter how useless he might be, he would not do something like that to aid the enemy. He managed the heavenly Dao of bewilderment, not the heavenly Dao of stupidity. Without divine powers, even if Shizi came back to life, he'd just be a clever old scammer. The fate of the White Lotus sect had been very miserable since they worshipped the heavenly Mater, who had lost all heavenly Daos. Li Huowang had seen it firsthand. Don't always assume their motives are so selfish. The sitting Oblivion Dao's schemes don't always have a reason. Sometimes, they just do it for fun to trick you. Hongzhong rested his chin on his hand. His expression mirrored Li Huowang's, with both of them frowning deeply. They stood there pondering for a long time, unable to figure out what Shizi's real plan was. After a while, Li Huowang said, no matter what Shizi is planning, I have to cultivate lies. If I don't, I might explode before Shizi's traps do. He continued, now that we know there might be traps, it's not too bad. We can try to take the sugar coating and throw the bomb back. Hongzhong felt frustrated. Would Shizi's sugar coating be that easy to swallow? Why did you even cultivate truth in the first place? Didn't Zhuge Yuan warn you not to cultivate it? Li Huowang replied, don't mention him. Without cultivating truth, how could I deal with the Dharma sect when they get stronger every day? With the profound records? Do you think Ba-Hui is more reliable? At this moment, Li Huowang noticed the chanting in his ears growing fainter. He knew his time was running out. I can't stay in this damned place much longer. Let's get out first. Hongzhong thought for a moment before finally nodding. Once we're out, find a way to use your truth cultivation to turn me into an existence like the monk. That way, I can stay by your side. He continued, I'll keep an eye out for you. If any of Boss Shizi's traps emerge, I can warn you in advance. Li Huowang looked at Hongzhong as a thought flashed through his mind. Does this guy have any schemes of his own? Maybe Shizi's traps aren't the real problem. Maybe it's Hongzhong. Hongzhong seemed impatient. What are you thinking about? Didn't you say there's no time? Hurry up. Let's go. Li Huang ran towards the source of the chanting, with Hong Zhong following closely behind. How has everyone been while I've been away? Hong Zhong suddenly inquired. They're fine. After Gao Zhijian became the emperor, everyone's life improved. The Liu family troop is gone, though. I know. I saw Liu Xiaocai. They hurried along. As time passed, the chanting in Li Huang's ears grew softer. As the chanting disappeared, Li Huang felt his body becoming heavier, making it even more difficult to move. Hurry! Hong Zhong reached out to him. Now you're in a hurry? Why were you wasting time chatting earlier? Li Huang grabbed his arm. They picked up speed together. Just as Li Huang thought nothing could go wrong, a black mist began swirling on the left. This movement was familiar to Li Huang. Kuei Lei is coming. He was about to close his eyes, but this time, Kuei Lei's body suddenly emerged from the black mist. It looked like an amorphous mass, with pale, dark, abyss-like holes lining the edges. Kuei Lei was shrouded in a strange pale glow. Li Huang found it extremely difficult to describe the feeling he got when he looked at Kuei Lei. It was beyond terrifying and abnormal, and he felt profoundly shocked. At that moment, the buzzing sound of a wheel brought Li Huang back to his senses. In that brief moment, he found his body had almost entirely melted, with some parts of his body even dislodging and drifting towards Kuei Lei. Li Huang immediately closed his eyes, crouched down, and dragged Hong Zhong towards the Antraber temple. It quickly became apparent that he couldn't move faster than Kuei Lei. A familiar sense of oppression descended from above once again. Li Huang froze. He pressed himself to the ground with Hong Zhong and waited for Kuei Lei to pass. Time dragged on at a snail's pace. It felt like a long time, but the oppressive feeling still didn't dissipate. What's going on? Li Huang struggled to open his left eye by a tiny crack and glanced at the ground. The next moment, he froze. It was incredibly dark around him. It was a shadow, Kuei Lei's shadow. Whether it was part of Kuei Lei or Kuei Lei itself, it was now right above Li Huang, and it remained unmoving. Has it discovered me? Li Huang froze in fear, feeling as though he had been plunged into an ice cave. Even if Kuei Lei did nothing, its mere presence was extremely deadly for Li Huang. Time passed slowly, and Li Huang felt his body continuously melting. Some of his insides felt instinctively drawn towards Kuei Lei. Li Huang clenched his teeth and made up his mind. I can't keep this up. Even if it's a gamble, I have to do something. He started to move and dragged Hong Zhong towards the Antraber temple. You can't see me. You can't see me. Hong Zhong, don't just freeze. Use your skills from the sitting Oblivion Dao. Use them even if they're useless. Li Huang said with great difficulty. There was no response. Instead, Hong Zhong pulled his hand away. Li Huang looked down and saw him moving in the opposite direction. Hong Zhong, what are you doing? Hong Zhong turned to reveal his mahjong tile face. Even under this siming, Hong Zhong's mahjong tile face seemed to mock him. Oh, look who it is. Li Huang, such a rare guest. Damn it. The hour's up. Chapter 739, Hong Zhong. Hong Zhong, trust me. Don't run. I didn't plan to harm you. We agreed on this before. Li Huang was nearly crawling on the ground, mustering all his strength to explain to Hong Zhong. The current Hong Zhong was different from the one who had vanished earlier. His thoughts were already completely different. Hong Zhong looked at Li Huang with a slight smile forming on his lips. You think you can fool me? Your skills are still too shallow. I don't believe you. He began to move away from Li Huang. Li Huang was on the verge of coughing up blood. It had been so hard to get him to agree to follow him. And now, as soon as the time was up, he forgot everything that had just happened. Li Huang ignored the deadly presence looming overhead. He gritted his teeth and hastened to catch up to Hong Zhong. Can't you feel that something's different above us? Do you really want to stay in this cursed place forever? Trust me, I'll get you out. The fact that you deceive others doesn't mean that others are always deceiving you. Consider our situation carefully. Staying here won't help anyone. Coming with me is our best bet. Despite Li Huang's heartfelt pleas, Hong Zhong remained unmoved. He tried his best to distance himself from both Kuei Lei's shadow and Li Huang. Li Huang realized that this Hong Zhong wouldn't believe him. The previous Hong Zhong had seen the writings on the giant pillar, but this current one had no idea what he'd been through. Under these circumstances, Hong Zhong would only grow more suspicious no matter what he said. As the buzzing sound of the wheel in his ears softened, Li Huang clenched his teeth and stood up despite the oppressive force of the siming. His body began to melt faster, but he didn't care. He exerted all his strength and chased after Hong Zhong. Walking was faster than crawling. When Li Huang finally caught up, he lunged at Zhong and pinned him down. Stop. If persuasion didn't work, force was his only other option. All right, I get it. You're telling the truth. Let me go, and I'll follow you. Zhong replied, looking at Li Huang. Li Huang glared at him while he melted like a wax figure. Don't pull that trick on me. It won't work. I know you don't trust me. If I let go, you'll run. Even if you think I'm lying, we need to get out of here first. I'll explain everything once we're out of Kuei Lei's range. He wouldn't survive to explain anything if they continued to stay here. Zhong looked at Li Huang and finally nodded slowly. He didn't hold Li Huang back this time. They worked together and struggled towards the outside. As they moved, Zhong's body also began to melt. Soon, they were too preoccupied with escaping to guard against each other. Their melting bodies started sticking together, making them resemble conjoined twins. However, the melting didn't slow down no matter how far they walked. Li Huang was certain that his current appearance was anything but human. What did you do to provoke this thing with the previous me? You even dared to annoy a Siming? Are you crazy? Zhong complained angrily. We didn't provoke it. It just showed up. Li Huang answered with difficulty. The two of them continued to walk under the Siming's pressure, unable to speak much. Just as Li Huang thought they would make it out, an unexpected beam of light shot down from above. Is Kuei Lei watching me? Li Huang stopped. He felt his body was immobilized entirely, and his consciousness started to meld along with his body. He was about to die. This was a feeling that any dying person would recognize. As he neared death, Li Huang's gaze shifted upward involuntarily. The Siming of death, which had been previously unbearable to look at, now seemed exceptionally comforting. It was even akin to the warm embrace of a mother. Li Huang saw himself getting closer to it, and a smile gradually spread across his face. As he drew nearer, the object on the ceiling transformed into a flat, black mirror in front of him. He saw his pitch-black self in the mirror. As their eyes met, Li Huang understood some of the heavenly Daos and the rules contained within. The mirror was part of him and also part of Kuei Lei. Since every living being carried death from birth, every living being was a part of Kuei Lei. The aggregation of all deaths was Kuei Lei. Death was an eternal constant in the ever-changing world. After an unknown amount of time, Li Huang was about to see how he would die in the mirror. However, the mirror suddenly shattered, as if it had been pushed by something else. The incomparably warm sensation disappeared. Li Huang felt as if he had been reborn. He did not know what happened, but he realized that whatever had been above him was now gone. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him give way, and he plummeted rapidly. He realized that his face was floating while his body was still connected below. When he came to his senses, he found that he had been standing still for a long time. Both Li Huang and Zhong collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Li Huang felt lucky to be alive. What just happened? Li Huang tried to recall, but most of his memories were already a blur. Though he didn't know why, it seemed he had narrowly escaped death. Did Bizzare intervene? After catching his breath, Li Huang asked, "Do you know the pattern of this thing's appearance?" You said it yourself. My memories only last an hour. Do you think I'd remember what happened? Zhong mocked. Li Huang didn't ask any more questions. The current Zhong had no information. All of it had been inscribed on the giant pillar. In any case, surviving an encounter with the Siming was a stroke of luck. It was better to forget about it since dwelling on matters involving Simings was unwise. With the immediate danger now gone, Li Huang turned to Zhong, who was still gasping for air on the ground with his mahjong tile face. Chapter 740, Sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Huang looked thoughtfully at Zhong. It wouldn't be challenging to get Zhong to agree to his request again. He just had to follow the same steps as before. However, Zhong had already agreed earlier. Li Huang still had some doubts in his heart since Zhong was from the Sitting Oblivion Dao. He had always been wary, even towards the previous Zhong. He was unsure if the other had any ulterior motives. Since this guy had just reset, why not take this opportunity to test the Li Huang from the Sitting Oblivion Dao? It didn't matter even if this guy saw through him. He wouldn't remember anything in an hour anyway. Li Huang calmly asked the distraught Zhong. Zhong, can you answer a question? Why did you run away once you saw me? Do you really have such a poor impression of me? Zhong chuckled. What do you think? Do you really believe the impression others have of you is good? He continued. Stop deceiving yourself. If you had the choice, you wouldn't want to be with yourself either. Li Huang's brows furrowed. Remember, you are Li Huang too. Ha ha ha, that's right. I am Li Huang too, So I also hate myself. Sometimes, out of boredom, I even deceive myself. These weren't good words to hear. After a moment, Li Huang asked, "So even if I sincerely wanted to help you, you wouldn't trust me?" Hong Zhong smiled. "Would you trust someone who says they're sincere? You don't trust me, so why should I trust you?" He added, "Zhuge Yuan didn't trust you either." Li Huang clenched his back teeth. He now understood the previous Hong Zhong's thoughts about him. Maybe he would accomplish what he said he would, but he probably had his own hidden agenda too. After considering things briefly, Li Huang looked at Hong Zhong again. "Don't be so sure. The previous you cooperated with me. What did you tell the previous me? Let's hear it." Hong Zhong propped himself up. "Fine, let's talk while we walk. I'll repeat what happened before, and you can judge if I'm lying." Li Huang began to explain quickly, knowing that Hong Zhong might forget everything again in an hour. This time, Hong Zhong didn't run away. He silently listened as they walked. After he fully understood the situation, he nodded in sudden realization. "Oh, so that's how it is. You should have said so earlier. Would it have mattered? You ran away before I could explain." As Li Huang spoke, the Antrabra temple appeared upside down on the distant ceiling. "Well," Li Huang looked at Hong Zhong. "Since you understand me, Li Huang, you should know I'm not lying now. You already made your choice once, but I'll let you choose again since you have different memories. Cooperating with me is better than waiting here aimlessly." Hong Zhong replied, Not necessarily. Maybe someday Do Lao will awaken and I'll be able to return." "Don't repeat yourself. You said this an hour ago. If you keep saying this, your thoughts are the same as the previous Hong Zhong's." "Is that so?" Hong Zhong chuckled and scratched his head. "All right, my choice is the same as last time. Then let's go quickly. The next hour is almost here, and I really don't want to repeat this a third time." Having made up his mind, Li Huang led Hong Zhong toward the Antrabra temple. As they approached the temple, Li Huang heard the buzzing sound of the wheel again. Although Hong Zhong couldn't enter the temple, Li Huang could forcibly pull him in. Their bodies began to stretch and elongate. Finally, with a buzzing sound, they entered the wheel in the hands of a lama. When Li Huang opened his eyes again, he could clearly feel the people around him sigh in relief. He gently reached out to pat Li Sui's head, who had come up to him. He sifted through his thoughts quickly. Soon, he felt a new segment of memories in his mind. They were memories from childhood to becoming Hong Zhong of the sitting Oblivion Dao. These were the memories Do Lao had implanted in him. With these, the technique to cultivate lies was naturally included as well. Li Huang sighed with relief. Despite the twists and turns he had experienced, the results were still acceptable. "Thank you for your help, masters." Li Huang thanked the lamas, but they said nothing in return and turned away indifferently. Clearly, they had seen through Li Huang's tricks and realized that the division hadn't disappeared. Li Sui was very worried. "Father, are you all right? You really died just now, and it scared me." "I'm fine. It won't happen again." Li Huang patted her head and walked out of the Antrabra temple. On the way out, Li Huang began to eagerly review the memories from the sitting Oblivion Dao, looking for the cultivation method of lies. To sit is to move. To forget is to contemplate. Without sitting, there is no end to labor. Without forgetting, thoughts cease. Without labor, the spirit calms down. Without thoughts, the mind is at peace. As Hong Zhong, he knew most of the sitting Oblivion Dao techniques from childhood, even the incantations to summon Do Lao. However, knowing them didn't mean he could use them. Li Huang wiped his face and tried to change his appearance, but nothing happened. He sighed. Back then, he could use the powers of the sitting Oblivion Dao because Do Lao had directly infused them into him. Now that Do Lao was gone, everything had been stripped away. Even though he had found Hong Zhong's memories, he had to relearn all the techniques of the sitting Oblivion Dao from scratch. However, Li Huang wasn't too concerned. The sitting Oblivion Dao wasn't proficient in direct combat, and he didn't expect their techniques to help him fight against the Dharma sect. His own truth cultivation ability was sufficient for that. He had sought these memories to balance his truth cultivation and mitigate its severe side effects, which he no longer wanted to endure. Let's see. Li Huang exited the Antrabra temple and sat down at a nearby tea house, then began to review the most basic sitting Oblivion Dao techniques. However, as he sifted through the liar's scripture in his mind, he fell into deep thought. The sitting Oblivion Dao didn't start with how to cultivate or practice techniques, but rather with how to become a true scammer. Chapter 741, Liu Wan. "Brat, don't just study and follow the book's instructions. You won't learn anything like that. Here, Let me teach you how the sitting Oblivion Tao deceives others. Li Huang continued to drink his tea while looking at Liu Wan. Deceiving others is the lowest form of deceit. A man with shifty eyes explained to the young person standing before him. A more advanced form is to allow them to deceive themselves. He continued, you need to make them reconsider their words and make them believe that they're the truth. They will then believe every single lie we tell them, no matter how implausible it may sound. Just then, a frail old woman walked past the tea shop with a basket of vegetables. Look at her. Her husband has gone to the military and hasn't returned after 10 years. Most people would have believed that their loved one had died, but she refused to believe that. She holds on to the hope that her husband will come back one day. This is how we can trick her and make her deceive herself. You don't even need to know what her husband looks like. The more they cling to their obsession, the easier it is to deceive them. Watch. Liu Wan wiped his face with his hand. He changed his appearance to that of an old man with tattered robes. Dang. Liu Wan knocked on his bowl and approached the woman. Li Huang couldn't hear what they were talking about from afar, but he saw Liu Wan say something to the old woman. The old woman let go of her basket, and the vegetables fell out. She immediately hugged him and cried. The two of them finally reunited and entered their house as they held on to each other. A short amount of time passed before Liu Wan exited the house, once again looking like a beggar. See? It's that simple. Li Huang ate some peanuts as he said, you didn't even deceive her. Who said I didn't deceive her? She would give me free food for her entire life if I wanted to. Even if she were to die, her son would still let me live out the rest of my life in peace while providing food for me, assuming her son didn't want to get scolded by the neighbors for being unfilial. This is called the cuckoo method. Some old, childless tricksters have used it to live the final moments of their lives in peace. Li Huang started drinking from his cup. Wouldn't she eventually realize you're a fake if you lived under her roof for a long time? Oh, this is where the method becomes interesting. So what if she realizes that I'm a fake? Would she tell the others? Would she tell the others that the reunion with her long-awaited husband after 10 years was a deceit, even after having slept with him for several months? She would feel humiliated if she were to tell others that not only did her husband not come home, but she also slept with another man. It would tarnish her husband's family honor, and the village would kill her for it. She'd rather believe in a beautiful lie than face the tragic reality. Wow, senior. You are a prick and a lowly livestock. A livestock? We're all made of flesh. We are livestock to begin with. Morality is non-existent to us, though we get to deceive so many people thanks to it. Liu Wan put his tea down and said, we are the sitting Oblivion Tao. We need to deceive them with more elaborate tricks. The more people we deceive, and the more impact it has on the people, the more false qi we get. False qi. Yeah, though it has several names. The name itself doesn't matter, but we call it the false qi. With it, we can use the sitting Oblivion Tao's techniques, ranging from simple face-changing techniques to planting spies or living dolls. The more you deceive others, the more joy you get. Is that so? Thank you for your guidance. Li Huang revealed a thirst for more power. But you have to remember that we are the sitting Oblivion Tao. We are not deceiving others to get false qi. We are doing it for fun. The more fun we have, the more false qi we get. More importantly, we get to laugh our hearts out every time we deceive others. Liu Wan, you're right. We are in this world to have fun, which is why I joined the sitting Oblivion Tao. Oh, you're very smart, but I think it's too early for you to deceive me. I know you didn't join it on your own accord. Those in the sitting Oblivion Tao were deceived into joining it. Li Huang remained silent. Liu Wan continued, don't worry, it's not the end of the world. That's also how I joined the sitting Oblivion Tao. That's also how Shai Zi came in last time. Li Huang smiled. These tricks are too crude for you, it seems. I just wanted to see how much false qi I would get from tricking you. Oh, if you needed false qi, you should have told me from the start. I've already prepared the stage and just need a partner. Want to join me? You can get quite a lot if we pull it off. Liu Wan picked up his cup and drank his tea before he looked at Li Huang. Did you poison my cup while I was deceiving that old woman? No, Li Huang said calmly. The two of them smiled at each other, then raised their teacups in a toast. Their tea splashed into each other's cups as they clinked them together before drinking. Liu Wan smacked his lips together. Your poison is a little lacking. The women living in the mountains are more well-versed in poison. Li Huang ignored Liu Wan and said, all right, I will follow you to see what you've prepared. Thank you for your guidance. What should I do to deceive them? What do you mean deceive them? We are helping them. Li Huang followed Liu Wan. They walked on the clean street as they approached a more secluded area. Li Huang asked, Senior, where are we going? Who are we helping? We are going to help a certain good man. I should also tell you that the amount of false qi we get differs from the type of people we deceive. Those who are illiterate yield the least amount, followed by those who can read a few words. People from the palace or officials come next, and finally, we have those within our own business. The greater the influence, the greater the false qi we obtain. Oh, is that so? Then wouldn't we get the most if we deceived an emperor? Of course. How do you think our current Shai Zi became a Shai Zi in the first place? Chapter 742, Sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Huang perked up when Liu Wan talked about the person at the peak of Sitting Oblivion Dao. Please tell me how he became Shai Zi. He became one by ruining an entire small nation. Shai Zi is amazing. He deceived an entire nation. Liu Wan longed for the day he could do the same. Since he tricked the Liang kingdom, he might actually have had the chance to replace Dolao. While thinking about it, Liu Wan reached a large estate. This is the place. How should we trick them? Li Huang was nervous. Liu Wan looked at Li Huang's Taoist robes and smiled. Liu Wan changed his appearance to that of an old Taoist before chuckling and entering the estate. Just react accordingly. The gardener tried to stop Liu Wan, but he ignored him. Instead, Liu Wan maintained an expression of worry. Your lady has been possessed today. Do not block the way if you want her to live. Show me the way. The gardener was shocked and didn't understand how the person before him knew about this. Stand aside. How dare you try to delay the mission of the surveillance bureau? Liu Wan pushed the gardener away. Unknown forces pinned the gardener to the wall. Liu Wan then brought Li Huang into the depths of the estate. They arrived safely, but they couldn't be certain that Liu Wan's fake identity as a member of the surveillance bureau had truly deceived them. They had just entered the inner courtyard when they saw a room plastered with talismans and a crowd outside of it. Move away. Liu Wan pushed through the crowd. Li Huang had barely managed to push past the crowd when he saw a young lady tied up in her bed. She was trembling a lot. The people in the room seemed to be her family, looking at her with concern. Oh no, an evil entity has invaded her heart. Liu Wan rushed to the side of the bed as he took out a strange bell. The end of the bell was a fork instead of a regular handle. He rang it wildly. Everyone, please don't be afraid. We are from the Surveillance Bureau. Your beloved will be cured soon. Li Huang made the entire situation look even more realistic. That's amazing. You two must be the immortals that have descended from the heavens. Please save my daughter. Li Huang wanted to say something else after seeing the patriarch believing them without any hesitation, but a massive man with killing intent blocked him. You're from the Surveillance Bureau? Show me your identity plate. Li Huang raised his head and saw that the man was at least 2 heads taller than him. He kept calm and nodded as he reached into his pockets. He felt something and was about to take it out when Liu Wan called for him. Disciple, come and help your master now. Li Huang's face turned serious, and he immediately ran towards Liu Wan. He recited and made some seals using his hands before stamping them onto Liu Wan's back. When Li Huang did so, the veins in Liu Wan's body bulged out. Liu Wan took out a roll of red thread with talismans on it. He flicked the end of the thread, and it magically wrapped around the lady's hair. I seek the Supreme Treasured One to help your disciples, protecting our body and mind. Call for the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and the Scarlet Phoenix to come and help us. He had just chanted when the lady's eyes turned white as she started fighting back against her restraints. It was as if something was coming out of her body. Liu Wan then took out a bronze coin pagoda and placed it on one end of the red thread. A white light flowed from the lady's head into the pagoda. The pagoda started shaking violently as the little bells on it rang wildly. Disciple, hold the pagoda down. The pagoda is protecting the lady's soul, so you must not move it. Liu Wan then threw the rest of the red thread to Li Huang. Li Huang took the red thread and pushed the pagoda onto the ground when Liu Wan carried the lady out of the house. When he carried her out, the lady was releasing black smoke from her orifices. Liu Wan soon disappeared with the lady as the red thread became longer and longer. The only one left in the scene was Li Huang, along with the pagoda and the red threads. Everyone looked at Li Huang and the pagoda with anxious looks. They had all heard that the pagoda was the thing protecting their daughter's life. All of them watched Li Huang holding the pagoda down without moving. Time slowly passed, and the pagoda's bell ringing became softer. Everyone started to panic. No one dared to ask Li Huang any questions, fearing that it might distract him from his intense focus and put their daughter's life at risk. Patriarch! Patriarch! Bad news. The gardener from before ran into the inner courtyard. Patriarch! The old Taoist ran out of the city. He cut off the red threads on the lady's hair before he ran away. We couldn't stop him even on horseback since he ran into the woods. What? The patriarch was shocked, and his wife even fainted. Everyone suddenly glared at Li Huang, who was holding the pagoda down. As he looked at them staring at him, Li Huang gently lifted the pagoda and found nothing inside. Li Huang realized he had been deceived. Liu Wan had never intended to work with him. This was a trap set for Li Huang. Liu Wan left him behind to prevent them from chasing after him. Li Huang was just a tool. Li Huang smiled calmly as he stared at the people surrounding him. Don't worry. He then tore off his face and revealed the lady's face. Everyone fainted when they saw the lady's face in front of them. Liu Wan was already 50 li away from the city when he laughed. Tears poured out of his eyes as he recalled how he had deceived Li Huang. Brat, remember that the sitting Oblivion Dao has no junior or senior relationships in your next life. Our only rule is to deceive others. Serves you right for getting deceived by me. Senior Liu Wan, the lady is just a curved one. Is there any reason to be that happy? Li Huang's voice suddenly came from below his chin. Huh. Liu Wan thought he was holding the lady when a stabbing pain blossomed in his chest. Liu Wan threw the lady onto the ground. He looked down and saw a metal rod had been stabbed through his body. He raised his head and was shocked to see the lady tearing off her face to reveal Li Huang's face instead. Chapter 743, Real or Fake? You brat. You are fucking vicious. Liu Wan held his injury in pain. He twisted his arm to remove the steel rod from his back, but his efforts proved futile. The steel rod had somehow fused into his body. Li Huang chuckled, approaching the dying Liu Wan. Don't try to take it out, Senior Liu Wan. You won't be able to do so. I am a sitting Oblivion Dao member myself, so I know what kind of techniques you have. This is an artifact that I acquired by deceiving others, and I went to great lengths to obtain it. It's specifically designed to kill you. Liu Wan stared at the young man before him, a mix of fear and respect filling his eyes. You were pretending to use false qi so easily. You must have been in the sitting Oblivion Dao for quite a while. I can't believe I fell for your deception. You faked being my senior to try to trick me, right? I just set up another plot to counter yours. Liu Wan nodded approvingly. To think there's someone better than me at tricking others here. The future of the sitting Oblivion Dao is going to be bright. I lost. The curved one is yours. I won't take it from you. Li Huang shook his head. No. Liu Wan, you must be kidding me. What use do I have for a curved one? You should know what I want. Honestly, I don't even have an identity, so I can't call myself a member of the sitting Oblivion Dao. Liu Wan panicked and touched his face because he knew what Li Huang wanted. Li Huang wanted his face. Li Huang took out a dagger and slowly approached the struggling Liu Wan, but it was too late. Li Huang soon dismembered Liu Wan's limbs. Li Huang looked down at Liu Wan before sitting on his chest and grabbing Liu Wan's neck. Li Huang used the dagger to slowly carve the sides of Liu Wan's face. Do you know how long I planned for this day? How long I have been stalking you? I know how many secret agents you have and how many backup plans you have. I even know you have a son. Li Huang cut off the old Taoist's face before putting it on. Li Huang's voice became the old Taoist's voice too. But that doesn't matter to you anymore. All of this is mine now. Li Huang cut off another face with a mustache before placing it on his face. Your secret agents are mine. Your backup plans are mine. And even your son is mine. Li Huang carefully carved out the faces before plastering them onto his own. Only one face remained. The original face of Liu Wan, adorned with the mahjong tile bearing the Liu Wan symbol. Li Huang didn't stop at all. Li Huang chuckled. Don't blame me. These are the rules of the sitting Oblivion Dao. I need to trick others into thinking I'm the real Liu Wan. I will then become the real Liu Wan. He plastered the final face onto his own before cutting off Liu Wan's neck. Now, I am Liu Wan. Li Huang laughed out loud when he saw Liu Wan's hatred seething in his eyes. Senior, you were right. I should deceive as many people as I can. Li Huang's faces flickered like the pages of a turning book before his face returned to normal. He slowly closed his eyes and removed himself from the memories of the sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Huang slowly explored the memories in his room. He now had a deeper understanding of the sitting Oblivion Dao. I need to trick others to obtain false qi, and then use it to cultivate the sitting Oblivion Dao's techniques. Since he also had Hongzhong's past, he already had a good understanding of the techniques of the sitting Oblivion Dao. What he needed now was false qi. However, false qi was different from the primordial breath of a strayed one. He needed to deceive others to obtain it. He had to cultivate lies to counter the side effects of cultivating truth. Still, He wasn't sure of how to do so. He also didn't want to truly become someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Huang looked around and saw Li Sui lying on the bed. He stood up to leave, but Li Sui suddenly woke up. "Dad, where are you going?" "Watch the house. I will be back soon." The stench was unforgiving within the city since there were feces everywhere, but at least it was a proper city. Even though there was a war with the Dharma sect, there were still a lot of people here too. How should I trick someone? Li Huang looked around and squatted down in front of a stall. The stall owner saw Li Huang was an outsider and tried to communicate in the official language, saying, "What do you want?" Li Huang picked up the objects being sold. He looked at the honest-looking merchant before he placed the items down. Sigh. Li Huang didn't feel like doing something against his morality. Li Huang was thinking about what to do when he picked up some unusual sounds. Since I don't want to trick ordinary people, I can just trick some bad people instead. I would feel better doing that too. Li Huang followed the voice's direction before he found several young people from Qing brandishing knives and surrounding a man. The man's skin was tender and pale, suggesting that he was not from Qing. He appeared to have been taking refuge here. Maybe I can try something here. Li Huang approached them. There's a fire. He coughed to get the attention of the youths. They all turned around and saw fire at the base of Li Huang's feet. Li Huang tapped the ground with his feet. The fire snaked towards the youths and scared them away. After scaring them away, Li Huang stood still but felt nothing. There wasn't any false qi. I just tricked them, so why am I not getting any? He then realized that even though he tricked them, the fire was real since he used his cultivation to conjure it. Since the fire was real and could have burned them, it was not trickery. Should I use my cultivation to conjure something fake? To use truth and conjure lies? Cultivate truth. Cultivate lies. He frowned from his confusion. Chapter 744, Sitting Oblivion Dao. Li Sui was riding in the carriage as she rounded the small alleyway. Behind her carriage were two people. One was a skinny man with a messy beard, while the other was Li Huang, who had changed his attire. The skinny man was a pickpocket, but this time, he was Li Huang's prey. As the carriage trundled along the street, a small bag slowly opened up, revealing the reflection of silvers inside. The bag of money instantly attracted the skinny man. "Go!" Li Sui drove the carriage even faster. The bag fell off the carriage and onto the ground before spilling out the silvers onto the alley. Li Huang was in front of the skinny man. When Li Sui's carriage wandered off, he quickly grabbed the bag of silvers. He then looked around and saw the skinny man. "Shou, let's be quiet and split this in half." "Ow." "All right." The skinny man's body trembled when he saw the bag of money. Li Huang chuckled when he saw the skinny man's reaction. "Since I can't really fool others, I should just refer to the tricks that I read in the liar's scripture." This was the missing bag trick, and also one of the classics. It was a simple and reliable method of deceiving others. People still fell for this trick, even though it has been used since ancient times. As long as the tricks remained reliable, there was no need to introduce new ones incessantly. This particular trick targeted the greed residing within one's heart. Now that the bag had been picked up, Li Huang needed to take some of the silver, hide them away in a corner, tie up the bag again, and then wait for Li Sui to return to search for the bag. In reality, Li Sui was an accomplice. Li Sui was also a natural-born actor when she shouted to call the officers, saying that the money in the bag was less than the original amount. All they needed to do now was give the money in their own purse to appease Li Sui. Even though Li Sui's expression was slightly exaggerated, it was still very believable. After Li Sui left, Li Huang took out the hidden bag of silver that he had taken from Li Sui's bag. Soon, Li Huang took his portion from the skinny man before leaving. He then hid in a corner to see the skinny man holding his half of the share. The skinny man waited until he confirmed that both Li Huang and Li Sui weren't returning. He quickly opened his bag and checked the silver in it. He bit onto one and was happy to realize they were real silvers. What's going on? It was Li Huang's turn to be confused. According to the scripture, the man should have found a bag of stones rather than silvers, thus completing the deceit. That was how Li Huang was supposed to get some false qi, but why wasn't it working? "Dad, he didn't get deceived. That really is a bag of silvers," Li Sui muttered. "I know, but I placed stones in that bag just now, so why did it turn into sil?" Li Huang suddenly realized his mistake. He had turned the stones into silvers. Now that he couldn't control his powers to cultivate the truth, everything he said would become true. The trick would fail in that case, since it was the truth. The skinny man had indeed taken a bag of real silver. It wasn't a trick at all. Shizi was right to say he would suffer by cultivating truth, but not lies. It would be difficult for Li Huawang to cultivate lies right now since he was too powerful. Wait, let's follow him. Li Huawang refused to give up. He took Li Sui and tailed after the man. When he saw the happy-looking man trying to pay for a prostitute, Li Huawang focused on the bag and kept muttering, "Those are stones. Those are stones." The man opened the bag and realized the silvers had become stones. He panicked and shouted. He ran out to find Li Huawang for payback, but the latter was long gone. Technically, the trick should have worked, but Li Huawang didn't feel any false qi flowing into his body. It had failed. Utilizing truth to set up a trick to obtain false qi appeared ineffective. The two sides of the same coin balanced each other out, and Li Huawang gained nothing. Sigh. It's one thing to not get any by turning them into real silvers. But why didn't I get any even after I turned them back to stone? Why is this so hard? Li Huawang made several attempts and continued until sunset, then returned to the inn feeling defeated. He reached his room and saw Li Sui sitting on the stool with an unhappy face. "Dad, you lied to me. You said you would come back soon. Why did you return so late?" She had just said that when Li Sui, who was beside Li Huawang, disappeared. Li Huawang suddenly felt a faint trace of tingling coming from the base of his spine, entering his brain. Even though it was very faint, Li Huawang immediately knew what it was. This is false qi. Li Huawang now understood what it took to cultivate lies. He had to use lies and tricks. He couldn't use his cultivation of truth at all. So this is how I should do it. He finally found the most important aspect of cultivating lies. It was exceedingly simple, but Li Huawang overcomplicated it. Li Huawang didn't bother explaining to Li Sui why there was another her when he decided to look for his next victim. As Li Huawang was celebrating the success of his trip to Qing, Xianpin's illusion floated up from the ground. Li Huawang stared at Xianpin's illusion and felt the little trace of false qi in his brain as he pondered. He was already annoyed from seeing Xianpin, but there wasn't much false qi for him to use. He could only change his face. Xianpin was about to say something when Li Huawang sat on the stool as he changed his face. His face flickered, and soon, Shizi's 18-sided head replaced his actual head. Li Huawang then copied Shizi's tone and chuckled. "Xianpin, did you really think I didn't have a backup plan? It's not that easy to kill me." Xianpin's illusion froze up, and Li Huawang felt a tsunami of false qi surging into his brain. He couldn't withstand it and laughed. "Ha ha, you fell for it. You really fell for it." Chapter 745, Information. When he saw Li Huawang laughing hard, Xianpin realized he had been tricked. "Do you think this is funny?" Xianpin revealed a rare, unfriendly side of himself. "Of course. You lost nothing and helped my cultivation a lot. Be proud of it." Li Huawang held his stomach and laughed again. Xianpin remained still, and Li Huawang stood up. He changed his face back to his original one. "Don't be so stingy. You've been using others all this time. So why does it matter if I tricked you? How about this? Let's say our grudge from when we fought the Earth Dragon has been settled." Li Huawang had obtained a lot with just a simple trick. He quite literally received an ocean of false qi. It was also payback since Xianpin had left him in the Earth Dragon's stomach. Ignoring Li Huawang, Xianpin explained his purpose. "I'm here to tell you that Taishan Shi has confessed." "Oh." Li Huawang became serious. "Can I see?" "All right." Xianpin waved his bone-like fingers and placed them on Li Huawang's shoulder. Everything shifted around them. Li Huawang blinked and saw that he was in a dark and humid dungeon. The lines around them were squiggling a lot, but soon became solid. "HM? HM?" Xianpin looked around him in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there danger?" Li Huawang realized that this differed from the illusions Xianpin showed him in the past. Li Huawang touched the metal fence and felt the coldness of rusted steel. He looked at Xianpin in amazement. "Xianpin, you are truly wondrous. To think you could transport me from Qingqiu to Siqi. Why didn't you do this last time?" Compared to the Imperial Preceptor flying on his sword, teleportation was exceedingly more powerful. Xianpin remained quiet for a moment before he nodded. "You know I prefer to be secretive. I don't trust others, and there was no reason for me to show you this before." Li Huawang never thought someone could be shameless enough to say something like that. "Let's talk more about it next time. Where is Taishan Shi now?" "Here." Xianpin led Li Huawang into the depths of the dungeon. They walked down a stairway plastered with talismans before Li Huawang saw Taishan Shi. The latter was currently immersed in blackish water, with numerous talismans floating on the surface. Compared to his previous self, Taishan Shi looked much more disheveled now. His eyes were sunken and his face was pale. It was as if he would die at any moment. More importantly, someone had removed Taishan Shi's scalp, leaving his brain missing and the interior of his skull exposed to the open air. Oh, to think we have rare guests here. Zhong Buqiao was confused to see both Li Huang and Xianpin here. So the chief of Siqi interrogated him personally. Is there any news? Li Huang said. You can see them yourself. Zhong Buqiao took out a porcelain bowl and dipped it into Taishan Shi's exposed skull. He scraped the insides of Taishan Shi's head against the side of his skull before scooping out a large jumble of his blood and brains. He swallowed it as if he was drinking soup. Zhong Buqiao used his own body as a furnace to refine a pill. Li Huang frowned when he saw what was happening. You can just tell me. There's no need to show me. Zhong Buqiao blinked before regurgitating the contents back into his mouth, then chewing and swallowing them again. There wasn't much valuable information, but I did obtain a backup plan from him. They plan to summon a god into the mortal realm if they start losing the war. They are willing to put in a lot of effort into it. Summon? Who? Is it God Yu? Li Huang frowned. No. If God Yu could be summoned, they would have done so already. There would be no need for them to fight and scheme so much. They shouldn't be summoning a Siming, but something else, something just below a Siming. Something just below a Siming? Li Huang recalled the beings waiting outside of Ba-Hui capital. Something like the god of happiness. Li Huang recalled how hard it was to fight against it. No, you don't even need to summon them. You can just call for them here. It's something stronger than a god of happiness. Since Taishan Shi came from the great Qi, he only knows this much. The others didn't reveal anything to him. Li Huang looked into the glowing mirror and checked the situation at the front line. The war was not looking good for the Dharma sect, so Li Huang thought this would be when they sprung their plan. The reinforcements from the Liang kingdom had arrived at Siqi. The Dharma sect would fall if they failed to get their own reinforcements. Li Huang considered it and looked at Xianpin. Do you have anything to fight against the thing they are summoning? We shouldn't even let them summon it in the first place. Since we know what they will do, we should stop them. He continued. We can't send the army to their location since that would reveal our intentions. We need to send a small group of elites to destroy their plans. Why are you looking at me? Isn't there anyone else? Li Huang frowned. The strong naturally get the most work. Don't worry, others will accompany you. But I will only truly be at ease if you go. To be honest, you are stronger than me now. Stop trying to place me on a pedestal. I don't have time to do this. You need to figure out a plan yourself. Li Huang actually wanted to go destroy the Dharma sect, but he needed to cultivate lies first. He was just starting and didn't want to stop. If he couldn't deal with the side effects of cultivating the truth, he would be in big trouble on the battlefield. No one would know what would happen to him. Don't worry. Zhong Buqiao stopped them. We also need to send informants and spies to see if it's true. You can tell us when you're ready. It would be best if you could make it, but if you can't, then it's fine. Li Huang took one last look at the half-dead Taishan Shi before he left the dungeon. Xianpin, remember to take my daughter from Siqi. Li Huang left, and the dungeon was quiet once more. The two chiefs looked at each other and shook their heads. Working with him is not easy. Don't worry, his fate won't be a good one. I have a feeling that we won't be in contact with him much longer after this crisis is over. Chapter 746, Let Go. In the incense-filled temple, Bai Ling Miao sat cross-legged on the lotus stone table with her long hair draped over her shoulders. Her teeth protruded from the corners of her mouth, while black porcupine quills and green snake scales were hidden among her white hair. It was already a significant improvement compared to before. At least her face now had exactly 2 eyes, although one of them was still a beast's eye. The monks of the Great Qi Righteous Monastery stood around her lotus platform. They sat cross-legged on their mats and rhythmically struck their wooden fish. As they struck the wooden fish, they chanted esoteric Buddhist scriptures. Assembly of the Lotus Pond, Amitabha Buddha, Guanyin, and Mahastemaprapta sit on the lotus throne, guiding us to the golden steps. The great vow is widely opened. May all be free from the dust of the mundane world. Homage to the Lotus Pond Assembly. As they chanted, Bai Ling Miao's body began to change gradually. The foreign elements within her body started to squirm and slowly transformed her deathly pale skin. Some monks exhibited signs of beastly transformation, but they were quickly suppressed. After 2 hours, the transformation slowly ceased. Bai Ling Miao lowered her hands and gently touched her face with her 4 hands. She found that her previously disfigured face had returned to its original state. Bai Ling Miao bowed from the lotus platform and respectfully bowed to an old monk with a kind and benevolent face. Abbot, thank you for your care over these past few days. Ba, there is no need for such words, female benefactor. In this realm of Luoism cultivation, this humble monk can offer only this meager assistance. After exchanging some polite words, Bai Ling Miao bade farewell to the abbot of the righteous monastery. She turned and left the backyard, walking into the bustling temple at the front. In the main hall, a giant, run-down Buddha enjoyed the offerings and worship of the people. Bai Ling Miao took 4 incense sticks, followed the others, bowed 3 times to the Buddha, and then carefully placed the incense sticks in the incense burner. As she walked out of the hall, a chaotic and bustling city came into the scope of her perception. It was hard to imagine that just a month ago, this large city was under the control of the Dharma sect, but it was now occupied by Great Liang. The once ubiquitous black cloth strips and white scarves were gone. They were now replaced by white lotus marks on their foreheads. Saintess, the Saintess has arrived. Hurry, son, bow to the Saintess. May the Saintess bless your father to return soon. All the followers of the White Lotus sect immediately prostrated themselves on the ground and bowed deeply. Nearly half of the people in the street also knelt down. The speed at which the Dharma sect expanded was now matched by the rapid growth of the White Lotus sect, especially with the imperial court's support. Notices were even posted throughout the city, which mandated belief in at least one faith. Anyone who dared not to was directly executed. Though simple and crude, this method was very effective in countering the infiltration of the Dharma sect. As long as they believed in the Heavenly Mater, few would place their hopes in God Yuer. The Heavenly Mater could also deliver what God Yuer promised, so why not choose the safer option? Bai Ling Miao slowly walked past them with a gentle expression. As she did, she lightly touched some people's heads, making them feel ecstatic as though they had received the Heavenly Mater's favor. She saw an injured little beggar struggling to crawl towards her and approached him. He looked at Bai Ling Miao with eyes full of longing. Saintess, my parents and my elder brothers are dead. If I believe in the White Lotus sect, will they really not become wandering spirits and live well in the hometown of the true void? Bai Ling Miao saw that his face was unnaturally yellow, and his belly was already infested with maggots. She knew the child had little time left. Regardless of how a war was fought, it always caused suffering for the same kind of people. Yes, rest assured, your parents and siblings are all in the hometown of the true void. She gently patted the beggar's head, and he looked genuinely happy. That's great. I will be able to see them soon. Bai Ling Miao saw him smile happily. She took out a small drum from her waist and lightly beat it. The boy's appearance quickly improved with the help of the Bai family immortals. Your parents also said they want you to live well and have many descendants. I will. I will rebuild our Yao family ancestral hall and get married to carry on the family line. Bai Ling Miao stood up and began to comfort others, just as she had comforted the boy. When she returned to a White Lotus sect hall, she saw Liu Xiaocai, focused on explaining cultivation matters to some new followers. Liu Xiaocai had completely changed from when he first arrived. His left cheek was sunken, with all his teeth missing. His collarbone was wrapped in a blood-stained cloth where the skin was gone. His left sleeve was empty, and his right hand had only 4 fingers without nails. His body was covered with scars, and he looked extremely tragic. The profound records had allowed Liu Xiaocai to survive the horrendous flesh and blood mill, but it came at the cost of parts of his body. Liu Xiaocai heard her voice and waved his 4-fingered hand happily. Mistress. 1. Long time no see. Are you here to see Master? The bitter and vengeful Liu Xiaocai was gone, replaced by the carefree figure he had once been. Bai Ling Miao's expression turned complex as she sensed the unhealed wounds on his body. Go back to Cowheart Village. Your father is just mad and not dead. Don't forget your little niece. Liu Xiaocai's smile remained on his face. It's fine. Puppy and Zhao will take care of them. I swore in front of my father that I wouldn't stop until the Dharma sect was eradicated. I can't return as long as the Dharma sect still exists. The vengeful Liu Xiaocai hadn't disappeared. He had just learned to hide his feelings. Bai Ling Miao sighed lightly. Xiaocai, there are many to fight against the Dharma sect. One more or less won't make a difference. You should let go. It was foreseeable that Liu Xiaocai would soon die if he continued like this. Too many members of the Liu family troupe had died. She didn't want Liu Xiaocai to follow the same path. Liu Xiaocai's smile gradually faded. He looked at Bai Ling Miao and asked, Mistress, have you let go? 1. As in his master's wife. Chapter 747 Help. Mistress, have you let go? Lu Xiaozai's words made by Ling Miao's heart tremble as some buried memories surfaced in her mind. She wanted to say she had let go, but no words would come out. Lu Xiaozai saw Bai Ling Miao standing there in silence, then bowed to her and turned to leave the White Lotus sect hall. Mistress, you don't need to persuade me. I, Lu Xiaozai, may not be of much use. Still, if I can kill even one more follower of the Dharma sect, then I am of some use. The sound of drums calling for the military camp's assembly echoed in the distance. Lu Xiaozai excitedly adjusted the bronze coin sword on his back. He ran towards the sound, singling theater lyrics as he did. If I succeed, I return to my homeland. If I fail, I die in a foreign land. It is my duty to avenge my relatives. Alone I stand with loyalty, boiling blood, burning with passion. Lu Xiaozai's song faded away. Bai Ling Miao's mind became increasingly unsettled as she silently turned and walked deeper into the hall. This area was heavily guarded since it housed the most important treasure of the White Lotus sect. She pushed past a door and walked behind two screens. A white lotus that emitted a soft glow appeared before her. The lotus had blossomed even further since its discovery in the ancestral hall of Cowheart Village. Its gentle radiance now remained constant. A group of people of both genders and all ages formed a circle around the White Lotus. Only those most qualified within the White Lotus sect could approach it. Bai Ling Miao sat cross-legged on a mat and quietly prayed to this 12-merit jade lotus. Heavenly Mater, hometown of true void. Heavenly Mater, hometown of true void. She prayed to the Heavenly Mater, as if trying to convince herself that the hometown of true void existed. The white lotus mark on her forehead mirrored the white lotus on the table, and her upper body involuntarily split into two halves. The two upper half bodies were back to back, with four hands forming lotus seals. They floated in midair like tree branches, making her look like a short and white fleshy tree. This appeared to be a cultivation method of the White Lotus sect, but only the White Lotus Saintess knew its specifics. After 2 hours, the sky outside had gradually darkened, but the room remained as bright as day, illuminated by the White Lotus. Suddenly, Bai Ling Miao stopped. She stood up calmly from the mat, then turned to one side and listened intently. What is it? Her senses were very sharp, and even the slightest sound couldn't escape her notice. Saintess, the people from the Qi said that His Majesty wants to see you. The Emperor of Qi? Bai Ling Miao couldn't help but recall the 2 dragon veins used as bait. Although she didn't know why he was looking for her, Bai Ling Miao didn't dare to take her time since he was the emperor of a country. She quickly set off with her entourage. Even though Qi had fallen, the emperor's title still held weight. It was enough to secure a courtyard with 3 entrances as his residence in this crowded city. Bai Ling Miao almost couldn't recognize the emperor of Qi because he looked completely different from his previously disheveled state. The last time she had seen him, the dragon vein had just been dragged out of the mud, covered in dirt and unrecognizable. But now, the emperor of Qi was dressed in a bright yellow robe embroidered with the pattern of a dragon soaring over the sea. The imperial crown, with its pearl tassels, glinted like black jade. He exuded the majestic aura of a ruler who commanded respect without the need for force. No need to kneel. Provide a seat for Miss Bai. The emperor of Qi waved his hand. 2 elderly eunuchs immediately brought over a chair. Bai Ling Miao bowed and thanked him, then gently sat down. May I ask why your majesty has summoned this humble woman? The emperor of Qi looked Bai Ling Miao up and down. It's said that the White Lotus sect has been rapidly expanding recently and taking over many areas previously held by the Dharma sect. Almost all the common people have been converted. Bai Ling Miao felt uneasy, sensing something off about his words. Your Majesty, you flatter us too much. The White Lotus sect's efforts are insignificant, and it's all done to prevent the Dharma sect from making a comeback. No flattery at all, not in the least. A plump man in armor came forward. The people who believe in your White Lotus sect are worth a country with 1,000 chariots. Nothing else can compare if that's insignificant. Bai Ling Miao remained silent. She was unsure of his intentions. I looked for you, and there's no special meaning. The emperor of Qi descended from his throne and slowly walked toward Bai Ling Miao's side with his hands behind his back. Since so many White Lotus sect followers now heed your command, I wish to discuss a small matter with the saintess. Bai Ling Miao slightly turned her head and waited for him to continue. The plump man interrupted. Hey, your majesty, let's cut to the chase. He didn't wait for the emperor to speak. Saintess, here's the thing. The Antraber Temple in Qing has a plan. They can perform a ritual to defeat all remaining Dharma sect forces in Qi. However, the ritual requires something strange, so we're here to seek your help. Antraber Temple. Bai Lingmiao felt a wave of unease at the mention of the name. They need human lives, not the kind extended by lifespan pills. They need human sacrifices. 1.81 million, to be exact. Bai Lingmiao remained silent. She was clearly stunned by the number. The emperor of Qi glanced at the chubby general. The general continued. The strange part is that those lamas insist that they must be willingly sacrificed. Can you believe it? The people of Qingqiu must have twisted brains. How can we manage voluntary deaths? Hence, we seek the saintess's help. There must be some useless people in the White Lotus sect, right? For instance, the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Why not make good use of them? Just use the same words as before, like telling them that dying will take them to the hometown of True Void. They'll happily go to their deaths. After the general finished, the emperor of Qi added, rest assured, as long as you help rid Qi of the Dharma sect and restore my throne, I'll compensate you with 5 times the followers. What? Do you think I'm not a man of my word? I can swear before my ancestors. That much should be enough reassurance, right? Bai Lingmiao's hands began to tremble. She suddenly recalled the female, General Peng Longting, as she looked at the emperor. Your Majesty. Bai Lingmiao's voice trembled. It's 1.81 million lives. So what? They're going to the hometown of True Void to find happiness. Or does the saintess doubt the existence of the hometown of True Void? Chapter 748, Choice. Bai Lingmiao clenched her hands slowly as her expression turned extremely grim. She seemed to have some trouble standing steadily. The hometown of True Void does exist. The Heavenly Mater said so herself. Her family now leads carefree lives there. Bai Lingmiao was very certain that she would join them after her death. However, Bai Lingmiao felt deeply conflicted when this deeply held belief involved the lives of 1.81 million people. If the hometown of True Void is real, dying is merely moving to a different place. If so, why am I hesitating? At this moment, the Qi emperor continued. Miss Bai, think about it. With the lives of around 1 million old, weak, and disabled followers, you can secure 9 million good followers in the future. When has there ever been such a profitable deal? You see, it's a win-win situation. Even the Heavenly Mater in the hometown of True Void wins. No one loses. What are you still hesitating for, Saintess? Bai Lingmiao took a deep breath. Her hand, which trembled over her chest, suddenly steadied. She had made up her mind. Your Majesty, is this really a deal? Do you always calculate things like this? Do you understand that they are all people, living people? Even if they are disabled or useless, they are still living people. Bai Lingmiao recalled everything from Cowheart Village. She continued, do you know how much pain their deaths would cause? Do you know how painful it is to lose family members? The Qi emperor and the plump general beside him were visibly shocked. They hadn't expected the leader of a cult, known for its sacrificial practices, to say such things. It was as if hell had frozen over. And your Majesty, among those 1.81 million, the majority are your subjects. Have you not considered them at all? A hint of anger appeared on his face. Why should I care about them? Do you know what I have sacrificed for this throne? I have earned all of this with my hard work. My main concern is my empire. Without it, I am just a king without a country. Those common people are like grass growing on my land. Even if they are cut down, they will grow back in time. Bai Lingmiao clenched her fists tightly. Her sharp nails dug into her palms, but she did not let go. She replied with a sharp tone, Your Majesty, I cannot comply. They are not grass. They are people. They can't die like grass. Once they die, there's nothing left. The Qi emperor seemed puzzled. Haven't you realized? According to your beliefs, they aren't really dying. They are going back to the hometown of True Void. What? Does the esteemed saintess of the White Lotus sect believe there is no hometown of True Void? Is it all a lie fabricated by the Heavenly Mater to gain your faith? Bai Lingmiao took a few deep breaths and suppressed her anger. Your Majesty, the hometown of True Void does exist, but the Heavenly Mater has decreed that suicide violates divine laws. Those who take their own lives cannot enter the hometown of True Void. Ridiculous. Why haven't I heard your White Lotus sect say this before? The Qi emperor frowned as he sensed rejection from her. I am the saintess of the White Lotus sect, and naturally, I receive divine messages. If I say the Heavenly Mater has said it, then the Heavenly Mater has said it. This matter is not up for discussion. Bai Lingmiao stood up to leave. The Si Qi Emperor stepped before Bai Lingmiao again. His expression filled with cold anger as dragon scales began to appear on his body. Wait. You should carefully consider your actions, Miss Bai. Do you realize who you're defying? Bai Lingmiao, who had been looking down, slowly raised her head as a slight smile lifted her lips. Her entire demeanor seemed to have shifted. Your Majesty, Si Qi is still occupied by the Dharma sect, isn't it? If you're so capable, why don't you reclaim your lost territory yourself? Oh, that's right. We were the ones who saved you from the Dharma sect, weren't we? Bai Lingmiao poked the Emperor's dragon robe with her finger, its nails painted black. I am from the Great Liang, not Si Qi. Besides, you are still a dethroned emperor. A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. What can you do if I defy you? Will you send troops to destroy the White Lotus sect? Alas, Your Majesty, you have no soldiers under your command now. You only have a group of old eunuchs. Bai Lingmiao glanced disdainfully at the general beside her, who had his hand on the hilt of his sword but did not draw it. She chuckled. You're still putting on airs with me when you're so short on men that you even dare bring such lowly individuals out in public. The Si Qi Emperor trembled with rage, yet he dared not act against Bai Lingmiao. He could not afford to make enemies of those who had helped him reclaim his kingdom, even if he could defeat them. Bai Lingmiao stepped out of the grand courtyard, her expression gradually softening. She silently walked through the chaotic city. The voice of the second deity resounded in her mind. What are your thoughts? Do you believe in the hometown of True Void or not? I'm confused. Bai Lingmiao didn't know. She could no longer care about her own matters. She realized that, at some point, she had gained the power to control the lives of millions of people at her whim. If she wished, she could command these people to die. Her power had unknowingly grown to such an extent that this invisible pressure made her anxious. Bai Lingmiao continued to walk as she observed the lives of the White Lotus followers in the city. In times of war, the lives of the ordinary people were naturally difficult. However, they always found ways to eat and live as well as they could. She had seen it before, but what she saw seemed slightly different from before. A group of people gathered around a large black pot emitting white steam by the roadside, eagerly holding long chopsticks. Inside the pot was a mix of leftover food sold by the street. Each bite was a bronze coin, regardless of what one picked. Despite seeming dirty, this sort of business became more popular the more chaotic the times were. People often arrived early to ensure they didn't miss out on the best selections. This was the place where they could eat meat for the least amount of money. A young girl, around 13 years old, had a white lotus drawn on her brow and wore patched clothes. She hesitated for a long time before finally tossing her bronze coin into the bowl. Chapter 749, Cultivation. The little girl picked up the chopsticks and squinted closely along the edge of the pot for a long time. After a while, she forcefully plunged the chopsticks into the pot. She pulled her chopsticks out and found she had grabbed a braised duck head with a portion of the neck still attached. She paid no heed to the heat and cheerfully brought the duck head to her two waiting sisters. The three of them ate the duck head as if it were a gourmet delicacy, their eyes brimming with joy. The youngest even tilted her head back and giggled with delight. Bai Lingmiao walked silently, seemingly able to sense their happiness as her lips curled into a slight smile of her own. She once had a younger brother too, and she would share her tasty food with him. As she watched the young girl, Bai Lingmiao seemed to see her former self. Soon, she reached a bustling alley where a newlywed couple was worshipping the god of prosperity. Everyone was cheering and laughing as if the hardships they had just endured were merely an illusion. They brought out 2 cherished persimmon cakes and cut them into small pieces to share as wedding candies. No one looked down on the makeshift candies. On the contrary, they ate them eagerly and savored this rare sweetness by letting them dissolve in their mouths. Some even carefully stored the candies in their pockets to take them home. Are they all dead, having gone to the hometown of True Void to the Heavenly Mater? Bai Lingmiao was suddenly overcome with a blinding sensation as this thought emerged. The telepathic connection granted by the relic stopped responding, and she felt that she had been plunged into darkness. No, they don't need to go to the hometown of True Void. Living well is enough for them. Only someone like me, who needs to escape, needs the hometown of True Void. Suddenly, Bai Lingmiao felt her telepathic senses granted by the relic extend even further. She could feel activities up to 2 or 3 miles away. The next moment, she sensed Li Huang speaking with a young man on the main street. Senior Li, Bai Lingmiao stopped walking. She felt the emotions of other people within her sensory range. In the past, she valued her own emotions greatly. Now, she realized that these emotions were not everything in life. Her feelings were insignificant compared to the lives of all the followers of the White Lotus sect. Bai Lingmiao turned and walked towards the entrance of the White Lotus Chapel. Second deity, let's go. Where to? Bai Lingmiao sensed the emotions of half the city and slowly said, too many people and too many lives depend on us. We can't just think of ourselves. We need to find a way to prevent more people from losing their families. The feeling of losing loved ones is very painful. I don't want my past experiences to happen to others. The second deity replied, all right then. At least you're not conflicted anymore. If that brat Liu Shouzai can do it, surely we can too. In the kitchen, stones were constantly boiling in a pot of water. A man with a white cloth wrapped around his head earnestly added firewood to the stove. Hu Biao followed his routine and poked the stones in the pot with chopsticks. His expression turned very excited. The stones had actually softened from boiling. Sir Arrogant Stone had said that once the stones were boiled soft, eating them would cure all diseases and even lead to immortality. Father! Father! Hu Biao rushed out with the ceramic pot filled with soft stones. As soon as he ran out the door, he saw his senior coming towards him with a pot. Hu Biao quickly pretended to be calm, carrying the softened stones home. As they passed each other, Hu Biao's senior suddenly raised the pot and smashed it towards Hu Biao's ceramic pot. The ceramic jar broke, and the stones tumbled onto the ground, bouncing softly. His senior watched on dumbfoundedly. You actually boiled it soft. It's real. The Dharma sect members peeked out from the eaves, windows, and behind wooden doors. They all watched the stones on the ground with shock and desire. Hu Biao immediately reached out to grab the soft stone and stuff it into his mouth. However, a flying stone hit his head and caused blood to stream down. The stone in his hand fell to the ground. Grab it! Someone shouted, causing all the Dharma sect members present to charge at Hu Biao. The once close members turned against each other for this opportunity to become immortal, and they fought brutally in the narrow alley. The soft stone kept changing hands. Even if someone swallowed it, others would cut open their belly to retrieve the stone and swallow it themselves. After some time, the alley was completely covered in blood and corpses. Only two severely injured people remained and stared at each other. Hu Biao was one of them. He swayed and muttered to himself, it's mine. It was supposed to be mine. Li Huang was currently standing on the eaves and watching the carnage below. Stones couldn't be boiled soft. This was all part of Li Huang's plan. Li Huang smiled as the last man eagerly swallowed the stone. He didn't achieve immortality and instead revealed a look of despair. Tricking people felt really good, especially when it came to his enemies. Li Huang nodded with satisfaction as he felt the false qi flow into him. He jumped down and kicked the man's head, causing it to explode. Li Huang finally understood why the sitting Oblivion Dao liked to deceive so many people at once. Even the tiniest amount of false qi from deceiving mortals could accumulate significantly. Some experts of the sitting Oblivion Dao liked to set up schemes that, when well maintained, provided a continuous flow of false qi akin to a spring. The schemes could be complex or simple, sometimes needing only a rumor. The genital shrinkage scam he encountered a few years ago was such an example by the sitting Oblivion Dao. As he felt the increasing false qi within him, Li Huang realized the importance of shifting his mindset. In the past, he often couldn't distinguish between the truth and falsehood. After many deceits, he finally sensed the true difference between what was real and fake. The sitting Oblivion Dao often lost their genuine emotions through their deceit, which made them believe everything was fake. Morals, family, friends, and even themselves. If everything was fake, then one could naturally act without any restraint. Cultivating truth, but not lies, would lead one to easily go crazy. On the other hand, cultivating lies, but not truth, would have the same effect. Chapter 750, Pursuit. The sitting Oblivion Dao actually cultivated lies that led to madness. However, no one had ever seen anyone successfully cultivate both truth and lies, so the sitting Oblivion Dao and other factions saw this state as acceptable. Pitiful. How pitiful, Li Huang muttered to himself. Shizi might have known this already, but it was hard to turn back as he was in too deep. Li Huang looked down and cut open the belly of the person before him. He took out the softened stone and placed it beside the person's abdomen. A tentacle emerged from Li Huang's navel and dragged the stone back inside. The stone that these Dharma sect members had fought over was actually a piece of Li Huang's liver that he had cut. He had looked for other substitutes, but still found this to be the most suitable. "Father, what have you been doing lately?" "I don't quite understand," Li Sui said. 2 slits appeared on her neck, which revealed her eyes with double pupils. "I'm deceiving them." "So that's what deception is." Li Sui had a sense of realization, having learned something new from her father. Li Huang needed to leave this place since he had already achieved his objective. At the moment, he was deep within the territory occupied by the Dharma sect. Such a commotion would naturally attract their attention soon. Li Huang heard footsteps behind him and immediately took action. He wiped his face and transformed it into the likeness of the dead Hu Biao. He cut off his right hand, threw it to the ground, then lay down with an expression of agony. "Quick!" He ran that way. Li Huang lifted his bloodied hand shakily and pointed the pursuing Dharma sect members in the wrong direction. After the enraged Dharma sect members went in the wrong direction, Li Huang stood up, picked up his severed hand, and stealthily followed them. When they realized they had been deceived and started to go back, Li Huang gradually withdrew in the direction they had abandoned. Having changed his appearance again, Li Huang arrived at a remote county. He was finally free from pursuit. He sat in the common room of an inn, hungry after his long ordeal. "Innkeeper, some food, please." "Of course. But sir, in these chaotic times, some ingredients are hard to come by. I'll see what the kitchen has and bring you whatever we can make." "No problem, as long as it's filling." Soon, half a fragrant roasted lamb head was placed before Li Huang, accompanied by 2 slices of guacamole. "Sir, here's some bean paste and vinegar. Cut the meat, dip it in the sauce and vinegar, and stuff it into the guacamole. It's quite delicious." Li Huang stared at the lamb head for a while. After confirming that it did not start talking to him like last time, he picked up a small knife and began to eat. As he continued cultivating lies, Li Huang found that many of the side effects of cultivating truth had indeed lessened. At least, he no longer had to worry that the people around him were the product of his cultivation. Understanding lies more deeply inevitably led to a greater understanding of truth. Compared to the false Qi and the sitting Oblivion Dao's various abilities, the most significant change in Li Huang was his mindset, the feeling of genuinely deceiving others with false things. This change was exactly what he needed to counteract the side effects of cultivating truth. The key to differentiating truth from illusion was having the right mindset. Cultivating truth and lies now felt like pulling on 2 sides of the same rope, which balanced each other out. As he gradually understood falsehoods, he gained some more control over reality and his creations. Cultivating lies could indeed treat the deviations caused by cultivating truth. Li Huang had to take the bait, whether this was part of Shai Zi's scheme or just bait he had dangled. Although the problems from cultivating truth were solved, he had to remain vigilant against Shai Zi's schemes, even if there were no signs of them yet. "Shai Zi, what are you really up to? You're dead, and the sitting Oblivion Dao was wiped out. What more are you trying to do?" Li Huang was deep in thought. He lifted a piece of lamb meat on a small knife to his mouth. Suddenly, he felt his heart jolt. A slit opened behind his left ear. Li Sui's eyes quickly glanced at the diners to his left. Li Huang immediately sensed something was off when the couple glanced at him. It would have been nothing if they had just glanced at him, but the speed at which they averted their gaze was suspicious. This was something ordinary people wouldn't be capable of. "Sir, are you enjoying the lamb head?" The cook bent over and smiled at Li Huang. Li Huang's 4 eyes quickly scanned the surroundings to collect information. He gripped his purple tassel sword and slashed out, beheading the cook. Blood sprayed out all over, yet the cook's head did not fall. It transformed into a blood-soaked mask which flew towards Li Huang's head. A black tentacle emerged from Li Huang's neck. It pulled out a bronze coin sword, which sliced the bloodied mask into pieces. The original peaceful inn had now become a battlefield. The diners, the cashier, and the waiters stood up, pulling out weapons and charging at Li Huang. Li Huang could handle these people, but his expression was grim. He couldn't figure out who had sent them. Were they sent by Shai Zi? Just as Li Huang was about to take care of them, the beams of the 3-story inn suddenly cracked. The upper 2 floors, which were laden with tons of weight, came crashing down on him. In the ensuing crash, rubble and stones flew everywhere. Li Huang stood up from the collapsed building, covered in black tentacles. As the dust settled, Li Huang noticed a significant change around him. Everyone in the small town had dropped their disguises. They donned black cloth on their shoulders, erected white flags, and carried a massive idol as they surrounded the collapsed inn. However, Liu Wan felt a strange sense of relief when he saw the Dharma sect marks on them. The Dharma sect had ambushed him. Despite his efforts to hide his whereabouts, they had still found him. Liu Wan realized he might be facing a formidable opponent this time. At that moment, a path opened on the left side of the crowd. Four strange figures holding umbrellas slowly walked out. Their faces were hidden by the black umbrellas. Standing at least 10 feet tall, they wore knee-length clothing and their long arms were covered by sleeves, leaving no flesh exposed. 1. A type of flatbread. Chapter 751 Plot. All four of them held their umbrellas as they stuck to each other as close as possible. If the person in front didn't raise their feet in time, the rest would have fallen back. Their strange movements and the four broken black umbrellas made them look like a single entity. It was as if they were tied together by a thread, and their heads resembled mushrooms. This was the first time Liu Wan had seen someone like that in the Dharma sect. Something was off, and his senses were warning him of the danger. What was even more concerning was that he didn't sense any gazes from the four people. As Liu Wan was thinking about what the four of them were about to do to him, the shadows of the Dharma sect members quickly converged together and gathered around him. They formed a massive, smoking black edict. 1. The moment the edict appeared, the skies turned black, and dark clouds rolled in. It swiftly became nighttime. Liu Wan knew this would be a difficult battle after seeing how tense the atmosphere was. The Dharma sect had painstakingly laid out plan after plan to ambush him. Liu Wan feared that the Dharma sect had designated him as the highest-ranking threat ever since he took away Taishan Shi. Liu Wan took a deep breath as he materialized Peng Longting behind him. Just as everything was on the brink of descending into chaos, Xian Pin suddenly floated out from the ground. "Don't move. I will take you away from here," Xian Pin whispered as he revealed 6 bony arms from under his robes. He then made seals and chanted, Mu lambda percent o gamma cider less than or equal to lambda delta phi not greater than y pi theta $9. Liu Wan had no idea what Xian Pin was chanting, nor did he recognize any of the seals Xian Pin was making. Liu Wan suddenly noticed a forest rapidly emerging in his peripheral vision. Before he knew it, he found himself in a new location, a forest. The skies were bright again, and everything was peaceful. Liu Wan had been saved. Liu Wan looked at Xian Pin with shock. Xian Pin proved himself useful this time. Liu Wan finally felt a sense of camaraderie with him. Liu Wan asked, "What technique is that? That's so convenient. You can escape from anything anytime you want. But why did you need to chant this time? You didn't need to do so last time." Xian Pin turned and looked at Liu Wan with a complicated expression. "I can't tell you that. You already said I'm a secretive person. Did you think I would teach you that?" Liu Wan frowned. His image of Xian Pin had just shattered a bit. He's so shameless. Still, he refrained from voicing his thoughts since Xian Pin had indeed saved him. Who were those guys with umbrellas? They looked tough. Xian Pin calculated with his fingers. "I don't know. I can't divine anything from them." Liu Wan frowned. "Even you don't know?" He understood that only people with certain levels of strength could make Xian Pin fail his divinations. More importantly, they were targeting him. Now that he knew the Dharma sect was actively hunting him down, he had no choice but to be more covert next time. But this was a bad plan. Passively defending against ambushes would be much harder. Xian Pin said, "Don't worry about their ambush. I have a mission for you. If you succeed, everyone in the Dharma sect of Si Chi will be destroyed." Liu Wan gestured for Xian Pin to continue. "The informants are all dead, but the lamas from the Antrabara temple recalled their souls to obtain the information. Taishan Shi was right. The Dharma sect is planning something big. They want to gather all of us in one location before killing us with whatever they are summoning. I want to see them try. Since we know their plans now, we can devise ways to disrupt them. Might as well as go along with their plan for now." "Why should we go along with their plan?" "I can't tell you that. First, we follow their plan, but then I will cause a massive disruption. While they are distracted by me, I need you to bring some elite fighters to infiltrate and destroy their plans." "Oh, is that why you saved me?" Liu Wan asked, pointing at his chest. "Why? Do you not want to go? I thought you were someone who would risk his life to save the citizens." "Of course I do. But why do I think that you are using me as a chess piece?" Liu Wan frowned, sensing that Xian Pin was hiding something from him. This was not the first time it had happened. Xian Pin retracted his 6 arms. "What do you mean chess piece? We're all fighting the Dharma sect to protect the Liang kingdom. Really? Then tell me, what are you planning to do to deal with them? Why do I have to be the one to go? Why can't you? Because I'm not as strong as you. I'm old and withered. Bullshit. You are still hiding something. Fine, I won't do it. You can find someone else. Li Huang turned and was about to leave the forest. However, Xian Pin called him back in a grave tone. Wait. Li Huang stopped. Xian Pin said, do you really not know why I'm not telling you? Do you think I should tell you? Why shouldn't you? It's one thing to let the others know about my plan, but it's another to let you know about my plan. Is it because I'm Zai's twisted one? Or is it because I have the power to use truth? Li Huang asked. His questions were left unanswered. He continued, tell me, give me a vague reason. I don't want to keep doubting all of you. I hate it when I'm fighting for my life, while having to suspect you people are trying to kill me too. Xian Pin hesitated before replying. We are helping. Helping what? Who? Just as we are fighting at the bottom, they are fighting at the top too. Do you remember what I said before? About dealing with the problems at the root? Li Huang realized what Xian Pin was talking about. You can enter the Baiyu capital. You can talk to the Simings and get them to help us. 1. This is the symbol drawn on Daoist talismans. Chapter 752, Departure. You're helping the Simings to fight God Yue? Li Huang asked. He had to confirm with Xian Pin again to make sure he had understood correctly, as the idea sounded ridiculous. He never thought such a thing was possible. Xian Pin remained silent. Li Huang questioned rapidly. Which Simings are you helping? Which of them are fighting God Yue? How's the situation? Xian Pin continued to stay silent. Answer me, damn it. Do you think it's funny to see me talking to myself like this? This time, Xian Pin replied, I can only tell you this much. Think carefully about what I've said before. Any more, and you will be tainted by their cause and effect. Li Huang frowned. Just you alone? Can the Surveillance Bureau really work with the Simings? I don't believe it. He suspected that Xian Pin wasn't telling the truth. Xian Pin chuckled. So you think you know me? Or do you know the Simings a lot? I'm not doubting you, but what you've said is too ridiculous. No matter what, a Siming was still a Siming. Li Huang had seen them before and never thought Xian Pin would be able to help them in robbing the heavenly Daos. The fact you haven't seen it doesn't mean the method doesn't exist. Since we can survey the heavens, we also have our methods. Also, the other sects are hoping for the Dharma sect's downfall. They will naturally come and help us. Hearing that, Li Huang wanted to ask more questions. However, Xian Pin gestured for him to stop. That's enough questions for now. I cannot answer anymore. These aren't your concerns at the moment. What you need to do is to accept this mission and work hard. Only then can we prevent this disaster. Li Huang frowned before he raised one finger at Xian Pin. One last question. How are things up there? Which side is winning? Is it us or God Yue? That depends on how well you do in your mission. If you are successful, God Yue will be dead in a few days. There's no reason to doubt me. No matter how many secrets I have, you have to remember that we are on the same side. I even gave you the Shimmer Mirror, which is an incredible artifact and a sign of my goodwill to you. How many times will you bring that up? Fine. Who else will be coming with me? Some other experts. Xian Pin took out a Surveillance Bureau's identity plate. On it were 2 words, Third General. Li Huang already knew about the Surveillance Bureau's ranking system. This identity plate was leagues above his 7th banner rank. Xian Pin explained, with this, no one will bother you. Everyone will also listen to you. They will even die for you if you order them to. Li Huang took the identity token and looked at Xian Pin. Where are they? When do we depart? Xian Pin pointed at the mirror floating beside Li Huang. Go there, and someone will explain to you. Li Huang said nothing as he looked at the glowing dot on the mirror and walked towards the designated spot. Xian Pin called out to him from behind. Don't worry, I'll save you if you are in danger. Li Huang, however, preferred to rely on himself when it came to his own life. He still remembered how Xian Pin hadn't saved him from the Earth Dragon's stomach the last time. I doubt that he just learned that technique. All right, I understand. That's all for now. I will hang up now. Li Huang hung up after he pressed the glowing red button on the phone screen. Who called you? Yang Na asked as she happily sipped her milk tea. Who else? It's the grad student. He wants us to go to his place for a bit. Probably something to do with Zhao Lei. Li Huang answered, looking warily at the crowded streets. All right, let's take our stuff and go. Suddenly, Yang Na's eyes lit up. She shoved the milk tea into Li Huang's hands before running towards a girl with braids in the distance. Yang Na greeted her close friend excitedly. My Luov, did you miss me? On the other hand, the girl in braids was visibly less excited than Yang Na. She stared at Li Huang warily from a distance. Despite wearing a different outfit and even sporting sunglasses, the girl still managed to recognize Li Huang. She was Yang Na's close friend, after all. Meng Meng, where's the taser? Yang Na asked. She took the bag from Zhang Xiaoming and opened it. Inside were several unopened packages of high-voltage tasers. After what happened last time, Li Huang understood the importance of having a weapon. Since he couldn't get anything illegal, he had no choice but to stock up on legal ones. Zhang Xiaoming pulled Yang Na further away from Li Huang and whispered harshly, "Why did you think I went through so much to get you a taser last time? Don't you know who you are supposed to be wary of? Why are you still with him? Do you have Stockholm Syndrome? What are you talking about?" Yang Na punched her lightly. Huang has been cured, but he killed someone before. You could have easily found someone else, so why did you stay with a crazy maniac like him? It's complicated. Yang Na talked with her friend for a bit longer before she returned to Li Huang with the tasers. Li Huang passed the milk tea back to her and opened the bag. He inspected the tasers and was satisfied with them. How much were they? Li Huang asked. Yang Na answered, not much. It cost me a couple of milk teas, I suppose. You don't have to pay me anything. I'm not paying for them, and neither should you. We are getting them for the others, so Qing Wanglai is supposed to pay for them. Yang Na sipped on her milk tea as she held on to Li Huang's arm. Is that so? That's good then. Also, we don't have to tell him the real price. Just give him a larger figure. He's rich. Yang Na laughed when she heard that. Even so, her eyes were filled with worry. The situation was becoming more serious, and she was worried that it would get out of her control. The two of them rode a bike and departed for Orange Isle. For now, the only good news was that when Li Huang brought Yang Na out, no one would ask them too many questions. It was normal for youngsters like them to go on dates. Chapter 753, Mental Illness. Orange Isle was deserted at night, but that didn't mean it was crowded during the day. It was empty all day long. The sunlight only made the paint on the half-built buildings look brighter, highlighting the work of unvirtuous real estate developers. Li Huang saw that Wu Qi's RV and Qing Wanglai's sports car were already there. He was late. He brought Yang Na up the half-built building's concrete stairs to their meeting place. Everyone was discussing something. We need to do something, but you keep telling us that we can't do this or that. We can't just sit around. Chen Hongyu's voice echoed around the place. Qing Wanglai nodded at Li Huang and Yang Na. Of course we can't just sit around and do nothing. We need to act first and seize the initiative. Zhao Lei has confessed, and we now know where their temporary base is. We need to attack them before they relocate. Really? Li Huang perked up. He would finally have the chance to retaliate after having been passive for a long time. How many guns can you get for us? Li Huang asked Qing Wanglai impatiently. Not a single one. It's not like we can buy illegal firearms here. TSK. Li Huang took out all the tasers he had. We can't win with just these. We need some bladed weapons, or maybe a crossbow or two. Qing Wanglai sighed. Li Huang, we live in a society. We can't brandish our knives or wave our guns around just because we're facing a slight difficulty. You want to subject them to the law? You think that's possible? We already killed once. Do you really think the law would apply here? I'm ready. Qian Fu excitedly pulled a plastic tarp off the corner of the wall, revealing several rebars that had been ground until they were sharp. It was clear that Qian Fu had taken them from this building after seeing the concrete on the rebars. Wait a minute. Chen Hongyu stopped them. Do you think we can solve this problem if we go and kill all of them? They're an organization that wants to rob our special powers. The people we are attacking will just be their pawns. There's a chance that the organization's higher-ups are giving instructions through a satellite phone. Everyone was shocked to hear that. Li Huang said, since we finally have the initiative, we should make the first move. We need to strike them first to gain as much advantage as possible before settling it once and for all. I agree with Chen Hongyu, Qing Wanglai said. No matter their projection, we cannot just look at the surface. It's not as easy as we think. We also have to look into their interior. Still, if we manage to deal with it at the root, we can naturally escape this danger together. Li Huang looked at Chen Hongyu and then at Qing Wanglai. Then what do you want us to do if we don't fight? You think they would surrender if we pleaded with them? Qing Wanglai took a test tube from his pocket. The test tube was sealed, and the liquid sloshed inside. Evaporates easily, odorless and tasteless. It will render a person unconscious and relax all of their muscles. It will also cause temporary memory loss. Li Huang's eyes widened when he heard the effects of the drug. You really have something like that? Where did you get it? It was much stronger than a taser. Through a legal channel, Qing Wanglai said as he placed the test tube back into his pocket. It's best if we don't have to fight. We can try to negotiate with them. This way, Both of us can reap some benefits. Even if our negotiations fail, we will still get to know what their goals are. It will help us solve the mystery of their projection. All right, let's not waste any time. We should go now. Li Huang, however, held on to his tasers and rebars. He needed to make sure that he had some weapons in case Qing Wanglai's drug failed. All of them walked down as they carried the things together. While they were heading down, Li Huang asked Qing Wanglai, "Since Zhao Lei confessed, will you send him out of this country?" "No." Qing Wanglai shook his head. "Since Zhao Lei betrayed them, he will die if he gets out. It doesn't matter if he's willing. He will return to us even if I let him go. He has no choice but to stand with us." "How can you be so sure? Do you know him that well?" "Not really, but he used to stand by our side." As they chatted, Tian Wu quickly passed by them, keeping his head low. They turned around the corner, and Li Huang caught a glimpse of Tian Wu's eyes. His eyes were filled with dread. "Tian Wu, wait. I have something to ask you." Li Huang sensed something was wrong. He slowly reached his hands into his shirt to take the taser. Tian Wu ran faster. "Quick, chase after him." His personality changed again. Li Huang immediately ran after Tian Wu. Li Huang got closer and closer to Tian Wu, who was ultimately forced into a corner of the building. Tian Wu grabbed one of the sharpened rebars and started stabbing at everyone. Li Huang and the others retreated slightly as they blocked the surrounding exits. "What are you crazy bastards trying to do? You guys are crazy. Why are you dragging me into your mess? I've already suffered enough. What do I need to do for you to let me go? Go away. I want to go back to the hospital. I want to get my treatment." "Tian Wu, don't be rash. Look at me," Qing Wanglai said as he slowly approached him. "Do you remember who I am? We've met before. Who are you? You guys are a bunch of psychos, and you, Qing Wanglai, are the craziest of them all. Stop trying to fool me. I know you were the one who killed the 2 nurses. You are framing others for your crime too." Qing Wanglai frowned and whispered to Li Huang, "This is tricky. Tian Wu's condition is too unstable." "Is that so?" Li Huang glanced at Qing Wanglai, but said nothing. "I'll say it again. You guys are the crazy ones. Stop trying to drag me into your mess. Go away. All right, we will move. Don't get too agitated." Qing Wanglai gestured for the others to move away from the staircase leading downwards. Tian Wu was about to run when a shiny object fell and shattered in front of him. He froze, then realized it was the test tube with the chemical. He attempted to escape, but his consciousness was quickly fading. His limbs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 754, Reinforcements. The sound of horse hooves never stopped as Li Huang weaved past the mountains on horseback. Corpses were scattered everywhere, clearly indicating that it was a dangerous area. Both sides were using Qi as their battleground. The situation left ordinary people in the middle, forcing them to rely on themselves for survival. Li Huang headed towards the place Xianpin had designated. He was still suspicious of Xianpin, but he had no choice. He needed to see things with his own eyes to confirm the truth. Li Huang was still wary even after having forced Xianpin to divulge some secrets. He might be telling me the truth, but he might also have hidden some of the details. Still, he's right. I must handle this myself. The Dharma sect must be destroyed. Li Huang suddenly heard footsteps coming from the front. A group of Dharma sect members suddenly charged towards him. All of them had black cloths wrapped around their shoulders. Li Huang looked at them before he quickly galloped past them. The Dharma sect members somehow ignored him as they continued to run. This was not the first time Li Huang had encountered people from the Dharma sect. He was deep in enemy territory, and one wrong move could cost him his life. He was meticulous in concealing himself with his powers, paying attention and avoiding any mistakes. Li Huang continued his journey until he reached the red dot displayed by the shimmer mirror. He stopped and looked around to find that he was in a corpse-riddled battleground. The maggots, dogs, vultures, and crows were having a feast here. The death of humans had given them life instead. They tore apart the corpses and littered them everywhere, causing the place to look like hell. The stench was overbearing, but Li Huang endured it. He calmed the frightened horse as he looked around. He was confused about why Xianpin set this area as the meeting place. The day turned to night as Li Huang waited. The moon wasn't visible tonight, and everything was dark. The only sound that reached Li Huang's ears was the crunching of bones. Even Li Huang didn't know how to keep track of the time now that a single day had lost a lot of divisions. By the time he heard footsteps approaching, he didn't know what time it was, but he was certain it was during the darkest hour of the night. He took out a glowing green stone and threw it towards the location of the sound. A strange figure appeared in front of him. The man's appearance was weird. His skin was pale and smooth, and a braid hung down from under his cap. Li Huang thought that the man looked like an eunuch. The mysterious man wasn't wearing anything special either, just a regular gray coat and a yellow robe. But then Li Huang noticed the strange part. He could hear footsteps, but the mysterious man left no footprints on the ground, as if he was floating. The strange man bowed respectfully to Li Huang. His posture gave him away as a eunuch. Ho Shu's deputy chief, Zhao Jiabao, greets Taoistly. So even the royal family is sending their people here now? Why are we meeting here? Li Huang frowned. It's because this place has been taken over by something else. The Dharma sect cannot spy on us here. They can neither see nor hear us. An ancient voice came from somewhere else. Soon, 3 lamas appeared from the stone's greenish glow. They resembled triplets and clasped their hands together to greet Li Huang. In contrast with the lamas from the Antrabara temple, the lamas in front of Li Huang were covered in sutras. The sutras were written across their wrinkled skin. Li Huang looked at the various bone trinkets covered in gold and jewels before he realized that the 3 lamas in front of him were most likely at the top of the hierarchy of the Antrabara temple. He recalled how the hanged lamas were dressed similarly. The other people slowly walked out from the darkness too. There weren't many, but Li Huang sensed that all of them were strong in their own right. Xianpin was going all out this time. All of them greeted him at the same time. We greet Taoistly. Li Huang looked at their attire. Apart from the monks from the righteous monastery, he didn't recognize any of the sects present here. Xianpin told me you know where the Dharma sect is conducting their ritual. Is that true? Li Huang asked. Yes, Taoistly. Zhao Jiabao took out a map and showed it to Li Huang. Li Huang glanced at the constantly shifting map before he looked at them again. Since you are already here, I assume that Xianpin has told you who we're facing this time? I know each of you is very strong, but can you defeat our enemies? No one here was stupid. They knew how much security the Dharma sect had prepared to defend their ritual site against intruders. We are naturally not as strong as Taoistly, but the chief had informed us to do our best to assist you. Your strength will naturally win us the war. Looks like Xianpin did tell them that. He really likes giving the credit to others. All right, let's talk as we move. This is not the time to be sitting down. Li Huang jumped onto his horse. Li Huang was about to urge his horse to start running when a plump woman with a mole on her face approached him. She was holding onto a black, glutinous rice dumpling tied by a red thread. Taoistly, this is an item that will help us stay hidden. That way, the Dharma sect won't know we are coming. Li Huang inspected the item before keeping it on his waist. Which sect are you from? The woman chuckled and flirted with him. Oh dear, I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a weak, frail matchmaker. I don't think I will be able to help much. Matchmaker? A devotee of Godru. Li Huang looked down and saw that the matchmaker had small feet. He wasn't sure if it was a coincidence or not. Are you an evil entity that became a human by asking someone and obtaining their karma? Li Huang joked. The plump woman took out a red handkerchief and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Oh, Taoistly is such a joker. I thought all of the Taoists were boring. Li Huang turned serious before urging his horse into the stench-filled battlefield. Chapter 755, Deity. Li Huang got to know them better as he traveled with them. Even though they came from different backgrounds and exaggerated many of their stories, Li Huang knew there was a kernel of truth in their words. At the very least, the black, glutinous dumpling tied in the red thread was working. They were deep in enemy territory, yet no one blocked them. It was a stark difference compared to how things were last time. Xianpin floated up from the ground as he looked at the various moving red dots on the shimmer mirror. Don't worry, I chose some of the best for you. We will succeed and destroy the Dharma sect's plan. I hope so. Li Huang knew that it was useless to argue about it right now. The most important thing for him to do was to succeed in his mission. What's happening on your end? When will you start your plan? Li Huang was sitting in front of a tea stall. At this point, they were all incredibly close to the ritual site. Li Huang was certain that they would have been discovered if they didn't have the black, glutinous rice. Look over there. Xianpin pointed at a red dot in the shimmer mirror. The red dot was close to Li Huang. Once the fight starts, we will shift the battle towards this direction. Afterward, you can begin your mission. Li Huang tapped on the red dot and immediately saw rows upon rows of soldiers. All of them were standing calmly despite the upcoming difficult battle. Do the soldiers have a siming? Li Huang asked suddenly. Li Huang had long pondered this question about it, but never had the time to ask. Of course. Which siming is it? Zhong Xiangshou. It should be helping us in the Bayou capital too, right? Xianpin shook his head. You ask too much. Prepare yourself. The war drums are beating, so it's time for you to move now. The fate of everyone's lives is in your hands. The sound of war drums spread far and wide. Li Huang raised his head and saw a massive dark cloud in the sky. The sound of thunder coming from the clouds rumbled dangerously. Li Huang quickly finished his tea before leaving. He walked past Xianpin's illusion and headed towards one of the smaller paths to the left. The path led deep into the mountains. The deeper they walked, the more desolate it became. But it was surprising that such a desolate place could hide so many people. As Li Huang continued to walk, the experts gathered by Xianpin gathered around the bushes as they moved discreetly. They swiftly took down the guard stationed by the Dharma sect along the way. The atmosphere grew tense as the thunder rumbled consistently, resembling the beat of a drum. Everyone's heart was racing. Li Huang touched the banner icon on the shimmer mirror, but realized too late that it was a mistake. The bloodlust and murderous aura pouring out from the mirror made it hard for him to breathe. Kill! 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 To the left of the battlefield was a massive formation. The soldiers inside the formation were cloaked in murderous aura. Their eyes were blood-red as they snarled and howled. They looked like they had lost their sanity, but their movements were surprisingly coordinated. They moved in unison as their formation shifted from one to another. Hundreds and thousands of soldiers moved as one. Their bodies were like a shared skeleton, while the murderous aura enveloping them was their blood. Compared to them, the Dharma sect was just a group of ragtag refugees. Despite their massive numbers, their formation was in shambles. Just then, Yu Zixiong swung down his yellow-colored triangular flag. Charge forth towards the heavens and earth. Transform into a tiger with wings. Subdue the tiger and amplify its power. Use it wisely and transform it infinitely. Never doubt your potential, the soldiers shouted. The murderous aura solidified and pushed Li Huang's vision out from the mirror. Li Huang decided not to touch the shimmer mirror for now. He also noticed that he had reached his destination. In front of him was a massive wooden city wall. To think that the Dharma sect had built a city in the middle of a mountain. Even though the wall was covered in red cloth, the green leaves on the wood were a clear indication that they had been chopped down not too long ago. The sound of thunder rumbled again as it started to rain heavily. Li Huang took a deep breath as he saw the Dharma sect members pouring out from the city to charge into the battlefield. He ensured he was safe before several tentacles sprouted out from his body. Let's go. Li Huang stomped the ground and jumped forward. He was about to crash into the wall when he imagined that he was entering a pond instead. His body phased through the wooden walls, and he entered the city. Li Huang was surprised by what he saw inside the city. There was a massive statue of a deity with 4 legs. The statue was hidden under a massive bamboo hat. Underneath the bamboo hat were innumerable red ribbons tied to several different areas of the city, forming red bridges leading towards the statue. Li Huang ignored the gazes on him as he grabbed one of the red ribbons. He looked down and saw an altar covered in white smoke. I have to destroy it no matter what they're trying to summon. Several witches from the Dharma sect approached Li Huang in an attempt to stop him. This was where the experts came in. They intercepted the witches so that Li Huang could fight freely. Li Huang approached the altar before being stopped by a strange person blocking his path. The person wore a rectangular hat, but instead of having a regular veil at the front, it was a veil made of flesh. At first, Li Huang thought the person's face had melted off, but he then realized that it was actually a veil. The veil was essentially several organs and skin sewn together. The person also had red ribbons coming out from his sleeves or hanging from his body. Li Huang then saw the person's legs. To his surprise, the person had chicken legs. The chicken feet man ignored Li Huang as he worshipped the deity on the altar. He carefully lit up some incense and danced. The white smoke from the incense pot moved according to the chicken feet man's rhythm. Every time he finished a section of the dance, the chicken feet man would lie down or kneel down, raising the incense high up into the air to pray to the deity. The white smoke from the incense floated towards the top of the statue and into the depths of the bamboo hat, where numerous red ribbons originated from. The strange ritual was being conducted during the rain. Li Huang gritted his teeth as he saw the chicken feet man ignoring him. He's not from the Dharma sect. His strange dance, the statue, and the entire ritual look entirely different from what the Dharma sect does. Li Huang didn't care what it was. He knew that the chicken feet man was his enemy, and that was enough. Li Huang raised his head. A horse neighed loudly while Peng Longting charged towards the chicken feet man with her halberd. She swung her halberd down with enough force to crush the chicken feet man's head. Chapter 756, Chicken Feet Man. The halberd swung down, but instead of hitting the Chicken Feet Man, Peng Longting struck the altar. Stones sprayed everywhere, but the Chicken Feet Man remained unscathed. Peng Longting frowned and kicked her left leg into the horse's stomach. The horse lifted its left leg and kicked the Chicken Feet Man, who was now carrying the incense burner. But the Chicken Feet Man's body twisted bizarrely, causing the horse's kick to miss him. The flesh veil trembled as he moved. Just then, the Chicken Feet Man sensed that the rain had stopped. He looked up and saw Peng Longting was already in front of him with her halberd already swinging down. He swung his hand and threw the incense burner high up into the air. Just as he was about to attack Peng Longting, he sensed the air rippling behind him. It was Liu Wan with his 3 swords. Liu Wan decided to attack at the same time as Peng Longting to destroy the ritual as soon as possible. The two of them had almost hit the Chicken Feet Man when the flesh veil expanded outwards. A snarling beast's face bit into Peng Longting's face. Just as the beast bit into Peng Longting's face, she opened her mouth and bit back. At the same time, she swung her halberd the other way around to attack from the bottom. The Chicken Feet Man raised his legs and stepped forcefully on the halberd. The sound of clanking metal exploded. Clank, clank, clank. Even though the Chicken Feet Man was kicking down the sharp halberd, his feet were not injured at all. Liu Wan hadn't expected this. His feet are as strong as metal. The Chicken Feet Man utilized his momentum to jump high into the air. He dodged both Peng Longting and Liu Wan's attacks before landing safely. After landing, he extended his arms and caught the incense burner that had been flying in the air. He then continued the ritual as he danced beside the statue. What the fuck? Peng Longting spat out a bloody wad of saliva after losing half of her face. She was suddenly engulfed in flames, and her armor glowed a dull red. Charge! Peng Longting held her massive burning halberd as she charged towards the strange Chicken Feet Man. But the mysterious Chicken Feet Man was surprisingly strong. He didn't lose to Peng Longting, even though she was on fire. Both of them fought valiantly in the heavy downpour. After some time, both of them took a step back. The Chicken Feet Man slowly placed the incense burner down before a guttural beast-like growl came from behind his flesh veil. He stomped his chicken feet down onto the ground like nails before slowly dragging them backward, causing a screeching sound. The Chicken Feet Man then howled like a wolf. Out of nowhere, a Ba-Hui jumped out from nowhere and hopped onto the Chicken Feet Man's back. It used its slender legs to hook itself tightly onto the Chicken Feet Man's shoulder. Both of them howled at the same time. Several invisible figures emerged from everywhere and dived into the Chicken Feet Man's body. As more invisible figures entered him, his body rapidly expanded. Several beast faces began appearing on his body as the ribbons on his body started pumping like arteries. The Chicken Feet Man became monstrous and a strange ancient aura started radiating off him. The aura induced a feeling of horror to those affected by it. Peng Longting was naturally unaffected by the aura. She sensed that the beast's aura was at its peak before she threw her halberd at it. The Chicken Feet Man was about to hit back when the ground beneath him collapsed. He lost his balance, and his attack missed. Before he could stabilize himself, a purple tassel sword filled with murderous aura suddenly stabbed upwards from the ground beneath him. The Chicken Feet Man was about to step on the purple tassel sword when another attack came from the bottom. A rift flew towards him as it sprayed out a mysterious liquid. One of his chicken feet stepped into the rift. Before he knew it, half of his body was already in the Qi kingdom. Several distorted organs sprayed out with blood before falling onto the ground. No matter how strong he was, he still died from that attack. Liu Wan swiftly swam out from the ground. He quickly cut down the incense burner in half. He sighed in relief when he saw the white smoke dissipated. He then looked up at the statue still covered in the bamboo hat. You can't cross over now. Your incense has been cut off. Li, turn around. Peng Longting suddenly called for him. He turned around and saw why. There was a floating incense censer appearing from the depths of the mist. The white mist around Liu Wan suddenly solidified a lot. The owner of the censer soon made his appearance, too. It was also another Chicken Feet Man with a flesh veil covering his face. He danced in the same strange rhythm as the ritual to summon down the deity continued. But this time, the Chicken Feet Man was dancing on a single leg. Liu Wan frowned because he knew the ritual had yet to be interrupted. He then saw several more censers appear out of the mist. At first, there was 1, then 2, then 5, then 10, and then there were too many for him to count. All the Chicken Feet Men hopped out from the rain and mist on one leg. Water splashed everywhere as they hopped up and down. Li Huolong's heart fell because he knew he was in trouble if all of them were as strong as the first one. Hey, are you all done up there? Where are you guys? Are you all dead? Li Huolong shouted towards the red ribbons on top of his head. Dak! A strange, deformed man holding onto a single blade landed near Li Huolong. He had 4 artificial limbs on his back, but all of them were now broken. Soon, Zhao Jiabao, the matchmaker, and the others landed too. The atmosphere was tense. Before long, everyone from Li Huolong's side had landed, but Li Huolong saw that they were still outmatched. It was going to be a bitter battle. 1. A legendary wolf that's crippled but has increased intellect. Chapter 757, Break. Even though Xianpin had told him they had lured away most of the Dharma sect members, the people conducting the ritual here were still very powerful. It was clear that they didn't come from the Dharma sect. Li Huolong took one look at the glowing red dot in the shimmer mirror before turning to the incense, smoke arising from multiple directions around him. He gripped his spine, sword tightly. Xianpin said that you would die if I ordered all of you to do so. Now is the time. I don't know what they are worshipping, but we have to stop them. I will charge in with everyone. Your life is in your hands from now on. Go. No one hesitated as Li Huolong gave his order. They all followed Li Huolong's red robes as they charged into the horde of chicken feet men. The sound of them killing each other never stopped. Li Huolong's purple tassel sword stabbed into one of the chicken feet men's abdomen. At the same time, the chicken feet man stabbed his talon into Li Huolong's abdomen. While they made their moves simultaneously, Li Huolong could tolerate pain beyond what the chicken feet man had imagined. Li Huolong opened his mouth as several tentacles shot out and plastered themselves onto the chicken feet man's face. He took advantage of the chicken feet man's panic and twisted his sword upwards. The chicken feet man was bisected. Li Huolong stomped on the censer, but he wasn't happy. He only killed one of the many chicken feet men. The censers continued to release incense smoke, covering the entire ritual area in a white haze. No matter where it drifted, the smoke ultimately floated towards the top of the statue. The ritual continued uninterrupted, and they knew they were losing time. They had to deal with it no matter the cost. Li Huolong dragged one of the corpses closer to him and tore its abdomen open. He then vomited his own daughter into the corpse before setting his own skin on fire. Ba-Hui somehow sensed his presence, and Li Huolong's body tore open. Flames surged into his wounds and burned his organs too. Bhui, you motherfucker. Li Huolong kneeled on the ground in pain as he cursed. The pain had somehow increased even more than it did last time. He looked at the flames on his body, which were being extinguished by the rain before lighting up again, and he realized why. Li Huolong tasted the rain. It was salty. It was a bad premonition, and his heart raced. Xianpin was right. This is not God you are coming down here. I need to hurry up and stop them. Li Huolong stood up and flames burst forth from his body. He was like a wicker man that burned everything around him. The chicken feet men felt something was wrong after seeing Li Huolong's transformation. Many of them surrounded Li Huolong as they worked together to bring him down. Various beasts howled as their bodies turned beast-like. They attacked Li Huolong simultaneously as the red ribbons pumped rhythmically. Li Huolong brandished a dagger and opened a slit on his abdomen. He tore off a large piece of his flesh and skin before throwing it at one of the chicken feet men. The burning skin covered the chicken feet man and didn't break, no matter how hard he struggled. Li Huolong then picked up several stones and chewed them forcefully. He spat out his broken teeth along with his burning blood. The burning molars shot forward like a buckshot, piercing many of the chicken feet men and inflicting burning wounds. Li Huolong was about to charge into the fray when 2 birds appeared in the rain. They flew high up as they circled the statue. One had the face of a human, while the other had the face of a horse. They sang in unison in an ugly tone. Recollect the murderous aura, receive their souls. Recollect the murderous aura, receive their souls. As they sang, the red ribbons originating from underneath the bamboo hat started to vibrate a little. Even though the vibrations were minute, Li Huolong still managed to sense them. He became anxious and launched several heavy-hitting attacks. However, the chicken feet men didn't budge, they just stood still as they took on the attacks. They only started to dodge when they realized that Li Huolong outmatched them. Even when Li Huolong and his group used all of their strongest attacks, the white smoke only cleared a little bit. The ritual continued on since the white smoke had yet to dissipate. Slow? It's too slow. Li Huolong tore off his rib bones, and maggots sprayed outwards like confetti. He used the 5-element intercalation as he sprayed the burning maggots onto the group of chicken feet men. Li Huang knew they were in deep trouble when he heard the scalp-numbing sound of the moving statue. Everything would be over if he didn't stop them now. Li Huang rapidly thought about his array of techniques, only to realize that none of them could help avert the crisis, except for the Zhangchong Ascension. Just then, Zhao Jiabao jumped to Li Huang's side, enduring the heat. With his only remaining arm, he took out a piece of paper and held it out. Daoistly, take this. This is the note that the chief told me to give you. A note at this time? Who the fuck does he think he is? Li Huang swiftly opened the note for fear that the fire would burn it before he could read it. Li Huang was shocked. What? You mean the teleportation technique was due to my cultivation? He never had any teleportation techniques. But he didn't have time to bother with that now as he continued reading. Li Huang, now that you know the truth, I can't save you through teleportation. We're sinking the boat with an axe, leaving no escape. Only then can you use your full powers. Don't worry, there is a way out. Your ability to bring yourself all the way here from Qing shows your mastery in cultivation. If you're in danger, you can conjure up anything with your cultivation to save yourself. Think carefully. The clue to averting this crisis is within you. What can you conjure now to save yourself? Something that I can conjure to save myself? Various memories surfaced in Li Huang's mind. He remembered something, and his pupils shrunk. Li Huang immediately pressed his temple and started using his power. A white figure slowly appeared in the air. Li Huang's veins were bulging and his head was engorged from the exertion, but the figure never fully materialized. He was dismayed as his arteries continued to pump blood into his brain. He suddenly remembered his spine sword. He unsheathed and stabbed it onto the ground. He then stared at the sword. Blood flowed out of his nose as he continued to use his powers. Even the blood vessels in his brain started to pop one by one. But the spine sword slowly transformed itself. First, there were organs, then flesh, then skin, and finally, clothes. Pack. A white fan opened, and Li Huang saw the 4 words written on it. Everyone has their purpose. Chapter 758, Death. The scholar in white stood still in the pouring rain, standing out to everyone. It was the previous dead Zhuge Yuan that Li Huang had brought back to life using the spine sword. Zhuge Yuan took one look around and knew what was happening. He held onto his brush and dipped it into the red ground. He held onto it tightly and swung the brush across the chicken feet men. His brush was like his original Kueishing brush. The chicken feet men all slumped to the ground when he pointed his brush at them. The censer was also extinguished without any hope of it lighting up again. Zhuge Yuan turned and looked at Li Huang. Junior Li, we haven't seen each other in a while. How is everything? Li Huang endured the head-splitting pain and wanted to smile, but the pain forced him to kneel down again. He had to be clear that even though the man in front of him looked similar to Zhuge Yuan, he was not the real one. Li Huang had materialized him using his cultivation of truth. Now that his cultivation had reached a great height, he could conjure Zhuge Yuan using the spine sword, but it was ultimately not the real deal. He was well aware that the original Zhuge Yuan was already dead. He conjured Zhuge Yuan as a tool to help him fight, just like Peng Longting. He could not attach any emotions to the Zhuge Yuan in front of him. He wanted to differentiate what was real from what was not, but as he tried to do so, Zhuge Yuan's body started to crumble rapidly. He was on the brink of turning back into the spine sword. The existence of anything conjured using his cultivation depended on his thoughts. He couldn't differentiate them clearly if he wished to use his powers. If he convinced himself that the Zhuge Yuan in front of him was fake, Li Huang wouldn't be able to sustain Zhuge Yuan's existence. Zhuge Yuan sensed what was wrong. Junior Li, regardless of whether I'm fake, I will cease to exist the moment you think I'm fake. Li Huang howled and looked at Zhuge Yuan with tearful eyes. Zhuge Yuan's crumbling body stopped and rematerialized. Staring at the familiar face, Li Huang extended his fingers and pointed at the enemies around them. Kill. Kill them all. Zhuge Yuan nodded and waved his brush in the air. The chicken feet men started dropping like flies. They sensed that something was seriously wrong. This time, every single one of them focused on the groveling Li Huang rather than the formidable Zhuge Yuan. They had seen how Li Huang conjured Zhuge Yuan and guessed what would happen if Li Huang died first. But they couldn't get close to Li Huang with Zhuge Yuan blocking all of them. The battle was over the moment Zhuge Yuan appeared. The chicken feet men struggled and used various methods, but Zhuge Yuan stopped all of them. The difference in strength was clear. The chicken feet men were like children compared to Zhuge Yuan. A single stroke of his brush killed many of them. Their incense censers were also extinguished, and the white smoke no longer drifted into the bamboo hat. In the end, Zhuge Yuan stood alone on the bloody altar, gripping his sword. The only sound that remained was that of the falling rain. Junior Li, let me go. I'm the fake Zhuge Yuan. The real one is already dead. Li Huang held onto his head as he slumped onto the ground. He panted as the rain continued to fall on him. Maintaining Zhuge Yuan's materialization for even a single moment hurt him a lot. He felt that his head was going to burst. Without Li Huang's power, Zhuge Yuan's body swiftly crumbled away. Before he was gone, he asked one last question. Junior Li, could I ask you one thing? Is the Qi kingdom safe? Li Huang nodded slightly, and Zhuge Yuan turned back into the spine, soared happily. It fell and embedded itself into the ground. Father. Li Sui crawled towards Li Huang and helped him up. Father, don't worry. Your head is still here. Li Huang ignored her and stood up to see the aftermath of their battle. The corpses of the chicken feet men were littered around the altar. Almost all of them were dead, while the remaining ones were being hunted down by Zhao Jiabao and the rest. The rain mixed with the blood in the wooden city. The grand city in the middle of the mountain was completely soaked in blood. In the middle of the blood-soaked city was the massive statue covered in ribbons, depicting the deity with 4 legs. It looked more scary with the blood on it, but at least it wasn't moving anymore. Li Huang sighed in relief. But he did not let his guard down. He turned and commanded Zhao Jiabao, bring your people and spread out. Kill everyone in this city and leave no one alive. He mustn't let his guard down at the moment of their victory. He dared not risk it since it was directly related to the demise of the Dharma sect. He tried to stand up on his own, but the blossoming pain in his head prevented him from doing so. Zhuge Yuan was a twisted one, so he needed more strength to conjure him. He was barely able to do so, even by using the spine sword as a medium. Xianpin, get over here. Li Huang shouted loudly. He was angry, yet Xianpin's illusion surprisingly didn't appear this time. Xianpin, get out of here. Li Huang shouted in the rain, but nothing happened. You think you can hide? Just you wait till I get back. Li Huang cursed. He felt the pain in his head subsiding a bit before he stood up. He looked towards the left and saw some of the blood flowing out from the window of the buildings. It seemed that there were other people in the city besides the chicken feet man. He wasn't sure what the city was being used for. Still, everything was now over. He looked up at the massive statue and saw that it remained motionless. The Dharma sect has failed this time, right? He brought out the shimmer mirror to check how the front lines were doing when he saw something that made his blood run cold. The massive red dot representing the Allied soldiers had a bite mark on it. It was as if something massive had eaten the soldiers. Chapter 759, Being. Li Huang stared at the shimmer mirror. He thought he was seeing things wrong because of his pounding headache. The red dot representing the soldiers in formation had indeed been bitten by something. Impossible. I just interrupted the ritual. Li Huang looked at the motionless statue and then at the dead chicken feet men lying in the pools of blood. Li Huang snarled as he touched the glowing red dot on the shimmer mirror. He needed to know what was happening. His vision changed, and he found himself riding a war horse and galloping away from the battlefield. He turned around and saw an incomprehensible sight. The soldiers' massive formation was fighting against an invisible being. Even though it was invisible, it was still clearly present. Every time it moved, the space around it distorted and sank. By staring at the distorted space, Li Huang saw that the being had 4 legs. It was both enormous and flat, with several ribbon-like objects floating around its body in the air. Other than that, Li Huang couldn't make out any more details. What is that? What the fuck is that? He gritted his teeth so hard that they cracked. No matter what it was, the Dharma sect had successfully summoned that being down into the mortal realm. It appeared that they had a backup ritual somewhere else. Even if they stopped the ritual here, the Dharma sect's other ritual had succeeded. Taishan Shi's memory was faulty to begin with. Regardless of whether the Dharma sect had intentionally kept him in the dark or if this was part of their trap, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Li Huang snapped himself out of the shimmer mirror. Go towards the southwest, and help them. Zhao Jiabao and the others wasted no time and immediately moved. They quickly charged towards the southwestern part of the front line. Li Huang also prepared to follow them. His head was hurting, but he decided to go too. He had to go. Otherwise, the invisible being would kill the soldiers. By then, the entire Liang kingdom would be a sitting duck for the Dharma sect to invade. I need to go. Faster. Li Huang held on to his head as he shouted. Splurt. A sharp halberd pierced through his chest. Peng Longting swung the halberd, forcefully launching Li Huang high into the southwestern direction. Her immense strength made it possible for her to throw Li Huang way past the city wall's height. The rain and wind were still intense. Li Huang couldn't open his eyes as he flew in the air. He could only determine his direction after landing and using the shimmer mirror. Li Huang wasn't sure how far he had flown or how many times he was thrown, but he knew he had reached his destination when the cold air high in the sky froze his charred body. He saw that he was directly above the red dot. It's here. Li Huang retracted his limbs and fell downwards. He fell through the clouds and saw the being directly. It sat still in the middle of the crater-filled battleground. It looked like a toad, but was even more deformed than one. It resembled the statue in the wooden city, but there were also some differences. Its body was shifting slightly. Somehow, its previously invisible body was now crawling with wriggling steel and flesh. Li Huang only realized what it was after he heard war cries. It was the soldiers. The soldiers were using their bodies to latch onto the being like ants. The being suddenly shouted, its voice a mix of a wolf and a tiger. It shook off the soldiers from its body, causing them to rain down. The soldiers retreated slightly, and the being returned to its original form. It was distorting the space around it, but its body was still transparent. The soldiers' attacks appeared ineffective, or maybe they worked, but the being's blood was also invisible. The soldiers that had fallen regrouped, yet Li Huang visibly saw their strength diminishing. Xianpin, I don't know where you are, but you better show yourself now. There's a huge problem here. Don't tell me you don't see that massive fucking being. Don't tell me you don't have any backup plans for something like this, you sly old fox. The Dharma sect actually managed to summon the being, so stop hiding your secrets. Li Huang's voice echoed across the battlefield, but there was no answer. It was as if Xianpin didn't care about what was happening. Li Huang was angry, but somehow he had a feeling that something like this was going to happen. He then slowly approached the being. Xianpin, if I get back alive, you better clench your teeth. Li Huang howled, and Peng Longting materialized. She hooked Li Huang's shoulder with her halberd, and they both charged into the battlefield. But the being was so massive that they underestimated their distance. Li Huang ran on horseback for more than 15 minutes before he reached the proximity of the being. He only sensed how strong the being was when he got close. A strange feeling was bubbling from the being's body, assimilating everything around it. It was the feeling of barbarity and ambition. Even though Xianpin said it wasn't a Siming, Li Huang thought it was already close to one. Only Simings had the power to assimilate their surroundings into themselves. The sound of a horrifying creaking reverberated as the being crunched on the soldiers. A lot of them were smashed into a pulp of flesh and blood as they rained down. Once again, the soldiers latched onto the being's body as they attacked with their weapons, but none of them did any sizable damage. It was as if the being was impervious to the weapons. What should I do? Li Huang didn't know what to do against such a being, but he needed to conjure someone since the soldiers were dropping like flies. Fuck, I have to try it no matter what. Li Huang gripped the spine sword, but the pain in his head had yet to recede. He placed the spine sword back onto his back. No, I can't conjure another Zhuge Yuan right now. I need someone else. Chapter 760, Ma Tua. Li Huang had some other ideas after he managed to conjure Zhuge Yuan. Since he could do it with Zhuge Yuan, he should be able to conjure others too. But he was looking for someone only slightly weaker than Zhuge Yuan, and he didn't know many people who fit that bill. He wasn't sure if it would work, but he would rather give it a try than give up. Even if his attacks only bought some time, it would still give others hope that reinforcements would arrive later. Li Huang took a deep breath and recalled the moment when Dan Yangzi took over his body. It was a memory that he had tried to hide in the past, but now, he was digging it up. Li Huang's charred skin grew back, but instead of his original skin, it was skin and flesh covered in wrinkles. His skin turned into a tar-like substance as feathers protruded out. Li Huang's head also split into three, forming the three heads of Dan Yangzi. The youthful, middle-aged, and elderly faces of Dan Yangzi appeared as a white shawl swiftly grew on his shoulder. All three mouths opened at the same time. Ha! I'm alive. I knew I would have the same lifespan as the heavens themselves. Li Huang was fake. He's just part of my three corpses. As he shouted, Dan Yangzi's organs swiftly grew outside of his body. He ignored everything and floated upwards. The invisible being that had been decimating the soldiers was immediately transfixed on Dan Yangzi the moment he appeared. The aura of a half-immortal was special. It started moving as the soldiers hung onto its body for dear life. The being charged towards Dan Yangzi in an attempt to ram him. What is this stupid beast that's trying to stop me from becoming an immortal? Dan Yangzi thrust his hands into his organs and pulled out a fleshy bronze coin sword. Dan Yangzi blocked the being with his sword, but he was still knocked backward by the massive impact. Luckily, he remained unharmed from the attack. Dan Yangzi steadied himself in the air and bit into the 3 fingers on his right hand. He started writing several runes on his bronze coin sword using his black blood. Supreme Heavenly Star of the Altar, respond to me with haste. Expel all evils and bind all demons for me to achieve peace of mind. The 3 souls endure for all eternity while the spirit remains unscattered. Respond to my command with haste and urgency. As he finished his rune, the eyeballs on the bronze coin sword exploded, forming a dense red mist. Dan Yangzi swung his sword, and the red mist flew towards the being. Even though it was powerful, it was still ineffective against the invisible being. No matter what kind of technique Dan Yangzi used, they all landed ineffectively on the being. Dan Yangzi had used all of his techniques, but he was still outmatched. An invisible tail slapped Dan Yangzi, dispersing his body. The weakened Li Huang fell downwards. I guess it was useless. Li Huang fell onto the ground. His breath was ragged, and he was on the verge of death. The being wanted to kill Li Huang to stop any future threats against it. Suddenly, the hundreds and thousands of soldiers adopted a martial arts stance and raised 3 incense sticks in their hands. The unusual movement of the soldiers caused the being to ignore Li Huang, charging back toward the soldiers. Just as the being was about to crash into the soldiers, they all opened their eyes in unison. They stabbed the incense sticks into the ground at the same time. We soldiers are machines. The realm of life and death, the path of survival and extinction. Zhang is above us. Zhang is in our heart. Zhang is under us. Annihilate the gods. Annihilate the immortals. Annihilate the Buddhas. Annihilate the Taoists. An enormous amount of murderous aura surged into all of their bodies. All of their bodies were barely able to contain the murderous aura as they suppressed their bodies from exploding. Veins bulged and blood trickled out from their orifices. The soldiers in formation and the being crashed into each other, but neither side gave away. The sound of the horrific crash came again, and Li Huang was affected by the feeling bubbling off from the being's body. He felt the unending barbarity in the air and the ambition that could never be satisfied. Regardless of what the being was, Li Huang sensed that it was holding on to 2 different heavenly Taoists. Wait, barbarity? Li Huang realized something and stood up shakily. He looked towards the being and sensed the change in the air. The heavenly Tao also visibly affected the soldiers as their strength waned. The closer Li Huang got, the more familiar the feeling got. He sensed a familiar feeling before, one that was very warm. Ambition was an offspring of greed. Wait, answer me. Are you holding on to the heavenly Tao of greed? Li Huang shouted angrily, but the being ignored him, continuing to clash with the soldiers. The being did not answer him, but Li Huang was sure now. He remembered that greed used to be paired with rot, but something had changed. Now, greed was paired with barbarity instead. One of the Siming's heavenly Taoists had been plundered. The only natural disaster that happened recently that involved rot was the day when the benevolent nunnery was destroyed. You killed Abbot Jing Xian. You killed them all. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the being. His anger continued to grow until it threatened to swallow him whole. Li Huang embedded the spine sword onto the ground as he howled in anger. A ribcage slowly grew on the spine sword. Li Huang's head expanded continuously as veins covered his scalp. Zhuge Yuan's body was only halfway materialized when he slumped onto the ground with blood flowing out from all of his orifices. He could cultivate the truth, but using it to materialize Zhuge Yuan, the twisted one of the 3 ancient ones, strained his body too much. Zhuge Yuan's body was slowly crumbling away when Li Sui tunneled into Li Huang's body. Dad, let me help you. I will help you. Zhuge Yuan is real. Their thoughts linked together. Li Sui, who had been eating Li Huang's flesh and blood, finally showed her usefulness. Zhuge Yuan's body swiftly materialized, but even with Li Sui's help, Zhuge Yuan's body was still incomplete. A little more, just a little more. Li Huang fell onto the ground in pain. Materialize. Pop. Li Huang's head exploded, leaving only the stump of his neck exposed in the air. At the same time, Zhuge Yuan materialized. Zhuge Yuan stared at the being fighting against the soldiers and frowned. The ritual had been interrupted. So how did Ma Tuo get summoned here? Chapter 761, Change. Zhuge Yuan's question was destined to remain unanswered. He was the only one who knew the being's name, Ma Tuo. Li Huoguang's head was missing, so he didn't answer Zhuge Yuan's question either. Still, Li Huoguang's head exploding finally allowed him to catch a glimpse of the being's actual body. It looked just like the statue from earlier, the one with the bamboo hat. However, the statue was but an interpretation of Ma Tuo. Its actual body couldn't be captured by mortals and chiseled in stone. The bamboo hat was not its head, it was its heart. Furthermore, the various red ribbons were actually its blood vessels. The other interesting feature of the Ma Tuo was its head. Ma Tuo's head was an ever-changing amalgamation of beasts. The beasts disappeared and reappeared, with some detaching and flowing on the red ribbons towards the heart. It was a horrifying sight. Without his head, Li Huoguang could finally see Ma Tuo's invisible features. He was certain that if he still had his head, he wouldn't be able to look at it for even a single second. Senior Zhuge. Zhuge Yuan heard the voice and took out his almanac before looking at the ground. In the middle of a pool of blood, he saw half of Li Huoguang's mouth. That thing. Its left leg is injured. That's its weakness. Attack there. Zhuge Yuan leaped into action. He flew towards Ma Tuo and pointed his brush at Ma Tuo's left leg. Zhuge Yuan was not the only one who heard Li Huoguang's words. Peng Longting and the other soldiers also did. They moved in unison. Junior Li, hold on. Give me a little bit of time. Zhuge Yuan suddenly jumped behind Peng Longting and began drawing on her back. General Peng, do you have the courage for this gambit? Peng Longting saw the massive being in front of her and laughed. What do you mean courage? We kill the gods, immortals, and the Daos. Kill them all. Just as she finished shouting, Zhuge Yuan had also finished drawing. It was a drawing of a demon filled with a murderous aura. The demon had a belt made out of skulls, green skin, and large fangs. It was eating the viscera of a poor man. For the final touches, Zhuge Yuan painted the demon's eyes, which were filled with bloodlust and glee. And so, the drawing came to life. The demon laughed, crawling out from Peng Longting's back and superimposing itself on her. The demon's face was perfectly layered with her face, making her look even more menacing. Zhuge Yuan never stopped, continuing to wave his brush around. Peng Longting's massive frame slowly became thinner, and she eventually became a flat piece of art. Ma Tuo tried to cover its injured leg, but the soldiers coordinated their efforts, sending 2 cavalries to protect Zhuge Yuan with their very lives. Open! Zhuge Yuan waved his brush on Ma Tuo's injured leg. The flat Peng Longting easily slipped into its wounds, hurting Ma Tuo and making its attacks less frequent. The other soldiers finally saw hope when a blood-red liquid flowed out from the injury. They sent a small group of soldiers to pierce the wounds like a lance and attack from the inside. Ma Tuo wanted to retaliate, but Zhuge Yuan threw his almanac into the air. Prohibited, Simon descending onto this world. The old almanac only burned halfway. Li Huoguang's current cultivation wasn't strong enough for it to elicit its complete effect, but it was enough. Zhuge Yuan saw Ma Tuo's body flickering and smiled. He then changed back into his spine sword. He had done his best. The soldiers continued to pour into Ma Tuo's wounds before tearing the wound wide open. Ma Tuo finally lost balance and fell onto the ground. Li Huoguang struggled to stand up as he held onto his sharpened rebar. He struggled for breath, staring at the large lorry burning after crashing into the wall. The others looked at Li Huoguang with shock. Wu Qi gave him a thumbs up. What a badass. See? What did I tell you? Your chemical doesn't work. Li Huoguang touched his head, but found that it wasn't there. He then collapsed onto the ground. Soon, a palm-sized skin doll appeared from his abdomen. It grew into Li Huoguang's size. However, it was as flat as a leaf that could be blown away by the slightest wind. The doll ate Li Huoguang's shadow before expanding. Li Huoguang sighed in relief after he was revived. A smile spread across his face as he looked at the unmoving Ma Tuo. The Dharma sect's plan had failed. Ma Tuo was dead, and Li Huoguang had won. Ma Tuo's body crumbled to dust, leaving nothing behind. The only thing that remained was Peng Longting's flattened body. Li Huoguang felt tired. He had just changed into a new body, but the fatigue remained, mental fatigue. He wanted to sleep forever. Father, are you all right? Li Sui carefully helped him up. I'm fine. Li Huoguang's eyes were unfocused when he said that. Father, look. The people are coming here. Someone is here to help us. Reinforcements? Why are they only coming now? Li Huoguang suddenly had a surge of strength as he got up and approached the sound of the horse's hooves. Li Huoguang was dizzy. and everything kept changing form in front of him. It took him a long time to recognize that there was a horse in front of him. Li Huang gritted his teeth, stabbing his own feet with the purple tassel sword to wake himself up. Xianpin. Where is Xianpin? Li Huang shouted at the reinforcement. Xianpin, get over here. Li Huang had lost all of his trust in that old fox. A familiar voice called out to him. Senior Li. Li Huang looked up and saw that it was Gao Zhijian, the emperor of the Liang kingdom. He was holding a wooden plate with a grim expression. Why are you here? Where is Xianpin? Get him over here. Gao Zhijian was devastated when he passed the wooden plate to Li Huang. Senior Li, Xianpin is dead. On the wooden plate were Xianpin's red robes. Li Huang was stunned and only recognized what it was after a long time. Senior Li, Xianpin really is dead. Just as you were having trouble, he had unforeseen circumstances there too. Li Huang took a deep breath and paced around as he got angrier. You? Motherfuckers. Li Huang suddenly slapped the wooden plate away, causing Xianpin's red robes to fall to the ground. Why? Why is everyone the same? Chapter 762, Fatigue. I believed you were strong. I believed you were cunning. Didn't you use me like a chess piece? I thought you could summon the dead. You even successfully summoned a dead Siming, the divine mountain ghost eye. And this is how your life ends? Just like that? Are you kidding me? Li Huang shouted and vented his frustration towards everyone. He didn't care if Xianpin hurt him. He just needed to let it all out before his bottled emotions drove him crazy again. Weren't you arrogant? Didn't you say you were strong? You said you could help the Simings and uncover their secrets. I had thought you were someone amazing. But now, you're dead just like that? Embarrassing. Xianpin, you are a disgrace. Li Huang's angry face abruptly transformed into one of laughter. You're trying to trick me, aren't you? You're faking your death, right? Bullshit. I don't believe that you are dead. You won't trick me. Xianpin, get over here. The sitting Oblivion Dao has used this technique for ages. Senior Li, Gao Zhijian held onto Li Huang's shoulders, his grief evident in his voice. Senior Li, don't be like this. Calm down, I know you're sad. But, I'm sad. Who do you think he is? I won't be sad because of his death. In fact, he's just playing tricks on me again. This isn't the first time he has done this. I had yet to make him pay for everything he had done, and now you're telling me he's dead. Li Huang stood still as he laughed. Do you think that's plausible, Gao Zhijian? Do you think that's plausible? Why? Why do they keep throwing all the problems at me while they just kick the bucket? Why? He was not only referring to Xianpin. Gao Zhijian didn't know how to answer. He stood there and just looked at Li Huang. As Li Huang slowly accepted the news, Gao Zhijian said, Senior Li, I know you have reservations about Xianpin, but he was working really hard without rest. He did everything he could in places where you couldn't see. You didn't know this, but he was actually heavily injured. He didn't even get to recover, and he refused to let you know because he was afraid of your powers. Gao Zhijian slowly explained. When the Dharma sect invaded us, their true goal was to destroy Xianpin. They had laid down plan after plan, ambush after ambush, all for Xianpin. Aiming for you was just a distraction. They knew you weren't an easy target, but they didn't care because their true goal was Xianpin. Xianpin was the one who unified all the soldiers in the other kingdoms to push back the Dharma sect. He was the key individual in pushing the Dharma sect back. That's why the Dharma sect paid a heavy price to kill Xianpin and the others. Others? Li Huang slowly raised his head. People other than Xianpin died? Gao Zhijian's lips quivered, seemingly afraid to utter the words, but he explained nonetheless. The Liang Kingdom's imperial preceptor, Hoshu's imperial preceptor, Qing Qiu's chief, and the Liang Kingdom's chief are all gone. Li Huang thought he had misheard. They are all dead. Yes. Li Huang refused to believe it, making his head buzz. No matter how much they had schemed and lied to him, they were still allies. But now, they were all dead, just like that. The few remaining competent fighters had died. Li Huang felt a growing emptiness in his heart. He had always thought someone would stand and hold the heavens up when they fell. Now, he found himself alone as the tallest one. Li Huang might need to face the Dharma sect by himself now. He suddenly felt fatigued, more than he had been in ages. He sat down on the bloody battlefield and sighed when he looked at the sky. Li Huang didn't want to do anything. He just wanted to return to Cowheart Village to live out the rest of his life. Why must the fate of the world be in his hands? He was tired. He closed his eyes to try to forget everything. A long time passed before he took another breath. Since Xianpin is dead, who will inherit his position? Li Huang said, lying in a pool of blood. The chief of Shou is temporarily holding it. I haven't told the others yet because it would demoralize them. Li Huang opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. He picked up a broken blade on the ground and stabbed into his abdomen. He shouted angrily as he twisted up his insides. He only stopped when he felt his intestines had been cut into pieces. He dragged his bloody body up and looked at Gao Zhijian. He had no choice. They were all dead, and he was the only living person that could handle it. Thunder rumbled in the skies as they noticed someone was running towards them. It was a messenger on horseback. Report. Victory from Su Zhong. Victory from Xian Yang. Victory from Hu Laoguan. An old eunuch took the scroll and read it before whispering to Gao Zhijian. Gao Zhijian revealed a victorious expression. He turned and looked at Li Huang. Senior Li, Xian Pin's sacrifice was not in vain. Their sacrifices were not in vain. After you defeated that being, the Dharma sect realized their defeat and retreated from Siqi. We have reclaimed Siqi. Anything that would demoralize the soldiers should naturally be kept hidden, but anything that would bolster their morale should be spread out far and wide. Soon enough, word of their triumph reached every soldier's ears. The soldiers who had fought against Ma Tuo shouted and cheered happily, regardless of their ranks. Their cheers came in waves. Everyone thought that they were winning and could soon return home. This large battle was ending soon. They were filled with confidence in the outcome of the war, but none of them knew that their leaders had been killed by the Dharma sect. Li Huang just stood there, his body covered in blood, as if he didn't belong among them. Chapter 763, Prisoners of War. Li Huang carefully pulled open his curtain and checked for suspicious gazes. He ensured everything was clear outside before nodding at Yang Na. It's safe now. Let's go. Mom, I'm going out to have a meal with Nana. You don't have to cook for us, Li Huang shouted. You're going out again? Sun Xiaoqin was practicing a dance with her phone on a stand. She rolled her sleeves and looked out the hall to see Li Huang and Yang Na leaving. She sighed. To think you would forget your mother after getting a wife. Still, she was secretly happy because her son was finally acting like someone his age. He was finally taking time to go out and play. Both Li Huang and Yang Na hopped on their rental bikes and departed for their destination. They were still headed for Orange Isle, but they wouldn't meet the others in the unfinished building this time. Instead, they were going to an underground room of an unfinished mansion. They chose an underground room because they had managed to capture some of the assailants after winning last time. Chen Hongyu was guarding the entrance when Li Huang and Yang Na arrived. They spoke briefly before heading into the underground room. As they entered, they saw Wanglai talking to one of the prisoners. Osen Kata na kinatiko kina review. Aoiko, esigana juano, nakia kasiba biokio. Yang Na whispered to Li Huang as she recorded the conversation with her phone. It's not English. I don't think it's an Indo-European language. Li Huang approached Wanglai as he glared at the bearded man tied to the chair. How's the interrogation going? Not that well. They are very guarded against us. They wouldn't open their hearts to accept us, much less talk to us. Wu Qi rummaged through the prisoners' belongings as she said. These guys bought some passports from a poor island nation. Even their identities are fake. I don't have any leads on them. What about you? Is there anyone watching you at your home? Wanglai asked. Li Huang was visibly calmer and less anxious than before. None. No one came to stalk me after we destroyed their base last time, so I think they really were the ones who had been stalking me. Li Huang looked at the guy tied to the chair with hatred. It was because of them that others wrongly believed Li Huang had a relapse of his illness. He wasn't sick at all. Where's the woman with the umbrella, though? Everyone we saw was a man. We didn't get to catch her. It can't be helped if someone did manage to escape. Don't worry, since most of them are in our hands. They will become our bargaining chips, Wanglai said before continuing to talk to the prisoner. Li Huang approached the other prisoners and looked at their faces. He wanted to find the people that kidnapped him in the first place. However, since it had been some time since that happened, Li Huang had forgotten what his kidnappers looked like. It didn't help that most of them were foreigners, making it harder for him to distinguish them. The prisoners didn't know what Li Huang wanted to do, but they all shrank in fear when he approached them. They were horrified by what Li Huang had done last time. Hey, someone is here. Chen Hongyu's voice alerted everyone in the basement. A familiar face soon appeared. It was Zhao Lei. He averted his gaze a lot and seemed somewhat awkward. Despite this, he stood there without any intention of walking away. You're back. Wanglai approached Zhao Lei and patted his shoulder. He then turned around and announced, Everyone, let's give a round of applause for our old comrade joining us again. If not for him, we would never have been able to capture them. Amidst the sparse applause, Zhao Lei's previous betrayal appeared to have been pardoned. Li Huang frowned. It was hard for him to think Zhao Lei would be loyal to them after betraying both sides. Zhao Lei was visibly awkward since he was caught between two parties he had betrayed, but he ignored their gazes and stood in place. You worked with them before. How about you try talking to them? Qing Wanglai pointed at the bearded man tied to the chair. Zhao Lei nodded. He had barely said anything when the bearded man spat on him. The bearded man said something vehemently. Li Huang didn't know what the man was talking about, although it was clear that he was saying some nasty things. Zhao Lei retreated, and Li Huang approached him. See? This is the result of betrayal. Zhao Lei disregarded Li Huang's words as he looked around anxiously. Where is Tian Wu? We tied him up. His other personality came back. Li Huang thought Zhao Lei would talk more about Tian Wu, but then Zhao Lei whispered to him urgently. Do you really think that's true? Do you think that everything that had happened was real? This is too strange. Why is he acting crazy again? Li Huang distanced himself from Zhao Lei. He had barely taken a single step when Zhao Lei grabbed his arms. Think carefully. Do you really think everything is true? So many people died, and yet the police still haven't come and found us yet. Why is no one noticing what we are doing? Think about the details. You need to consider the details where the bizarreness is less noticeable. Zhao Lei. Qing Wanglai spoke in a strangely stern tone when he called for Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei let go of Li Huang and retreated a bit. While his eyes were still darting around, he didn't speak to Li Huang again. We will take it from here. Li Huang, why don't you go back and rest? I will message you if we have any new details. Qing Wanglai smiled lightly. Thank you, but I don't need to rest now. I have some time to help you now. Li Huang suddenly recalled something and started checking the hands of the prisoners one by one. He remembered biting off 2 fingers from one of the individuals who had tried to kidnap him. He should be in this group of prisoners. Chapter 764, Weapons. Li Huang was slowly checking the hands of the prisoners in the underground basement. He wanted to find the person who had tried to kidnap him. He checked everyone's hands, but was surprised to find that none of them were missing any fingers. That's strange. This shouldn't be right. Li Huang was still pondering it when he recalled what Zhao Lei had told him just now. Li Huang shook his head and looked at the tied-up prisoners again. He found it strange that they didn't seem afraid of him. He had a sudden idea and rechecked the hands of the prisoners. This time, rather than just looking at them, he pressed on each of the prisoners' fingers. This time, he discovered something new. Li Huang was checking the fingers when he noticed that one of the prisoners had different textures on 2 of his fingers. He looked at the prisoner before lightly pulling the fingers to reveal they were fake. The kidnapper had attached fake fingers to his hands. So it was you. Li Huang stared at the prisoner in front of him. The prisoner started scolding Li Huang after seeing that the latter had taken his fingers away, but Li Huang didn't understand a single sentence from the man. Li Huang turned to Qing Wanglai. What is he talking about? Could you translate it for me? Qing Wanglai had been talking to Zhao Lei when Li Huang called him over. After listening to the prisoner briefly, Qing Wanglai explained, he's cursing you. Do you really want me to translate that for you? Never mind. Li Huang kicked the prisoner in his abdomen before speaking to Qing Wanglai. Do you think it's fine to keep so many prisoners here? We also killed a lot of them last time. Don't worry, everything is fine. As I've said, I have a lot of connections, and these people don't have legal status to begin with. Just leave it to me to deal with them. He continued. Also, don't risk your life like last time. It was an entire truck. It's solid metal, and you're just flesh and bone. One wrong move, and you would have been squished. I know. You don't have to tell me twice. Li Huang frowned out of annoyance. We captured so many of them, but we only have a few people on our side. What if they don't want to cooperate with us? It's not like we can keep them locked up for that long. Then we will use them as bargaining chips to talk to their leader. It would be best if we can determine what their goal is. Also, you should probably call them to ask about the thing on your ankle. It should have been removed already. Qing Wanglai said, concerned about Li Huang's ankle monitor. I've already asked them about it. I need to wear it for 2 years and cannot approach any schools within these 2 years. 2 years? That's not the protocol. Let me ask my lawyer friend about it. Li Huang was surprised. I didn't know graduate students had such a wide network. I never thought you would know so many people. Ho ho, are you praising me? Just continue to interrogate them. I want to see how Tian Wu is doing. Sister Wu Qi, give me the keys. Li Huang took the keychain, which was attached to a Swiss Army knife. Afterward, he left the underground room and walked towards the RV parked beside the house. Along the way, he saw Qing Wanglai's sports car and patted it. He reached the RV and unlocked it. He opened the door, and the first thing he saw was the tied-up Tian Fu. Tian Fu was stretching his neck while trying to grab a dagger on the table near him with his mouth. Li Huang grabbed the dagger and threw it into the pile of weapons on another table in the distance. The weapons had been taken from the base of the kidnappers. Tian Fu felt frustrated when he saw his escape plan had failed. "What do you guys want? I beg you. Let me go." Li Huang walked towards the pile of weapons and inspected them. "Tian Fu, be quiet. I'm doing this for your own good. It's clear that they are targeting us. If you run now, they will capture you for sure." Li Huang was still uncertain whether they would send any more people even though they had destroyed one of their bases. Tian Fu looked at Li Huang as if he was a maniac before he took a few deep breaths. "What did Wanglai tell you? You've been tricked. He's a liar." But Tian Fu's face became pale when he saw Li Huang pick up a crossbow and point it directly at him. "Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's faking it. I was once admitted to the same hospital as him. He always managed to fool the doctors into thinking that he was cured, but he would always get locked up again sooner or later due to his illness. Don't trust him." Li Huang placed the crossbow down. "Who else should I believe, then? I definitely wouldn't believe you. It's best if you stay here for now. To be honest, we don't want to tie you up. Once this is over, you can go anywhere you like. I won't even care if you pick up garbage to eat on the streets." Li Huang then ignored Tian Fu and inspected the pile of weapons again as he picked some of them up. "Qing Wanglai couldn't get me a gun, but the kidnappers were kind enough to drop theirs for me." Li Huang held the heavy lump of metal and played with it. He felt much safer with it in his hands, although he had no clue about how to use it properly. Even though Qing Wanglai's chemical hadn't been that efficient, Li Huang still recognized that it had been vital to them. Without it, it would have been difficult for them to capture so many people. Li Huang toyed with the gun until he realized that he didn't know how to replace the magazine or turn off the safety. He then gingerly placed the gun down. He was hoping that Qing Wanglai would have the time to teach him. Li Huang then picked up a military knife. It was sharp and broad, but Li Huang placed it down. The knife was more suitable for slashing people rather than killing them. Unless he managed to cut a person's artery, the enemy would have a higher chance of running from the adrenaline rush instead. Li Huang rummaged around the pile until he found a narrower knife. The knife was completely black, approximately 30 centimeters long, and razor sharp. The hilt was even wrapped in hemp rope to prevent the user's blood from making it slippery. He picked it up and stabbed the table in front of him. The knife easily left a hole in it. He checked the hole in the table and nodded with satisfaction before he picked up another knife to keep behind his back. It was helpful to have a knife because it could be easily concealed and required no training to use. Chapter 765, Ba. Li Huang chose the weapons he liked the best before leaving the RV. Since they are our enemies, we should always be prepared for the worst-case scenario. We can't even be sure that Qing Wanglai will successfully negotiate with them. Tian Fu panicked when he saw Li Huang leaving the RV. "Li Huang, it's fine if you don't trust me, but please go and ask the others. They all know what Qing Wanglai has done. They just didn't tell you." Li Huang turned around as he held the doorknob. "Then answer one question. If they already know what Qing Wanglai did in the past, why are they still following him?" Tian Fu remained silent. Li Huang continued, "I don't care what Qing Wanglai did in the past. It's not my job to bring him to justice, even if he killed someone. I don't care what he did before. I can assure you that I do not think of them as a family. I am only working with them to take care of the external threats I'm facing. Do you understand? Do you really think I like mingling with mentally ill people like them?" Li Huang was about to leave the RV when Tian Fu shuddered and twitched. Li Huang stopped. "Li Huang, where am I? Why am I tied up?" Tian Fu asked Li Huang in confusion. "Oh, you are back." Li Huang approached him to release the ropes. "You have a really good time here. We did all the dirty work while you were staying here." "Really? What did you do?" Tian Fu was surprised and asked Li Huang for more details. "We followed your instructions and destroyed the UFO of the aliens." "Really? Aliens? What happened?" Li Huang stopped suddenly. He took 2 steps back and examined Tian Fu again. He then realized something was off. "No, you're not the other Tian Fu. You're pretending to be him. It's a shame that you're not convincing enough. Just stay here quietly." Li Huang left, ignoring Tian Fu's angry shouts. He returned to the underground basement to tell the others about Tian Fu so that they wouldn't get tricked by him. But then, he saw someone unfamiliar speaking with Qing Wanglai near the entrance to the basement. The person was dressed strangely and had a buzz cut. His entire body, neck, and half of his face were tattooed with thorny vines. His earlobes were pierced with a huge hole capable of fitting 2 fingers in. As he talked to Qing Wanglai, Li Huang also saw a tongue piercing in his mouth. Li Huang observed Qing Wanglai's expression and deduced that the strange newcomer was someone they knew. His grip on the knife behind his back loosened slowly. The man was very cautious, however. He shut up the moment he saw Li Huang getting close to him. This is... Li Huang wanted to ask who it was, but before he could, the man glared at Li Huang warily and left. Li Huang looked at the man's back and saw that the hair on his head was also a tattoo. The man was originally bald and had a buzz cut tattooed on his head. Who is he? Li Huang asked. Do you remember when I said that there were other people who realized that we are mere projections? Other than us, there are others who couldn't be reasoned with, and others who wouldn't join us. He's the latter. Then why did he find you today? Does he want to work with us? No. He was confident that he could deal with the problem alone. He just noticed we were taking action and came here to confirm it with us. That's strange. I never imagined someone would refuse to join us after learning about what had happened. Everyone has their own thoughts. He's almost like a hermit. We can't force him to join us. What's his name? His surname is Ba-Hui. He opened a tattoo shop and is quite skillful. You can find him if you need a tattoo. Ba-Hui? What a stupid name. There are people with that surname, but it is very rare. I suspect he's from an indigenous tribe and doesn't want to tell us about it, Wu Qi said. 1. Li Huang committed the name to memory and checked the time. I need to go back first. My family will be suspicious if I keep staying outside. Let me know immediately if you have any progress. Li Huang took one last at the prisoners before he left. Hey, remember to bring some snacks for us next time you come here. There's nothing at this dump, Chen Hongyu grumbled. I understand. Li Huang hopped on his bike before realizing he had heard something familiar a long time ago. Yang Na noticed Li Huang's confusion. Huang. Li Huang shook his head and left. He had just exited Orange when his phone rang. He saw the name and was surprised because it was none other than Donglai. Dr. E? Is something wrong? I just called to make sure you were fine. How is everything recently? Are there any new hallucinations? Or maybe new symptoms? No, I'm fine right now. I'm completely cured. Thank you for your help, Dr. E. It seems that my mom sent the brocade to the right person. Just then, Li Huang saw a motorbike parked just off the street. The person beside the motorbike was none other than Ba-Hui. They locked gazes, and Li Huang noticed another interesting detail. It appeared that Ba-Hui's eyeballs had tattoos too. It was the first time Li Huang had seen eye tattoos. Li Huang, can you hear me? Oh, yes, I'm listening. Please continue. I'm asking if you are still taking your medicine on time. Yes, I'm still taking it on time. Li Huang lied. He hadn't done so. He stopped taking his medications after he captured the prisoners. Now that it was certain that someone was stalking and trying to kidnap him, Li Huang did not need to take his medicine. He thought that he was fine. His medications had severe side effects. If he continued taking them, he could get a new disease soon. Then that's good. Remember to take it on time to avoid relapsing. More importantly, it will prevent you from hallucinating again. Li Huang saw Ba-Hui approaching him and nodded. All right, I understand. Dr. E, I still have some things to do, so I need to hang up now. 1. The surname Ba has 4 possible origins. One hypothesis suggests that the surname Ba came from a place called Ba-Hui, currently somewhere on the eastern side of Sichuan. Back then, there were 5 tribes, and the Ba tribe was one of them. Chapter 766, Woman. Li Huang. A black motorbike rumbled and stopped beside him. Li Huang looked at the tattooed man, Ba-Hui. He gave Li Huang a bad impression due to his tattoos. Even so, Li Huang extended his hand for a handshake. It wouldn't hurt to have another ally. Nice to meet you. Ba-Hui did not shake his hand and instead stared at Yang Na. Li Huang frowned and took a side step to block his gaze. What did you talk to Qing Wanglai about just now? Ba-Hui ignored Li Huang's question. Were you involved in the recent events? Li Huang naturally didn't answer him since Ba-Hui never answered him either. He just glared at Ba-Hui. You shouldn't get involved. Ba-Hui understood something from Li Huang's silence. Ho, as if I could get away from this by ignoring them. They were the ones who attacked me first. You shouldn't give me any advice if you don't know my situation. Ba-Hui flicked his wrist, and his motorbike roared to life. Come, my sister wants to see you. Your sister? Li Huang wasn't sure what was happening. Who is his sister? Why does it seem that they know a lot about me? But Ba-Hui had no intention of answering him. He just revved his motorbike and sped away. Li Huang was still hesitating when Yang Na whispered, Huang, it's best if we don't go. He doesn't seem like a good guy. I know, but Li Huang couldn't tell her what he was thinking. Somehow, the gaze coming from Ba-Hui was familiar to him. Let's just go and see what's happening. There's no reason for me to be afraid of his motorbike if I can destroy an entire truck. Li Huang then followed Ba Shengqing with his rental bike. But Li Huang didn't trust Ba Shengqing completely, either. He decided he would turn back and leave the moment Ba Shengqing rode towards a remote location. Li Huang was surprised to see Ba Shengqing riding towards a busy street instead of a remote place. Li Huang followed him to the second floor of a row of shops, where he saw Ba Shengqing entering a tattoo shop called Bloody Bonfire. His name was strange, and so was the name of the shop. Li Huang was hesitating about bringing Yang Na into a potentially dangerous place when she took out her phone. Huang, I won't stop you from entering. I will record from the outside and look out for you. The moment there's anything wrong, I will call the police and inform Qing Wanglai. All right. Feeling the knife on his back, Li Huang relaxed a bit before entering the shop. Ba Shengqing's shop was the same as the other tattoo shops. It was decorated with photos of various tattoos. The shop had numerous cubicles separated by black cloths. The sound of ominous buzzing came from some of them. Ba Shengqing threw his motorbike keys onto the counter and entered one of the cubicles without waiting for Li Huang. The buzzing sound stopped for a moment before it resumed. A woman walked out from the cubicle with a cigarette in her mouth. She looked just like Ba Shengqing, with her face and neck covered in tattoos of thorny vines. The difference was that her tattoo was on the left, while Ba Shengqing's was on the right. Her hair, however, was real. Her dyed gray hair covered the tattoo, which extended all the way to the top left part of her head. She had piercings on her left eyelid, and both of her ears were heavily gilded with accessories. Her eyeshadow and lips were black too. She looked pretty in her getup. Li Huang noticed some similarities with Ba Shengqing and thought that she was most likely Ba Shengqing's sister. The two looked at each other and said nothing. Li Huang was certain that this was the first time they had met, but there was a familiar feeling coming from her too. Are you Ba Shengqing's sister? You wanted to see me? Do you know me? Have we met before? She took her cigarettes with two of her fingers and exhaled the smoke onto Li Huang. Fuck. You talk like you were trying to sleep with me. The familiar feeling vanished. Li Huang was disgusted by her mannerisms and tone. Why are you looking for me? I will take my leave if you have nothing to say. Li Huang had just turned around when she blocked his path. But before she could say anything, Li Huang already had his knife on her neck. Sensing the cold metal, she became serious as she placed the cigarette in her mouth. She slowly pushed the knife out of her neck. Don't trust Qing Wanglai. He's not a good guy. Li Huang didn't react to her words. He wasn't someone stupid that would trust anyone that came to him. For now, Qing Wanglai had done nothing to harm him, but he did notice that her tongue was forked like a snake. Even though he knew he shouldn't judge someone based on their looks, her appearance was far too off-putting for her to make a good impression. Thank you for your warning. Did you ask your brother to bring me here just for this? I will keep that in mind. Thank you. Li Huang sheathed his knife and turned to leave. One more thing. Qian Fu and Qing Wanglai are working together. Everything he's doing is most likely an order from Qing Wanglai. Li Huang was already at the door, with Yang Na waiting just outside of it. And why are you telling me this? To stir up trouble between us. Sit. The woman tapped her cigarette on a table filled with drawings of tattoos before tossing the cigarette, but into an ashtray. She then lit up another. I'm sure Qing Wanglai probably told you something about projections and parallel worlds. Don't trust him. He's crazy. She pointed at her temples. I don't care if he's crazy or not. It won't stop me from working with him to fight my enemy. As for you siblings, you guys were just sitting here and doing nothing. Li Huang scoffed. Fuck. Who said we didn't do anything? This is the first time you have met us. Do you think you know us well? Li Huang turned around and saw that the woman had already placed both of her legs up on the table. Don't follow Qing Wanglai's plans. He will lure you into a trap. Since everyone has a different perspective, you should walk your own path. It would be bad if you got together just for the sake of working together. You can deal with anything if you follow your own path. Li Huang didn't understand what she was talking about. He had the feeling that she was going to talk about her views. Chapter 767, Awakening. Are you guys really siblings? Is your surname Ba-Tu? Li Huang decided not to follow their conversation anymore. He was ready to leave if they didn't have any helpful information. There was no reason to listen to their baseless accusations. The woman noticed that Li Huang had changed the subject. You're right. I am Ba Nanxiu, and he is Ba Shengqing. We're twins. Twins? I don't see the similarity. He's quite tall while you're quite skinny. That's because we were conjoined twins. He took most of the nutrients, which caused me to be skinny. Li Huang was shocked by this revelation. Ba-Hui then pointed at her tattoo of thorny vines. We were once joined here. The tattoos are used to cover up the scars. Li Huang recalled the tattoos on Ba Xingqing's face. He never thought the tattoos were used to cover up scars. Then the surgery must have been dangerous, right? We didn't have the chance to undergo surgery. Our parents died early, and we had no money. We used a pair of scissors to separate ourselves. Li Huang recovered from his shock when he heard that. I don't believe you. If you did that, the pain would have been unbearable. You would have passed out and even bled to death. Ha 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 yeah. Ba-Hui took a deep drag on her cigarette. Why is she not getting to the point? Li Huang looked around the tattoo shop and stood up to leave. Jizai, something was stolen from you. A familiar gaze caused him to turn around and look at Ba-Hui. What did you say? Who were you calling? Ba-Hui looked at him, puzzled. What did you call me just now? Li Huang grabbed her wrist as he shouted. Just now? I didn't say anything. Although this is quite a unique way to flirt with me. Jizai, you call me that just now. Why did both Chen Fu and you call me that? Why does everyone know my name? How do they know the fake name that Zhuge Yuan had given me? The memories started resurfacing against his own will. Li Huang tried to forget everything, but the memories crept up like a vine enveloping his brain. Zhao Lei's words echoed in his ears. Answer me. Why are you calling me Jizai? Let go. A cold voice came from his back. Ba Xingqing somehow appeared behind him, his tattoo gun on Li Huang's back. Li Huang released Ba-Hui and looked at Ba Xingqing seriously. He suddenly had a very disturbing thought. Both of you are conjoined twins. Why are your surnames Ba? Because my father has the surname Ba. Is there a problem with that? Ba-Hui crossed her arms and looked at Li Huang with confusion. No, something's wrong. Li Huang looked at their tattoos, forked tongues, and various piercings. His eyes lit up with a sudden epiphany. Pain. It's pain. I understand now. Both of you are. The words were just at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. That feeling drove him crazy. Li Huang stabbed his own palm with a knife. The pain gave him clarity. He pointed at the two and shouted, I understand now. Both of you are Ba-Hui. You are a projection of Ba-Hui. Everything is fake. As he said that, Li Huang felt his heart going empty. Not only did he recognize Ba-Hui, but he also recognized Chen Hongyu, the one who had told him to get snacks for them. She was also a Siming, Abbot Jingxin's Siming. The others are probably Simings too. I don't recognize them since I'm not familiar with the other Simings, but I am very familiar with Ba-Hui. That was why he felt their gazes were very familiar. The Ba siblings stepped back in unison when they saw Li Huang acting strangely. The customer in the cubicle had already run out without his shirt because he was shocked by Li Huang's actions and bloody hand. The two of you were originally one. No, the two of you should be a single Siming. I know you guys. No wonder you guys are so familiar. You are Ba-Hui. Then why are they calling me Jizai? Who is Jizai? It was not just a simple fake name. It meant something more. If you are the projections of a Siming, then am I? Li Huang looked at his own body. Am I a Siming too? Am I a projection? Impossible. When did I become a Siming? When? What kind of Siming am I? Li Huang started recalling the things he had been suppressing. I was conjured with the cultivation of truth. I really am a Siming? Does that mean this world is fake? Is it all just a projection? Fear gripped his heart. He ignored Ba-Hui and bolted from the tattoo shop into the sunlit streets. Yang Na followed him and anxiously asked, Huang, what's wrong? What happened just now? Li Huang looked around while panting, unable to focus on her words. He suddenly squatted down and touched the stone path. The surface was smooth and hard. He even rubbed his face over the stone. This is so real. How could it be fake? How could this be the projection? Li Huang suddenly stood up and ran towards a pillar. He looked at the poster pinned to the pillar before tearing it down. He shakily tore the poster in half. He listened as the sound of paper being torn reached his ears, and then he saw the gradual tearing of the paper right before his very eyes. The contradiction hurt him. Maybe I'm overthinking? Maybe everything is real. He suddenly crouched onto the ground and picked up the paper strips before chewing on them. He tasted it and felt his saliva turning the torn poster into wads of damp paper. He felt gazes coming from all directions. He looked up and saw the crowd pointing at him. What are they? What are their projections? Other Simings or enemies? Why are they crowding around me? Li Huang snarled slowly as he held tightly onto the hilt of his sword. Chapter 768, Ba-Hui. Who are they? What do they want? I am a Siming. So are they Simings too? How many Simings are there in the Bayou capital? What do they want? Li Huang couldn't differentiate between what was real and what was fake, so he was wary of everyone right now. He was going to take out his knife to protect himself when he felt the cold press of metal on his back. The cold metal crackled, and intense pain surged into his body from the electric shocks. Who's attacking me? Liu Wan turned around with difficulty from the pain. What awaited him was Yang Na's crying face. She was crying as she took out another taser, pushed it into Liu Wan's clothes, and pressed the button. It's you? What? Yang Na bit her lips. She had to do this because Liu Wan was ill again. If she didn't stop him now, he could end up killing people on the streets. If he did that, he would be locked up forever. Yang Na originally got a taser not to fight enemies, but to prevent Liu Wan from doing anything stupid if his illness were to strike again. The two of them locked eyes. Liu Wan's lips trembled as the taser continued to shock him. Wait, stop a moment. Yang Na's sadness and the intense pain slowly pulled Liu Wan out of his bewilderment. But she refused. She continued to press the buttons on both tasers to shock Liu Wan. She refused to stop until he was unconscious. I said stop. Liu Wan grabbed Yang Na's hands for a brief moment. The electrical current surged into Yang Na briefly. She yelped and dropped the tasers. Liu Wan picked up the tasers and held her in his embrace. She was already slumping over from the shock. I'm fine. I'm fine, Liu Wan repeated. It wasn't clear if he was trying to calm himself down or calm Yang Na down. The two of them hugged. The crowds were disappointed by the lack of action, so they lowered their phones. Hey lady, are you alright? Is he threatening you? Do you know this scarred man? Do you want us to call the police? Several youths came forward to check on her. Yang Na cried as she placed her face into Liu Wan's embrace. It's fine. I'm his girlfriend. We were just breaking up. The crowd heard that it was just a lover's quarrel. They lost interest and scattered in a flash. Liu Wan hugged Yang Na and stumbled towards the stairs. He entered the tattoo shop again to place her on the sofa. The Ba siblings didn't chase them away. Instead, they temporarily closed their doors and stopped receiving customers. Liu Wan's body was still twitching occasionally, a side effect of the electric shocks. But there was a bigger problem that he had to consider. He was still confused. Is everything fake? If you're fake, then whose projection are you? Why are you so real despite being fake? Liu Wan looked at Yang Na's tearful eyes and felt his heart ache from seeing Yang Na's worried gaze. He kissed her. He wanted to know what was real or fake. He didn't want to care if he was a projection or not. He only cared about whether Yang Na was the same Yang Na that had stayed up late at night on the rooftop to look at the stars with him. One of the Ba siblings kicked the sofa. Why the hell are you kissing so passionately? Do you want to get naked and give us a good show? Do you need a condom? Liu Wan stood up suddenly and looked at Ba-Hui. Stop pretending. What did you mean just now? Who stole something from me? And is this world real or not? You wanted to turn me into your twisted one, didn't you? Then tell me what is happening, and I will be your twisted one. Liu Wan refused to accept this as reality because if it really was a projection, his parents, Yang Na, and even his experience of being discharged were all fake. If he really transmigrated, he would never be able to get back. Everything he knew would be gone forever. Ba-Hui chuckled. Well, it seems I was mistaken. You are much crazier than Qing Wanglai. It's a good thing you found him. With a flash of steel, Liu Wan unsheathed both of his knives and snarled. Tell me everything, Ba-Hui. I still haven't paid you back for all the suffering you caused me. Ba-Hui scoffed and threw the cigarette onto the ground. You want to threaten me with a knife? Do you even realize that when you were just a baby, I was already burying people? Your little tricks won't scare me. Stop pretending. I've already recognized your gaze. You are Ba-Hui. Who said I'm pretending? Also put down the knife. 1, 2, 3. Liu Wan heard the sound of the wind whooshing and sensed the impending danger. He dropped to his knees, narrowly avoiding being hit in the head by a colossal glass cabinet. He would have died if that had hit him. The person who swung the glass cabinet was none other than Ba Shengqing. Liu Wan turned and stabbed towards Ba Shengqing's legs with his knife. Just then, he felt pain coming from his waist. He didn't turn back since he knew it was Ba-Hui's doing. Instead, he continued to stab his knife towards Ba Shengqing in an attempt to injure him. He wanted to wound them no matter what. A sharp cry stopped both of them just as blood was about to be drawn. Hey, stop it. They turned around and saw Yang Na had sat up. She raised her phone high. Qing Wanglai wants to talk to you. Stop fighting and just talk it out. Everyone slowly retreated. Liu Wan touched his waist and pulled out a spike-like earring. Crazy bastard. Ba-Hui took the phone. Hey, you've got to be a fucking psycho to take in this lunatic. Did you know that I was going to find him? So you told him to cause some trouble for me? Chapter 769, Projection. Liu Wan frowned and stared at Ba-Hui talking on the phone. If they are Ba-Hui and Chen Hongyu is the Siming in control of Rot, then what kind of Siming is Qing Wanglai? Does he know something about this world? There are so many Simings. There must be one of them who knows about what is happening. Ba Nanchu frowned and threw the phone at Li Huowang. Get out of my shop once you finish your call. What a waste of my kindness. Li Huowang grabbed the phone as he looked at the two siblings, who were placing the cabinet back in its original location. Hello. It's me, Qing Wanglai. Yang Na told me about the situation. Don't panic, and slowly explain what happened. Why are you suddenly behaving like this? Li Huowang hesitated. He decided to speak after considering that Qing Wanglai was the one who introduced him to the hypothesis of different projections. I finally understand what is happening in this world. I always wondered why this place was weird. It's because this is not the world where I should be staying. Qing Wanglai paused when he heard Li Huowang's explanation. Li Huowang, I think I understand what happened. Is it because you think this world is fake? Do you think your real girlfriend and parents are somewhere else? Do you think that you've transmigrated and that everything here is fake? Li Huowang was conflicted when he looked at how real Yang Na was. Isn't it true? Didn't you tell me that everything is a projection? I did tell you that the entire world is a projection, but that doesn't mean it's fake. We have flesh and our own thoughts. We are real. We are real projections, you understand? So why did you think that your past was not a projection? When I said that this world is a projection, I also meant that your past is a projection. You've always been here. The Yang Na you knew is the same. Your parents are the same. You are the same as us, so you don't need to be confused. We are just projections. They are all projections? Everything I've seen in the past is a projection? Li Huowang pondered, reflecting on his memories from kindergarten, primary school, and high school. They are all projections? Impossible. Why not? Nothing is impossible. It's just that you never noticed it in the past. Li Huowang fell into silence upon hearing this. Don't worry. You never got transmigrated. You're the same, and they have always been by your side. Nothing has changed. You just need to accept this hypothesis. This hypothesis seemed much more reasonable compared to what he had previously thought and the despair it had caused him. It was easier for him to believe that everything had always been a projection. Li Huowang remained silent as he took it all in. And is there any proof? I need proof to believe that everything in the past was a projection. I won't just take your word for it. Do you have proof that your past was not a projection? I do. Li Huowang's certainty confused Qing Wanglai. You do? Then tell me. I might be a Siming, but I was materialized using the power to cultivate the truth. That means that my past is not a projection. Both sides of the phone remained silent. Li Huowang, maybe it's best if we're honest with each other. I fear that we won't get to the end of it if you continue to argue about this ceaselessly. Fine. I will have to prove it with my own methods. Li Huowang hung up. Even though he said that, his mood was already visibly better than before. Qing Wanglai had given him a good hypothesis. If he was a projection in the past, then he didn't have to worry about what the projections of his family and Yang Na were. It was bizarre, but Li Huowang was currently experiencing something even more bizarre. He set aside the hypothesis for now, focusing on finding answers instead. He wiped the blood on the phone with his shirt before returning it to Yang Na. The two of them looked at each other. Li Huowang pondered if he should ask her, but it would be a waste of time if she really was a projection. Let's go back. We can talk more later. Li Huowang held Yang Na and headed towards the exit. He was already at the door when he turned around and looked at the Ba siblings. Ba-Hui, we are technically old acquaintances. If you can help me figure out what's happening, I will consider joining forces with you. That way, you won't be all alone if you're attacked. They are targeting the Simings, and some of them have already died. Are you sure you won't be next? Crazy bastard. The two siblings ignored him and shut the door. That's strange. Ba-Hui should have recognized me. We even met numerous times. Was I wrong? Li Huowang shook his head. No, they must be Ba-Hui. They even warned me just now. I must be right, but why aren't they talking to me? Is this because everything is a projection? Is the projection warping their meanings? What is this projection then? How come there's a layer of projection after I've become a Siming? He recalled the people attacking him and frowned. I've been so focused on my own problems that I never really spent time figuring out who they were. If we are the Simings from the Bayou capital, then who are the attackers? Li Huowang's frown deepened at the thought that so many figures could threaten a Siming. Li Huowang, let's go back. You should take your medicine. Did you become like this after you stopped taking it? What medicine? I finally figured out what was wrong and who they really are. They must be the people from Godyu. Li Huowang took Yang Na away from the busy street, feeling like he had finally pieced everything together. Chapter 770. Bye. Dong 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 dun dun dun. The drum beat rhythmically. Mount the heavenly disk, and the sky will rotate. Mount the earthly disk, and the earth will rotate. A black fish carries the earth while the qi above supports the skies. The black fish supports the moving earth. The qi supports the revolving sky. This was how the stars were arranged. Amidst Bai Ling Miao's drumming, the incense from the houses four corners slowly enveloped the dying baby. White smoke entered the baby's orifices. Bai Ling Miao took out a pair of scissors and cut open a small hole in the baby's left palm. Bai Ling Miao pressed hard on the baby's left palm. The white smoke and a dark yellow gelatinous goo were forced out from the small wound. As she continued to squeeze out the goo, the baby's face became redder, and he soon started crying. An old man also began crying when he heard the baby crying. My son is alive. My family finally has an heir. The old man brought his entire family and kneeled on the ground before Bai Ling Miao. Saintess, thank you for saving our entire family. For the sake of the White Lotus sect's prosperity, we will donate our belongings. From now on, we will devote our everything to the White Lotus sect. Bai Ling Miao walked out of the courtyard. Meanwhile, devotees of the White Lotus sect marked chests filled with gold and silver with tapes of the sect as they hauled them out from the estate. Are we doing the right thing? Bai Ling Miao asked. The second deity scoffed. We're already this late into the game, and you still have the time to think whether this is fine? Think about what he had done in the past. If I was the one who made the decision, I would have blackmailed him using his son and taken all of his belongings instead. Bai Ling Miao remained quiet as she stared at the beggars downing bowls of porridge near a stand. The world was in chaos, so it wasn't a time to be considerate to others. This amount of money could be used to save so many more people. The old tycoon would have just kept the money in his vault to rot. Money was meant to be spent to maximize its value. Now that they were at war, there were very few people working in the fields. The cost of food was rising rapidly. Bai Ling Miao walked out of the city and looked at the devotees working hard in the fields. All of them ran towards her and kneeled the moment they saw her. I am Chen Qiaoqing. I greet the saintess. How's the field? Chen Qiaoqing's face was covered in dirt when she frowned. Saintess, it's as you've said. It's very bad right now. We've lost so many divisions in a day that the calendar is worthless now. I don't even know the season now. More importantly, the weather for the past few years has been bad. Bai Ling Miao looked up. The clouds were flowing in a weird pattern, condensing and dispersing occasionally, as if something was fighting inside them. It's either a drought or flood. Saintess, I've been working in the fields for over 40 years, but this is the first time I've faced so much difficulty. We have a lot of laborers from the White Lotus sect, but no matter how hard we worked, we only managed to get half the amount of food compared to the previous years. There are even places where they yielded less than me. Do not worry about this. We will work as hard as we can while we leave the rest to the heavenly mater. The white lotus on Bai Ling Miao's forehead glowed faintly. Chen Qiaoqing felt as if he had found the greatest treasure of his life, and he smiled before returning to his fields to work. This was Bai Ling Miao's idea. Delegate the task of planting food to those with weak comprehension skills. Since they couldn't learn any techniques from the White Lotus sect, they were used as laborers. For the sake of defeating the Dharma sect, the devotees of the White Lotus sect were willing to do anything. The White Lotus sect was rapidly expanding and providing background support for each country. She was maximizing every single resource in each one. Producing food in every country was extremely helpful. Transporting the food from the Liang Kingdom to Siqi would have wasted too much time and resources. Bai Ling Miao was certain that most of the food would have been eaten during the journey. I thought the heavenly mater was strong. How come she can't just produce food? The second deity taunted. Bai Ling Miao shook her head lightly. Even the immortal families can't do so. I sent people to scour the lands, but none of them reported anything about a deity that could give us bountiful crops. Many of them can't even help us. All they know is how to take from us. We have to think of a plan. We don't know how much longer we'll have to fight. Rather than thinking about how to produce more food, we should get rid of the Dharma sect as soon as possible. We can then take over their granaries. That way, we won't have to worry about food anymore. 1. Bai Ling Miao did not protest that idea. She continued to walk and reach the barracks. They were special because the banner was a white donkey following a white lotus. She saw numerous shirtless young men around 15 to 16 years old. They were all standing there and observing the master on the stage, turning impervious to all bladed weapons. They yearned to learn that technique. The youths were specially selected for their excellent comprehension abilities and physical bodies. They had a wide selection of candidates since they could recruit a lot of people. but they were expanding so fast that they didn't have enough masters to teach the disciples. Rather than a barak, the place was more like a mobile temple for the Heavenly Mater. There were altars and drawings of the Heavenly Mater everywhere. The White Lotus sect accepted both men and women. All they required was good comprehension. Bai Ling Miao soon saw a familiar face on another stage, Chun Xiaoman. She was very strict in her teachings. The black hair covering her body scared everyone. You are all women. If you want to live, you will follow my training. You will not stop until I tell you to stop. If you lose on the battlefield, you will face an ending worse than death. I chose all of you because your family was killed by the Dharma sect. If you think you can't endure it anymore, think about how your family was killed by the Dharma sect. Think about how you swore to kill them for revenge. As she shouted, the women started stomping and chanting their sutras. All of them had a red dot on their forehead. As they chanted, they began walking barefooted onto a large path of burning coal. Many of them were unharmed when they walked out, but some were less proficient and got burned. Thankfully, there were people on standby with buckets of sand. The moment any of them burned up, they threw the bucket of sand at them. Whoever had been burned would then be eliminated. Bai Ling Miao couldn't stomach it, but she didn't call for them to stop. If the Dharma sect won, there would be even more deaths. Only after taking command did Bai Ling Miao realize there were no perfect plans, only the best ones possible given the circumstances. She could only choose plans that required the least sacrifice. Bai Ling Miao had thought that her personality wouldn't allow her to do so, but every time she remembered how the Emperor of Qi talked about sacrificing 1,800,000 people for the sake of the world, she steeled herself to prepare for the worst. She was doing this not only for herself, it was also for the sake of the other members of the White Lotus sect. She remembered what she had sworn to do, to prevent the others from losing their family. She didn't want them to suffer what she had gone through herself. Bai Ling Miao had been working hard for that. She was patrolling the area when she saw a paper crane flying down from the air. She opened the paper crane and thought she had misread it. Xian Pin was calling for her to discuss something. 1. The Dharma sect drinks stone water to begin with. I doubt that they would leave the granary unpoisoned. Chapter 771 Banquet. Bai Ling Miao slowly made her way towards the grand hall under the guidance of 4 eunuchs holding lanterns. This was not the palace of Qi's emperor. It was a smaller place he lived in to escape the summer heat. 1. Even so, the entire place was built based on the palace itself. Bai Ling Miao grew closer and heard the sound of cheerful music. She entered the hall and saw hundreds of people sitting in 2 rows, chatting happily and toasting each other. There were civil officers, martial officers, monks, Taoists, and several others who looked like they didn't belong there. In the middle of the hall, several beautiful ladies with small feet were elegantly and gracefully dancing in the palm of a massive armored man. Is this a celebratory banquet? Bai Ling Miao wasn't sure what was happening. Is this why Xian Pin sent a message for me to come here? Saintess, please sit here. The eunuchs guided her to a designated seat. As soon as she sat, several rare dishes, such as bear paws and deer antlers, were served to her. Bai Ling Miao ignored the food. She turned to look at the massive person in red robes sitting beside the main throne. It was Xian Pin. The dead Xian Pin has somehow appeared again. Bai Ling Miao wanted to take a closer look, but Xian Pin noticed her. He shook his head gently and gestured to her to remain still. She felt a familiar presence and frowned, but still complied. She sat down without a word. Bai Ling Miao then looked towards the main table and saw the emperors sitting on their thrones. The Liang Kingdom's emperor, Qing Qiu's Khan, Qi's emperor, and Ho Shu's emperor were all present. Gao Zhijian's status was the highest, so he sat in the middle. Qing Qiu's Khan sat at his side, while the emperors from Qi and Ho Shu, who had just regained their kingdoms, sat on the edge. Gao Zhijian held his cup, and the eunuchs gave the dancers a knowing look. The dancers swiftly finished the dance and retreated. Today, Gao Zhijian's low voice silenced the hall. Today, I am thrilled to announce that the kingdom of Qi has been reclaimed from the evil Dharma sect. Everyone in the hall smiled at the good news. Gao Zhijian continued his speech. Bai Ling Miao had no formal education, but she still felt that his speech was meaningless. The point was that the Dharma sect had been defeated in Qi, and everyone was called to work towards its complete eradication diligently, with the goal of restoring normalcy by the end of the year. The dancers made a comeback. This time, they didn't dance on the man's palm, they danced on top of some drums. Their tiny white feet moved rhythmically on the drums, synchronizing with the beat of the music. The crowd loved it. Bai Ling Miao felt conflicted when she witnessed how wasteful the others were being. all while her followers had to make do with nearly spoiled vegetables. She waited until the banquet ended late at night. When almost everyone had left the hall, Bai Lingmiao approached Si Qi's emperor. "Your Majesty, the war is not over. I don't believe spending so much on a feast is necessary." "I was the one who told them to do it," Gao Zhijin said. He looked exhausted, as if the weight of his crown was too heavy. "Junior Bai, I understand what you are trying to say, but we cannot skimp on this. If we don't do this, the people beneath us will speculate a lot. The expenses for tonight are a minor cost to reassure everyone and make them believe everything is running smoothly." Bai Lingmiao looked at Gao Zhijian and noticed that he was much different now. Bai Lingmiao decided to let it go and asked another question. "And what about Xianpin? Isn't he dead?" Gao Zhijian waved his hands and signaled the guards to surround the palace. The eunuchs became the second line of defense as they surrounded the place too. "Let's talk inside." They entered the inner palace. Then, Bai Lingmiao saw that Li Sui and Li Huang were hidden beneath Xianpin's robes. Li Sui slithered out of the robes with her tentacles, revealing Li Huang's face beneath the robes. The Xianpin that everyone had seen at the banquet was fake. It was actually Li Huang and Li Sui in disguise. The real Xianpin was dead. The red robes filled with weird runes were trailing on Li Huang's body like a large bedsheet. However, the red robes eventually became smaller until they became a good fit for Li Huang's body. Li Huang hugged Bai Lingmiao lightly before letting her go. "We cannot let news of Xianpin's death spread. It would affect the soldiers' morale," Gao Zhijin said as a group of people walked into the inner palace. Those who could enter the place were naturally the core nucleus of the allied army. Everyone in the room knew what had happened. The banquet was just a smokescreen. The real fight began here. As everyone took a seat on the chairs adorned with gold embroidery, the eunuchs served them a cup of tea before making their way out. In contrast to the festive mood outside, the atmosphere within the inner palace was rather somber. A wisp of white steam escaped from the teacup, yet silence hung in the air, with no one daring to break it. Li Huang was the first one to talk. "Xianpin is dead, and there's no need to hide anything from me. How's the situation?" Li Huang steeled himself for the battle to come, no matter how hard it would get. But no one replied to him. "What? Do you all think my rank is so low that I don't have the right to ask?" He looked at Gao Zhijian, who gestured at the deputy chief of the Liang Kingdom's surveillance bureau to speak. "The Dharma sect is now hiding in Nanping. We've just sent the informants, and we have no insight into their internal structure yet." Li Huang frowned. "That's it. I don't believe that you guys would still hide information from me when the situation is already this critical. Daoistly, Chief Xianpin instructed not to divulge certain information to you. Stop trying to use him to suppress me. I don't have to listen to his orders. How did he die if he's really that strong? Don't try to push me to the side. I intend to fight in the war. Tell me everything, including what you expect me to do. I'll decide if I want to do it or not." Gao Zhijian waved lightly at Li Huang to calm him down. "Senior Li, please don't be upset. They are not trying to hide anything from you. What specific questions do you have? They will talk. How did Xianpin die? What happened to them while I was fighting Ma Tuo? 1. Essentially a summer home. Chapter 772, Plan. How did Xianpin die? What happened to them while I was fighting Ma Tuo? Li Huang wanted to know urgently. Did Xianpin and the others fight against the other Simings even though they were weak, or was it another ambush from the Dharma sect? Both scenarios were possible, but the former was less probable. Xianpin was the chief of the surveillance bureau. He clearly knew about the Simings' strength, and they were not idiots who would charge into the Baiyu capital to fight the Simings. Li Huang was worried that the Dharma sect had ambushed Xianpin. He never thought the Dharma sect would have the power to both summon Ma Tuo to distract him and ambush Xianpin. If that was the case, the Dharma sect's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. They could swoop in and kill everyone if they wanted. It would also mean that the Dharma sect retreated not because they were defeated, but rather because they wanted to regroup and recover their strength. That way, they could destroy the Liang Kingdom in one fell swoop. They really couldn't lose now. Si Qi, Qing Qiu, Ho Shu, and the Liang Kingdom were all allied now. If they lost, the Dharma sect would dominate the entire land, and they would end up like the Qi Kingdom. The deputy chief did not reply to Li Huang's question. They whispered among each other while looking at Gao Zhijian from time to ask for permission. "Let me tell you what happened." The deputy chiefs don't know what happened because there were certain things that even Xianpin did not tell them. An unfamiliar voice came from the group of people. Li Huang stood up and noticed a man sitting in the corner. The man was wearing an oversized Nua opera mask. Li Huang recognized the massive Nua opera mask depicting two distorted faces stacked on top of one another. It was the chief of Hongyu Surveillance Bureau, Zhong Tan. He had survived since he hadn't gone with Xianpin. Xianpin observed earthly and celestial signs to predict that there would be chaos in the Baiyu capital. He came up with a plan to use 3 dragon veins as the base of an array to help the Simings fight against God Yuer. Don't ask me how. I don't know how he did it. Xianpin's techniques are very mysterious. Wait, which Simings did he try to help? The Heavenly Mater, Ji Zai, Kue Lei, Do Lao, Jiang Xiangshou, the 5 Dhyani Buddhas, the 3 Ancient Ones, Ba-Hui, and the Sacrificial God. Wait a minute. Even Do Lao is helping the other Simings fight against God Yuer. Li Huang remembered that Do Lao had been fighting against Ji Zai and wondered why it was helping now. If that was true, he couldn't imagine what was happening in the Baiyu capital. Zhong Tan didn't answer Li Huang's question. I didn't follow them that day since I was guarding the dragon veins to prevent an ambush from the Dharma sect. I also don't know what happened there. However, there were corpses of Dharma sect members on the ground. I believe that God Yuer informed the Dharma sect about their location, allowing them to send people to disrupt the ceremony. So, Li Huang clenched his fists. The Dharma sect ambushed Xianpin and the others while they were in the array? Is that why they died? Because they failed? No. Zhong Tan shook his head. Xianpin and the others succeeded. They sacrificed themselves, and now God Yuer is dead. Wait, what? Everyone in the inner palace stood up from shock. They all knew that the Dharma sect worshipped God Yuer. If God Yuer was genuinely dead, it was only a matter of time before the Dharma sect crumbled. Wait, that's not right. Li Huang's voice calmed the others down. There's no reason for so many Simings to work together to defeat God Yuer alone, especially since they also needed Xianpin and the others to help them. Zhong Tan nodded. You are right. God Yuer is dead, but the Dharma sect has other patron gods too, like Sir Arrogant Stone and the others still hiding in the darkness. Everyone deflated and sat back down. Li Huang took a deep breath. At least Xianpin's sacrifice was not in vain. They killed God Yuer in the process. While the situation is not looking good, at least there's still a chance of overturning it. One of the lamas from the Antrabra temple stood up and whispered to Gao Zhijian after Li Huang finished asking his questions. Gao Zhijian was shocked. Is that true? Then please do so. Did the lamas have a method to defeat the Dharma sect? Li Huang drank his cold tea as he looked at the lamas heading out to find someone. Senior Li, why are you wearing Xianpin's robes? Bai Ling Miao asked curiously. Li Huang felt the robes on his body and pondered before saying, they're thick and don't burn up. Li Huang touched the flowing runes on the red robes gently. Xianpin is already dead, so he does not need them anyway. He wasn't superstitious, so he didn't mind wearing a dead person's clothes as long as they held value to him. The robes could also shrink or enlarge freely, and there was the added benefit of fooling the Dharma sect into thinking that Xianpin was still alive. The Lama brought someone into the inner palace, while Li Huang placed his teacup down. The Lama had brought in an old man with white eyes. He held onto a white banner and trembled every time he walked forward. Li Huang stared without any reservation, but found nothing special about the old man. He was still thinking about what was happening when the blind old man kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to the direction Gao Zhijian was in with the help of a eunuch. The old man then took out an old tortoise shell scribbled with various runes from his bag. The old man fished out several coins and threw them into the tortoise shell while he chanted mysteriously. He then shook the tortoise shell with the coins clinking inside. Once he was done, he swung the tortoise shell downwards. 8 coins flew out, with 6 facing heads up and 2 facing tails up. The blind man touched the coins with his wrinkled hands and revealed a joyous expression. He kneeled on the ground and started kowtowing in a random direction. Your Highness, this is the divination of great fortune. Oh my God. Li Huang pressed his temples with pain and stood up. What the fuck are you guys doing? The situation is dire. Can you stop being superstitious? Can you really kill the Dharma sect with your divination? Chapter 773, Solution. Everyone frowned upon hearing Li Huang's words. Qing Xiaozkan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Gao Zhijian. Senior Li, a divination before the battle has always been our tradition. The man standing before us is the famous half-immortal Fu Su. His divinations are known for always being accurate. While he may not be able to help us defeat the Dharma sect, a divination of great fortune could greatly benefit us. Ho! Li Huang stared at the old man. You can do divinations to see whether we're lucky or not. Which Siming do you follow? Which Siming strength do you borrow? Half-immortal Fu Su, who had been respectful towards Gao Zhijian, showed a prideful look on his face. We fortune tellers do not borrow anything from other beings. Everything has its cause and effect, including the Simings. I calculate the fate of the heavens and find the cause and effect of the Simings. So you're saying you can calculate the fates of the heavens when you yourself are already 1 foot into the grave? Are you saying that you can observe constantly changing fates? Are you stronger than a Siming? Li Huang had seen too many things and was very skeptical. Fu Su replied, "You're also a Taoist, so why don't you believe in fate? What is a Siming? As their name implies, while they control fate, they also have their own fate. Everything they do and will do is set in stone. Isn't that right, Li Huang?" Li Huang felt surprised when the old man called out his name without ever hearing it before, but he soon calmed down. "So you can tell my fortune? Well then, go ahead and enlighten me. I want to see what else you can dig up. Tell me where I come from." Surprisingly, Fu Su shook his head. "I cannot calculate that." Haha. So just like that, you can't tell me my fortune? Why don't you join the sitting Oblivion Dao and become a Shai Z if you're so great at lying? I cannot calculate because someone else has done it for you. It's up to you to believe me or not, but the sign of great fortune is real. Unless you want me to calculate great misfortune instead. Li Huang, shut up. The old man was right. He wanted to win, not lose. Gao Zhijian sat down on his throne and looked at Li Huang with a complicated expression. "Senior Li, now is not the time to fight. Could you stop fighting for the sake of my honor right now?" Li Huang remained silent and sat back down. "Fine. Let them be superstitious. I suppose it's not bad for him to come up with a sign of fortune. Might as well consider it a good start." Li Huang believed in divination, but he didn't believe that the old man could predict the end just like that. Fu Su left, and Li Huang remained silent. Gao Zhijian then took the chance to announce, "A sign of great fortune. The heavens are helping us." Gao Zhijian glanced at Li Huang, who was drinking tea. "Let's put that aside for now. We have more important matters. A kingdom cannot lose its ruler for even a single day, and the same thing can be said for the Liang Kingdom's Surveillance Bureau. Now that Xian Pin has passed away, we need a new chief. We cannot leave that position empty." Everyone nodded in agreement. They were about to fight the Dharma sect, so the position was critical. "I thought you wanted me to masquerade as Xian Pin to calm the hearts of others? Wouldn't we reveal that Xian Pin is dead if we have a new chief now?" "Senior Li, you will continue to masquerade as Xian Pin. On the outside, you are still the chief of the Surveillance Bureau, but on the inside we have someone else using Xian Pin's name to operate everything." Gao Zhijian had just answered when someone suggested, "Your Majesty, you have the highest status here. Whoever you nominate will become the chief." Gao Zhijian glanced at Li Huang before looking at everyone else. This isn't about just filling the position, but about finding the most suitable person for the role. We are now at war. In addition to managing all the affairs within the Surveillance Bureau, the person also needs to help us defeat the Dharma sect. If the new chief makes a single mistake, it could cause irreversible damage. Gao Zhijian looked at the deputy chiefs of the Surveillance Bureau. According to the law, the royal family couldn't partake in the matters of the surveillance bureaus. However, the Liang Kingdom's Surveillance Bureau lacked a leader. Despite his lack of knowledge regarding the affairs of the Surveillance Bureau, he needed to appoint a new leader. "I can give it a try, at least until everything blows over," said Zhong Tan, the chief of Hoshu Surveillance Bureau. Li Huang said nothing as they continued their discussion. He wasn't someone perfect. While there were things Li Huang excelled in, the things that Xian Pin did were not something he could replicate. In order to defeat the Dharma sect, it was important for everyone to focus on their individual strengths and do what they do best. Li Huang was actually thinking about something more important. When he snapped back, he noticed that everyone was already paying their respects to the 4 emperors before leaving. Gao Zhijian approached Li Huang and bent down slightly. "Senior Li, you cannot go to Nanping or in Shi to fight alone. The Dharma sect took over a long time ago. The only ones alive in those 2 kingdoms are undoubtedly the people from the Dharma sect. Master Xian Pin said that the Dharma sect was aiming for you. The moment you go, they will do everything in their power to ensure your demise. The safest option is for you to go when we send our soldiers down to Nanping. You can follow them." Li Huang shook his head lightly. "No, the Dharma sect is not the pressing matter here. It's the Simings that are supporting the Dharma sect." "Senior Li, what are you talking about?" Li Huang looked at the familiar giant in front of him. "Do you remember what Xian Pin did? He borrowed the strength of the other Simings to kill God Yuer. This means that we can affect the heavens above with our meager strength. If we can kill the Simings supporting the Dharma sect, we will naturally eradicate the Dharma sect. Gao Zhijian wanted to persuade Li Huang against doing something so dangerous. But Senior Li, have you forgotten that Master Xianpin died because of this? It's too dangerous. Li Huang waved his arms in annoyance. He died because he didn't prepare thoroughly and got ambushed by the Dharma sect. It doesn't matter to me. He stood up and headed outside. Since we already found out that there are Simings supporting the Dharma sect, it's only natural for us to try and destroy them. Isn't that right? It was a chance to end the war. Xianpin's success had pointed him towards the direction that he should take, especially since they had managed to kill God Yuer. Chapter 774, Chief. Try? Of course we must try it. I never said we shouldn't. Gao Zhijian blocked Li Huang. I will send as many people as possible to try it. Li Huang replied, as if they have the strength to do so. I don't think any of them would know where the Bayou capital is located. I went there once, and I'm a Siming's twisted one. I can do this, but we could do this together to increase our chances of winning. Gao Zhijian held onto Li Huang's robes. Senior Li, it's very dangerous to partake in the matters of a Siming. You will die. Idiot. You spent so much time with me after we left the Zephyr Temple. Have you ever seen me afraid of death? Li Huang turned his robes incorporeal and escaped Gao Zhijian's grasp. Li Huang's departure left Gao Zhijian feeling quite anxious. If he had known this would happen, he would have encouraged Li Huang to go to Nanping to fight instead. It would have been much safer compared to going to Bayou capital. Gao Zhijian asked Bai Lingniao for help. Junior Bai, please try to persuade him. It's too dangerous. Bai Lingniao pursed her lips and shook her head with sadness. If you couldn't convince him, neither could I. Senior Li is also right. Handling the problem from the top would also destroy the Dharma sect for good. We wouldn't have to go through so much suffering either. But Senior Li could die. Bai Lingniao clenched her fists. The White Lotus sect, and I will do everything in our power to keep him alive. The two of them were still discussing when Li Huang left the palace. Even though he knew what he needed to do, he still didn't know how. Xianpin treated Li Huang like a snitch and revealed absolutely nothing to him. He had no choice but to find the way to enter the Bayou capital by himself. Li Huang headed towards the surveillance bureau in hopes of finding the method that Xianpin had used. He reached a small estate guarded by 2 lions. Li Huang flashed his identity plate and entered the estate without a hitch. There were many people inside, most of them here to exchange for treasures. The surveillance bureau could mobilize so many people because they quite literally had a trove of treasures to attract mercenaries. After all, asking people to fight against the Dharma sect with just ideals wasn't realistic. Master, Li Huang thought he had misheard, but he turned around and saw Liu Xiaocai. Liu Xiaocai had undergone a drastic transformation from his initial naive appearance. His entire scalp was gone, one of his eye sockets was empty, his trousers were dangling in the air, and his mouth was devoid of teeth. Liu Xiaocai had become what his father had initially told him last time, an evil entity that Li Huang would fight against. Liu Xiaocai's shirt was in tatters, and he used his one remaining arm to hold on to his Modeo, using it as a crutch to stand. He used his Modeo to jump forward when he saw Li Huang approaching him. What are you doing here? Li Huang frowned as he looked at Liu Xiaocai. I don't have any legs and can't walk quickly. I'm here to see if there's anything I could use. Liu Xiaocai smiled. When did you join the surveillance bureau? I didn't. The surveillance bureau opened up their vault to the outside. Those who fought against the Dharma sect can exchange items. Don't you know about this? Why would I know something like this? Li Huang looked at Liu Xiaocai's missing legs and shouted angrily. Why did you cut off your leg? How did you use the profound records? Don't you know that you should skin yourself first? You could even cut off your feet instead. Master, I did. But it was a difficult battle. Skinning my leg and cutting off my feet didn't work. I had to cut off my legs. Li Huang sighed. He understood the agony of losing limbs in comparison with losing skin. Liu Xiaocai must have faced a really strong opponent. Li Huang had thought Liu Xiaocai had either died or returned to Cowheart village. He never thought that Liu Xiaocai was still on the front lines. Why did you fight so hard? You should go back now. Liu Xiaocai shook his head and smiled. No, master. I won't return until the Dharma sect has been completely crushed. Li Huang looked towards the surveillance bureau. I have something to do, so you better be careful. Please go ahead. Li Huang had just taken a few steps when he turned around and took out his dagger. He cut open a small wound on Liu Xiaocai's abdomen. Li Huang then took out a small human skin doll from his own abdomen and stuffed it into Lu Xiaocai's body. Li Huang pressed the wounds tightly, and Lu Xiaocai's abdomen was healed. 1. I am giving you one more life. Go back when it's gone. If you die, the Lu family will be gone forever. Li Huang patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Thank you, master. Lu Xiaocai turned and hobbled to a different direction than Li Huang. Lu Xiaocai reached a wooden counter before giving them his collection of black cloths and left ears, which he had collected from the Dharma sect members he had killed. He planned to exchange them for lifespan pills to get something from the vault. Dear sir, what do you need? An eunuch with coins sewn into his eye sockets smiled. I don't have legs anymore. Are there any treasures that make me walk again so I can chase down people? Is that so? Please go and wait behind the screen. I will check for you. All right. Lu Xiaocai hopped on his Modeo towards the screen. He initially struggled to hop around on his Modeo, but now, he was surprisingly skilled at doing so. He sat behind the screen while touching the place where Li Huang had cut him on the abdomen previously. What did Master give me? A life? Could that thing really give me another life? Lu Xiaocai was still intrigued when several people approached him from the other side of the screen. It wasn't the eunuch with coins for eyes, but instead several people wearing large robes and tall hats. Lu Xiaocai caught the stench of blood the moment they entered. What do you want? Lu Xiaocai wasn't worried because this was the Surveillance Bureau's territory. He was certain that no one would stir up trouble here. You and I were fated to meet. The elder in front revealed a bloody profound records and pointed at Lu Xiaocai's profound records, which was barely peeking out of his bag. 1. He could have just regrown Lu Xiaocai's limbs with his truth, cultivation. Chapter 775, Underground. Lu Xiaocai wasn't quite sure about what they wanted. However, he recognized the profound records in the man's hands, so he had a good guess about who they were. He was no longer a youngster who knew nothing about the world. You guys are from the Qing sect? Pleased to meet you. I am Zui. Zui shook Lu Xiaocai's hands. I am Lu Xiaocai. Is there a reason you were looking for me? And what did you mean by fated? Zui smiled and sat down next to Lu Xiaocai with the other Qing sect members. He looked at Lu Xiaocai's battle-worn body and said, That's not the proper way of using the profound records, but your talent is undeniable. Did someone teach you how to use the profound records? My master. I don't think your master is from the Qing sect, is he? Zui probed. Lu Xiaocai didn't answer. He was unsure what they were trying to do, so he didn't want to reveal too much. You've used the profound records and shown no signs of stopping despite your body already being like this, Zui explained. That means your potential is very high. I am here to invite you to join us. That's what I meant by fate. Lu Xiaocai thought they were bluffing since they were very direct. I am happy you wish to recruit me, but I must respectfully decline. I am currently a disciple of the White Lotus sect. So what? You can keep praying to your White Lotus. The sacrificial god and Ba-Hui don't need prayers. Only pain connects us to them. Lu Xiaocai remained silent. Only then did Zui reveal some benefits to him. You're already like this. Are you afraid of someone taking advantage of you? Have you ever wondered why I still have all of my limbs while you only have a single arm left? As I said before, you're not using the profound records correctly. We have methods to regenerate your limbs in our sect. Have you ever seen any of us missing a limb? Lu Xiaocai's eyes widened in realization. He still remembered how his master regenerated his wounds and severed limbs. It must have been a technique of the Qing sect. Will you teach me? Lu Xiaocai wanted that power. If he could use it just like his master did, he could regenerate his wounds and kill more members of the Dharma sect. His power would increase too. Zui chuckled when he heard Lu Xiaocai's sincere plea. You need to ascend. The profound records is the martial technique of immortals. If you retain your mortality and do not ascend, you can only use the methods listed in it for a limited amount of time. Ascend? Do you mean the Zhong Ascension? Lu Xiaocai recalled seeing it in the profound records before, but the conditions were too harsh. Zui shook his head. It's not limited to that. While the Zhong Ascension is useful, you might not be able to do it. There are different levels of ascension. The profound records is a versatile technique, but it's not the only one we have in the sect. Oh, then what other techniques do you have, if I dare ask? Lu Xiaocai was intrigued. He knew too little about the Qing sect. The only thing he knew about the Qing sect was that it was unlike other sects. Its members didn't need to read or have good comprehension skills. This was very helpful for him. Zui didn't tell him. As long as you join us, we will naturally tell you. Lu Xiaocai frowned. He looked down, noting his own battered appearance. he decided to join the Jing sect. He was already so broken that there was nothing the others could want from his body. The only thing he could do now was kill more Dharma sect members, and he was ready to pay any price to do so. Fine, I will join the Jing sect. Talking here isn't convenient. Let's go back to the Cross Temple and discuss more. Liu Xiaozai grabbed his Modeo and was about to stand up when Zui stopped him. Since you want to join us, you cannot move around like that anymore. You've used the profound records before, so you should know how we do things, right? But senior, I don't have legs. How should I walk? Liu Xiaozai screamed when a sharpened wooden stick was stabbed into him to act as his amputated left leg. After that was the right leg. Liu Xiaozai, who had lost both legs, stood up once more with wooden sticks as legs instead. The pain was unbearable, causing him to tremble and his face to turn pale. They were looking at Liu Xiaozai when he gritted his teeth. You go first. I will follow you. Liu Xiaozai had just taken a step with his right leg when the wooden stick sank deeper. Blood flowed down the stick. However, Liu Xiaozai did not hesitate. He saw it as a trial. All right, we will wait for you in the temple. Zui had no intention of waiting for Liu Xiaozai. He brought the others and exited the screen before leaving the surveillance bureau. Just then, one of the individuals behind Zui asked, Elder, are you sure about this? He may be Li Huowang's disciple, but it's possible that Li Huowang doesn't favor him. Zui glared at him. Just do your job. You have no right to question the Grand Elders. The man lowered his face and remained silent. Unbeknownst to them, Li Huowang was walking through a narrow corridor just 15 meters below them. Even with no one around, Li Huowang could still clearly feel the gazes of others. This was the core of the Surveillance Bureau's temporary base. Their sentries and traps were merely invisible, not absent. As Li Huowang reached a bamboo door, it opened by itself. On the other side of the door was a spacious underground hall with torches on the side. Li Huowang found the person he was looking for in the middle of the hall. It was Zhang Tan, the chief who temporarily took on Xianpin's mantle. Several burly men were holding up 4 bamboo poles wrapped in red cloth. They held it in a way that made the poles cross each other in the middle. Zhang Tan was jumping on the poles as he performed a nuo opera with music. Li Huowang had seen a lot of operas and performances thanks to the Liu family, but he couldn't bring himself to think that the one Zhang Tan was performing was a show. Zhang Tan was still wearing a large wooden mask, which covered his body. He twisted his body in a way that no normal person could do. He effortlessly hopped onto an elastic bamboo pole. Sometimes, Zhang Tan brought both arms together behind him. Sometimes, he hooked his right foot on the bamboo pole and twirled. Just then, the drum sounds became faster. 2 figures, one black and one white, hopped onto the bamboo pole. Li Huowang was surprised since he recognized them. They were the lion dances that he had fought before. Chapter 776, Search. Li Huowang thought his eyes were playing tricks on him when he saw the lion dances, but he became certain when he saw the numerous feet beneath the white cloth. It was the same lion dances he had fought against underneath Qing Qiu. At Zhang Tan's guidance, the 2 lion dances jumped, leaped, climbed, and preyed on the bamboo poles. Li Huowang could understand if Zhang Tan was just performing the nuo opera, but he never thought the lion dances could be incorporated into it. When taking a closer look, Li Huowang could see similarities between the masks of Zhang Tan and the lion dances. As he watched, Zhang Tan ended the nuo opera. In the past, the person performing would sing a bit, but this time, Zhang Tan remained silent until the music ended. As the lion dances left and the men carried away the bamboo poles, Li Huowang approached Zhang Tan. What were you doing just now? Welcoming an old guest. Why? Zhang Tan turned and faced Li Huowang, looking at him from beneath his large wooden mask. Do you need something? Li Huowang decided not to pursue meaningless questions and instead said what he needed. I need to know the method Xianpin used to assist the other Simings to kill God Yuer. I don't know. You don't know? Yes, I don't know. Zhang Tan turned to leave before being stopped by Li Huowang. Do you really not know? Or are you just pretending you don't? The people who know are dead, and you're currently the highest-ranking person here. If you don't know, no one else in the Surveillance Bureau would. Don't forget that I am also your ally in trying to eradicate the Dharma sect. Zhang Tan stared at Li Huowang through his mask. If Xianpin didn't trust you, why would you think he would trust me? Do you think he would tell me everything? Zhang Tan left without looking back. Li Huowang frowned. You don't know? I don't trust you. Li Sui's tentacles helped Li Huowang put on Xianpin's red robes. Li Huowang disappeared into the darkness of the robes and became Xianpin. When he extended his arms out of the robes, They had already turned into Xian Ping's long, skeletal arms. He then waved lightly before Shangwan Yuding appeared beside him. She smiled and waved at Li Huang. Now that his cultivation of the truth had reached a considerable level, he could manifest any illusions that Xian Pin used. And instead of manifesting fakes, Li Huang could manifest the real illusions. Li Huang was certain that Xian Pin wouldn't leave zero traces of such an important ritual, especially after he succeeded in doing it. There must be some traces in the surveillance bureau. Since he doesn't want to tell me, I will have to find it myself. I am also using his identity as the chief of the surveillance bureau right now. For now, Li Huang was indeed the highest authority of the surveillance bureau. No one could stop him. Let's go to his study. Li Huang floated up with Shangwan Yuding and phased through the ceiling. They soon reached Xian Pin's room. Since Li Huang was masquerading as Xian Pin, no one stopped him. He was surprised to find Xian Pin's room wasn't large compared to his massive body. It was actually narrow. There was nothing except for books lining up all four walls and a table with an inkwell, brush, and papers. The room was so bare that there wasn't even a bed. It was also very messy, either by design or because Xian Pin had been too busy to tidy up the place. Didn't he need to sleep? Li Huang inspected the table and the documents. He was disappointed to find that it was just a map of constellations. Or maybe it's in the book? Li Huang looked at the books stacked all the way up to the ceiling. I thought his techniques all came from Jizai. Does he even need to read? Li Huang flipped a random book and noticed that the ink was slowly moving. Ba. Li Huang turned around and saw the old monk was praying to the books. Xian Pin most likely died in the Bayou capital. I don't think he can reincarnate, so there's no reason to pray for him. Taoist, I'm not praying for him. I'm praying to the Buddha. Buddha? Here. Li Huang approached the old monk and saw a small Buddha statue on the bookshelf. He picked it up and inspected it. He frowned because he had seen it before in the righteous monastery. Help me find out if there's anything else. The other illusions scattered in the room to search for any noteworthy objects. They soon found a lot of things. Taoist, I found the prayer wheel of a llama. There's also a talisman depicting a cow's nose, Peng Longting said. They found more and more things. Li Huang caught on to key information when they found a mahjong tile of the sitting Oblivion Dao. It appeared that everything here was connected to different sects, all of which worshipped the Simings who worked with Xian Pin. I should have known. Xian Pin didn't go to the Bayou capital directly when he said that he was helping the Simings. He first contacted the various sects so that they would allow him to seek their Simings. Then, he went to the Bayou capital after they finalized and approved the plan. They must have been sitting on the sidelines when Xian Pin was contacting the Simings. Li Huang placed the items down and walked out. He looked at the shimmer mirror and contemplated which sect he should visit first. The closest one in Siqi was the righteous monastery. The other sects had either been destroyed or were too far away. Let's go. Peng Longting appeared and threw Li Huang towards the direction of the righteous monastery. He flew high and fell down numerous times before he reached the righteous monastery. He had come here once before, but now it was different. The monk at the entrance immediately noticed him. Ba. Benefactorly, please follow me. Li Huang followed him and walked past the crowd to enter from the side door. It wasn't the path that Li Huang took last time, but he still ended up in front of the abbot of the righteous monastery, in the hall with the 5 massive Buddha statues. Chapter 777, Abbot. Underneath the 5 Buddha statues, 2 abbots wearing red robes were chanting while fiddling with their prayer beads. One of them was the abbot of the Liang kingdom, whom Li Huang had met before. His appearance was still as conspicuous as ever, with his distinct pink pupils. He had albinism, just like Bai Ling Miao. The other abbot was ordinary, but he looked like the old monk's illusion that was following Li Huang around. He was none other than the abbot of the Qi kingdom's righteous monastery. The last time Li Huang had seen him was back in Cowheart village, and he had visibly gained weight since then. Ba. The two of them greeted and gestured to Li Huang to sit down at the same time. Benefactorly, it would be a little impolite not to burn some incense for Buddha since we're at the temple, the abbot from the Qi kingdom said. Li Huang looked at the 5 Buddhas when he raised his hands. 3 lit incense sticks materialized as he prayed simply and stabbed the incense sticks into the hard stone floor, causing it to crack from the impact. It's been a while, Abbot. I suppose you didn't think that we would meet again after last time, did you? Li Huang asked the abbot who tried to kill him previously. He still remembered how the abbot had tried to trick him into staying in the temple after coming out from the Zephyr temple. When that failed, he even sent people to kill him. It was only thanks to Dan Yangzi parasitizing his body that Li Huowang managed to survive. Ba. Those who become monks must put kindness and compassion first. I was trying to save more people that time. Bullshit. You are a fake. I know what you were thinking. You wanted to kill me because I'm a strayed one. I am saving people. You are indeed a strayed one, a being capable of harming many others. Benefactorly, am I wrong? Did you not cause the death of many after you escaped? Bullshit. Just as they were about to fight, the abbot from the Qi kingdom intervened. All right, that's enough. There's no need to bring up the past. Benefactorly, why are you here today? Li Huowang really wanted to kill that baldy, but he needed to let the abbot live if he wanted to defeat the Dharma sect. He couldn't ignore the big picture and help the Dharma sect by killing him. Li Huowang shamelessly accepted Chen Du's offer to step down and let the matter rest. He was here to talk with them. He looked at them and said, "Then I'll get to the point. Did Xianpin speak to the 5 Dhyani Buddhas through the righteous monastery?" Li Huowang briefly explained why he was there. After explaining, he noticed a slight change in the faces of the 2 abbots. Li Huowang looked up and realized that the facial expressions of the 5 Buddha statues had also changed slightly. Li Huowang stared at the abbot from the Liang kingdom while frowning. Did Xianpin really not come here to talk with the 5 Dhyani Buddhas? Or are you guys just as clueless as Zhong Tan? No, the chief did come here before, but he didn't find him. He found me. Li Huowang turned and looked at Chen Du, the abbot from the Qi kingdom. Xianpin did come to find me, and I helped him meet Buddha. What did he say? How did Xianpin help the 5 Dhyani Buddhas? Li Huowang's heart was pounding rapidly. I apologize, but I am unable to assist you with that. The secrets of the Buddha cannot be spilled. I naturally do not know what the Buddha has chosen to keep secret. Li Huowang gnashed his teeth. You don't know either? Fine, let me meet the 5 Dhyani Buddhas myself. Since Xianpin could meet them, I can too. Let me meet them. Li Huowang had just shouted when the abbot from the Liang kingdom admonished him, saying, "Preposterous. Do you think the Buddha is someone you can meet just because you want to? I can't meet them even if it's to defeat the Dharma sect. Weren't you the one who said that those following the teachings of the Buddha should prioritize kindness and compassion? How many people can we save if we defeat the Dharma sect? Won't the 5 Dhyani Buddhas meet me to help the people? Or did you bring up doing kind deeds just to justify killing me? Why aren't you doing anything when there's suddenly an opportunity to do an incredibly good deed?" The abbot from the Liang kingdom replied, "No, I do not trust you. Buddha's true form cannot be seen by just anyone. Who can take on the wrath of Buddha if we disturb them? Senior, I am willing to shoulder their wrath should it come our way." Chen Du's words extinguished Li Huowang's anger. Li Huowang had anticipated they wouldn't cooperate, but he never thought they would agree so quickly. Are you sure? You're not fooling me, right? Ba. Those following the teachings of the Buddha don't lie. Li Huowang liked the abbot of the Qi kingdom much better than the one from the Liang kingdom. Their personalities were very different. Great, when should we start? The ceremony requires a lot of preparation. Benefactor Li can rest for the night here. Both my senior and I will send you to Buddha tomorrow afternoon. All right, let's do this tomorrow. Li Huowang stood up. He was about to leave when he turned around. Abbot, I hope that this won't be like last time, right? Huh. Li Huowang opened his stomach and took out the spindle Zhuge Yuan had given him, which had been stuck to his intestines. He pulled it out along with a portion of his intestines. He threw it onto the ground, and his identity as a strayed one became as plain as day to the 2 abbots. I trust that you wouldn't ignore the big picture while the Dharma sect is still around. Also, I'm no longer a weakling who has to run away from every single enemy. Li Huowang left as the 2 abbots stared at the spindle in silence. Benefactor Li is paranoid. I agree. Tomorrow afternoon, Li Huowang mumbled as he paced around the temple. This was the first time he would meet a Siming other than Ji Zai of his own accord, so he was nervous. He recalled what he had seen in the Bayou capital and snarled. His body started trembling uncontrollably, and his surroundings began to warp. Chapter 778, Buddha. Li Huowang sensed something was wrong and started rapidly punching his own head. He realized that it wasn't working. He stabbed his head with a long needle instead. The intense pain stopped his thoughts in time. Cold sweat drenched his blood-red robes as he panted and gritted his teeth. No matter what the Siming was, since he had to defeat the Dharma sect, he had no choice but to meet them. Just then, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. "Who's there?" he shouted. 3 tentacles sprouted out, with Li Sui gripping a sword in each of them. He then saw Chen Du, the abbot of the Qi kingdom, shuffling out from a small alley. "Benefactor Li, I require a bit of assistance." Would you be kind enough to help? I knew that there would be a price to pay. No wonder he agreed so fast just now. He wanted me to help him with something. Li Huang pondered before asking, "What do you need?" "I can't do many things, and I don't have the time to travel anywhere far away." Li Huang hated doing other people favors to get what he needed, especially when they were allies. Nevertheless, he couldn't be bothered to argue. He only needed to find out the method that Xian Pin had used. Everything else was insignificant at the moment. Benefactor Li does not have to fight. Please follow me. Li Huang sheathed his 3 swords and followed Chen Du. Even though Chen Du wanted Li Huang to help him, he never explained what he needed. He just brought Li Huang deep into the temple. The monastery still looked beautiful, though the righteous monastery was not as clean as before. Li Huang walked slowly through the monastery as the sun set and the bell tolled. He stared at the majestic temples, emanating an aura of reverence. They walked for 15 minutes before they approached a large hall. The hall looked new. There was no sign on it, and a few monks were still busy painting the wood. Several old ginkgo trees surrounded the large hall, which was solemn and majestic from the front. Since it was new, there were very few devotees there. Li Huang followed Chen Du into the hall before realizing it was empty inside. There was an altar with a lotus seat, but there was nothing there. The hall was completely empty. For some reason, there was a lot of lit incense in the incense burner, even though there wasn't a deity or statue in it. What's going on? Did your Buddha run away? You want me to track it down? Chen Du shook his head and lit 3 incense sticks before praying earnestly towards the empty altar. Benefactor Li, I've sent some of my disciples outside to scour for information. They told me it wasn't a coincidence that we survived. We were saved by someone else. We were supposed to die, but someone saved us by connecting the dragon vein of the Qi kingdom to the Liang kingdom. Li Huang gradually let his guard down when he heard Chen Du. He somehow knew what Chen Du wanted him to do. You are right. Someone saved you. Chen Du perked up attentively. May I know our savior's name? I've also heard that this matter concerns you. He's already dead. Why are you asking for this now? No, every survivor of the Qi kingdom is indebted to our savior. We, who follow the teachings of Buddha, do not allow ourselves to be indebted to another person without repaying their kindness. I wish to erect a statue of our Savior so that the others can pray and give their thanks. Li Huang stared at the empty altar and chuckled. So that's how you become a Buddha? Would he actually become one? He doesn't even believe in Buddha, so that's quite a joke. Benefactor Li, what is a Buddha? Is a Buddha a cultivator who has undergone all 3 major tribulations? Or is it one who has obtained sufficient merits and wisdom? Or is this a Buddha? Chen Du pointed at the empty altar. Li Huang sat on the ground and wrote Buddha on the marble. He stared at the writing before sighing. Those capable of saving hundreds of thousands of people should become a Buddha. I've even asked my disciples to spread the word of the Savior who rescued us from the Qi kingdom. I wish for the remaining survivors to come and pray to the Savior. He's already dead. What good will it do? Li Huang raised his hand, and the marble tiles of the hall slowly began to stick together. Eventually, they formed a marble statue of Zhuge Yuan on the altar. Chen Du's eyes widened with shock upon seeing this. It's him. Li Huang sighed and left the newly opened hall. Chen Du did not move. He stood still and stared at the statue. So this is what a Buddha looks like. Once news spread out of the new hall, every surviving monk who came from the Qi kingdom put down their work and started making their way to pray to their savior. Soon, several groups of survivors from the Qi kingdom somehow caught wind of the newly opened hall. They made their way towards the new hall, carrying offerings and taking their children along. They prayed earnestly to Zhuge Yuan's statue, and their prayers didn't stop, even late into the night. Li Huang stared at the crowd from a corner in the dark. He looked at the statue enveloped in incense smoke and heard the prayers coming from the devotees with his sharp hearing. Their prayers were so earnest that even Li Huang thought the statue would come to life and reply their prayers. Li Huang stared at them and realized that Zhuge Yuan had indeed saved a lot of people. The old monk illusion beside him jumped excitedly. Taoist, please materialize me. I want to do good deeds and become a Buddha. Li Huang ignored him and turned to leave. Just then, Li Huang saw the other abbot leading a group of serious-looking monks into the hall. They were conducting a ceremony, but Li Huang didn't know the details about it. The abbot held a roll of yellow fabric and carefully wrapped it around the statue. He then took out a brush dipped in cinnabar before drawing a single red dot on Zhuge Yuan's forehead. Li Huang laughed when he saw Zhuge Yuan with a red dot on his forehead. Ha ha! His laughter spread out far. Several monks and devotees were looking at where the laughter came from. Uft. Ha ha. It's all right. Just continue doing your things. Ha ha. Li Huang laughed as he left the hall. Chapter 779, Ceremony. Benefactor Li, I will explain what will happen later since you don't practice the teachings of the Buddha. My disciples, you, and I will conduct the Samdharama ceremony in the 1000 Buddha Hall. At the same time, my senior, Abbot Hui, will lead the great equal assembly in the other 4 halls. Chen Du, wearing his robes, walked in front of Li Huang. As he did, he held a purple alms bowl that seemed to be an artifact. Great equal assembly? Li Huang felt disgusted. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Never thought one needed to do one to gain the attention of the Buddhas. 1. Benefactor Li, the Great Equal Assembly is a ceremony that allows everyone to participate. It doesn't matter if someone is a noble, criminal, monk, civilian, kind, evil, smart, or stupid. Everyone is treated equally during the assembly. Oh, it looks like I was overthinking. No need to explain it to me. I just need your help to meet the 5 Dhyani Buddhas. Li Huang suddenly felt that he was seeing the righteous monastery in a very negative light. He had thought it was another kind of ceremony. But when he passed by the halls, he saw rows upon rows of monks praying with their hands clasped together. They had their back against the wall, and they were completely naked except for the prayer beads on their neck. They were hitting the wooden fish rhythmically. Li Huang realized that Chen Du hadn't explicitly denied what he had implied just now. He got closer and heard them chanting, deeply practicing the perfection of wisdom. For a long time, he saw clearly that the 5 aggregates are all empty. Bodhisattva, relying on the perfection of wisdom, thus proclaimed the mantra of great knowledge. Gone, gone, gone beyond. Hail to the Bodhisattva. Under Chen Du and the other monks' guidance, Li Huang changed into a clean robe as he entered the 1000 Buddha Hall. The hall was filled with lit incense, obscuring Li Huang's view of the Buddha's head while still revealing the rest of their body. In addition to the Buddha statue in the middle, the surroundings were adorned with many other Buddha statues, each depicting different gestures. Some were lying down, while others were seated. Li Huang wasn't sure if there were really 1000 Buddhas in the hall, but he was certain that the hall was much more important than the others because all of the statues here were coated in gold. Li Huang sat on the cushion and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes again. The Buddha statues around him had completely changed. The sound of drums, bells, and gongs from outside filled the hall. The Buddhas, both large and small, had turned into the disgusting form that Li Huang had once seen before. Despite being coated in gold, they still seemed perverse and disgusting. The giant heap of flesh sat on the altar like a mound of clay. Its bumpy back was covered in thick blood vessels and goo. Several strange and twisted reproductive organs rhythmically extended and retracted, moving in sync with the pumping of blood. They also swayed in the air as the body pulsated. The disgusting being was covered in naked monks and large incense sticks roughly a meter long. The monks eagerly inhaled the white smoke as they excitedly used their own bodies to plug in every hole they could find in the Buddha's fleshy body. They pulsated and moved in sync with the rhythm. Li Huang took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Leaving Li Sui outside was the right call. As the loud tolling of the bell spread throughout the righteous monastery, Chen Du led his disciples and sat around Li Huang. Benefactor Li, if you wish to see Buddha, you must be virtuous. Only then will Buddha notice you. If not, you will fail to meet Buddha. I understand. You can start now. Chen Du took a long incense stick and hit it lightly on his alms bowl. Dang. The monks surrounding Li Huang started doing each other while the Buddhas sitting around the hall looked at them with merciful eyes through the openings in their bodies. Simultaneously, the monks fervently prayed, their prayers blending with the vile sounds of bodies colliding and perverse utterances. The sounds of the wooden fish, chants, and flesh on flesh entered Li Huang's ears. His body started trembling uncontrollably as he felt his senses melding together. Li Huang focused on himself and attempted to discard all stray thoughts. He kept praying earnestly to Buddha. It might be difficult for the others to pray earnestly without any stray thoughts, but it was easy for Li Huang. Cultivating the truth required the same requisite. If he had stray thoughts while he cultivated, he would have accidentally materialized them too. Li Huang wasn't sure how long he had been praying for, but he realized that everything was quiet around him. So quiet that he could hear a pin dropping. He opened his eyes warily and saw an astonishingly bizarre entity floating just in front of him. He saw it. The 5 Dhyani Buddhas from the 5 worlds had merged. They were half male and half female, with their reproductive organs inserted into each other. They pleasured each other and themselves at the same time. But the scene didn't last long. Li Huang barely made out any other details when his eyes exploded. A mortal body couldn't view the 5 Dhyani Buddhas directly. Despite that, he could still perceive the 5 Dhyani Buddhas with other senses: touch, smell, and hearing. A Siming was a special being. Li Huang could feel their existence even without his eyes. However, Li Huang couldn't last long. His organs were quickly dissolving as his brain started expanding rapidly. Li Huang shouted with all his breath, "I'm here to help you. No matter who you are facing. If Xianpin could do it, so can I. Tell me what to do. Tell me what I should do to help you." His voice spread far and wide, but there was no reply. Li Huang endured the pain of his organs dissolving and moved closer. But he sensed something was wrong when he got close. His body was being assimilated by the heavenly Tao of the 5 Dhyani Buddhas. His body shifted wildly like a child playing clay. There was not much he could do other than relying on his cultivation of truth to maintain his body. 1. The Chinese Rada wood is quite literally translated as uncensored or exposed conference. He thought it was a ceremony where everyone gets naked. Chapter 780 Secret. Li Huang refused to die right after finally meeting a Siming. The Siming did not react to his words, so he materialized his body and decided to try a different approach. "I am Ji Zai's Twisted One. Don't you recognize Ji Zai? Didn't you guys fight God you were together?" Li Huang's left ear dropped off as he said that. He quickly picked it up and reattached it to his head. The 5 Dhyani Buddhas did not react to him. Li Huang felt his brain hurting again and panicked. "What the fuck do you want? How come Xianpin can help you guys, but I can't? What do you want?" This time, Li Huang finally felt the 5 Dhyani Buddhas react. In the next instant, he felt something incomprehensible enveloping him. He felt his skin, flesh, and bone being peeled away until there was nothing left. "Try and kill me if you can. Jizai will kill you if you do." Li Huang used all of his strength to materialize his body again. However, his body soon disintegrated again. The 5 Dhyani Buddhas were assimilating his body until everything disappeared. There was nothing left in the space. And just like that, the 5 Dhyani Buddhas left. "What the fuck is going on? I'm here to help you. Are you crazy? Can't you differentiate who's good and who's bad? Can't you talk? Don't you have a mouth?" As Li Huang dejectedly prepared to leave, he felt something come to a halt at the spot where the 5 Dhyani Buddhas had been. Something was there, but Li Huang had no idea what it was. It was a strange feeling, and his body wasn't being assimilated by any heavenly Tao this time. "Jizai, is that you?" Li Huang asked and readied himself to leave at any moment. He wasn't sure if he was in the Bayou capital right now. If he was, he had to seriously consider what was behind him. Li Huang suddenly heard a fleeting voice. It was a profound and familiar voice that stirred his deepest memories. "I've seen it before." Li Huang tried to recall, but the more he looked into his memories, the more he forgot. Just then, the being appeared once more. Li Huang could make out its size this time. It was a very profound being. Its body was both large and small. It was both so big it could cover the heavens, and so small that one could barely perceive it. Li Huang wanted to determine if it was a Siming, but his eyes had been blinded, so he had no choice but to rely on his other senses. "I don't think it's a Siming. I'm not being assimilated by a heavenly Tao." He extended his hands in a daze before touching something that resembled a ribbon. The being appeared once more before disappearing for good. Li Huang suddenly felt a strong force that pulled him downwards. "Father! Father!" Li Huang opened his eyes forcefully and saw Li Sui looking at him worriedly. "Father, are you okay? Is everything fine? I tried to wake you up by shaking you, but it didn't work," Li Sui said, wiping the sweat off his forehead with a wet towel. I'm fine." Li Huang held his head in pain. He stared at the copper basin and washed his face with the cold water. His grogginess faded as the cold water woke him up. He felt much better now. What was that thing? What did it want? Li Huang frowned and pondered when he suddenly noticed something was wrong with his reflection in the water. He had 7 eyes. Li Huang finally realized what the ribbon-like being was. It was a Shangji Guanko, the very same Shangji Guanko that exchanged one secret for another secret. However, in contrast to the Shangji Guanko he had encountered previously, this one was much older and held a higher rank. Li Huang had not revealed any secrets and yet received 7 secrets. "It gave me the secrets. Does it want me to find out how Xianpin helped the Simings?" Li Huang thought that it was possible since he had no use for the 7 secrets to begin with. His goal had been achieved, but he was still confused. What did that thing want? Why does it want me to help? If it's a Siming, it should be in charge of one of the heavenly Daos. Shangji Guanko. Secret. Heavenly Dao? Is there a heavenly Dao of secrets in the 50 heavenly Daos? His question would remain unanswered. He attempted to recall everything in hopes of learning something from the small clues. Then, he felt that something wasn't right. His memories were swiftly disappearing. What's happening? As Li Huang was trying to figure it out, someone knocked on his door. Who is it? It's me, Chen Du. I wonder if the abbots know anything. I did manage to meet the Simings through their ceremonies. Li Huang didn't even wear his shoe when he opened the door in a hurry. He saw Chen Du was standing there with the purple alms bowl with a group of monks behind him. All of them were clasping their hands and staring at him. Amitba, the hour of the ceremony is approaching. I shall lead you there. Li Huang stepped back in surprise. Are you kidding me? He gazed at Chen Du, but noticed that the abbot was serious, with no signs of deception. Was everything just a dream? Was it fake? Li Huang tried to recall his hazy memories, but realized that he couldn't differentiate them from reality. He quickly looked at his reflection in the water and saw the 7 eyes from before on his reflection. It hadn't been a dream. It was real. Benefactor Li, what happened? I thought you wanted to meet Buddha. Did you change your mind? Li Huang heard his questioning and understood something. Everything was real, but it hid the entire ordeal. It must have been the Siming that controls secrets. Chapter 781, Siming. You recognize me, don't you? You definitely do. You once called me Ji Zai in the psychiatric hospital. That's absolutely true. Others might not know, but you surely know something. No need to hide it anymore. I already know. I am fully awakened now. I know who I am. I am Ji Zai, the Siming of bewilderment. What kind of Siming are you? What heavenly Dao do you oversee? Which heavenly Daos do the others oversee? Qian Fu watched the rambling Li Huang as he slowly stuffed his mouth with a hamburger. He turned his head and asked Chun Hongyu beside him in a muffled voice. What's wrong with Li Huang? He's gone mad. Li Huang suddenly turned his head towards her. He asked emotionally, Abyss? Or rather, a part of the Abyss? The thoughts of everyone at the benevolent nunnery were connected. As the Siming of Rod, you should have some memories of her, right? Chun Hongyu rolled her eyes in disgust and moved toward the back of the RV, where Wu Qi was making a phone call. She asked, has Qing Wanglai arrived yet? How much longer do we have to wait? Wu Qi didn't answer. She walked further in, holding her phone to her mouth as she chuckled. Huang, don't be like this. Please take your medicine, Bai Ling Miao said, stopping Li Huang from walking towards Wu Qi and handing him the medicine and water. Li Huang gripped the steaming glass cup, then sat down on the stool and let out a heavy sigh. He had already understood his identity, and he was sure the others were also Simings. Since they were Simings, the threats they faced had to be from God Yuer and the Dharma sect. This way, all the logic from before was completely connected. Simings in the Bayou capital usually only cared about their own affairs. However, they were forced to unite when facing external enemies. Is God Yuer really that powerful? Forcing 7 Simings to join hands. No, it's probably not just God Yuer. It doesn't seem like a single Siming could achieve the previous schemes by themselves. Li Huang looked at his companions again. Unfortunately, he could not communicate effectively with them. Even if he understood, they wouldn't listen no matter what he said to them now. This projection was obviously distorted when refracted, which made it difficult to convey the meaning of his words. How can I make them understand my point? Wait, if I am a Siming, does everything from before exist? Are Puppy, Bai Ling Miao, and Gao Zhijin still around? How are they doing? Li Huang thought of them, and his expression turned heavy. Come on, be good. Take your medicine quickly. Yang Na placed the medicine in Li Huang's hand, and then guided his hand to his mouth. Place the medicine at the base of your tongue first, then wash it down with water so it won't be bitter. Li Huang still didn't take the medicine. He held the medicine in one hand and the cup in the other as he stared blankly at Yang Na. Nana, what kind of Siming are you? Li Huang was certain that he had only been a Siming for a short time, so there shouldn't have been any Simings that had such a good relationship with him. This was very strange. Or maybe, the projections on both sides were not perfectly matched. Yang Na couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears as she leaned on the table. Li Huang's heart trembled when he heard her heartbreaking sobs, snapping out of his previous state. It didn't matter what Siming Nana was. She was his Yang Na first and foremost. He had been too eager to uncover the truth and had completely ignored her feelings. It must have seemed like his mental illness had relapsed. As Li Huang comforted Yang Na, Wu Qi hung up the phone and walked over. What's going on here? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Are you two breaking up? Li Huang is going crazy and upset his girlfriend. Who were you calling just now? Chen Hongyu asked while fighting with Tian Wu for fries. My best friend. Wu Qi put her arm around Yang Na's shoulders and gently comforted her. You have a best friend? I thought you were too busy driving this broken car around to make friends. How can you say that? How come I can't have friends? Come help out. Can't you see that she's crying? Chen Hongyu grabbed the Coke from Tian Wu's hand. I wasn't the one who made her cry, so why should I help? Anyway, don't interfere. This is a small issue. If they can't handle this, how will they deal with getting married and having kids in the future? This is nothing. They'll break up eventually. Nana, look, I will take the medicine. Li Huang displayed the medicine and capsules in his hand to Yang Na, then put them in his mouth and swallowed them. Yang Na felt slightly less overwhelmed. Li Huang's recent manic behavior was clearly caused by his old illness relapsing due to not taking his medication. She realized she would need to monitor him to ensure he takes his medication. Yang Na didn't want Li Huang to be sent back to the psychiatric hospital, and she didn't want to see him lose his sanity again. Wu Qi saw Li Huang signal her with his eyes, so she tactfully left her seat and gave him some space. Li Huang sat in Wu Qi's place, then gently hugged and softly comforted Yang Na. Li Huang let out a soft sigh as he thought about the past. His feelings towards everything here were very complicated. If everyone was a projection, then was it this side projecting that side, or that side projecting this side? The only thing he was sure of was that he didn't want to give up now. He had to protect her and consider her feelings. He couldn't talk to Yang Na about the current situation. He himself could not properly differentiate things, and he had been unable to care for both sides. Now that he understood things clearly, he had to consider both sides. After Li Huang comforted Yang Na, she sniffled and got out of his arms. She grabbed her bag and went to the bathroom to fix her makeup. At this moment, the sound of Qing Wanglai's car came from outside the RV. He seemed very happy, grinning broadly as he placed the food on the table. I have good news. After days of persuasion, the other side finally agreed to negotiate with us. Li Huang felt a bit better. As long as God Yuer wasn't looking for a fight, the Simings wouldn't fight to the death either. It wouldn't benefit anyone. If they fought up there, many people in the mortal realm would die. Great. The Laotians finally caved. Although it's a pity we didn't get their UFO. Wanglai, be careful. The groups that steal special abilities are very cunning. They might say it's a negotiation, but they could actually be setting a trap. Chapter 782, Clothes. Don't take that. It's too heavy and not flexible at all. Li Huang took the steel spear from Tian Wu's hands and then looked over at Wu Qi. Sister Wu, didn't those guys let us seize a lot of weapons before? Bring them all out. Wu Qi used a key to open the storage box in the bathroom and piled the previously seized items on the table. Li Huang reached for 2 heavy pistols. These pistols were a bit different from the ones in television dramas. Their stocks were long and looked like they could hold a lot of bullets. Li Huang weighed them lightly in his hands, then nodded at Qing Wanglai. We have time now, right? Teach me how to use a gun. Li Huang didn't know how to use a gun, but he could still understand the value of firearms. The gun is fast beyond 7 steps, and both fast and accurate within 7 steps. He didn't know what the gun corresponded to, whether it was the Siming's use of the heavenly Tao or some kind of weapon belonging to them. It was sufficient for him that this thing could kill his enemies, no matter what they were. Li Huang, we are going to negotiate, not fight. Qing Wanglai said helplessly as he looked at the table full of weapons. Just because we say it's a negotiation doesn't mean it will be. The chances of successful negotiation might actually be higher with these things. Hey, we have their people in our hands. They should be much more willing to negotiate this time. Li Huang looked at Qing Wanglai. Why talk so much? Just teach me how to use a gun. What's the matter? Do you have to keep those skills for me too? Li Huang's expression suddenly became serious as he held the 2 guns and walked towards Qing Wanglai. He stared at his face persistently, carefully discerned his features, and then compared them to the Simings he remembered. Li Huang's pupils shrank. Zhuge Yuan? Qing Wanglai. You are the 3 pure ones. Heavens, this guy has completely lost it. You were right not to teach him how to use a gun. The others quickly gathered around, pulled Li Huang back a few steps, and then took the guns from his hands. What are you guys doing? I'm not crazy. Li Huang shook off the hands holding his arms in frustration. He wouldn't have blurted out his thoughts if he hadn't been so shocked just now. He had spoken the truth, but the others just viewed him as someone having an episode. He realized these people didn't understand the true nature of reality. Wait, The other Simings should know that Qing Wanglai is the three pure ones. Why are they acting like this? Li Huang looked uncertainly at the others. If he was here, why were the other Simings surrounding him in the Bayou capital? What kind of event was this a reflection of? It's okay, everything is fine. Yang Na placed herself before Li Huang. He took his medicine. Just a few more courses, and he'll be better. Wu Qi leaned her back against the wall and sighed deeply. What kind of people do I have around me? There's not a single normal person. Li Huang no longer planned to explain anything. They would always misunderstand him no matter what he said. In the future, he would have to use the projection method to communicate with them. As long as the main goal was to join forces against the god Yuer of the Dharma sect, everything else could be set aside. Qing Wanglai, what Chen Hongyu said before was right. Think about it carefully. What if this is a trap? If we are not fully prepared, what if they wipe us out in one fell swoop? The others said nothing and simply looked at Li Huang with confused expressions. What was going on with this guy? Why was he acting so erratically? Qing Wanglai patiently explained. Since I agreed to the negotiation, I have everything prepared. You don't need to worry. Okay, as long as you say so. Now teach me how to use a gun. I already told you not to worry. Why do you still want to learn how to use a gun? Qing Wanglai seemed a bit troubled by Li Huang's request. I'm not worried about the negotiation, but I do worry about potential problems afterward. Learning a new skill opens up new paths. Why are you being so stingy about teaching me? Li Huang focused on Qing Wanglai's expression, trying to figure out why he was hesitant to teach him how to use a gun. What kind of Siming is Qing Wanglai? Why is he so wary of me? Does the gun symbolize something? It's not as simple as you think. This thing isn't as easy to use as you imagine. The way they show it in movies and TV, hitting the target with a single shot, is all just an act. Moreover, this thing is very sensitive. If someone sees it, or if it's caught on surveillance, it'll be big trouble. You can't say that. If someone shoots at me, I can't just rush at them with a knife. Li Huang became more suspicious the more Qing Wanglai explained. What is this guy guarding against? Actually, Li Huang, I prepared something more suitable for you. What? Li Huang frowned. Li Huang saw a black protective suit presented in front of him, but it didn't feel quite right when he picked it up. The suit was very heavy and weighed down in his hands, with some hard sheets inside. This is... Try it on. Li Huang looked at Qing Wanglai, glanced at the others, and quickly changed into the heavy suit. After putting it on, Li Huang felt his breathing become more difficult. This suit probably weighed over 20 pounds. What is this? Li Huang asked. Before anyone could react, Qing Wanglai took out a gun and fired several shots at his chest. The incredibly shocked Li Huang was knocked to the ground by the strong impact. As he quickly reached for his chest, he found there was no bleeding, and the pain in his chest was actually decreasing. How is it? With this bulletproof vest, you'll be invincible if you combine it with your close combat skills. I also prepared a helmet for you. Qing Wanglai picked up a helmet thicker than a motorcycle helmet and was about to explain again. Smack! Yang Na rushed forward and slapped him hard in the face. Yang Na was trembling with anger. She stood in front of Qing Wanglai and glared at him with eyes filled with rage, as though she wanted to eat him alive. Chapter 783, Motorcycle. Qing Wanglai saw Yang Na looking like an enraged lioness, so he paused momentarily and calmly explained, I had him wear it because the suit is bulletproof. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Your little boyfriend won't get hurt. He waved the helmet in his hand towards Li Huang, who had now climbed up. And this thing is also bulletproof. It protects your head as well. More importantly, unlike a gun which can easily cause trouble, wearing a bulletproof vest is completely legal. You can even buy them online. These items cause much less trouble than a gun. If anyone asks about them, you can just say they're motorcycle helmets and riding gear. Really? Then I have to try it. Li Huang pulled Yang Na behind him, then took the helmet from Qing Wanglai and put it on. Why is this thing connected to my shoulders? I can't even turn my head once I put it on. The helmet needs to be connected to the shoulders. Think about it. If a bullet hits your head and the helmet isn't connected to your shoulders, the impact could break your spine several times over. Is that so? I've learned something new. After putting on the whole set, he jumped up and down a few times before excitedly remarking to Qing Wanglai. Awesome. This thing is amazing. Come on, shoot me again. Let me feel it. The gunshots rang out again, but Li Huang was prepared this time. He staggered a few steps, but didn't fall down. He pulled out a military knife and started attacking imaginary enemies in the air, trying to get a feel for combat in this gear. Wu Qi, who had pulled Yang Na to the side of the bed, frowned. He could dismantle a truck with a knife before. Now, He could probably take apart a plane. Qian Fu added, not just that. This guy is also mentally unstable, and killing people wouldn't even be illegal for him. He's practically invincible and can do whatever he wants. Yang Na's face grew even darker upon hearing this. Zhao Lei, who had been mostly silent, let out a cold snort while playing with a black fidget spinner. Here, catch. Li Huang caught 2 keys and a small black notebook that were thrown to him. He opened the notebook and found it was a motorcycle license, complete with a photo of himself taken at some unknown time. What's this? Qing Wanglai opened the RV door, revealing a heavy, brand-new black motorcycle. How can there not be a motorcycle if you have a riding helmet and protective gear? As long as you're riding this, you can go anywhere. Even the traffic police won't stop you. Wow, you got this. You really went all out. This must have been expensive. Li Huang got off the RV and circled the motorcycle, examining it just like a kid with a new toy. It's not expensive. These are all just projections, and the cost doesn't matter as long as they help us. The bike had a streamlined design and sporty side panels. It gave off a muscular feel, with many steel pipes that made it look even more robust. The overall sense was full of mechanical beauty, and Li Huang noticed a small HP4 logo on this beast. He didn't understand what it represented. Can a mentally ill person get a driver's license? Wu Qi asked Qing Wanglai. Yes, as long as they can prove they're cured. Qing Wanglai lightly touched his own face as he answered. Humph, cured? I doubt it. Qing Wanglai chuckled and walked over to Li Huang. Li Huang, do you know how to ride a motorcycle? I can teach you. Don't underestimate me. I can ride an electric bike. Under Qing Wanglai's patient guidance, Li Huang finally managed to ride the motorcycle after a long time. He enjoyed the thrill of speed as he rode through the unfinished buildings. You actually dared to let him ride it? Aren't you afraid he'll crash into a wall? Chen Hongyu asked as she watched Li Huang on his motorcycle. It's fine. I told him to never exceed 50 kilometers per hour. As long as he stays under that, it's no different from an electric bike. Some electric bikes are even faster. It's safe, and this bike is just a disguise for his bulletproof gear. After Li Huang rode for a while and got used to the new vehicle, he slowly stopped in front of the others. He struggled to take off his helmet and said to Yang Na, Come on, let's go for a ride. Yang Na glanced at the others, who said nothing. She then hopped onto the back seat and wrapped her arms around Li Huang's waist. Text me the time for the negotiations. I'll be there. The engine roared as Li Huang and Yang Na sped away. Li Huang rode down the road at a slow pace, with Yang Na clinging tightly to his back. Her soft black hair fluttered in the wind as she listened to his heartbeat. You felt it too. He didn't hesitate at all when he shot you. Qing Wanglai is just pretending. Li Huang put one foot down and waited for the red light. He replied calmly, Of course, but so what? It's good enough that he's pretending. After all, we're not related. Since we need to cooperate against external enemies, we have to at least maintain appearances. If we don't even pretend, it'll be awkward for everyone. Once this crisis is over, we probably won't see them again. After all, I'm going to spend my life with you, not them. The light turned green, and Li Huang twisted his wrist and slowly rode the new motorcycle home. Trust me, Nana, I'm not crazy. When they returned to the neighborhood, Li Huang's new outfit immediately caught the attention of the old security guard at the gate. Who are you? Are you a resident here? It's me. The security guard observed Li Huang removing his helmet. He promptly took 2 steps back and directed his attention towards Li Huang's motorcycle. Oh, no wonder you've been leaving early and coming back late recently. You've been going to a driving school to learn how to ride a motorcycle. Li Huang nodded immediately. That's right. I've been learning how to ride a motorcycle. After Li Huang left, the security guard nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. The young lad has ambition. Even if he can't go to college, he can rely on his motorcycle to make food deliveries. That's much better than staying at home and living off his parents. It seems like his illness has truly been cured. It's no small feat. Chapter 784, Dragon Slaying, Immortal-Killing. Li Huang had returned from the righteous monastery. He was back in his simple bedroom, looking at his reflection. He saw 7 eyeballs on his forehead, which seemed to have a consciousness of their own as they stared straight back at Li Huang. These were 7 secrets, and Li Huang understood their value. One eyeball alone had been able to determine the location of the head of the sitting Oblivion Dao, Shizi. If Li Huang wanted, he could use these 7 secrets to uncover any secret in the world. At this moment, however, Li Huang's primary concern was how Xianpin had helped the other Simings in Ba-Hui capital. Although the problem had been resolved, Li Huang was still worried about the origins of this thing. Li Huang's expression became solemn when he recalled his past experiences. That being had casually given him such a precious thing, and the only thing Li Huang understood about the being was its hair-like texture. At this moment, his memories had disappeared. He could only understand what had happened before by relying on the notes he had written when he still had his memories. Even though Li Huang wrote the notes himself, they still felt unfamiliar to him when he read them. The Siming who controls all secrets? Based on his personal experience, this Siming could easily uncover or conceal all secrets. Anything that was concealed could become a secret, including a period of time, an object, or even an entire timeline different from his own. Unlike Bizzare and Ba-Hui, this unnamed Siming was obviously very mysterious and powerful. The only thing that reassured him slightly was that this Siming didn't seem to be aligned with the Dharma sect, at least for now. Still, if we haven't defeated the Dharma sect with such a powerful Siming as an ally, just how strong is the other side? Li Huang thought silently. Well, let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Li Huang shook his head and stared intently at his reflection. Back then, how did Xianpin help the Simings? He saw the 7 eyeballs close slowly on the forehead of his reflection. The next moment, Li Huang's vision suddenly blurred. Various images quickly flashed before his eyes. He clutched his head in pain as memories of what Xianpin had done slowly emerged in his mind. It seemed like a fragment of a past recollection. Chief, everything is ready. Xianpin heard the response from the Imperial Guard and put down the pen in his hand. He turned slowly and walked out of the house, heading to a huge altar stacked with torches at the edge. In the center of the altar were the others who had died with Xianpin. At the center of the circular altar stood a massive bronze tree, towering dozens of meters high. Xianpin stopped under the tree and made various gestures with his 6 hands. Then, he suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" asked Huangfu Tiangang, the imperial preceptor of the Liang kingdom. He was barefoot and holding his constellation sword while preparing to perform a ritual. Xianpin shook his head. "Someone is here." "Someone?" Huangfu Tiangang's face immediately darkened. He pulled out a Taoist bell and shook it violently, causing the sound to echo around the altar. When the sound of the bell ceased, Huangfu Tiangang looked back at Xianpin in confusion. "Where's the person? I set up a great formation outside. Not even a bug should be able to get in. It's impossible for someone to be here." Xianpin didn't explain further. He seemed to notice Li Huang's gaze and looked in the direction of his line of sight through the hole in his red Taoist robe. "I don't know who you are, nor do I know why you need the dragon-slaying Immortal-Killing array. But since you need to learn it, the world must be in a very dire situation. I will teach you now, so pay attention. To begin the array, one must step on the gang star that transcends the 3 realms. This step is the foundation of the U-step. By retracing the steps, nothing is impossible. The steps need not be complex, but the heart must connect with the 9 stars. The feet must inspire the 9 spirits, and the body must embody the 9 energies, thus achieving clarity." As he spoke, Xianpin began to demonstrate to Li Huang. For men, the left foot goes first. For women, the right hand leads. The left hand follows, with the right hand forming the Tai gesture. The left hand follows again, with the right hand forming the Siming gesture for longevity. The left hand follows the right hand to form the Tianguan gesture. As Xianpin explained, his 3 pairs of hands emerged from his Taoist robes and coordinated to form various gestures. "Step into the Yang stance and recite with me." The incantation from Xianpin's mouth was incredibly cryptic, but Li Huang immediately understood its meaning. Among the positions of the 28 constellations, the purple star is the golden beam that supports the jade column. As Xianpin continued step by step, the so-called dragon-slaying Immortal-Killing array became imprinted into Li Huang's mind. The imperial preceptor raised the constellation sword and pointed it forcefully at the sky. 2 dragon veins flew over from afar, coiling around the gigantic bronze tree. One of them was Gao Zhijian. As the 2 dragon veins settled on the bronze tree, the tree brightened significantly, shifting from its original color to a shade of gold. The clouds in the sky dispersed and revealed stars. Xianpin and those beside him continued to chant and perform rituals as the sound of dragon roars echoed in the air. The dragon veins connected with the earth veins, altering the landscape and feng shui across the world. The stars moved aside and revealed a patch of pitch-black sky. Li Huang finally understood why this secret required 7 secrets to exchange. In that extreme darkness, he saw a massive jade door, the Oxtail Gate. A vast, multi-eyed creature was looking down through the Oxtail Gate. As Xian Pin chanted and performed rituals, the Imperial Preceptor raised the constellation sword and lifted 3 Nine Dragons' light-emitting talismans. With bare feet, urgently tread the heavenly gate. The energy of the Een demons invades the south while the 9 dragons rise and return the sun's rays. The sky clears as brilliance spreads across the vast universe. The evil Een spirits perish, their shadows scattered. Oam, black-wheeled deity, heavenly light piercing the sun, obey the command urgently. The gold talismans on the Imperial Preceptor's sword ignited instantly as dragon roars echoed in the air. Golden dragon bodies rapidly climbed from the bronze tree onto everyone on the altar. Immediately, dragon scales and horns began to appear on everyone. They tore through their clothes and exposed deformed dragon scales as dragon chi emanated from them. Conversely, the dragon veins on the bronze tree weakened, and numerous withered corpses hung all over the bronze tree. Chapter 785, Emperor. It's time. Huang Fu Tiangang shouted. He was now completely transformed. Everyone resolutely extended their dragon claws and forcibly gouged their eyes out. Go, Huang Fu Tiangang said as he threw his constellation sword into the air and leaped onto it. Then he flew toward the Oxtail Gate. Xian Pin's robe shrank. A strange golden dragon covered in golden claws emerged from it and charged toward the Oxtail Gate. Once they left, everyone else used their own unique abilities and followed them toward the Oxtail Gate. As they moved, the entire world's feng shui and spiritual veins shifted with them. They weren't only borrowing the luck of the dragon veins, they were tapping into the luck of the entire world. When Li Huang opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the ground. He was bleeding heavily from his nose and felt so dizzy that he could barely stand. Despite this, Li Huang clearly remembered everything that had just happened, down to the smallest detail. This was not just a display of the secret, but a forceful implantation of it into Li Huang's mind. So that's what happened. On their own, they couldn't help the Simings. They needed to borrow the power of 2 dragon veins and the world's earth veins to intervene in the Simings' battle. I knew Xian Pin had a backup plan. Li Huang's excitement gradually faded when he realized that Xian Pin and the others were still dead. Before he could mourn, something strange happened. His memories about the events began to fade. Li Huang exclaimed frantically, "What's happening? Aren't you helping me? Why are you taking it back?" As the fading accelerated and even affected the spell Xian Pin had recited, Li Huang grabbed his head. "Come back. Don't disappear." He tried to use his truth cultivation abilities to stop the process, but they had no effect on the already fleeting memories. I said come back. Veins bulged on Li Huang's forehead. As he increased his force on both hands, he suddenly heard a crack as his skull fractured. Li Huang was momentarily stunned by the shattering sound. Then his face showed a trace of joy. He inserted his right hand into the fissure in his skull and began to rummage through his brain. Li Huang quickly found the vanishing memory. He tightly held onto it with his right hand to prevent it from disappearing. He used his trembling left hand to dip into the soft memory and quickly wrote on the ground. He couldn't let the memory vanish, so he had to record everything. Li Huang held the memory in one hand as he wrote frantically. He wrote wherever he could, filling the floor, the walls, and even his own body with notes. Finally, when he could no longer dip into the memory, he pulled his hand out of his head. Li Huang stood in the center of the room, surrounded by his writings. He breathed a long sigh of relief. He had recorded everything. After resolving this issue, Li Huang began to review his notes and organize his thoughts. As he looked through them, he sensed something was off and frowned. Something's wrong. If they went to Oxtail Gate, how did the Dharma sect ambush them? Didn't Xian Ping get killed due to a Dharma sect ambush? Zhang Tin wasn't there, so he might not know, but Gao Zhijian was there. How could he not know? The truth Gao Zhijian had previously relayed to him now began to blur. Was he lying to me? Was he lying to me as well? Li Huang couldn't believe this possibility. He decided to confront Gao Zhijian and ask him personally. He found Gao Zhijian on a large road outside of the military camp. He was dressed in his dragon robes and seated on a jade chariot pulled by 16 carriages. The entire procession looked very grand. The people dared not block his path, kneeling and bowing as he passed. Li Huang's appearance alarmed the eunuchs and guards, but they stood down at Gao Zhijian's command. Gao Zhijian said, "Seniorly, can it wait?" I'm heading to the military camp to send off the soldiers. If I'm late, it might upset them. Li Huang jumped onto the chariot and yelled, "Tell me the truth. How did Xian Pin and the others die? The Dharma sect ambushed and killed them while they were helping the Simings." "Nonsense. They set up the dragon-slaying, immortal-killing array, borrowed your luck and the world's luck, then went to the Oxtail Gate. How could the Dharma sect have harmed them?" Gao Zhijin froze. "How do you know all this?" "Don't ask me how I know. I just want to know why you lied. You were there. You even participated in the array, so why didn't you tell me? Are you still simpleton, the one I could entrust my life to? Or are you now a calculating emperor on the dragon throne?" The yellow silk of the canopy fluttered in the wind as Gao Zhijin sat silently. After a moment, he said, "Senior Li, Xian Pin entrusted some things to be kept from you, and I agreed. I am still the person you can entrust your life to, but you once told me to be a good emperor. A good emperor can't speak freely. A good emperor must be shrewd and capable of lying without blinking. A good emperor must prioritize the country's affairs over personal matters. A good emperor must use imperial tactics without hesitation while treading carefully to avoid becoming a tyrant or a muddler. But if being a good emperor conflicts with being a simpleton you can entrust your life to, which one should I choose? Senior Li, you saved my life multiple times. Tell me which one to choose, and I will choose it without question." Li Huang's anger dissipated, giving way to a complex expression as he looked at Gao Zhijin. He remained silent. As they stared at each other, a groan interrupted them. A pregnant woman kneeling nearby collapsed, with blood flowing from her body. Gao Zhijin urgently pointed. "Quick, help her deliver the baby. Don't let her die." Eunuchs and maids from within the convoy rushed to assist. Li Huang finally replied, "A good emperor. Good." Another shriek filled the air as the eunuchs and maids assisting in the childbirth fled fearfully. A monstrous creature with a baby's head and a vulture's body emerged from the blood, laughing with a mouth full of rotten teeth. Chapter 786, Decree. Ha ha ha. The human-faced beast ignored everyone as it lay in the puddle of blood. The monster struggled to control its limbs as it laughed. Ha ha. May the sun and moon fall. The sun sets at dusk. It sets in the evening and rises in the morning. The 9 calamities, the celestial dragons, and the fallen star. The crimson court falls, and the white jade darkens. The celestial deities' ichor shall flow. Everyone saw the naked human-faced vulture ranting and laughing maniacally before falling lifelessly to the ground. The events unfolded so quickly that no one could comprehend what had just happened. They just had their eyes fixed on the motionless corpse. Despite the gaping wound on her abdomen, the woman who had been pregnant just a moment ago draped herself over the corpse of the beast and cried, "My son, Aya!" Her scream spurred everyone into action. "Guards!" Gao Zhijin shouted. His guards immediately surrounded him. Li Huang almost lost his balance when he realized what had happened. His face contorted in disgust and hatred. It was an omen. He had seen it once in the Qi kingdom. The Qi kingdom had fallen shortly after the omen's appearance. The omen was a sign of great misfortune, and now it had appeared in the Liang kingdom. Li Huang didn't know what lay ahead, but he knew that everything was in grave danger. Gao Zhijin did not recognize what it was, but some of the people around him did. An old eunuch with bronze coins sewn into his eye sockets quickly explained the omen to Gao Zhijin in a hushed tone. Gao Zhijin's eyes widened with shock as he stared at the monster in the puddle of blood. Li Huang nodded and said in a grave tone, "He's right. We are in grave danger." Gao Zhijin didn't have the mood to go to the barracks anymore. He waved quickly. "Quick, return to the palace." As if dissatisfied with how slow they were going, Gao Zhijin hopped on a horse and charged back towards the palace. Li Huang walked over and picked up the dead omen from the lady's embrace before quickly following Gao Zhijin. As the Liang Kingdom's emperor, Gao Zhijin had the highest authority and could command everyone. He commanded his officials and the soldiers to prepare to depart at any moment. The city was shrouded in uncertainty and depression. The civilians somehow sensed something was wrong. Even in broad daylight, the streets remained empty. Anyone who had to venture outside scurried like frightened rats and huddled close to the walls. Before long, the upper-ranked officers were summoned. All of them stared at the dead omen and listened to Gao Zhijin's explanation, but none of them said anything. After some time, a young eunuch entered the room and reported, "Your Majesty, I've received news that we are not the only place to have produced an omen. Si Qi, Qing Qiu, Ho Shu, and even the other counties in the Liang Kingdom have have reported the appearances of omens. The minuscule hope in everyone's heart was shattered. Something more dangerous than the Dharma sect was now at play. The entire world was going to experience great danger. Your Majesty, a general with 2 scars on his face, swiftly kneeled down. Please allow me to fight. I will fight with my life on the line to destroy the Dharma sect and destroy these inauspicious omens. With his words, a chain reaction ensued as everyone began echoing his words. The appearance of the omens worried everyone, making them want immediately to leap into action. Even the civil officers and the surveillance bureau wanted to join. Li Huang was standing in the corner to observe the situation. Their reactions. They are afraid that the world is going to end. Li Huang was afraid too. The Qi kingdom was gone, so its inhabitants ran to the Liang kingdom. But what if the Liang kingdom fell too? Li Huang dared not imagine such an ending. General, do not be rash. We have to be careful. The Dharma sect has lost a lot of their manpower. They are most likely using this to trip us up. Haste makes waste. Gao Zhijian calmed them down and started giving them different orders. He gave every person a suitable task and started aligning their hearts as one. Gao Zhijian appeared to have learned a lot from the previous dragon veins. He had learned how to calm everyone during a major crisis and devise plans to tackle it. The officers and generals slowly left one by one. Then, Gao Zhijian looked at Li Huang. Senior Li, what do you intend to do? The omen's appearance had solidified Li Huang's thoughts. I need to conduct the dragon-slaying, immortal-killing array. An omen's appearance usually indicates that something bad is happening up there. I need to go up there and see what has happened. Senior Li, is there a need for you to do so? Yes. Gao Zhijian sat on his throne and stared at Li Huang. Senior Li, do you remember what I said earlier about my choice? I still remember. Then I will have to advise you to not do so. Xian Pin had told me that the array could destroy the Dharma sect in one go, so I allowed him to take that risk. I let him become the nexus of the array, but look what happened. They all died, and now even omens began appearing. That method is useless. I have a plan to deal with the Dharma sect here. I need you to help me. Li Huang shook his head. No, this method will work. No matter what that Siming was, it gave me 7 secrets in hopes that I would conduct the array. The Siming needs my help. Gao Zhijian gripped his throne tightly. And what are those Simings? You don't even know who the Siming is and you trust them? Can you be confident that they aren't using you like a pawn? Maybe Xian Pin died because he was fooled by those Simings. The fate of humanity must be held in our own hands and not in the hands of other beings. Li Huang could tell how much Gao Zhijian detested the Simings from his tone. Senior Li, you are strong. You should stand where you are needed the most. With Xian Pin's death, you have to be our main strength. Only then can we win. Li Huang's anger started to bubble after seeing how stubborn Gao Zhijian was. You think I'm only trying to destroy the Dharma sect? Do you think everything would be solved with that? What if everything worsens even after we destroy the Dharma sect? Gao Zhijian waved his arms after seeing Li Huang still refuse to listen to him. An eunuch quickly brought out a brush and a golden decree. Gao Zhijian wrote his decree swiftly before placing it onto the tray. The eunuch then displayed the tray to Li Huang. Li Huang, receive the decree. Li Huang did not move. Chapter 787, Explode. Li Huang did not move, so Gao Zhijian repeated his command. Surveillance Bureau, 3rd General Li Huang, accept the decree. Li Huang was about to say something when Gao Zhijian stood up from his chair, approached Li Huang, and stared at him calmly. Left and right Jinwu guards, Cavalry Commander Ergio, accept the decree. Li Huang looked at Gao Zhijian with a complicated expression on his face. Gao Zhijian, in his dragon robes, suddenly knelt on both knees and kowtowed, his crown hitting the ground heavily in the process. Senior Li, please accept the decree. Li Huang looked at the massive body kneeling in front of him and relented. He took the decree and raised it up high in the air. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Huang accepts the decree. Li Huang kept the decree in his robes and walked out. Gao Zhijian stood back up after seeing Li Huang exiting. The eunuchs quickly dusted him off with their horsetail whisks. Gao Zhijian calmed down and sat back down on his throne. An imposing pressure emanated from him as he resumed his duty as the emperor. He said, Denua is facing great danger. Issue my imperial orders and summon everyone into the palace. I shall meet each sect and each faction myself. Li Huang walked out from the cold palace without opening the decree. He didn't know what Gao Zhijian had ordered him to do. Gao Zhijian wouldn't help Li Huang, even though he had finally obtained the dragon-slaying, immortal-killing array. And without Gao Zhijian's help, He couldn't use the array. Nevertheless, he was more worried about Gao Zhijian than himself. Li Huang had barely left the city when the sound of rapid drumming reached his ears, coming from within the city. He listened carefully and recognized the signal. It was the signal for the soldiers to prepare for battle. They were heading out to Nanping. It was hard to believe they only managed to obtain a brief respite before heading out to a gruesome battle. Li Huang's heart felt heavy when he recalled Gao Zhijian and the weight of the foreign object in his robes. Gao Zhijian had changed immediately after saying that he had to change. He was not a stranger to Li Huang, but there was nothing he could do. He was the one who had told Gao Zhijian to change in the first place. "Father, are you upset?" Li Sui piped up. "There's nothing to be sad about. No matter what I chose, we would still be sad," Li Huang replied, feeling tired. He then walked past a White Lotus sect disciple who only had a single leg. Li Huang stared at the White Lotus motif on their shirt before approaching the White Lotus sect's main hall. He wanted to find someone to vent to, but there weren't many people he could talk to. Somehow, as time passed, there were fewer and fewer people he could confide in. There was only one person he could rely on, the one who could make him feel slightly better, even if it meant resting on her shoulders temporarily. Li Huang soon found Bai Lingyao. She was reading some papers. As he approached her, she suddenly stood up. "No, this won't work. Nanping is too far away, and there are too many people. We don't have enough food for them. Quick, contact the people and find a way to do this." "Understood, Saintess. Also, send out some of our people to test out their capabilities on the battlefield. If they do well, we can rotate some of our people to go to war to help the Liang Kingdom end this as soon as possible. Please give me notice every time our disciples are heading to war. I will request the Heavenly Mater to bless us so that we may achieve victory. One last thing. Send out orders for our disciples to stop any rumors the moment they encounter them." Bai Lingyao suddenly felt something to her left and stopped talking. She felt a familiar gaze and turned around. She walked towards the direction from which she sensed the gaze and extended her hands, searching for someone. However, no one was there. "What's wrong?" "No, everything's fine," Bai Lingyao said, shaking her head. She turned around and resumed her work. They were in a crisis. As the Saintess, she had various things to do. She could not rest now. Just as the situation had finally stabilized, everyone was spurred into unrest again. The Dharma sect, who had been forced away from Siqi, would not relinquish it that easily. The witches from the Dharma sect also detested the surveillance bureau. Neither side refused to go down without a fight. Li Huang had no choice. He followed the decree's instructions and accompanied the military as they marched down towards Nanping. Near the borders, both the soldiers and the Dharma sect charged towards each other on sight. Words were useless here. There was no room for reconciliation. Li Huang was the vanguard. Black tentacles sprouted out from his body as he raised his spine, soared high into the air. He stood on the skull of Peng Longting's horse as he charged into the Dharma sect. Explosions of blood came into view wherever he went. Every path he took turned crimson red. Li Huang was like an incredibly sharp weapon for the soldiers. Every time he broke through one of the Dharma sect's formations, the soldiers following him would immediately surge into the cracks of the formation, destroying any members of the Dharma sect they encountered. Li Huang's appearance had attracted the Dharma sect's attention, but they did nothing. It was as if they were waiting for something. Meanwhile, Li Huang continued butchering their ranks. Half a division later, when the Dharma sect was slowly breaking down, a ragged umbrella brushed past Li Huang. A tall and skinny man wearing ragged Taoist robes appeared in front of him. Li Huang recognized that man. It was the same person who had tried to ambush him. He never thought the umbrella man would appear. The man was tall. His head seemed elongated, with the top of it stuffed into a white urn. The only thing he revealed was his mouth. There was a red cloth wrapped around the white urn. One word was written on the cloth: tribute. Li Huang took half a step back when he felt someone behind him. An eye opened on the back of his head, and he saw another umbrella man standing behind him. The newcomer looked exactly like the first umbrella man. No, there were two more, one on his left and another on his right. They had isolated Li Huang from the others. It was clear that they were here to ambush Li Huang. Just then, a massive general appeared. He expanded before exploding into bits of flesh. An old monk wearing a robe of flesh walked out from the remnants of the general's body. It was Chandu. "Taoist Li, do not be afraid. We are here to help." Chapter 788, Ru Shou. Fire. Li Huang roared as he and Peng Longting were engulfed by fire. They broke through the entrapment of the four strange men. charging towards the other Dharma sect members. Li Huang had allies on the outside, so he wanted to group up with them to increase his chances of winning. But the Dharma sect was clearly trying to stop him from doing so. The four weird men opened their umbrellas simultaneously. It suddenly started raining out of nowhere, and the rainwater suppressed Li Huang's fire. Fire and water collided, forming a dense mist of steam that the four weird men held onto. They pulled the steam and covered their surroundings in white mist. With the concealment of the mist, Li Huang and Peng Longting lost sight of their targets. Chen Du disappeared as well. Li Huang had lost his bearings and didn't know where his allies were. Splat! Peng Longting impaled Li Huang with her halberd and launched him high up into the air. Li Huang needed to find a way to escape through the white mist. Li Huang flew high before landing back into the white mist. Suddenly, he saw something red flashing in the mist. Without hesitation, he stabbed towards the red light with his sword. There were two stabbing sounds. One came from Li Huang stabbing his sword into Peng Longting, while the other was Peng Longting stabbing her halberd into Li Huang. They stared at each other in a daze as the flames burned their bodies. Peng Longting swung her halberd and threw Li Huang to the side. "What's going on? Didn't you fly up just now? How did you end up behind me?" Li Huang held his chest and stood up as he observed the white mist. He had a gut feeling that something was wrong. He stabbed his sword into his mouth to pry off some of his molars before spitting them out like shotgun pellets towards his front. He was surprised when the molars hit his back, causing sparks to fly from the impact. Something's wrong with the mist. The moment the words left Li Huang's mouth, the rain became heavier, threatening to extinguish his fire. "What should I do? Am I trapped?" Li Huang shook his head to snap out of it. "No, this is good. I need them to buy as much time as possible. I already have a team of elites heading towards them from the back. They are doomed to die today from our pincer attack." He felt false qi enter his body. They believed it. He smiled without anyone knowing. Just then, the white mist to his left started to bubble and swirl before a weird man with the umbrella walked into his line of sight. Li Huang asked, "Who are you? Give me a name." He stomped on the ground and ran towards the weird man. "Ru Shou, Ru Shou, Ru Shou, Ru Shou." Four identical voices answered as the weird men threw their umbrellas at Li Huang from four different directions. Li Huang swung his spine sword, sending a rift towards every umbrella. The umbrellas spun through the air, shaking off droplets of rainwater. The rifts diminished in size as the rain continued to fall on them. "Who are they?" Li Huang wondered, looking at the four umbrellas flying towards him. Without any hesitation, he tore off one of his rib bones and stabbed his own chest. Just as he did, he saw an eyeball underneath one of the tattered umbrellas. The four umbrellas didn't stop at all, seemingly unaffected by the pain. They tried to stab Li Huang, but they were not the only ones attacking Li Huang. Even their shadows had joined in, attacking Li Huang's shadow. Peng Longting's massive frame suddenly appeared in front of Li Huang and blocked their attacks. The umbrellas pierced her before spinning wildly. Peng Longting's flaming body was split into pieces before scattering onto the ground. Li Huang stood still and glared at the four men in front of him. "You don't feel pain? Are you not alive?" The four of them, Ru Shou, did not answer. Their emaciated bodies suddenly trembled. Li Huang even heard their urns shatter underneath their umbrellas. The four men suddenly expanded, though their lower halves were still long and thin. Li Huang thought they were going to attack him again, but the white mist around him suddenly cleared up a lot. Soon after, Li Huang saw a familiar Buddha consuming the white mist. It was the one he had seen in the righteous monastery. It was sucking the white mist into the holes on its body. Nan wu shir ji chue yi meng a li yi palu ji di shir fo luo lung tu pa. There was a superimposed chanting coming from the Buddha as a fleshy bodhisattva with two faces crawled out from one of the Buddha's orifices. The two faces were none other than Abbot Chen Du and Abbot Xian Hui. Sapa piu duo na imopajia. As they chanted, the four Ru Shous swelled up more and more, with lumps of flesh protruding out. Li Huang recalled that this was one of the very few times that he was fighting with his allies. "Keep going, don't stop," he yelled. Li Huang watched the four weird men, Ru Shou, slowly turn into mud. Their umbrellas suddenly fell downwards, blocking Li Huang's vision. Ru Shou had disappeared by the time the umbrellas landed on the ground. The white mist scattered, and Li Huang was back on the battlefield filled with bloodthirst and a murderous aura. He ran. Li Huang muttered, scanning his surroundings. No, he would not. If the Dharma sect couldn't even hold their ground here, they wouldn't be able to defend all of Nanping. Chen Du replied. The ground suddenly trembled. Is the earth dragon turning again? Li Huang focused on the ground to prevent himself being swallowed by the earth dragon once more. Just then, the eyes growing at the back of his head widened with shock. Father, water. There's a lot of water behind us. Li Huang turned around and saw muddy water surging towards them like a yellow dragon. The water submerged everyone on the battlefield, both the soldiers and the Dharma sect members. All of them were washed away. Chapter 789, Trust. The raging river surged through the battlefield, sweeping away horses, chariots, and even the soldiers in their formations. The murderous aura dissipated soon after. However, amidst the tumultuous waters, one being remained unwavering, a massive bodhisattva. It was Chen Du and Xian Pin, who had transformed into a bodhisattva several meters tall with 2 faces. They also had 1,000 arms behind their back. They stood with their waists submerged in their water. One of their bloody arms scooped up Li Huang from the water. Li Huang didn't realize what had happened. He touched the shimmer mirror to inspect what had transpired. He soon let go of the mirror and frowned. Those crazy bastards destroyed the river banks. Qi, a kingdom abundant with rivers, faced a difficult situation because the Dharma sect had decided to flood the entire battlefield. That single flood instantly erased the momentum that the soldiers had obtained. The Dharma sect also didn't care about how many people would die from the flooding water flowing downstream. Just then, the flesh bodhisattva suddenly stumbled. The 2 abbots frowned. Be careful. There are enemies in the water. Li Huang scanned the water but saw nothing except for the muddy water. The rain continued to fall and scattered his reflection in the water. Swish! Suddenly, a black rope shot out from the water, wrapping itself around Li Huang's neck before dragging him into the water. What is this? Li Huang held onto the rope with his hands before opening his mouth. Li Sui's tentacles shot out and chased after the enemy. When Li Sui retracted her tentacles, Li Huang saw a strange entity entangled within them. It resembled a monkey, but its eyes were wide, like those of a fish. Furthermore, it had gills behind its ears. A water monkey? 1. Li Huang remembered seeing them once on a boat, but they were completely different. The water monkey in front of him looked even more gnarly and ferocious. Li Huang had just said that when the massive bodhisattva lost its balance and fell into the river. It's not just those smallish evil entities in the water. Be careful. There's something massive in the water. With those words, Chen Du fell into the water along with Li Huang. The icy cold water of the river submerged Li Huang. Numerous tentacles sprouted out from Li Huang's body, allowing him to navigate freely in the water. Regardless of what was in the water, Li Huang understood that he could not fight it in its natural habitat. He had no reason to do so either. He started swimming upwards with the help of Li Sui's tentacles. He attempted to resurface, reaching out to push through the water. However, he soon realized he couldn't break through. It was as if he was trapped in the muddy water. No matter how hard he pushed or how high he was stuck underwater. This is just the surface. I can get out. I can get out. Li Huang mumbled, using his powers to try to surface. As his hands finally broke through the water's surface, a surge of joy washed over him. But just then, numerous gazes fell onto him from beneath the water. He looked down and saw 4 people standing in the muddy water. He didn't recognize 3 of them, but he did recognize Shou and his 4 umbrellas. It was clear that they were here to hunt Li Huang down. It doesn't matter which side won today, as long they caught Li Huang. All in all, it would be the Dharma sect's victory if they did. Xian Pin was dead. The Dharma sect was naturally aiming for him next. I can get out. I can get out. Li Huang continued to push upwards. He had just extended his arm out of the water when a flash of steel cut both of his arms off. His arms sank down into the muddy water with blood trailing out from the wound. One of the figures, the one at the left, opened its mouth and ate both Li Huang's arms. Li Huang had no choice but to fight. He raised his wounded arms up as the water was diluting his blood. 2 tentacles sprouted out from the opening of Li Huang's arms. He snarled before charging towards the 4 figures. Let me see how strong you guys are. The 4 figures split apart and charged towards Li Huang from different directions. As they got closer, bubbles floated up from the bottom, obscuring Li Huang's vision. All of a sudden, a stone mask tangled in weeds flew towards Li Huang's face. Li Huang stared at the stone mask intently. The person behind the stone mask slowly turned into stone and sank into the bottom of the water. Both of Li Huowang's legs were spread apart out of nowhere. It was as if something was holding each of his legs, pulling them further and further apart until the sound of cracking bones rang out. If the pulling continued, Li Huowang would be split in half. Li Sui held the purple tassel sword and came out from Li Huowang's body to swing it at the thing holding Li Huowang's legs, but Li Sui's sword hit nothing. It's not invisible. It's the water. The water is alive. The next instant, Li Huowang's legs were torn apart from his body. Splat! An umbrella suddenly stabbed into Li Huowang's chest. The umbrella had come from nowhere. As the umbrella was on the verge of opening up to tear Li Huowang to pieces, he used Li Sui's tentacles to wrap around the umbrella. He was trying to prevent the umbrella from opening, but it was useless as the other witches of the Dharma clan encircled him. Li Huowang stared at the single eye inside the broken urn of the umbrella before he laughed out loud. Did you really think I came unprepared despite knowing that you all were targeting me? How about it? Am I really that good at acting? Ha. To think that you believed me. You thought you were ambushing me? In reality, I am the one ambushing you. Didn't you realize that Chen Du is missing? I'm just bait to lure you all in. The witches of the Dharma clan quickly looked around to prepare for the unseen attack. Li Huowang laughed extremely hard upon seeing them. He laughed until he almost cried. Ha. I tricked you guys. I can't believe you guys believed it. Ha. 1. A cryptid in China, sometimes called a water ghost, lives in rivers or other bodies of fresh water. It feeds on fish and prawns, though it may drink human blood too. Chapter 790, Tian Wu. Li Huowang laughed even harder when he sensed how angry they were. He wasn't afraid at all. You won't have the chance to laugh anymore. The umbrella in his chest suddenly spun, cutting off Li Sui's tentacles. Shou unfolded the ragged umbrella, tearing Li Huowang's body apart into several pieces. His blood stained the water, turning it crimson red while his flesh descended into the depths of the muddy water. Shou held onto his umbrella and smiled at the pieces of Li Huowang's flesh. Suddenly, black tentacles sprouted out from the pieces of Li Huowang's flesh. They stuck and pulled the chunk of flesh together before recombining Li Huowang's body together. Are you stupid? Did you really think there was no ambush just because I said so? Why don't you look around? Li Huowang had just said that when the water quickly subsided. Someone had blocked off the hole in the river bank. Li Huowang stepped on the muddy ground, now completely free from the river's influence. He looked at his enemies and his allies. There was the Righteous Monastery, the Antraber Temple, the Luo sect, the Mo family, the Ao Jing sect, the soldiers, and even several other sects that Li Huowang had never seen before. All of them encircled the Dharma sect. This was supposed to be an ambush to kill Li Huowang, but the situation had completely changed. Li Huowang now had the advantage. Li Huowang inspected his enemies again. Due to how turbid the water was before, he had only seen them as shadows in the water. Now, he could see them clearly. He recognized some of them, including Shou, but the most conspicuous one was a large pile of wet hair. On closer inspection, Li Huowang realized that they were the water monkeys. They huddled each other to protect something in the middle. Their strength had greatly diminished without the river water. Beside the water monkeys were 4 chicken feet men. They all had a veil of viscera covering their faces. Li Huowang recognized them because he fought them before. Beside them was someone he had never seen before. It was someone wearing a stone mask. The mask's eyes were empty, with rounded ears and a tall nose. The mask's mouth was slightly agape. Li Huowang had to admit that it looked somewhat divine. It resembled the mask he had seen in the Liang Kingdom's palace. The difference was that those were made from copper, while the one in front of him was made of stone. The final person was a hunchbacked man carrying a large gourd on his back. Half of his face was average, while the other half had been transformed into a large trailing lump of flesh. Various organs grew on the tumor on his face as he dragged it along the ground. The lump of the tumor also pulsated according to the person's breath. Li Huowang wasn't sure what was happening, but he felt his body itching, so he scratched his chin with his arms. As he did, he noticed several red welts on his arms, resembling mosquito bites. This was the battlefield. There was no reason to introduce themselves. The Righteous Monastery was the first one to attack. Mo Lo, Di Lianai, Mo Swan Li Tai. The flesh bodhisattva was seated behind the abbots. As they chanted, everything around the bodhisattva turned into flesh and blood, regardless of what it was. Mud, stone, wood, and trees slowly transformed into flesh, including the ground beneath the Dharma sect. The low roar of a dragon came from the middle of the group of water monkeys. Rain began pouring heavily, and the group of water monkeys scattered. A woman with fish scale tattoos appeared from the group of water monkeys. Li Huang recognized her tattoo as the same one Yang Xiaohai's family used. She was a boat person. However, compared to the boat people who worked on the sea for food, the one in front of Li Huang appeared to hold even more power. She smiled and revealed razor-sharp teeth. She was holding a statue covered in fish skin. It was small, but it gave Li Huang a bad feeling. Come. Peng Longting rode her horse as she threw Li Huang towards the woman. It was clear that she was the one who had brought the rain. Suddenly, a bunch of limbs covered in white tassels covered the group of water monkeys and the woman. The organs of the water monkeys shifted rapidly in different directions. Li Huang remembered what they were, the white tassels of the Lion Dance Palace. Even they had come to help for the sake of their survival. Seeing that someone was dealing with her, Li Huang changed directions and charged toward the man with the tumor. Li Huang didn't dare let his guard down in this life-or-death situation. He wasn't sure what abilities the man with the tumor had, so he decided to use his cultivation to test the waters first. Li Huang glared at the man and slowly turned him to stone. The petrification process had almost been completed when the stone suddenly cracked open. Yellow smoke billowed out from the gourd and flowed towards Li Huang. Longting, go and see what kind of abilities he has. Charge. Peng Longting kicked her horse and charged into the yellow smoke. Her target was the cracked statue. When the yellow smoke touched her body, it quickly made her mutate. Screaming mouths grew on her body, along with several weird hands. They quickly seeped out from the chinks of her armor and continued to grow. Her horse grew larger too. Its legs split into 6 before splitting into 8. Several strange iridescent liquids dripped from Peng Longting's armor onto the ground. It somehow gave life to inanimate objects. Li Huang had seen the same liquid before. It covered the entirety of the Qi kingdom and could mutate everything. God, you are dead. Did something snatch its heavenly Tao? Or is this the heavenly Tao of another Siming? Li Huang waved his arms to turn Peng Longting into an illusion again. But something was wrong. Peng Longting's body continued to mutate. She didn't turn into an illusion. Under the influence of the strange liquid, Li Huang's control over her had somehow been lost. Peng Longting was currently fused to her horse, and she started becoming slower and slower. She soon fell onto the ground and continued to mutate before becoming a strange fleshy gourd that continued to produce the strange liquid. The strange man emerged from the back of the gourd and patted it before revealing his black teeth with a smile. I am Tian Wu. I greet Taoist Li. Chapter 791, Heavenly Tao. Li Huang stood motionlessly as he looked at Tian Wu, seemingly deep in thought. The next moment, Tian Wu's head plunged into his chest, avoiding a crack that shot from behind. Li Huang's figure gradually appeared behind Tian Wu. As he did, the motionless Li Huang pulled off his face to reveal Li Sui's cute face. Tian Wu was hunched over. He dipped 2 fingers into the strange liquid that had leaked from the crack, then put them in his mouth to taste it. Taoist Li, you really like to play tricks. You even used a fake person to fool me. Taoist Li, are you really not going to join our sect? This opportunity won't come again. If you join us, we can discuss everything else. Are you stupid? We have you cornered in an ambush. You still want to recruit me despite your position? Do you think that's possible? Li Huang sneered as he stepped on the soft flesh. He drew his sword and stabbed himself in the abdomen, exposing his internal organs to the air. The opponent's powers seemed extremely strange, so holding back was not an option. After finally capturing an expert from the Dharma sect, he had to make them suffer. Li Huang spread out a scroll of the profound records on the ground. He tore out his liver and slapped it onto the red bamboo slips forcefully. Wood liver. When the 5 elements intercalation was complete, Li Huang strode toward him with his abdomen covered in all sorts of twisted worms. Just as he was about to touch the yellow mist, a gap suddenly cracked apart on the flesh on the ground and swallowed him whole. How interesting. Tian Wu shook his gourd as the yellow smoke floating in the air drifted toward the flesh where Li Huang had disappeared. After a while, the flesh came alive. Bizarre limbs continued to grow out and quickly broke free from the control of the abbot of the righteous monastery. Another gourd of flesh appeared, which secreted the strange liquid in all directions. Tian Wu suddenly felt a pain in his feet. Looking down, he saw countless worms covering his feet and gnawing away. Just as they were about to gnaw through, a blister swelled on the gourd beside him. Pop! The blister burst and sprayed the strange liquid all over his feet. The liquid covered the worms, causing their bodies to deform as it contended with Li Huowang for control of them. Is this all you can do, Taoist Li? I really don't know why the witch thinks so highly of you, Tian Wu said. Suddenly, a crack flew out from the ground, attempting to cut him in two. Tian Wu, who seemed able to foresee the future, quickly leaned back and dodged the flying crack. To his surprise, a long purple tassel sword was thrust through the crack. It stabbed into Tian Wu's abdomen, then cleaved him in half with a forceful upward stroke. Shortly after, the completely deformed Li Huowang emerged from a new crack. He held his head in pain while the wriggling things on his body quickly withered and disappeared. He had used the crack to jump to the Great Qi and launch a stealthy attack, making this move hard to defend against. However, going to Great Qi in its current state clearly required a price. If things in that place were all crazily deformed, a person could become a monster in just a few breaths. Fortunately, with his truth, cultivation abilities, Li Huowang could reverse the deformation of his flesh. It can't be wrong. This feeling, the liquid this guy uses, is the same as the one in the Great Qi. Li Huowang grimaced at the gourds secreting liquid. He didn't know which Siming's heavenly Tao it was that Tian Wu was drawing upon, but it clearly had something to do with deformation. Is deformation also a heavenly Tao? What's the name of the Siming in charge of deformation? Li Huowang muttered. The hunched old man who had been cut in two suddenly stood up. In your terms, you can call it the god of pestilence. Strange liquids spurted from his hump like a volcano and splashed toward Li Huowang. Worms flew out from Li Huowang's chest to block the black liquid, giving him time to dodge. Li Huowang stood on a piece of protruding bone. He lifted his sword and looked at Tian Wu with an expression of uncertainty. Still not dead? Where is this guy from? I have no origin. I'm just an ordinary old man, Tian Wu said, with his two mouths still split open and his body still deforming. You're an ordinary old man? Like I believe that. Li Huowang roared and charged at Tian Wu, his veins bulging on his forehead. Tian Wu's body split apart and forcibly merged again, the deformations on his body rapidly disappearing. Tian Wu was about to use his magical powers as Li Huowang approached, but his body didn't obey his commands. At that moment, he truly seemed like an ordinary old man. By the time Tian Wu reached for the weapon at his waist, it was too late. There was a flash of white light, and Tian Wu's head soared into the sky. The next moment, blood spurted from his neck, almost reaching a foot high. Li Huowang felt uneasy about Tian Wu's strangeness. He rushed to the headless corpse and then opened his mouth wide towards the spurting blood. As the blood gushed into his throat, worms poured out from Li Huowang's mouth like fish, swimming against the flow of blood. Blurk! As Li Huowang forcefully vomited, the worms burrowed into Tian Wu's body, gnawing and devouring everything they touched. The worms chewed and caused Tian Wu's headless corpse to shrivel up quickly. When Li Huowang finally threw away the skin, which was now supported only by bones, the worms crawled back into his internal organs through his robes. Li Huowang didn't dare to rest after having dealt with this enemy. He rushed to help Abbot Chengdu, who was fighting hard. He needed to finish this battle before the 5 elements intercalation ended. Wait! The voice from behind made Li Huowang freeze. He slowly turned around and saw Tian Wu's shriveled body, with its limbs moving, crawling toward its head. He's still not dead? How is that possible? As Li Huowang stood in shock, a hand grabbed his ankle. A monk, with half of his face covered in blisters and his eyes unfocused, pleaded desperately, "Master, kill me. It hurts. It hurts." Li Huowang lifted his foot and crushed the monk's head. Even as the red and white matter sprayed from his nose, the monk continued to scream in agony. It hurts. It hurts so much." Li Huowang looked at the monk writhing on the ground in pain, then at Tian Wu, who was standing up shakily with his head in his hands. When he surveyed the area, he noticed that despite the intense battle, there were no corpses around. He finally understood what had occurred. A natural disaster had struck. Death was gone. Chapter 792 Death. Li Huowang's breathing quickened and his pupils constricted. He half-squatted and gazed at Qian Fu lying on the ground, spitting frothy blood. He reached out and tried to press his hand against the bloody hole in Qian Fu's chest. However, no matter how hard he tried to stop it, the blood continued to seep through his fingers. He was injured, and it seemed like a fatal wound. Sister Wu, Li Huowang called out as he saw Wu Qi. Her face was also bleeding, but she ran over with a box to tend to Qian Fu's injury. Li Huang drew 2 military knives and charged out from the corner of the wall. I'll hold them off. You guys go first. As soon as he came out, he saw that the enemy had already snuck to this side along the wall. Yeah! Li Huang roared and rushed forward. He pinned an enemy against the wall and frantically plunged the knife into the man's abdomen, stirring it around. Bang! A powerful force struck Li Huang's shoulder and sent him flying. He had been shot. As he got up, 2 bullets hit his helmet and knocked him down again. Li Huang struggled to his feet, using the wall as support. He glared viciously at the enemies hiding behind cover not far away. They were the Simings of the Dharma sect. The Simings wielded weapons and were crouching with cold, statue-like expressions. Damn you! Li Huang hurled one of his knives, which spun rapidly and lodged itself in the head of one of the enemies. There was a brief lull in gunfire, which Li Huang took advantage of. He dashed into their cover, yanking the knife from the man's head and slashing it at the others around him. Bang! Li Huang was slammed against a wall. His head buzzed, and when he looked up, he saw a tall man raising the butt of his rifle to smash down on his helmet. Li Huang braced himself with his arms, enduring it before his head hit the ground. You dare to ambush us and kill Tian Wu! Li Huang shouted. He butted his head against the man's chest and caused a dent. A stick swung down forcefully from the side, bending Li Huang's left arm into an L shape. Li Huang screamed in pain as he slashed his knife across the attacker's neck. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the bulletproof glass of his helmet and turning his vision entirely red. Amid the chaos, a smoke grenade landed at Li Huang's feet and quickly spewed thick smoke. The acrid smell seeped through the gaps in his clothes. It was clearly not an ordinary smoke grenade. The pungent smoke made him cough violently. Soon, he felt dizzy, his head no longer feeling like his own. Huang, retreat! Li Huang quickly retreated while coughing violently, still using the wall for support. At the stairwell, he saw Hongyu carry Tian Wu down. He lifted his knife and vigilantly watched for enemies through the smoke before quickly following them. Their expressions became grimmer upon reaching the ground floor. 3 pickup trucks blocked the exit. Their enemies were using the vehicle doors for cover while aiming their black gun barrels at them. Li Huang heard the footsteps above them. He took a deep breath and charged forward. Bullets struck him, and he was soon bleeding from his abdomen. He used his severed limb to cover the wound and kept pushing forward. Bang bang! 2 bullets hit his right knee and caused him to fall. Though the armor could deflect bullets, it couldn't prevent the impact from breaking his leg. He saw that they were about to be surrounded. A sudden explosion occurred. One of the pickup trucks burst into flames. At that moment, the glass on the left shattered. The siblings Ba-Hui and Ba-Hui appeared on their motorcycles. Over here. Upon hearing the siblings, Li Huang and the others moved towards them. Li Huang moved the slowest with his broken leg. Zhao Lei stepped in to support and help him move forward. They heard footsteps behind them. Without turning back, Wanglai took out 3 test tubes and threw them behind him. When they reached the parking lots, they quickly got into their vehicles and sped away. In addition to Wu Qi's RV, Wanglai's sports car, and the motorcycles of Li Huang and the Ba siblings, there was also a red sedan and an off-road vehicle present. It seemed like more help had arrived, beyond just the Ba siblings. Li Huang couldn't think about so much now. He quickly mounted his motorcycle, revved the engine, and sped away from the abandoned building. Just as they thought they were safe, a green truck suddenly appeared ahead and barreled towards them. Li Huang revved his engine and rode his motorcycle towards the front. He accelerated to the maximum, aiming for the truck's left tire. Li Huang stood up from his motorcycle and prepared to jump. Finally, he saw the terrified driver turn the steering wheel in a panic to swerve away from his motorcycle. When Li Huang managed to scare away the truck, peace was finally restored. The vehicle stopped at Orange Isle. Li Huang dragged his injured body and rushed into Wu Qi's RV. He saw Tian Wu lying there, with his blood flowing down and soaking the bed. Li Huang saw Wu Qi shake her head grimly through his blood-red helmet. Li Huang questioned Wanglai tremblingly. What's your backup plan? You made us walk right into their trap. Whose side are you on? Don't worry, didn't we get help? Otherwise, how would we have escaped? Wanglai replied with a faint smile. Li Huang strained to remove his shattered helmet and hurled it at Wanglai's feet. Tian Wu is dead. Don't you see? He lost his life. Wanglai picked up the helmet and set it aside. I'm pained by Tian Wu's death, but we learned useful information from that half-hour talk. Our chances are good. Li Huang stepped back in shock. He stared at Wanglai as if he were a stranger. Chapter 793, Change. Qing Wanglai looked at Li Huawang with a confident smile. Based on my previous analysis, I thought dealing with them would be very difficult. But after our encounter, it turns out their situation isn't as good as we imagined. Madman, you're a madman, Li Huawang yelled at him. Huawang, what's going on? Yang Na hadn't gone with them and was unaware of the situation. As she walked up to the RV, she saw Tian Wu on the bed and screamed in fright. She hurried to the bedside and tried to help Tian Wu, but she realized there was nothing she could do. Tears streamed down her face. At that moment, Tian Wu's bloody hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Na, making her scream again. Li Huawang rushed to the bed with rekindled hope. He quickly turned to Wu Qi. Sister Wu, start the car? Get to the nearest hospital. Wu Qi only sighed softly and walked towards the driver's seat. Li Huawang leaned closer to Tian Wu and said, Hold on. We're taking you to the hospital. Hold on. However, Tian Wu seemed oblivious to Li Huawang's words. With his eyes fixed on Yang Na, his mouth widened into a grin and his grip on her tightened. So, beautiful, truly magnificent. With those last words, Tian Wu released Yang Na. His pupils dilated, and his body went limp. Tian Wu was dead. Yang Na stared at the corpse and the blood on her hands. She couldn't hold back any longer and broke down in tears while backing off. Li Huawang walked over with a solemn expression, gently reaching out to hold her and silently comforting her. After a few minutes, Yang Na seemed to snap out of it. She opened her bag shakily. Call the police. Call the police. A long hand reached over and snatched her phone away. They looked up to see Qing Wanglai. His long fingers slid along the side of the phone and pressed the power button. We can't call the police. Why not? Why can't we? He's dead. Yang Na stammered. Qing Wanglai looked at Li Huawang. In your understanding of the world there, do the police exist? Qing Wanglai answered his own question. We are projections, reflections. So what are they? Then, a woman's raspy voice came from the front. They are the rules. Every world has its own rules, and they are the embodiment of those rules. A woman wearing a white cotton shirt walked over. Her soft, black ponytail draped over her shoulder. Her crimson lips parted as she explained to Li Huawang. Don't expect the rules to help you. Rules are rules. Those who rely on them will ultimately find themselves hurt by them. Like being mistaken for a lunatic and locked up in a psychiatric hospital, Qing Wanglai quipped. The woman continued. True existence isn't as simple as you think. Do you know why the projection in our minds is different for everyone? Actually, according to my theory, everyone's thoughts are correct because true existence is beyond human comprehension. We can only perceive it through a distorted worldview that we can understand. It's like blind men feeling an elephant. You felt the trunk, I felt the mouth, Tian Wu felt the tusk, and Wu Qi felt the leg. But I'm different from you. I didn't use my hands. I used the most powerful human sensory organ to explore everything over there. Mathematics. Therefore, I understand that world better than anyone here. Li Huawang stared in shock at the woman, then at Tian Wu's lifeless body. He was unsure of what to say. Zhao Shuangdian, the woman said, extending her slender white hand to Li Huawang. Nice to meet you, Li Huawang. Li Huawang finally said, You're all insane. Don't you see there's a dead person here? Tian Wu is dead. Qing Wanglai nodded. I know Tian Wu is dead. We're all sad. But as adults, we should control our emotions and not let them interfere with important matters. Besides, were you really that close to Tian Wu? Weren't you also wary of him? Why are you so upset about his death? Qing Wanglai looked puzzled. Li Huawang glanced at Qing Wanglai and the unfamiliar Zhao Shuangdian before guiding Yang Na out of the RV. Huawang, where are you going? There's important stuff to discuss. Don't you want to know the information I got? Beauty Zhao brought people to rescue us. Shouldn't you get to know her a bit? Li Huawang glanced at the distraught Yang Na, then quickened his pace towards his motorcycle. I need to take care of my girlfriend. Everything else can wait. Li Huawang cradled Yang Na in his embrace. He started his motorcycle and headed home. His face was dark and stern as he replayed the recent events in his mind, which was currently in a mess. They soon arrived at their neighborhood. Li Huawang's unusual behavior caught the attention of the residents, but he quickly brought the sobbing Yang Na upstairs. When they reached their home, Yang Na rushed into the bathroom while covering her face. Li Huawang saw that his mother was about to step out of the kitchen. He did not want her to see him like this, so he quickly went into his room. Son, are you okay? Son Shaoqin heard the crying from the bathroom and tapped the door with a spoon. Did you have a fight? Be more magnanimous. Mom, it's nothing. Go do your own things. Li Huang wedged his broken arm between the coat rack and the wall. He gritted his teeth as he tried to set his arm straight. I need to go to the hospital. I can't handle this injury myself. Li Huang dragged his broken arm along as he lay on the bed in pain. Tian Wu was dead, just like that. But what angered him even more was Qing Wanglai's attitude. He was lying. That attitude wasn't about suppressing emotions. He just didn't feel the slightest bit of sorrow for Tian Wu's death. Chapter 794. Why? Li Huang sat on his bed for several hours. Eventually, he let out a long breath and finally calmed down. Tian Wu was dead. He had known Tian Wu the longest, and his death made Li Huang sorrowful. Still, the dead couldn't come back to life, so thinking about him was useless now. At the moment, the issues concerning Qing Wanglai that came to light after Tian Wu's death were more important. Li Huang had always thought Qing Wanglai was just somewhat self-righteous and stubbornly believed his ideas were always right. Now, it was clear Li Huang's impression of him had been wrong. Something was very off with Qing Wanglai. The most troubling aspect was his emotions. When faced with someone's death, even the death of someone he knew, he showed no concern. Tian Wu's death mattered to him even less than a helmet left on the ground. Li Huang had never seen such behavior in the psychiatric hospital, so he didn't know what kind of illness Qing Wanglai had. Perhaps Qing Wanglai's projection was the most complete, as he was an existence that very closely resembled a Siming. Someone like that, with no emotional fluctuations, would never act impulsively. If given the opportunity, Qing Wanglai would probably sell out Li Huang without hesitation for his own benefit. He would abandon his useless companions without a second thought. Cooperating with such a person was undoubtedly a recipe for disaster. Li Huang remembered what Ban Nachu had said. He had been skeptical before, but now mostly believed it. A question arose. If he didn't cooperate with the three pure ones, would he have to face the invading Simings of the Baiyu capital on his own? Li Huang clearly couldn't handle it by himself. However, blindly following Qing Wanglai could lead to him being betrayed without even realizing it. Li Huang thought of the Ba siblings and the woman named Zhao Shuangdian. They weren't aligned with Qing Wanglai, yet they came to help. Seems like the Simings within Baiyu capital have different factions, Li Huang murmured to himself. After some thought, he concluded it wasn't the right time to cut ties with Qing Wanglai. Instead, he should use this period to reach out to the other Simings, whom Qing Wanglai had said were unwilling or unable to collaborate. He couldn't just take Qing Wanglai's words for granted. If he did, he might get sold out. After careful consideration, Li Huang realized his earlier reaction had been excessive. At least for now, he was still an ally with the three pure ones. He couldn't disregard Qing Wanglai just because he was cold-hearted. Fortunately, Qing Wanglai wasn't an emotional person. He didn't react at all when Yang Na slapped him, so he probably wouldn't mind losing face. Li Huang took out his phone and dialed Qing Wanglai's number. It rang a few times, then he answered. Hello? Li Huang. Qing Wanglai's voice was as casual as ever, with a hint of warmth even. However, Li Huang now knew what lay behind it. Sorry, I acted impulsively earlier. Please apologize to Zhao Shuangdian for me. My girlfriend was really shaken by seeing someone die up close for the first time, so I had to take her away. Miss Zhao isn't that petty. Is your girlfriend okay? As her boyfriend, you need to comfort her. She's much better now. I'll make sure she stays home next time and doesn't come along. He looked down at his injured hand and continued. I'm not available today. I need to handle my injury, but can we meet tomorrow to discuss your findings? Qing Wanglai's expression hadn't been fake, so he must have obtained very valuable information. Since Tian Wu was dead, they could only hope his death wasn't in vain. Sure, tomorrow at noon, same place. I'll bring Zhao Shuangdian and the others to meet you. Zhao Shuangdian. Li Huang frowned and recalled the woman with the ponytail. If Qing Wanglai was the three pure ones, what Siming was Zhao Shuangdian? Her talk about the blind men and the elephant theory indicated she was indeed one of the Simings. But which heavenly Tao did she govern? Forget it, no point in guessing now. I'll learn more when we meet tomorrow. After some thought, Li Huang replied. All right, I'll hang up now. Hold on. Remember to bring the bulletproof vest tomorrow. After today's incident, some of the inserts might be damaged and need to be replaced. There was a knock on the door. Li Huang tucked the phone between his ear and shoulder as he walked to the door. Maybe Sister Wu should come tomorrow. It might cause trouble if I go to the hospital with my injuries. He opened the door and saw 6 tall orderlies before him. Li Huang had just made out the red crosses on their chests when the men rushed in. They surrounded him and put him into a straitjacket. What are you guys trying to do? Li Huang tried to resist, but his injuries had weakened him greatly. Why are you restraining me? Who sent you? I'm cured. The hospital even issued a certificate. Or are you all their people? The worst-case scenario crossed Li Huang's mind, and his expression turned extremely wary. While he was wondering who these men were, a familiar face appeared. It was Wanglai, his doctor whom he had not met for a while. He was still wearing a white coat and frameless glasses. I sent them, Wanglai said. Li Huang was confused. Why? Dr. E, I'm cured. My illness was cured. Is that so? Your girlfriend says otherwise. She said you haven't been taking your medication recently. Li Huang saw Yang Na emerge from behind the door with her head down. He stared at her dumbfoundedly as the orderlies lifted him onto a stretcher and took him out. As they passed each other, Li Huang asked a single question in a trembling voice filled with anger and sorrow. Why? Yang Na suddenly cried. Because you'll die? This isn't a game. People really can die. This time, it was Tian Fu. Next time, it could be you. I used to go along with you, but not anymore. Even if we can't be together, I'd rather you be in a psychiatric hospital. I don't want you to be used as a tool. I don't want you to die. Chapter 795, Deal. Yang Na followed behind Li Huang as he was carried away. She sobbed as she explained, Huang, don't be afraid. I recorded all the conversations you had with Qing Wanglai and the others using a voice recorder. I've actually been collecting evidence all along. I gave all this evidence to Dr. E, and he knows that a group of people has been threatening you. Once you're admitted, Dr. E will call the police, and I'll tell them everything. Huang, you're safe now. You're under their protection and won't be in danger again. Huang, don't be afraid. You just need to take your medication. As the orderlies carried Li Huang down the stairs, he continued to look up at Yang Na in disbelief, repeatedly asking why. After Li Huang uttered his final, why, Yang Na covered her face with her hands and squatted down, crying in despair. The familiar areas of the White Tower prison flashed before his eyes. The iron gate, barbed wire, the TV in the lounge, the fellow patients, and the isolation room. Li Huang sat in the isolation room, tightly bound. He ate when food was brought to him and took his medicine when it was given to him. Doctors treated his injuries, and he cooperated fully. It was as if time didn't exist. Li Huang had no idea how long had passed. When the restraints were taken off and his injuries had mostly healed, he was handcuffed and shackled. Then, the orderlies led him out of the isolation room. He recognized the path they were taking. He knew he was being taken to Donglai's office. He took his seat and, unsurprisingly, saw Donglai. The orderlies left at Donglai's signal, and then he sat down before Li Huang with a tablet. Don't you have anything to say? This isn't like you, Li Huang. Li Huang glanced around and observed Donglai's office. What do you want me to say? Would you believe me if I said I wasn't sick? It was a small, simple place. There was a desk with a computer and a therapy chair. Other than that, the only notable feature was the bookshelf on the left. The tall bookshelf held various books related to Donglai's profession and some decorative items. One of them was an 18-sided die the size of a Rubik's Cube. Donglai noticed Li Huang looking at the die and explained, this is an 18-sided die inlaid with gold and silver. It is a relic from the Western Han Dynasty. They used it for drinking games or Liubo chess. Haha, a Western Han relic in your office. Are you crazy? Of course, the original isn't here. I saw it at Guanfu Museum in Shanghai and bought a replica from the gift shop. Donglai picked up the die, quickly flipped it over a few sides, and showed Li Huang the small characters at the bottom. See? Made in Wu. It's fake. Li Huang turned away, uninterested. Donglai placed the die on the table. Why are you so calm now? Don't you want to know how Qing Wanglai is doing? Or what happened to your enemies? Li Huang clenched his fists. There's no point in me asking. I'm sure you will tell me anyway. Let's start with Qing Wanglai, the graduate student you and Yang Na mentioned. He doesn't work or study at that university. I couldn't find anyone named Qing Wanglai there. Li Huang's pupils shrank slightly. That's impossible. It is possible. See for yourself. Donglai handed over the tablet. Li Huang scrolled through quickly, but did not find anything. Beside him, Donglai joked, so? Unless your friend is a computer expert who hacked the university's network to change his information. Donglai paused briefly before continuing. And as for those enemies who spied on you and later tried to harm you, if it was such a big deal, it would have likely been filed as a case. Maybe even with a special task force. Unfortunately, no case was filed. Why? Li Huang pressed his thumb into the screen in frustration. Because there's no evidence. All the places Yang Na mentioned happened in places without surveillance. The places have all been checked, and no evidence was found. We live in a society governed by law. Even if you confess to murder, you are innocent without a body found. Normally, without any physical evidence, eyewitness testimony would suffice. But in your case, I'm afraid the police won't listen to you. As for Yang Na, the police won't believe her either. Why not? Li Huang asked, recalling Zhao Shuangdian's theory of rules. At this moment, he found the world increasingly absurd. Because she has depression, which can cause delusions. Your case is more akin to schizophrenia, without any basis in reality. But with depression, delusions formed from a distorted view of reality are common. She's been cured for a long time. Where would the delusion be from? Donglai's expression turned serious. No, her condition has relapsed, and it's worse than before. She needs rest, not stimulation. More importantly, you shouldn't have blamed her. You're the cause of her current self-destructive behavior. Li Huang's fists tightened, his nails piercing into his flesh. Where is she? I want to see her. Forget it. She has other doctors caring for her. You two shouldn't meet now. Focus on yourself first. This time, you might have to stay here for a year or two. Donglai, you tested me. I'm not sick. Li Huang couldn't stay for a year or two. God Yuer and the other Simings had already infiltrated deeply. He would only become a target if he stayed here. Donglai replied sternly. You're not sick only while you're on medication. Why did you stop taking your meds? And how did you get injured? I was beaten by those people. Clearly exhausted, Donglai sighed. All right, it's time to eat. After your meal, we'll run some tests. Li Huang turned and left with a heavy expression on his face. Once he was outside the office, he quickly rushed into a nearby restroom instead of going to the cafeteria. Li Huang looked around, ensuring that no one was nearby. He then retrieved the 18-sided die and placed it meticulously in front of him. He stared at the single large yellow dot and then said with a tone of negotiation, Shai Zi, let's make a deal. 1. Shai Zi is also the Chinese name for dice. Chapter 796, Help. Li Huang frowned as he stared at his own reflection in the water. Talk. Why aren't you talking? Li Huang was pacing around his room in anxiety. The natural disaster this time is different. In the past, only rot or the sun had disappeared. But this time, death disappeared. Do you know what this means? It's not some minor issue. A natural disaster occurs when there's a change in the heavenly Taos. Since death vanished, that means there's something wrong with the heavenly Tao of death. Li Huang stopped pacing, and a horrifying thought came to his mind. He stared at the reflection in the water basin. Say something. Did the Simings of the Dharma sect take away the heavenly Tao of death? Why aren't you talking? How can you still be confused when they are attacking us? His reflection finally replied. I think I did fight back. Li Huang harshly scolded Jizai when he heard the reply. You finally came out. I thought you were dead. I don't think it's time for me to die yet. Is something the matter? Jizai's response remained nonchalant. Li Huang didn't want to waste time arguing with Jizai. He wanted answers. What's going on? What happened to Kuei Lei? He was supposed to be the one who controlled the heavenly Tao of death. He's dead. Li Huang's pupils shrunk from shock. He's dead? Really? How did he die? Did the allies of God Yuer kill him? Jizai's eyes were blank. I think so. Then who's holding the heavenly Tao of death right now? Why is the world like this? Jizai tried recalling. I don't know. I didn't see them. Li Huang was so angry that his veins started bulging on his head. His fists trembled from anger. Fine. Then I want to ask you what you know. Which Siming gave me the 7 secrets? Should I trust them? Probably. At the very least, they should still be on our side. They wouldn't betray me. Li Huang's anger calmed down a little after obtaining some helpful information. Then how's your situation over there? Was Xianpin's help useful? I'm not acquainted with Xianpin right now. I think I will have met him a few times when you talk with me again. Huh. Li Huang was confused. What does Jizai mean? Do you still have anything else to ask? I'm quite busy here. Li Huang had finally managed to talk to Jizai. He didn't want to waste his opportunity here. One more question. Do you need me to go to the Bayou capital to help you? That depends. Are you helping me, or am I helping you instead? Li Huang lost his patience. What the fuck do you want? Don't play games with me. Help. I will help you. Jizai became silent after saying that last sentence. Li Huang was so angry that he cut the bronze washing basin in half along with his reflection in the water. Fuck. Even calling you useless is a compliment. Li Huang walked out angrily. Jizai is still useless. I need to figure this out by myself. As he stepped outside, He immediately sensed that something was amiss within the barracks. A palpable sense of unease hung in the air as everyone periodically glanced towards the east. The eastern side of the barracks had been isolated, with buzzing flies filling the air above the restricted area and smoke rising continuously. Li Huang frowned in disgust before walking towards the east. He stepped on a basket and was whisked upwards with a winch. While he was at the top, he saw a horrific scene displayed in front of him. He had seen a lot of unmarked graves, but he had never seen one so revolting. Numerous people in varying states of decay were concentrated in this place. They had all been stripped naked and stuffed into wooden enclosures. Almost all of them had suffered a lethal wound, with either their heads missing or half of their bodies gone. However, no matter how severe their injuries were, their bodies were still moving. Death was missing, but rot and pain were still in this world. Eternal rest was withheld from everyone who should have died on the battlefield. They had to endure the pain of rot forever. They saw their bodies breaking down with their own eyes. Their flesh slowly rotted as pus and maggots filled their body. Li Huang and the others could only think of one way to release them from the pain. It was fire. They burned them in a large fire that was never extinguished. The undying people, now no different from pieces of flesh that moved, were thrown into a fiery pit with the aid of large pitchforks. Despite the fire engulfing their bodies, scorching their flesh and tongues, and causing their blood and brains to boil, they continued to struggle in pain as their cries echoed in the air. The woeful cries mingled with the crackling of burning flesh, and yet they did not die. Death, the final chapter of their lives, eluded them. It was only when their bodies had transformed entirely into ash that they became silent. They are not dead. Li Huang turned around. An old mummified lama with a crown approached him. The lama was spinning the prayer wheels in his hands as the strange humming filled the air. The lama stared at the black smoke rising from the pit and the ashes at the bottom. They are not dead. Their bodies have been reduced to particles, with each particle enduring the eternal agony of having their flesh torn. Now, they are experiencing pain hundreds and thousands of times worse than when they were alive. They do not scream, but not because they don't want to. They don't have mouths anymore. They do not move, but not because they don't want to. They don't have limbs anymore. Unless Mahakala returns, they will be subjected to this everlasting agony for eternity. When Li Huang heard what the Lama from the Antraber temple said, his scalp went numb and his limbs became cold. Even Li Huang, who was used to unbearable pain, trembled at the thought of experiencing everlasting agony. Death is a cycle, and also the fate of humans. Most people are afraid of death and go to great lengths to avoid it, unaware that death is the ultimate blessing bestowed upon us by Mahakala. Unfortunately, they did not realize how valuable it was until it disappeared. Chapter 797 Clue. Li Huang interrupted the Lama and said, "Stop chanting." He continued, "Chanting your mantras is useless. Can you chant for death to return? You're a Lama from the Antraber temple. You need to figure out a way to end this. I thought your Mahakala controlled death. Do you not trust him? Can't you figure out a way to bring back your Mahakala?" With his face filled with wrinkles, the Lama bitterly shook his head before sitting down with his legs crossed. He stared at the black smoke from the fire and began chanting again while turning the prayer wheels in his hands. Fuck! Li Huang cursed under his breath as he left the crematorium. He walked towards the largest tent in the middle. He walked into the tent and noticed that the messenger pigeons were all on a big table, each carrying different information. The generals and tacticians were reading the messages. Li Huang ignored them and approached an old eunuch. The eunuch was very old and one of the most senior eunuchs in the palace. He had served Ji Man, the previous emperor of the Liang kingdom, Ji Lin, who turned out to be a woman, and finally, Gao Zhijian. What did His Majesty say? Are we not attacking Ninping yet? How much longer must we wait? Li Huang asked. They had set up camp here after the ambush and had not moved since then. The old eunuch bowed gracefully to Li Huang. Daoistly, we are now experiencing a natural disaster. This is not a good omen. It's not a good time to wage war. Don't you think it's possible for the Dharma sect to be the one responsible for causing this natural disaster? Do you want them to obtain the heavenly Tao of death before we start moving again? Daoistly, please be at ease. The Surveillance Bureau will handle the natural disaster. We are certain that the natural disaster will end soon. Also, how can we fight if there is no death anymore? The eunuch's words were not comforting. While it was true that the Surveillance Bureau had handled the natural disasters in the past, this time was different. Xianpin and his group were dead. Furthermore, Li Huang wasn't sure they could have done anything even if they were alive. The natural disasters in the past lasted a few divisions or 2 days at most, but the current natural disaster had been in effect for the past 10 days. It was clear that the natural disaster this time was much more serious. Li Huang looked at the old eunuch one last time before leaving silently. He went straight towards the underground prison. Despite the ongoing natural disaster and the numerous unforeseen circumstances, Li Huang had to admit they had technically won this time. This time, they captured many prisoners thanks to the disappearance of death. Li Huang wanted to interrogate them to obtain some information. Li Huang had just reached the prison when he saw an Ao Jing sect member using a winch, as if pulling up a bucket of water from a well. However, instead of a well, the winch was hooked on a wheel, and the wheel was pulling out the intestines of the woman with fish scale tattoos. She was a boat person, and her intestines were being pulled out from her belly button. The Ao Jing sect, the crazy bastards who mutilated themselves, were the ones that benefited the most from this natural disaster. They could now ignore death and mutilate either themselves or others without worry. Under such conditions, their strength had increased tremendously. Zhu Yi let go of the wooden handle and welcomed Li Huang. Elderly, how is it? Are there any updates? Zhu Yi shook his head. No, but we should be getting some information soon enough. She cannot tolerate the pain much longer. Li Huang saw the woman was still glaring at him. He approached her without hesitation. Talk. Tell me everything you know, including what you did to cause the natural disaster. I will give you some respite if you tell me. If you don't, your suffering will never stop. Despite her fear, the woman spat a mouthful of blood onto Li Huang from her toothless mouth. You guys have lost. You guys will lose. This is just the start. The start. Li Huang stood there motionlessly as the Ao Jing sect people carried her and threw her into a pot of boiling oil. It wasn't over. They poured down bags of coarse salt to fry her. After several cycles, the woman gave up and shouted as she lay on the side of the pot. I will talk. It's because of the Dragon King. The Dragon King is so strong that they took away death. As she cried, her eyes glazed over in bewilderment temporarily before she continued shouting. The Dragon King is the true dragon. The dragon veins are fake. They have no right to be compared to the Dragon King of the Four Seas. The dragon veins were nothing but tributes for the Dragon King. Dragon King of the Four Seas? What heavenly Tao do they hold? Wait a minute. Li Huang pulled her out from the boiling pot of oil. What did you say just now? Dragon veins? You guys have dragon veins in your possession. Li Huang placed her back into the pot when he saw that she was hesitating. She talked once more when she was dipped back into the pot of oil. Yes, we do. We have in Shi's dragon vein and the Luo Sha Kingdom's dragon vein. They were all placed on the altar as a tribute for the Dragon King to absorb the Dragon Shi. Li Huang's original plan, which Gao Zhijian had denied, came into his mind again. If Gao Zhijian doesn't help me, I can get the help of the other dragon veins. Li Huang threw her back into the pot of oil as he paced around. He wasn't sure if it would be possible. It would be difficult for me to go and take the dragon veins from the altar, especially since I don't know what kind of entity the Dragon King of the Four Seas is. Still, I don't have time to figure it out. The situation is dire, and Jizai also confirmed that the ribbon-like Siming was most likely on our side. It doesn't matter if the Siming who controlled the heavenly Tao of death disappeared, or if the heavenly Tao of death itself disappeared. Whatever the case, it means that the Bayou capital is in danger. I need to find a way to help them. Victory down here is irrelevant if the war is lost up there. I need to ensure that the heavenly Tao of death doesn't fall into the wrong person's hands. Li Huang rolled up his sleeves and picked up the boat people again from the pot of oil. He needed to confirm the location where the dragon veins were being offered as tributes, or even if they were actually being offered as tributes. He had to know that they were the truth. After obtaining the same information from another person, Li Huang set his goal on taking back the 2 dragon veins. By taking back the 2 dragon veins, he could also weaken the strength of the Dragon King. There was no reason for him not to do so. But do I have to go alone? Li Huang thought that it would be too risky. He needed help. As he pondered over whom to bring, his gaze fell upon the members of the Ao Jing sect. The natural disaster had coincidentally powered them up. Chapter 798, Lion Dance Palace. Elder, what do you think about my proposal? Li Huang looked at the woman in black robes. Li Huang did not recognize any of the higher-ranking members of the Ao Jing sect, but he was certain that the woman in front of him was one of them. Her exposed skin was covered in myriads of weird bruises and scars. She did not have a single piece of complete skin on her body. Her stomach was also engorged, but it didn't look like a pregnancy. It looked like a tumor. She opened her mouth and revealed the empty cavity inside. Her tongue had been removed, and even the skin in her mouth had been peeled off. Her mouth was filled with white pus and blisters, including her throat. After demonstrating her inability to speak due to her disfigured mouth, she picked up a brush and wrote on a red bamboo slip. Li Huang, I am Shin Benyu. I have long heard of your infamy. This is a good method. We could both wound the Dharma sect and take care of the natural disaster. Why aren't the royal family or the surveillance bureau using this method? Why are you the only one implementing this plan? Are they stupid? Li Huang leaned forward. The situation is critical. Do you really think we should spend our time discussing that? Just tell me if you want to help or not. I thought those who had ascended were treated as a higher-ranked individual in the Qing sect. Is my position that low? Shin Benyu dipped her brush into an inkwell before writing again. We will naturally help since we are allies now. But why should we? It's a dangerous mission. Since you've ascended before, you should also know that the members of the Qing sect want this natural disaster to last as long as possible. Is that so? Do you just want to suffer from the pain? This time, death disappeared. Can you be certain that pain won't disappear next time? Also, I thought your objectives were the same as those of the sacrificial god, stealing the heavenly Tao of pain from Ba-Hui. Are you? Really? Sure that the current phenomena won't lead to another Simon taking the heavenly Tao of pain from Ba-Hui? If Ba-Hui's heavenly Tao gets taken by someone else, wouldn't that mean that all of your actions, your self-mutilation, killings, and the pain you inflict on yourselves, would become a joke? Shin Benyu and the other Qing sect members remained silent. Li Huang approached Shin Benyu closer and stared into her eyes. Don't think that this situation doesn't affect you. The natural disaster concerns everyone. You know that too, don't you? If you didn't, then why would you be here? Li Huang calmed down a bit before he took a few steps back. Also, now that we have lost death, you guys won't die? You lose nothing by helping me. Saying more was meaningless. Li Huang sat still and waited for their answer. If they don't want to help me, I'll have to find another way. Shin Benyu wrote her response on the bamboo slip. You, Li Huang, owe me a favor. She didn't wait for his reply. You owe me a favor. The Qing sect will not only help you, but we will also help you find another ally to ensure our success. Upon seeing those words on the bamboo slip, Li Huang replied, Let's make this clear. Do I owe you, and only you, a favor, or do I owe the Qing sect a favor? Me. Then it's decided. Li Huang stood up and agreed to it. He didn't want to waste any time. Call your allies here. We can depart immediately. Li Huang was about to walk out when he stopped. He forgot to ask them who their allies were. Who are you planning to ask for help? Best not to find someone from the surveillance bureau. I fear that there may be imperial spies mixed in with them. The Lion Dance Palace. Do not worry. I guarantee that there are no spies in there. Why them? He recalled the few times he had encountered the Lion Dance Palace. He didn't really know a lot about them. Li Huang knew they lived underground in Qing and about the white tassels capable of shifting a person's organs. Other than that, he knew nothing else about them. The Lion Dance Palace can dance with anyone and anything. They can help us. Li Huang couldn't care less about what the Lion Dance Palace was. He just wanted to take back the 2 dragon veins as soon as possible and end the natural disaster. Shin Benyu did not walk by herself. Instead, she was carried away on a palanquin. Under her guidance, Li Huang and the others got closer to where the Lion Dance Palace was located. They walked towards a remote part of the forest. In the middle of the forest and mountains, there was a massive cave as large as a house. It constantly emitted a gust of cold wind. Li Huang stood in front of the large cave. What are the lion dances? Why do they always stay under the ground? Li Huang asked out of curiosity. Apparently, the thing they worshipped had a dispute with the sun. They always cover up to prevent the sun from shining on them. Shin Benyu pointed at the sun before they entered the cave. The stairs in the cave were clearly man-made. They were new and very flat. The stairs were also massive. It would take a regular person tens of years to complete such a feat. Navigating the cave was easy for Li Huang. He simply had to follow the only white light in the cave, just like he did in Qing last time. He soon found the Lion Dance Palace. Rows of large faces lined up on the sides, while a massive wall of human faces sat near the end. The white light scattered here, and there were the white tassels stuck between the large human faces. The white tassels pulsated lightly, as if they were breathing. The large faces, each the size of a dinner table, stared at Li Huang together. The oppressive feeling made it hard for him to breathe. When Li Huang saw them, he recalled some bad memories and frowned. He hated them, even if they were to help him. What is it? Various voices echoed from the other side of the wall of faces, blending together in a symphony of male, female, old, and young tones. Shenbenyu did not speak. Instead, she threw a bamboo slip towards the wall of faces. The white tassels extended like tentacles and swiftly disintegrated the bamboo slips before guiding them into the wall of faces. Do you have a good relationship with the palace master? Li Huang whispered. They are not a palace, nor do they have a palace master. They can converge as one or divide as many units. Everything you see here is a single living being, and it's called the Lion Dance Palace.